In Tiandao Tin, three strange phenomena suddenly occur simultaneously. First, a girl awakens after being frozen for tens of thousands of years. Second, on a certain beach, suddenly, a young man washes ashore and awakens. Just like the girl, neither knows who they are or why they're here. The third event is even stranger. A boy hatches from an egg with an aura of life, dating back 100,000 years. Even stranger. The boy devoured his own eggshell upon hatching, leaving the young man in disbelief of both his subordinates' reports and the scene before him, discovered beneath the super-cooled ice of the northernmost lands. A child hatched from an egg. How could this be considered normal? As the man approached, he saw the child ravenously devouring its shell. Lan Xuanyu was in a terrible mood. If all the data indicated the child was just a normal human baby, then this entire survey would be for nothing but these eggshells. So Lan Xuanyu ordered his subordinates to collect the eggshells for research. But as soon as they took them away, the child burst into tears that wouldn't stop. "How can you take its food and expect it not to cry?" Nam retorted. Annoyed. So, Lan Xuanyu placed a piece of eggshell in the baby's hand, and it happily ate it, stopping its cries. Unsure what else to do, they decided to let the child eat a little more. But the baby devoured the eggshells at an alarming rate, and soon only a small portion remained. Lan Xuanyu's subordinate couldn't help but warn him, fearing this might cause some trouble. Not long ago, the Federation severely punished a case of falsified scientific research, and this time, they fear 100 mouths couldn't explain their situation. Lan Xuanyu, saying he would personally explain the gravity of the situation, and that the remaining eggshell fragments must be preserved for research, otherwise, all of today's discoveries would be nothing but a pack of lies. As the ship heads home, the child becomes a subject of special study, placed in a glass cage. It wouldn't stop crying. Night fell, and the ship went into autopilot. The research team members went to sleep, but the broken egg fragments, placed separately, suddenly began to connect on their own. Then, the shards transformed into a golden light, flying straight to the baby and entering its mouth. Only then did the baby stop crying and fall asleep. The next morning, Nam Cheng woke up thinking about visiting the child. But when she went to the experimental subject monitoring room, she found Lao Biao and the rest of the team gathered. Looking grim, Nam approached. Finally understanding the others' expressions, the last of the eggshell fragments were gone. Of course, they didn't suspect the team, so they pulled up the surveillance system. Lao Xiao was certain the eggshells couldn't have vanished on their own. But he didn't get the answer he was looking for. The eggshell fragments had vanished without a trace, leaving the child as their only lead. Namtrung declared that she would adopt the child, despite its mysterious origins, because it had no mother, and she wanted to be its mother. Lan Xuanyu sighed. They didn't even have kids yet, and one had already appeared. Of course, he couldn't let Namcheng shoulder this responsibility alone, so he agreed to be the child's father as well. The research team was thrilled and congratulated them both. Afterward, Nam Xiao resumed his usual stern demeanor and announced to everyone, "I sincerely apologize, and if anything new is discovered about the child, I will share all the credit with you." They replied that the missing credit was no problem, and then asked, "Boss, if you two are adopting this child, shouldn't we give him a name?" The ship returned, and 3 days later, they brought the child of unknown origin to the Ancient Soul Beast Research Institute. Aside from an unconfirmed analysis, all investigation results are normal, and no one mentioned the survey again. To give the child a legal identity, Nan Xiao and Nan Cheng quickly set a wedding date, and the child received a birth certificate under the name Lan Xuanyu. 6 years later, at the Federal Sky Star Research Institute, a scientist arrives to carry out her mission. Her mission was to take Nana, a test subject from the cryo-revival incident 6 years prior, for examination, as federal law requires a 6-year observation period for individuals with unclear identities. If there's no danger and someone vouches for them, they can obtain an identity. If they pass a 10-year observation period with no issues, they'll gain permanent status. If Nana completes the procedure today, she can become a legal, temporary citizen of the Federation. Nana's expression is complicated as she listens. She wasn't sure what she remembered. only that something felt familiar. In Latin District, someone else had just gone through the same monitoring process as Nana Tang Li, the long-haired boy found on the beach 6 years ago. The 6-year survey showed nothing unusual, and with Luo Qingling as his guardian, Tang Lei became a legal temporary citizen. He'll be officially recognized as a citizen if he obeys the law for the next 10 years. As the observation period ended, Luo Qingling was overjoyed to see Tang Lei emerge. Ha ha ha. It's a success. From now on, you're mine. 6 years ago, she faced an awkward situation and endless questions when she brought a stranger home, and Duang Lak's constant presence cost her friendships and any chance at a boyfriend. But none of that matters now, because the star that Luo Qingling has been nurturing is finally about to shine. For this, Luo Qingling, who hates studying, has spent 2 years researching the economics of stardom. The mysterious older brother, she named Tang Yue, was a natural-born star, destined to become a great celebrity and help her get rich. Meanwhile, on Tianluo planet, another person of unknown origin had also appeared 6 years prior. That child is Lan Xuanyu, now 6 years old, and today is the day he awakens his martial soul. If he has soul power, then he can become a soul master. Lam Tu personally brought his son, but in truth, he was very worried. Because this child's background is so unique, it wouldn't be good if too many people found out about him. In truth, Lan Xiao just wanted to say that no matter what his martial soul was, he only wanted to keep him safe. Lam Xiao could give up all his achievements, only hoping to raise his son in peace. As Lan Xuanyu stood in the testing area, he suddenly felt a warmth wash over him as the process began. But this feeling didn't last long, as Lan Xuanyu soon felt extremely uncomfortable. Gradually, this feeling turned into pain, causing him to collapse to the ground and scream. Hearing this, Lan Xiao rushed in, just in time to see a clump of blue silver grass emerge from his son's hand. Should they try again? The person in charge asked, standing next to Lan Xiao. No need. We'll try again at home. Just register Lan Xuanyu's martial soul as blue silver grass. Lan Xiao replied. Doubt clouded his mind. His son, Lan Xuanyu, born from an egg, possessed only the useless blue silver grass. That's why the girl sighed with regret earlier. But Lan Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. If it were truly silver bluegrass, it couldn't be this high. What exactly is going on? After taking Lan Xuanyu home, Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng tested their son's soul power themselves, and the results shocked them even more. His soul power was a full 10 units, brimming with innate spiritual power. If it's the useless blue silver grass spirit, how could it produce such powerful spirit power? Lam Tu and Nam Truong exchanged bewildered glances. After some thought, he sat down in front of his son and instructed him. Xuanyu, promise me you won't tell anyone about today's ceremony. If anyone asks about your spirit power, just say you're level 3. Level 3, I understand. Father, so, am I powerful or not? Lam Hianvu pressed the issue, and Lam Tu nodded several times before answering. Of course you're amazing. Son, starting tomorrow, I'll teach you the basics of soul power cultivation. Now go to your room. Xuanyu obediently listened. After he returned to his room, the couple remained tense. Nanchang mentioned that, historically, someone awakened the blue-silver grass, but was still born with full soul power. But Lan Xiao immediately dismissed this possibility. You're suggesting that Xuanvu's spirit is the blue-silver emperor, but don't forget, this child was born from an egg, with no direct connection to the plant system. Lam Xiao says it's fine if it's just blue-silver grass. They revealed his soul power level, which will keep their son from being taken away. Whether Lan Xuanyu's soul power is strong or weak doesn't matter, as long as the three of them can be together. Nan Chang nodded in agreement, for her only wish was for her son. But little did they know, while they were fretting over Lan Xuanyu, he was happily playing with his newly awakened, strange soul power. That night, as Lan Xuanyu slept soundly, a golden glow emerged from his right wrist and a silver glow from his left. The two lights floated into the air, converged, and transformed into a ring on Lan Xuanyu's thumb. The next morning, Lan Xiao went to wake his son, intending to teach him how to cultivate soul power but noticed the strange ring on his finger and asked where it came from. But when his father asked, Lan Xuanyu noticed it too, replying, "I don't know, it's not mine." And so, another problem arose for the Lam Tu couple, especially since the ring couldn't be removed. When Lam Tu touched the ring, a powerful force pushed him away. Lam Xiao thought they should observe before reporting. But Nanchang definitely didn't want to report it. Lam Xiao could only listen to his wife, secretly hoping nothing would go wrong. But trouble arrived quickly, just 10 minutes later. While teaching Lan Xuanyu the mysterious heaven skill, Lan Xiao saw that his son possessed two spirits. The innocent child was oblivious, but Lan Xiao was stunned. Could this be a soul beast in disguise? Not necessarily. If it were, it would have been detected, Lan Xiao thought, seeing the strange look on his father's face. Lan Xuanyu asked, "What's wrong?" "Dad." Lan Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine. Son, can you retract the blue silver grass on your own?" Xuan Tiangong. Lam Hianvu said he would try. And indeed, he was able to retract his blue silver grass spirit from his left hand. Lam Xiao could only teach his son how to retract his spirit first, then transfer the Xuan Tiangong. For the next 3 days, he secretly investigated Lan Xuanyu, fearing something unusual might happen to him again. But fortunately, everything was normal afterward. After discussing it with Nan Chang, Lan Xiao decided to conceal this strange matter, instructing his son daily to only use the blue-silver grass on one hand, and fabricated a story that the ring was an ancestral heirloom. In short, what could be concealed should be. Before long, he arranged for his son to attend school. The school Lan Xiao chose was the Tianluo Elementary Soulmaster Academy, Xilu City Branch, the best elementary Soulmaster Academy in the city. Nam Truong knew that Lam Tu must have gone to great lengths to get his son into this school. On the way, Lam Tu reassured his son that he would make many new friends at school. He also slightly altered his son's records, claiming he was 7 years old, and instructed him to tell others that he was 7 but started school late due to illness. Normally, Xuanyu was an obedient child, but this time, he began to question. "But Dad, didn't you and Mom say that good kids don't lie?" "Sometimes, a white lie is permissible to protect yourself or others, son," Lam Tu replied, and Lam Hianvu nodded, saying he understood. Besides Lan Xuanyu, the Soulmaster Academy's Purple Luo City branch also has a new student today, a 6-year-old girl named Ye Lingtong. At the new student registration office, Ye Lingtong's soul power is tested, and the result is level 8. The teacher in charge of new student registration was utterly astonished, as a child born with level 8 soul power was truly extraordinary. The examination was quick, and as soon as Ye Lingtong was admitted, the Lam Tu father and son arrived, only to see a stern soldier, Ye Lingtong's father. Lan Xiao quickly stood up straight and saluted. "Headmaster, greetings." The soldier returned Lam Xiao's salute, then looked down to see a youthful, vibrant face. "Hello, sire," Lan Xuanyu said politely. Even the sternest person couldn't resist that angelic face. Ye Lingtong's annoyed call made her father retract his hand and regain his stern demeanor. "My name is Ye Feng," he introduced himself, then asked Lam Tu, "Are you a civilian worker in the military?" "Yes." "Greetings, Headmaster. My name is Lan Xiao." Yi Feng nodded absently and left, but Lan Xiao stood there, looking very tense. The name Ye Feng rings a bell. He's a great man. Lam Hianvu steps forward, politely greeting the registration teacher and introducing himself. The teacher couldn't help but admire the boy's handsome looks, as Ye Lingtong peeked curiously from behind the door. Her usually stern father had gently patted Lan Xuanyu's head, sparking her curiosity about this new acquaintance. Lan Xuanyu then underwent the same examination as Ye Lingtong. At this point, Lan Xiao couldn't hide his son's soaring spirit power any longer, and Ye Lingtong was shocked to learn that Lan Xuanyu's spirit power had surpassed her own, reaching level 11. After saying goodbye to Lan Xiao and stepping through the doorway, Lan Xuanyu was suddenly called back by the girl. "Hey, are you level 11? Ye Lingtong asked, clearly annoyed. "Yeah. What's it to you?" Lan Xuanyu asked, bewildered. So. I'll surpass you soon enough. Just you wait until I'm 7. Xuanyu was even more speechless, wondering where this little girl came from, acting so fierce towards him. But upon closer inspection, she realized he was quite handsome, and her competitive spirit was immediately crushed by her infatuation. And so, Yi Lingtong made an even more outrageous request. Let me pinch your cheek. Lam Hianvu agreed, but told her to be gentle. But Ye Lingtong pinched him hard anyway, realizing Lan Xuanyu's skin was smooth and pleasant to the touch. While he was left with a burning pain and a red cheek, Lan Xuanyu revealed a childish expression, then said, "That hurts, you're not a good person. I don't like people like you. So I won't like you." Yi Lingtong agreed loudly, then turned away, muttering to herself, "Who needs you to like me?" This year's freshman class has over 100 students. Divided into 6 classes, class assignments are based on martial soul cultivation methods. With Ye Lingtong assigned to Class 1, the main attack system, Lan Xuanyu was assigned to Class 2, the control system. After his first day, he was greeted by his father at the school gate. Lam Xiao eagerly asks his son about his first day, and the boy replies that he's happy, made many new friends, and they're all very nice to him, before asking a seemingly unrelated question. "Dad, if someone wants to pinch my cheek, can I say no?" Lan Xiao was taken aback by this innocent question, then chuckled in response. "Of course, it's your right to say no." Lam Hianvu adapted quickly to school, where the curriculum was divided into 2 parts. In the mornings, students learn the basics of soul beasts and soul masters, while afternoons are for combat practice. Though for first-year students, combat practice is really just physical training. That afternoon, all the classes were on the field for practice, and Ye Lingtong's eyes were fixed on Lan Xuanyu. Though she wouldn't admit it, she clearly still held on to Lan Xuanyu's rejection from their first meeting, further fueling her competitive spirit. Their exercise for today was 3 laps around the field, followed by free warm-ups, and as soon as the teacher signaled the start, Ye Lingtong shot forward. Driven by an intense desire to prove herself, she sprinted past Lan Xuanyu, prompting him to remark, "They say shame breeds courage." And how true that is. These words struck a nerve with Ye Lingtong. Her face flushed red as she snapped back. "You know I'm competing with you, and you've already lost." "Who's competing with you?" Lam Hianvu innocently asks, further infuriating Deep Lin Dong. "Why aren't you competitive at all? Are you even a boy? What does being competitive have to do with being a boy?" Lam Hianvu left Diep Lindong speechless. She then sped up, leaving him further and further behind, and the teachers observing noticed that Lan Xuanyu wasn't very fast. Logically, a boy with level 11 soul power shouldn't be this slow. But another teacher notes that Lan Xuanyu's pace is steady. His personality was usually quite calm, so this wasn't surprising. As they spoke, they noticed a commotion in the distance. Ye Lingtong stands before Lan Xuanyu, fiercely pointing at him, then declares, "I challenge you." Fueled by her fiery spirit, Lan Xuanyu calmly refuses, explaining that his mother taught him good boys don't bully girls. This explanation is reasonable, but it only crushes Ye Lingtong's pride further. In a flash, she grabs Lan Xuanyu's sleeve, determined to throw him down and humiliate him. Before Lan Xuanyu could react, she had him in a position to be thrown. It seemed too easy. Lan Xuanyu had no combat experience, but suddenly, she felt an immense weight on her back, as if she were carrying a mountain. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't throw him, and ended up pinned to the ground by Lan Xuanyu. The teachers watching were stunned. The takedown had been executed perfectly. Yet somehow, it ended like this, with Lan Xuanyu pointing at Ye Lingtong with an innocent look, seemingly to tattle. "Teacher, he hit me." Meanwhile, the instigator, Ye Lingtong, had already fainted. The teachers panicked, rushing her to the infirmary for examination. The results showed only a slight strain on her bones. Nothing serious, but more than the minor injury. She was upset about losing to Lan Xuanyu in front of everyone. A complete humiliation. Ye Lingtong couldn't figure out why Lan Xuanyu had suddenly become as heavy as a mountain, so she had to go back and ask her father. Ye Feng thought for a long time, then replied, "His transformation is at level 11. likely due to a soul skill. Ye Lingtong's blood boiled upon hearing this. She vowed to fairly defeat him once she reached level 11 to avenge her humiliation. Time passed, and half a year had gone by since Lan Xuanyu enrolled. With the final exam fast approaching, his good mood today stemmed from Lan Xiao's promise, a stellar cruise to Tiandu Star if his son aced the finals. But Lan Xuanyu's joy was short-lived. As he ran into Ye Lingtong, sporting a face, begging to be punched, before he could speak, she cut him off. Lan Xuanyu, did you know, for this practical exam, Class 1 and Class 2 will compete at the same time. It's not fair, since most of you haven't reached level 11 yet. Lan Xuanyu responded, and it seemed Ye Lingtong was just waiting for him to say that so she could show off. Oh, you didn't know I've already reached level 11 and have a soul skill. Moreover, the teacher said that to foster the tenacity of the male students, the girls will choose their opponents for this test. As soon as Ye Lingtong said this, Lan Xuanyu knew what the second half of the sentence would be. No doubt this stubborn girl would choose him as her opponent. And sure enough, that afternoon, as soon as they reached the field, Ye Lingtong immediately informed the teacher in charge that she would be choosing Lan Xuanyu as her opponent. He was neither surprised nor worried. As the second-year control system, students cheered him on from behind. The first to step into the arena were the two of them. Facing Ye Lingtong's arrogant expression, she had waited half a year to show Lan Xuanyu her power. As soon as the starting signal echoed, Ye Lingtong unleashed her celestial gang dragon spirit, scales emerging on her hand, pupils turning vertical, and emitting a terrifying golden light. Faced with this overwhelming momentum, Lan Xuanyu also summoned his martial soul, but his blue-silver grass seemed utterly inferior in comparison. Ye Lingtong knew the first strike wins, so she attacked first. But Lan Xuanyu was even more certain. He calmly conjures a large water shield, protecting himself. But Ye Lingtong doesn't slow down. Her celestial shield body propelled her forward, accelerating like an arrow towards Lan Xuanyu. But as she prepared to pierce his water shield, something unexpected occurred. Her heaven-concealing overlord body had vanished. And once again, Ye Lingtong was knocked to the ground by Lan Xuanyu. The teachers were stunned by the skill malfunction during the fight, and Ye Lingtong was clearly devastated. She sat on the ground, bursting into tears, muttering, "It can't be. It can't be." After the test, Lan Xuanyu obediently returned home. Back at home, he diligently researched his spirit and trained, but suddenly, Lan Xuanyu heard a frantic pounding on the door. Looking through the camera, he saw Ye Lingtong's fierce face. She had come. Demanding he open the door. Lan Xuanyu is a little shaken. Could it be that she's come all this way for revenge after being defeated today? And how did she know where he lived? Ye Lingtong explained that her teacher told her father where he lived. Knowing Ye Feng was also here, Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to open the door, finding him even more stern than their first encounter. But upon seeing Lan Xuanyu, he politely greeted him, explaining that the reason for his visit was regarding his daughter's exam today. Ye Feng was curious and wanted to see Lan Xuanyu's martial soul for himself. "Please come in. But my parents aren't home right now," Lan Xuanyu said obediently. Ye Feng had heard his daughter's account of her spirit skill vanishing during the competition, and he wanted to know what Lan Xuanyu had done. "I just controlled the water element to stop her. He just rushed in and got swept away. That's all," Lam Hinvu answered innocently. But clearly, neither of the Dieps believed him. Ye Feng, certain Lan Xuanyu had a training room at home, asked the children to spar again under his watchful eye. Lan Xuanyu agreed, leading them to his training room. They recreated the scene from school that afternoon. Ye Lingtong charged with her heavenly wings overlord body, while Lan Xuanyu used his water element whirl as a shield. As his daughter attacked, Ye Feng watched intently, realizing that her heavenly wings overlord body spirit skill was being neutralized upon contact with Lan Xuanyu's water tornado. Then, just like at school, she was blown away. Ye Feng caught his daughter with one hand, then muttered, "It seems the interference wasn't caused by a soul skill." Ye Lingtong, confused and impatient, pressed her father for answers. "Dad, why is this happening? Why does my soul skill disappear when I get near him?" Ye Feng signaled his daughter to calm down, then approached Lan Xuanyu, asking to see his spirit. He didn't refuse, immediately summoning the blue-silver grass. However, with his keen eyes, Yifeng noticed faint silver patterns on the grass. Clearly not ordinary blue-silver grass. Instinctively, Yifeng reached out, wanting to touch Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass, but as soon as he touched it, his martial soul was triggered, and the blue-silver grass extended into ribbons, wrapping tightly around Lan Xuanyu's hand. From his palm emerged a blue gem-like object, which then transformed into a shield, only to shatter, unleashing a tremendous force that sent him and the wall behind him flying. All of this happened in rapid succession, leaving even Ye Feng bewildered as to why he used his martial soul. By the time everything settled, Lan Xuanyu lay unconscious on the floor. Diep Lindong was pale with fright, and Diep Fong struggled to maintain his composure. Little did they know, within Lan Xuanyu's body, his two spirit souls were locked in a fierce battle. It was a long time before Lan Xuanyu finally awoke. Weak and weary, the first thing he saw was the worried faces of Nan Cheng and Lan Xiao. "Are you awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Nam Cheng asked anxiously, as if nothing had happened. Lan Xuanyu sat up and said he felt fine. Nan Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. And then old Shen took his son. Just looking at her expression, it's clear she sees the boy as her own flesh and blood. With Lan Xuanyu stable, Ye Feng invited Lan Xiao outside to talk. First, he apologized for his recklessness in injuring Lan Xuanyu, promising to take full responsibility. Lan Xiao could only sigh, then replied, "Thank you for holding back." Ye Feng looked embarrassed, explaining that he used his martial soul purely out of instinct. He sensed his martial soul being suppressed, and coupled with Ye Lingdong's soul skill being ineffective earlier, he speculated that Lan Xuanyu's martial soul was a mutated type, perhaps even a high-ranking, upper-level mutation like the Holy Light Dragon, blue-silver grass. Holy Light Dragon, what a joke. Lam Tu scoffed. Whatever the reason, if the headmaster wants to visit, he should inform us first. Not just show up when only our child is home. Thank you. Now that Hianvu is all right, I have no reason to keep you here. Lam Tu's words weren't harsh, but they clearly conveyed his firmness and intention to send the guest away. Yifeng didn't press the issue, but after today's events, he knew Lan Xuanyu's future would be anything but ordinary. Shortly after waking up, Lan Xuanyu was ravenous, but strangely, he's eating like a fleet today. Nan Chang can't even keep up with his son's clearing speed, leaving them utterly astonished. "Son, how can you eat so much? That's 5 times your normal amount. You'll burst if you eat any more." Xuanyu mumbled through a mouthful of food. "But I'm so hungry. I still want to eat more." Lam Tu and Nam Truong exchanged bewildered glances, then sighed and offered helpless smiles. "All right, let him eat more. Our son is no ordinary child." So, Nan Chang went back to the kitchen to cook more, and Xuanyu ate his 8th bowl of rice, but was still only half full. Even so, his father forced him to finish eating and dragged him into the training room. But as for using the ice shield, Lan Xuanyu replied that in his memory, he only ever used the water vortex as a shield. So, Lan Xiao showed his son the surveillance footage from the training room, and indeed, before being thrown into the wall, he had unleashed the ice shield, much to Xuanyu's surprise that he could actually turn water into ice. And despite remembering nothing, he tries again, controlling the water element with incredible skill. He then actually turned them into ice crystals. And following Lan Xiao's guidance, the boy wrapped his blue-silver grass around his arm again. Then, Lan Xuanyu claimed to see many green lights in the air, which astonished Nan Cheng even more. That's water vapor. Water elements suspended in the air. And he can actually see them. Not only that, but Lan Xuanyu can easily condense this vapor into ice. From water to ice, he now performs the process effortlessly, even treating it like a game he can control. 2 types of water elements. This could really happen. Nan Chang was sweating bullets. After re-examining his son, both Lan Xiao and Nan Chang were even more stunned to see his power increasing at a dizzying rate. He could now control the water element with ease. Caught off guard, Lam Tu no longer questioned the anomalies in his son, as he'd grown accustomed to them, simply warning him to keep it a secret. With summer break approaching, he could always say he made a breakthrough during the holidays. Everyone would believe that. Most importantly, Lan Xiao had already bought 2 space travel tickets. As Lan Xuanyu had achieved excellent results in the exam, they would depart as soon as Lan Xuanyu's summer vacation began. This, combined with the upcoming space trip, made him jump for joy. The next day, the exam results were in, and Lan Xuanyu topped the class. This, coupled with the upcoming space trip, fills him with immense happiness, and the academy officially begins its summer break. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Lan Xuanyu was stopped by Ye Lingtong, who seemed uncharacteristically shy. "How are you?" Ye Lingtong asked hesitantly. "I'm fine. Doing great," Lan Xuanyu replied. Finally, Ye Lingtong mumbled an apology, explaining that her father hadn't meant to do it yesterday, and the well-mannered Lan Xuanyu didn't take it to heart. After accepting her apology, he nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. See you next semester." Lan Xuanyu quickly left, leaving Ye Lingtong with a strange feeling. Show off," she muttered, but it seemed she no longer disliked Lan Xuanyu. Once the holiday began, Lan Xiao quickly packed up and took his son on a journey among the stars. It was Lan Xuanyu's first time seeing a spaceship, and he couldn't hide his excitement. He suddenly found his dream job for the future to become a space pilot. Lam Tu listened and patted his son's head, encouraging him. "Then you'll have to study hard, because piloting a spaceship is no easy task." "Son," Xuanyu nodded, his heart filled with determination, as he stared out the window at Federal Aerospace Bureau Starship, number 7703. Their ride, Lam Xuanvu was told it would take 7 days to reach Thien Dao Tin, and that the journey through space would be boring. But that didn't stop him from being excited, and so, he hurried ahead, leaving Nanchang and Lan Xiao scrambling to keep up with the luggage. But by the 3rd day of the voyage, Lan Xuanyu was indeed bored. The view outside the window was always the same. Just as his father had warned, Lam Xiao, seeing his son sighing, tried to encourage him. "It's only the 3rd day, and you're already bored. Then close your eyes and imagine you're training. Let's see what it feels like to train in space." Lam Hianvu obediently nodded, then closed his eyes, imagining himself floating in space. And so, he began to focus on his training with this newfound sensation. And when he opened his eyes, 6 hours had passed. Lam Xuanvu told Nam Trong that he had just seen many silver spots of light and asked her what they were, to which Nam Truong seemed surprised. "Silver, you saw the element of space. That's a crucial element for a starfighter pilot. My son is incredibly gifted in this area." Hearing Nam Truong say that, Lan Hianvu was extremely excited. "Really? So I can become a battle armor pilot in the future?" While the two were talking, Lan Xiao stared intently at the screen in front of him. That was news from Planet Mother, due to Latin. They can only see news from other planets when the spacecraft enters space. On screen, a live press conference from Tin Duong Media, one of the mother planet's largest conglomerates and star agencies, announces their signing of an artist named Duong Lok through agent Lok Kan Lin. The media conglomerate's shareholders decided to give this rising star a complete makeover, and this press conference was held specifically for Tang Lei. When the conference officially began, Bo Qianhong, the CEO of the talent agency, personally appeared. This caused an uproar among the reporters, as it seemed excessive for Director Bo to personally promote a mere newcomer. And it didn't stop there. Bo Tianhong also announced that after joining Xintong, Tang Luo would be mentored by the most specialized stars in the universe, and his first song would be officially released in a month. After Bo Tianhong's official announcement, the audience was even more astonished, wondering what talents Tang Lei possessed to warrant such an unprecedented move by the media company. Nam Trung was no exception, while Lam Tu Trongko seemed much calmer, believing it was just a media stunt, and this new star must have something special. In the next part of the press conference, Bo Tianhong introduced Tang Lei to the audience, who were immediately struck by his height, and when the screen concealing Tang Lei's face was removed, his face appeared live, stunning everyone, because his face could only be described as supremely handsome. The girls' hearts were instantly stolen, and they felt that handsome was too weak a word to describe him. Even Nancheng, who had previously scoffed at Tang Lei's exaggerated debut, couldn't hide her infatuation. Days later, the spaceship landed in the capital of Heaven Beginning Star, and after resting at a hotel, Lan Xuanyu's family planned their first stop, the Interstellar Immigration Museum. Upon arriving, Lan Xuanyu was immediately drawn to a glass case filled with lamellar silver grass, a plant with incredible vitality and adaptability, used to cultivate the environment during the early days of migration. In other words, the silver-blue grass played a vital role in the interplanetary migration, which thrilled Lan Xuanyu, as it was his martial soul. Then, he was suddenly drawn to a tall figure, with beautiful white hair standing nearby. It was Nana and the scientist accompanying her. Seeing Nana focused on the glass tank full of spirit silver grass, Lan Xuanyu instinctively ran over and proudly declared, "Auntie, my spirit is spirit, silver grass." Before Nana could react, the female scientist beside her exclaimed, "Oh, a cute little handsome boy. What's your name?" "My name is Lan Xuanyu," the obedient boy replied. His angelic innocence delighted the scientist. She had never seen such a handsome boy. But conversely, Nana's expression seemed less than pleased. Then, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in pain, and Lan Xuanyu quickly lifted a strand of her hair. "Auntie, your hair will get dirty if it touches the ground." As Lan Xuanyu touched the strand of hair, he suddenly felt how soft and smooth it was, and he instinctively pressed it against his cheek, then praised it. "Auntie, your hair is so soft." Their eyes met, like the Big Bang creating 1,000 stars in the universe. Then, Nana lowered her head and removed her mask. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed, praising her beauty, and indeed, Nana was truly beautiful. Then, a gentle smile graced her face. "Thank you. You're very handsome too." After that brief encounter, they parted ways, and the scientist inquired, "I didn't know you liked kids so much. Did that child remind you of something?" Nana was silent for a long time, her expression complex, saying that she felt very familiar with the child, but her friend found that absurd. As Nana was a test subject frozen for thousands of years, anyone she knew would have to be from that era, while Lan Xuanyu was only 6 or 7 years old. After visiting the museum, the Lan Xiao family returned to their hotel, where Lan Xuanyu continued to practice tirelessly. Day by day, he mastered the feeling of controlling the water element, from opening water spheres to creating water arrows and solidifying them into ice. Lan Xiao was increasingly amazed by her son's talent. She felt Lan Xuanyu was about to become a genius, and the two of them couldn't teach him anymore. Lan Xiao, on the other hand, was used to it, and simply wanted her son to take his natural course. But if there were 10 easily influenced students, it would be best to hire a combat instructor. But this news troubles Lan Xiao greatly, as finding a good teacher isn't easy, and the tuition won't be cheap. Understanding his wife's worries, Lam Tu reassured her, telling her not to worry about tuition, as his superiors wanted him to join the exploration of a new planet. Good performance means promotions and raises. But our protagonist isn't exactly thrilled, because Lam Tu's journey will take 3 years. She hates to be apart from her husband for so long, but she also wants her son to have a chance to grow. Meanwhile, after returning, Nana couldn't stop thinking about Lan Xuanyu's face and felt empty. Even more surprisingly, when she closed her eyes and imagined the child, her senses seemed to transcend this limited space and find him in the vast city. Such extraordinary events only deepened Nana's questions about her identity and Lan Xuanyu's role in her life. As Lan Xuanyu's family's interstellar trip neared its end, a few more days passed. The next day, they would board a spaceship back to their planet, and Lan Xuanyu was extremely satisfied with this summer vacation, especially with buying the model of the Golden Dragon Moon Whisper du Luo, clad in majestic dragon armor, from a store in the city. Just days ago, Lan Xuanyu dreamed of being a space pilot, but now, after acquiring the model, he yearns to become a battle armor master, to one day possess his own battle suit. Nam knows it's good that his son has a dream, but she has to remind him that becoming a battle armor master is no easy feat. Lan Xuanyu must become exceptionally talented to even embark on this path. The first step to excellence is passing the entrance exam to Tianluo Academy's junior division, a difficult task, but one that fills Lan Xuanyu with determination. I'm going to be a soul master, not a starship pilot. Why the change of heart? Lan Zhao couldn't resist teasing. I want to do both. Lam Hinvu replied, a little embarrassed but still defiant. Lan Xiao chuckled, realizing that even their genius son was still just a child. Afterward, the three of them set off for the last stop on their trip shopping. Namshun buys a soul-nurturing charm for Lan Xiao to take on his journey, signifying her acceptance of his mission to explore the new planet. Though reluctant, Nanchang understands that Lan Xiao needs opportunities to advance his career, and Lan Xuanyu needs a fulfilling environment to grow up in. She only has one request: that he return safely. Okay, I promise, Lan Xiao replied resolutely. That's settled then. I'll go pay. That said, Nancheng instructed Lan Xuanyu to wait there with his father for a moment, but they suddenly realized their son had vanished, drawn in by a model shop. This time, he sets his sights on a limited edition Silver Dragon Duluo model, priced at 648 Federation credits. Then, Lan Xuanyu used his trademark adorable face to try and bargain a bit, but unfortunately, this was the 30th limited edition, and the girl had no authority to lower the price. Okay, thank you. I'll come back and buy it another day, Lan Xuanyu replied with a disappointed look. Then I'll have to hurry. This model isn't available in many quantities. In fact, this is the only one left in the store, the clerk said. Lan Xuanyu was in a bind. He didn't want to ask his parents for money, but he also didn't want to miss out on the model. Just as Lan Xuanyu was at a loss, Nana entered the store, saying she would buy the model for him. Lan Xuanyu recognized her immediately. While the shop assistant thought Nana's hair looked like the Duluo galaxy, their eyes met, and Nana seemed to see the universe in his. She knelt down to his level and gently stroked his face. You really like this model, don't you? I'll buy it for you. Though Lan Xuanyu loved the item, his mother taught him not to take things from others, so he refused. But Nana insisted it was payment for touching his cheek. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu felt it made sense, but still hesitantly asked, Auntie, can I really accept it? Of course. I'll talk to your parents about it, so don't worry. Lam Hianvu was overjoyed, and quickly grabbed Nana's hand, pressing it against his cheek. Great. Then I'll let you touch my cheek a little longer. Nana couldn't help but be moved by his adorable appearance. Moreover, she felt an invisible connection between them. As the oblivious shop assistant chuckled, haha, this little guy is already charming people with sweet talk. How cute. She had taken it as a harmless joke. But Nana, who had been so gentle, suddenly turned, her eyes piercing the employee. The employee froze, unable to move. As Nana questioned what she had just said, if you don't know what to say, then don't say anything at all, Nana warned coldly. I understand. I understand. I apologize. The staff member responded shakily. At that moment, Lan Xiao arrived, relieved to see his son safe and sound. Before noticing the girl he'd met at the museum, Nana explained that she felt a connection with Lan Xuanyu and wanted to give him the model as a gift. But Lam Tu was a man of principle, believing their meeting was mere chance, so he insisted on paying for the gift himself. Yay! Dad's the best, Lan Xuanyu cheered. Nana sighed. But before she could respond, Lan Xuanyu grabbed her hand and excitedly said, forget the thanks, everything's hooray. Then, Lan Xiao took his son from the model shop, where Nan Chang was waiting for them outside. As the family of three faded into the distance, Nana felt a strange emotion welling up inside her, and as they were about to disappear, she rushed after them, making a bold suggestion. Excuse me. My name is Nana. I really like Hyunwoo. Would you mind if we got to know each other? Can I visit him when I have time? Lam Tu and Nam Truong looked troubled, though Nana didn't seem like a bad person. Her suggestion was too abrupt, and Lan Xiao had to politely decline. Ms. Nana, we actually live on Tianluo planet. This trip was mainly to travel to Tiandu planet, but before he could finish, she cut him off. So, can I come with you all to Tianluo planet? You can tell Nancheng, I don't know what I can do. Though they were looking for a tutor for their son, they couldn't just pick up a stranger to teach Lan Xuanyu. Su Lan Xiao inquired, May I ask? What is your martial soul? I am a soul master, and my martial soul is water element control. Nan Chang was shocked, and Lan Xiao was equally surprised. Though he hit it slightly better than his wife, this was too much of a coincidence. First, 2 unexpected encounters, then water element powers, and now she wants to teach Lan Xuanyu. It's all too coincidental, leading Lan Xiao to suspect Nana is deliberately approaching his son. So he asks further, "May I ask what line of work you're in?" Nana replied that she was a teacher, a professor of ancient martial arts at Shrek Academy of Science. She even gave Lan Xiao her soul communication device, which contained all of her personal information, an identity that couldn't possibly be faked. Lam Xiao knew this well. It involved private information, and normally, he wouldn't touch another's communication device. But for his son's future, Lan Xiao accepted, finding nothing suspicious about Nana's information. A 25-year-old, level 3 ancient martial arts teacher at the Federal Academy of Sciences, Heavenly Star Division. After reviewing her information, Lan Xiao returned the communicator and declined Nana's offer, citing that his family couldn't afford the tuition. Little did they know, Nana declared, "I don't need money. I only want to teach Xuanyu." After her explanation, Xuanyu's parents fell silent, and Nana, sensing their apprehension, reassured them that her intentions were pure. Furthermore, she assured them that she could nurture Lan Xuanyu into a successful individual. And to prove it, Nana demonstrated her abilities before their very eyes. She used her water dragon technique to control the fountain water in the mall below. Despite the distance, the water column rose and swirled powerfully under Nana's control. Moreover, the water continuously transformed, eventually becoming a vivid water dragon, as if it were a living creature, not just one, but 9 water dragons. This proves that the power of the water element isn't too strong. This is part of my strength. So can I teach him? Nana earnestly suggested, and Lan Xuanyu, after witnessing this scene, was extremely excited, constantly praising Nana's skill. Meanwhile, Lan Xiao was utterly stunned, unable to fathom the depths of the woman before him. "Are you a titled Duluo?" Nan Chang asked hesitantly. Nana lost her memories as a soul beast, but she seems familiar with the title of Duluo. Powerhouse Duluo. She muses. It would seem so. As expected, both Lan Xiao and Nan Chang are shocked, and it seems whether Nana can become Lan Xuanyu's teacher is no longer up for debate. "When will you be returning to Latin?" Nana suddenly asked when they would return, and they replied, "Tomorrow." Lan Xiao replied, still finding the recent events surreal. "Okay, we'll see you tomorrow." Xuanyu. After Nana's departure, Nan Chang and Lan Xiao seemed troubled, though they had witnessed her power firsthand. To them, Nana was still a stranger, and Nan Chang wasn't sure if he should agree. In light of this, they decided to respect their son's wishes, and Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile at the thought of her becoming his teacher. Lan Xiao sighed, saying he would consider it, as he knew their family's flight home was fully booked. If Nana could find their planet, they wouldn't be able to refuse her. The next day at the airport, Lan Xuanyu kept looking around, constantly asking his father if Nana was coming. Lam Xiao wasn't sure what to make of it. It was all up to fate. But even as their starship 7703 took off, the platinum-haired girl was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, back at Nana's place, the scientist, not having seen her all day, went to her room, where she found a handwritten letter. "Yunyan, I have to leave for a while. She doesn't need to look for me. I'll return when this is done, or perhaps I won't." Yunyan was shocked and confused, while Lan Xuanyu was saddened by not seeing Nana again. So he began to meditate and cultivate to pass the time. But unlike before, this time, during his meditation, Lan Xuanyu heard someone calling his name, and when he opened his eyes, Nana was standing right in front of him. Overjoyed, Lan Xuanyu jumped up and began to ramble. "Aunt Nana, I thought you weren't coming. But how could you not? You always keep your promises. But why are you appearing in my meditation? Where exactly is this?" Lan Xuanyu wondered once more. "This is your consciousness space. You'll understand when your spiritual power grows stronger." Hearing that Nana would become his teacher, Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed, and seeing his innocent smile, Nana couldn't help but feel happy as well. "So, what would you like to learn from me now that I'm your teacher?" Nana asked again. Caught off guard, Lan Xuanyu couldn't think of what he wanted to learn. But then Ye Lingtong's sour face flashed in his mind. And he asked, "Aunt Nana, do you know how to fight?" "I suppose I do." Nana was a bit surprised by the question, but responded, "But fighting is bad, isn't it?" Lam Hianvu then asks, "Well, it depends on why I'm fighting. If it's to protect someone you care about, then it's not necessarily a bad thing. For example, if someone bullies your mother, wouldn't you protect her? Do you have the power to protect your mother?" A question posed to the intelligent Lan Xuanyu. Hearing Nana say that, he immediately understood that the meaning of cultivation was to protect those around him. And at the mention of protection, Nana's face seemed to sadden for a moment, as if she had just thought of something from the past. She quickly regained her composure and asked Lan Xuanyu, "So, when it comes to fighting, what do you want to learn?" "I don't dare hit people. So is there a way to avoid being hit?" Nana thought for a moment, then decided to teach Lan Xuanyu a set of movements, saying that once he learned them, he wouldn't have to worry about being hit. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was thrilled, and the two began practicing in his imagination. And so, the 7-day journey came to an end as the spaceship returned to Latin. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but look around. When he heard Nana's voice in his head once more, "Stop looking. I'll come to your house. Take your mother home first." Hearing this, the boy perked up considerably. Back home, eager to see Nana, Lan Xuanyu resumed his meditative training, and Nana kept her promise. Following him home, the two quickly became close, with Nana always in Lan Xuanyu's meditation, helping him train, while her real self wandered the city's slums, as if searching for something. Not long after, Lan Xuanyu's parents retested his soul power, and as expected, he had advanced again, now reaching level 12. Just as they finished the test, the doorbell rang. Lan Xuanyu excitedly opened it to find Nana, just as he'd hoped. "Teacher Nana." "You're here, Lan Xuan," you happily embraced Nana, who had finally arrived after Nan Chang and Lan Xiao had begun to doubt she would come at all. They quickly invited her in to have breakfast with the family. And during the meal, Nan Chang brought up a concern he'd been harboring. "Hianvu is eating more and more. Is this normal?" "It's fine. The fact that he can eat so much means his body needs the energy. But the energy in ordinary food is limited," Nana replied. Hearing this, Nan Chang sighed deeply. "Does she mean he needs rare medicinal cuisine? I've heard of it, but only advanced Soul Master academies provide it." Lam Tu explained that it's government-regulated and extremely expensive. Only advanced academies can provide it, like the Tianluo Soul Master Academy in Zilu City. "Oh, I see," Nana nodded. But Lam Hianvu's parents still felt uneasy. Even after she'd visited them, her strength was too profound, and the family wasn't well off. Having Nana teach Lan Xuanyu was like using a golden ladle to draw from a muddy well, and they couldn't afford the tuition. "I don't need money," Nana reiterated. "Just a place to stay. Please don't feel pressured." Xiao and Nan Chang exchanged a long look, then nodded. If this was truly Lan Xuanyu's destiny, they couldn't interfere. They'd have to entrust his future to Nana. And so, Nana officially moved in with Lan Xuanyu's family. But Nan Chang had one small request: to observe her lessons with his son. Nana had no reason to refuse, and her decisive agreement reassured Nan Chang somewhat. She carefully instructed her son to tell her everything he learned after practicing with Nana, and to always report anything unusual. Lan Xuanyu nodded, then suddenly used Nana's teachings to speak to his mother. "Mom, can you come and catch me? If you catch me, I'll let you kiss my cheek." "Oh, then I'll kiss you lots and lots. 100 times. Nanchang Lunget." But Lan Xuanyu dodged with incredible speed, leaving her unable to follow his movements. And so began a game of cat and mouse in the training room. But no matter what she tried, she couldn't catch him. She was astonished, as this was no ordinary evasion, and asked Lan Xuanyu who had taught him this method. On the way home, he told his mother about learning the footwork from Nana in his mind, which astonished Nan Cheng even more. Being able to enter Lan Xuanyu's spiritual world and teach him through visualization proves her immense power. Xuanyu, are you ready to begin your training? Nana's voice suddenly echoed from outside the training room. Namchang watched her enter with wary eyes. But Nana immediately spoke. Don't worry. I'll teach him well. Just watch from the side. Then, Nana approached Lan Xuanyu, explaining that mastering the basics was most important for him now. So today, they would be doing pressure resistance training. Specifically, Nana will create some pressure, and Lan Xuanyu's task is to resist it with his soul power, which worries Nan Chang. Using pressure. Is that dangerous? Don't worry. I know how not to dislike it. Let's just try. Nana reassured her. And then, Nan Chang practiced with his son. Luckily, Nam Truong could withstand the pressure Nana created, or it would have been a disgrace. As for Lan Vu, Nana taught him to feel the changes in his own soul power, trying not to dislike it and not letting it run astray, and its operational trajectory must not be disturbed. Following his teacher's instructions, Lan Xuanyu began to circulate the primal skill, using water elements to solidify a protective ring, resisting the pressure, and then changing its pressure mode, and just like that, the pressure's intensity began to noticeably change. As Lan Xuanyu controlled his water element barrier, creating resistance in response to the shifting pressure, Nana had to admit, he was incredibly clever, but after a while, even he began to tire. Meanwhile, Nam Trong was reaching her limit, but Nana sternly insisted she persevere. Nan Chang was practically in tears. She was just a support-type soul master. Why did she have to suffer through training like this with her son? Moments later, Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes, gasping that he couldn't hold on any longer. But seeing Nana's unwavering and trusting gaze, he clenched his fists and said he could push a little further. And so, Lan Xuanyu pushed his body even harder to withstand the pressure, and his two blue silvergrass spirits emerged. Nana, caught off guard, watched in horror as Lan Xuanyu's two spirits began to intertwine, her face paling as she cried out, "Something's wrong." Nana suddenly casts a spell and strikes Xuanyu, leaving Nancheng in shock. Xuanyu. Teacher. Xuanyu. Meanwhile, the boy was clueless, wondering what was happening. Nana explained the cause: his twin spirits were clashing, creating a surge of discordant energy. The second power within him has awakened, and its conflict with his innate power is incredibly dangerous. Leaving Nancheng worried about what to do, Nana remained calm, saying to not speak and let her think of a way, suggesting she try to coordinate the two energies. Instantly, the two streams of magic swirled around each other, soon merging into one. With streaks of blue surrounding the churning flow, it shrinks smaller and smaller as Nancheng anxiously watches. Xuanyu has now fainted in Nana's arms. As the morning sun shines on the building, Xuanyu is now resting in bed. As a voice reveals, the boy possesses two completely different and powerful energies within him, one gold, one silver. Nana muses that they feel strangely familiar, perhaps due to her connection with Xuanyu. These two energies, when awakened, will seize control of Xuanyu's body, endangering him. I've harmonized them, intertwining them so they can't directly clash. Lan Xiao anxiously asks Han if Xuanyu is still in danger, and Nana replies that for now, he's safe, and she'll do everything she can to help him in the future. All right, I must go help him regulate his meridians. She enters the room and gently casts magic on Xuanyu's body. Nana focuses, moving as gently as possible, a thoughtful look on her face, wondering why these two energies feel so familiar. But still, she couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, Nana's face contorted in pain as a light burst from Xuanyu's ring, and her eyes widened in shock. Not only that, but she also hugged her frail body, feeling so cold and in so much pain. Nana reached out to grab the ring, struggling to move bit by bit toward it. It seems Nana realizes that this ring was originally hers. The light from the ring on Xuanyu's finger has not yet faded. A wisp of smoke gently rises as Nana reclaims the ring, clutching it tightly as her body vanishes from the room. Nana now floats in the city's sky, silently uttering, "I remember now." Magic glows once more in Nana's hand, transforming, revealing its secrets. Its name, the Holy Sword of Annihilation. From afar, the sky looks as if it's filled with lightning, and the TV station can't miss this shocking phenomenon. We've just received an urgent report. Suddenly, massive beams of light appear in the sky, and the Federal Safety Bureau has begun its investigation. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and await further instructions. Nana has now returned to Hyunwoo's side, while he remains fast asleep, the ring on his hand showing no signs of stopping its glow. After a moment of silence, Nana decides to leave, and 3 days pass. Only now does Hyunwoo awaken, crying out for his mother and complaining of hunger. In an instant, a bowl of rich braised meat appeared on the table. Hyunwoo smacked his lips. Delicious. What is it? Nam looks at Nana. Puzzled, saying her confusion. Nana explains. It's the tendon of some large animal. Not the best quality, but it'll benefit your body. It's all I could find. What's happening in the Soulmaster Academy's dining hall? What's all the commotion? The chef panicked, yelling, "Where's the dragon marrow I made yesterday? It's for the dean." Meanwhile, Nana told him she would guide the two energies within him. Feel it well. Your task is to prevent the two spirits from clashing, to let them live in peace each day. Okay. The rest of his time was spent training, with Nana guiding him to harmonize his two powers, greatly increasing his cultivation. The semester ends, and the students' chatter fills the air as they return to school. Lingtong calls out, "Lan Xuanyu, you're here. I need to talk to you." The boy flatly refuses, saying he wants to go to class. Infuriating Lingtong, she angrily warns him to wait for her. As soon as they enter the classroom, the teacher announces that there will be a practical battle this afternoon to see if everyone has been lazy during the holidays. Class 2 and Class 1 will engage in combat. Everyone must participate. Xuanyu had already guessed this, and it seems he knows what she wants to tell him. With the students gathered, Yu Xian announced the rules. Each class sends out one student at a time. Losers are eliminated. Winners continue. The class that's entirely eliminated loses. Lingtong vows to defeat him this time. As Xuanyu sighs, realizing he was indeed targeted, Thanon, and announces the first challenger from Class 1. Huang Kai Pham, as Fu Hin encourages. Hyunwoo, you're up first. Meanwhile, the boy was still in a daze, and he was up first. It seems Wu Xian had a plan to minimize his conflict with Lingtong. Since her father is someone you don't want to mess with, the referee announces the start of the match, and the cheers erupt across the field, urging on both contestants. Kai Pham begins with the boar battle spirit, and its first soul skill, Boar's strength. This was beyond Yu Hian's control. Huang Kai Pham already has a soul skill, and I remember he didn't have it last semester. San Yan, as the homeroom teacher of Class 1, is very proud, and a good start is important. Right, Yu Hian said, sounding like she was siding with Class 1, before the words could even leave her lips. Kai Fan shot forward like a fiery arrow, while Xuanyu remained motionless, as Kai Fan prepared to strike, and at the decisive moment, Hyunwoo casually turned his head to dodge, causing Kai Fam's attack to miss, and Hyunwoo quickly regained the upper hand. He gracefully stepped forward, preparing to strike, when Thon, and exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Kai Fan was equally shocked, as water turned to ice. With just one strike, he was on the verge of collapse, the freezing ice blade descending. Despite Hyunwoo's warning, "Don't move," he then reminds him, "You've lost." Thanon is stunned. When did his close combat skills become so formidable, even as his teacher? Wu Hian never imagined Hyunwoo possessed such power, and with that resounding declaration, Xuanyu is declared the victor. Much to Kai Fan's dismay, who accuses him of cheating, Lin Dong chimes in, telling everyone not to blame him. He's just using real combat skills, while another student begs to go next. Even Xuanyu is shocked at how easily he won. Senza Konana is indeed a great teacher. As she announces the next competitor, Ye Lingtong, the girl cracks her knuckles, ready for battle, telling Xuanyu not to get cocky, and that she has a solution to his spirit's suppression, unleashing her celestial tyrant body. After landing, Lingtong performs a recall, And from his perspective, Xuanyu assesses that she is indeed different from Huang Kai-fan, with very few unnecessary actions. Then, he quickly uses his shield to block. Water shield, followed by ice condensation. Xuanyu's shield redirected Lingtong's attack, and he followed up with an ice blast. Lingtong reacted quickly, lunging forward once more. Her eyes, already crimson, now burned with a sharp, phoenix-like intensity as she shattered Xuanyu's ice. In a split second, she moved, leaving him stunned and helpless as Xuanyu braced for what was to come. Lindong's foot touched his knee, and Xuanyu quickly leaped into the air. She's already calculated for his lack of leverage in mid-air. How will he dodge this? Lingtong's hand inches closer to Xuanyu, who gathers his remaining strength to counterattack. Lingtong scoffed, thinking he could withstand her attack. Laughable. In her heavenly tyrant physique state, her power was unmatched in their class. Her hands, brimming with potent magic, were about to collide. Both Wuxian and Qing An watched with bated breath as Xuanyu finally gained the upper hand. Lingdong paled, and Qing An was once again lost in confusion. Even Kai Fam is stunned by what he's seeing, and Wu Hian can only stammer out a single word. Before their eyes, Hyunwoo subdued Lindong with a single hand, and then, both of their powers vanished. Wu Xian cries out, "What happened?" She and Qing An rushed to Han, asking, "Lingtong, are you okay? How do you feel?" The surrounding students murmured in confusion, wondering how she could have lost. The class president was incredibly strong, and they'd never seen anyone beat her besides Xuanyu. How strange. Even now, Lingtong can't understand why things turned out this way. When she clearly didn't rely on her soul skill, a whisper reached her ears. Did the class president do it on purpose? This sparked further speculation. The monitor liked Xuanyu, so she threw the match for him. It seemed plausible, and Lingtong's tears welled up. She shouts, insisting, "No, you're all talking nonsense." In a fit of anger, Lingtong runs to push away Xuanyu, declaring, "I don't like you." She immediately runs off, leaving the teacher calling after her, "Lingtong." She wants to stop Lingtong, but only Xuanyu remains, his face cold and impassive. It's as if they both share the same thought, as Lingtong exclaims how annoying this is. Then, a voice calls out, "Father, I clearly withdrew the heavenly stem overlord body. So why is it still like this? You all say I like him, so I yielded. But I don't like him. I have to defeat him." After hearing his daughter's feelings, Yifeng cautioned her, saying that even with spirit power suppression, such a strong reaction shouldn't occur. "Don't cry. I have to go to the meeting now. We'll talk when I get back." "I'm off then." "Subordinates, salute Commander." "Everyone's here," Yifeng said sternly. "Good. Let's get to the meeting." He began to brief them. This matter is extremely urgent, which is why the Dragon Special Forces were called in. This time, we face a ruthless and organized group with strong counterintelligence, and possibly other adversaries. To avoid public panic, we must do everything in the shadows to track them down. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and under Nana's tutelage, Lan Xuanyu's soul power broke through level 13. Nan Chang happily praised him, noting how much taller he'd gotten. 3 months ago, Lan Xiao left home and wouldn't return for another 3 months. So Nanchang proposed, "Nana, how about we take Xuanyu out to play tomorrow? A trampoline park recently opened downtown." Xuanyu was visibly excited. "Yay! Yay!" Nanchang lovingly pinched his nose. He gets excited whenever we mention playing. Nana agrees. "Okay," Nam Truong adds. "Let's go tomorrow then." "Today? Train hard with Nana." Hyunwoo excitedly replies, "Yes." Nana explains that Hyunwoo's footwork is now elementary, but he needs more soul power to improve, and that his close combat attacks are lacking. As a twin martial soul wielder, his future development lies in left-right coordination. So, she's going to teach him an ancient martial skill called Golden Dragon Earthshaker. Hyunwoo is excited to hear this, and agrees, saying it's a battle skill. In his mind, Nana began to teach him the Golden Dragon Shocking Heaven technique, focusing on stimulating his own bloodline power and using his soul power to channel it. The essence of the Golden Dragon Shocking Heaven is to reverse the flow of blood, and she would guide him in using this combat skill, reminding him that his blood would change. Deep within Xuanyu, a surge of magical power is brewing. He can feel it clearly, a sharp pain, discomfort, and his body growing hotter and hotter. Soon, layers of ice enveloped Xuanyu, especially around his hands, as if they were being upgraded, and he instinctively grasped the small light before him. Nana utters the name of the magic source. Golden Dragon shocks the heavens. The small light transforms into a dragon's head, illuminating the space. Xuanyu muttered in awe, impressed by the powerful combat skill, but noted that it instantly drained his soul power. Nana slowly replenished his energy from behind. Then she asked Han how he felt, saying that reversing his blood flow would trigger his bloodline power. When this power merges with you, you'll unleash an attack far beyond your normal strength. This Golden Dragon shock to the heavens is also a cultivation method for you. As it circulates, you can continuously change the power of your bloodline to nourish your meridians. Xuanyu is curious. Nana, what is the power of my bloodline? At this, Nana suddenly falls silent, and after a moment, replies that she doesn't know, only that she feels it's very compatible with this combat skill. Let's continue. I'll help you transport it 10 times. Then you can practice on your own. Hyun Woo is excited. Okay. The next day, Nanchang and Xuanyu left the house, heading for the newly opened Bouncing World, an amusement park in the Tianji building downtown. This 128-story Tianji building is one of the tallest commercial structures in Zilu City. The strange man sinisterly grinned. I'm here. His earring glints, and he begins his move. The man chuckles with glee, his voice dripping with malice as he announces, let the games begin. At the Tianji building, the bouncy castle is full of happy children, including a beaming Xuanyu. The other kids are having a blast. 2. Xuanyu excitedly plays, while Nanchang just smiles. Meanwhile, at the Tianji building's Central Research Institute, someone announces that the isolation is successful. The system is cut off, and he only has 15 minutes. Kaining smugly thinks, I don't need that much time. It's just a 64-layer firewall. With my IQ, not only that, he boldly claims, 3 minutes is enough. Kainin furiously types away at the keyboard. Before long, he proudly announces, the final layer. It's done, connected to the Central Research Institute's account. Beginning now. Suddenly, Kaining's eyes widened in disbelief. The computer screen flashed red with error messages, and he panicked. Realizing it was a trap, he hastily retreated. But before he could escape, he was forced to stop. A man stood before him. Yifeng, the master of mind control, coldly warned, we've been watching you for a while now. One of the 12 envoys of Sin City. Surrender. I have the right to shoot you here. Kainin then throws off his outer coat, unafraid, and even mocking. Is this considered surrendering? This makes Yifeng take him seriously. Something's not right. He's far too calm. Kaining asks with a sly grin, inquiring about the officer's name. Annoyed, Yifeng retorts that he doesn't need to know, warning him not to try anything, as he has no chance. With a sinister tone, Kaining rattles off his intel. So, Yifeng, Sanshisi, captain of the Special Forces Dragon Team. You have a 6-year-old daughter named Ye Lingtong. Am I right, Captain Yi? Do you believe you'll be unlocking my shackles yourself soon? What exactly are you trying to say? Just then, the room plunged into darkness, causing confusion, a blackout. Stay calm. Hold your positions. Kaining chuckled with glee. It's here. Yifeng was truly bewildered. Who's here? What have you done? His watch is connecting to a signal, and a voice echoes. Captain Ye. Greetings. In the city of Sin. They call me the Eternal Night Monarch. Your intel is correct. Our target is indeed this place, but not the Central Research Institute. Before he could finish, Cheo's erupted. Captain. The line's been cut. The voice on the other end threatened. There are 12. 345 civilians in the Tiance building. An interesting number. Wouldn't you say? They're all our hostages now. We've completely sealed off the skyscraper. In 5 minutes, my men will place the newest explosives on all the building's key support structures. Of course, if you meet our conditions, not a single bomb will detonate, and I don't think you have a choice. Release the terror bird. Then withdraw your men from the research facility, or everyone in that tower will be buried with it. He unleashed his fury on Fong Dian, then turned away in frustration, ordering his team to release him and retreat. Silence falls over the room, while elsewhere, confusion reigns as the lights go out and alarms blare. From above, a voice tries to calm the crowd, saying the power outage is temporary and the backup generators will kick in soon. Nam Tong holds Hien Vu close, telling him to stay still and assess the situation. A strange light erupts with a scream. Don't come any closer. Panic ensues as the crowd cries out. Who are they? Help. One by one, people are being sent to hell. Nam Trung immediately recognizes it. Soul cannon rays. A terrifying assault. At that moment, a horde of soldiers fired beams of light. Amidst the tension, the commander barked orders. Everyone, hold your positions. Anyone who moves will be killed. Even the commander is on the move, tightening control, while others carry out their mission. Just then, they find the mother and son, urgently reporting that soul masters have been discovered. Kill them. Leave no soul masters alive. Xuanyu frantically cried out. Mom Nancheng fiercely summoned 2 ice shields to protect him. Mom will protect you. In this desperate moment, she calmly plans her next move, knowing she must break through before assessing the enemy's numbers and strength. Nam Chung frantically looks around, realizing the escape route should be here. Just as she spots her target, the wall suddenly cracks open. Nam Jung urgently signals a dire situation. This is bad. As soon as the words leave her lips, the door and wall explode. From within, a Messieu robot emerges. Seeing it, she cries out in alarm. What a battle suit. Meanwhile, atop the high-rise, Nguyen Thon calmly remarked, as if enjoying a feast, the fireworks are beautiful. Don't you think? Captain Deep Fong desperately pleaded. Stop. Stop, I agreed to your terms. You have to ensure the safety of all the hostages. However, he laughed mockingly, infuriating him. No guarantees. You have no choice. At that moment, Nguyen Thon's hand skillfully infiltrated the system. Ye Feng anxiously urged him on. How much longer, he confidently replied. You know me, this is a piece of cake. Nguyen Thon affirmed. 1 minute, and it's done. Just then, a mysterious man declared. All right, citizens of the city of Sin, I am the Eternal Night Monarch. All teams, prepare to withdraw, he quickly commanded. Activate the satellite signal jammer. Deploy the stealth warships. In mere seconds, the missile ships soared, everything proceeding as planned. Just as the order to launch was given, the skyscraper in front of them crumbled. Back then, Hien Vu and his mother were thrown back. Nam Truong coughed up blood, and in the chaos, he cried out, Mom! The menacing robot advanced, radiating a dark aura. As his mother urged, Run! Hien Wu, run! Faced with this impossible situation, he tries to regain his composure. As Hien Wu removes the ice from his hand, he raises his hand, unleashing a flurry of sharp ice shards that pierce the mecha's armor. Hien Wu stands defiantly, protecting his mother. Don't you dare hurt her. Sensing the anomaly, the ruthless robot opens fire, declaring that both mother and child must die. For the boy is also a soul master. Nam Truong cries out in despair, begging for someone to save her son. The missiles launch like rockets towards the mother and child, but he remains still. And in this moment of crisis, a gentle breeze arrives. Nana gently envelops him, telling him not to be afraid, softly soothing his trembling heart. Hien Wu looked around in a daze. What is this? He slowly turned his gaze behind him, seeing the frozen scenery. Hien Wu was shocked. What is going on? The sound, it's gone. He stood in stunned silence, wondering if everything had stopped moving. Hien Wu wondered to himself, had time stopped? Just then, A woman placed her hand on his head. Nana, her eyes sharp, yet filled with deep concern. She redirects the bullet towards the ground. And he looks up, tears welling in his eyes. Witnessing this salvation, sobbing, Hyung-woo embraced her, crying, "Aunt Nana," he choked out the accusation. They hurt my mother." Aunt Nana, she gently stroked his head, comforting him. "Don't cry. Hyun-woo. It's okay. I'm here. Everyone will be all right." Nana proudly added with warmth, "You're a real man now. You were very brave, standing in front of your mother to protect her." Immediately, Nana turned around, her voice icy. "As for these villains," then, she glared, obliterating everything around her. A blast from her purple eyes obliterates the robot in front of her, instantly vanishing into thin air. As Nana's immense power washes over the area, everyone rejoices at their newfound freedom. As if waking from a dream, they realized they could move again. Wondering what had just happened, the villains and mechs, all gone without a trace. Hyun-woo rushes over, relieved, and embraces her. "Mom." She steps forward to comfort him. "You're all right." With a single touch, Namjung was surprised to feel his injuries lessen. He looked at the woman before him in astonishment. Could Her Majesty Nana also heal? The crowd, bewildered, touched their wounds, saying, "My injuries don't hurt anymore. Did she heal us?" After she appeared, everything changed. They were certain it had to be her. She was the only one who could move, the one who saved them. With an icy tone, Nana declared that anyone who hurt Hyun-woo's people would not escape. She stated firmly that Hyun-woo needed to come with her for his own safety. She smiled reassuringly at her little boy. "Go with Nana. I'll feel better knowing you're safe. I'm all right now." She waved her hand, calling, "Hyun-woo, come here." The boy sincerely thanked her. "Nana, thank you for saving us." In that moment, Nana was speechless with emotion. She gazed into the distance, then embraced him tightly, saying, "Let's go deal with the bad guys." Having escaped danger, Nui Than proudly announced, "We've retreated to the airship." As he boarded the ship, he exclaimed with excitement, "Our plan was a success," Wei Cheng proudly declared. "Eternal Night Monarch. Shouldn't we set off some fireworks to celebrate? This should be something for our city of Sin to be proud of for a long time." But before he could finish, he roared, "Get the net. Get on board now. Do you know how terrifying those Federation guys are? The Hall of War Gods. The Tang Sect. Shrek Academy. Have you forgotten their existence? Vin Da taunts. If you want to die, jump off the top floor. Don't drag Sin City into this," he frantically denied. "No, I didn't mean that. Let's just retreat," Wien Tang Tran Tru reported. "However, we've lost contact with Team 4. The cause is currently unknown." He made a stern decision. "Forget them. Leave immediately. The signal blockade has reached its limit." Then, Yang Ye cleared his throat and ordered, "Let's go. Let's leave planet Lathtin." As the ship ascends, he cries out to activate stealth mode, believing they'll soar through space like birds. But then, a small dot of light appears in the center of the ship. Nana appeared in the void, chasing after the ship, gazing up at it, then, with a sharp glint in her eyes, she hissed, trying to escape. She gently touched his ring, carefully removing it. Then, without a word, she tossed the ring forward. It quickly materialized into a sharp blade, piercing the ship in an instant. Immediately after, the ship explodes, and Nana comforts him, saying it's all over now. With the deed done, the ring returns to its place, and the innocent Hyun-woo asks Nana what it was. She watches the falling debris, and when asked what it is, Nana casually replies that it's probably just fireworks. At that moment, her eyes subtly glanced back as if sending a message, and immediately, a pink aura urgently enveloped everything. Witnessing the scene, Diet Fong exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on?" He was horrified, his mouth agape. "No way. The City of Sin's warship has exploded." Meanwhile, in a distant room, Yongye panicked, muttering, "It exploded. It exploded again. He was dizzy and sweating profusely, wondering who was behind it all. And if it weren't for the hidden cloak, I fear that mental power just locked on to me. How terrifying. Is there really someone of that level in Luo City, Lord? I'm Yongyi. Something big has happened. We've run into a brick wall. This act of terror has shaken all of Lattice Star, and the Heavenly Tower is now under full military control. The final casualty count is still being tallied, and experts have defused hundreds of bombs. The Federation's higher-ups are furious, ordering a nationwide search for the City of Sin and providing aid to the families of the deceased. In the Purple Luo City Military District's Interrogation Room 1, Wu Yang gets straight to the point. All right. Commander Ye. Without delay. He delivered the verdict. Every word you've spoken has been recorded. We must ask you to remain in custody while we await the final results of our investigation. Having heard this, Yifeng frowned and nodded as he was escorted away. Cut to Nana's house, where the doorbell suddenly rings. Startled, she turned around, and after a moment of thought, Nana, Sahid, it's finally here. Immediately after, she opened the door to find two figures standing there. Van Diem frantically asks Han, Nana, why did you run to Thien La Star? You're still under surveillance and not allowed to leave Thien Dao Star. Nana calmly replies, What do you want from me? Van Diem honestly states, Well, do you know about the Thiente brainwashing incident? Wanyan turns on the recorder. Please watch these images. As the screen appears, Wanyan narrates, This is the first image captured after the satellite signal removed the interference. She says with sorrow, I never wanted to believe this was you. Zing Nana not. Wenyan is stunned, thinking, what, she's actually this strong? Could all the measuring devices have failed to detect her true state? Now, Wu Yang cautiously approaches. Nana? He cautiously suggested that she come with them to Tiandu Star for investigation. To which she coldly retorted, And if I don't? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a cold glare struck him. Seeing everyone raise their guns, he hurriedly stopped them. Hold it. Weapons down. Wiping away the blood, Wu Yang muttered to himself, I can't fight her, this girl. After a moment's thought, he concluded, she's unfathomable. He tries to smooth things over, telling Nana not to misunderstand her actions at Cao-uk. Tiente were righteous, restoring their reputation and preventing great losses for the Federation. They only hope she'll return to cooperate with the investigation. She answered frankly, But I don't want to go back. Fan Dim, understanding, asked if it was because of the child. Nana turned back to remind Union, then declared powerfully, Remember this, if anyone dares harm that child, they will face me. A person who will stop at nothing, feeling the oppressive aura. They swallowed hard and nodded. As Yunyan anxiously asked Nana what her connection to the child was, she calmly stated, He is my student. Then, Nana explained in more detail, he is very talented. I taught him, and he went to the Heaven Ascension Tower to play, encountered danger, and I saved him. These are the things that happened. After hearing the story, Yunyan hesitantly suggests, Why don't you come with me to Heaven Du City and explain everything? Otherwise, your student might be implicated. Even though she's strong enough to protect him, does she want them to become federal criminals? It's not worth it. Finally, she relents, agreeing to go with them. Nana has finally compromised. Even with the Federation, she didn't care about her official citizen status. But she didn't want to ruin Xuanyu's peaceful life. A moment laté, he called out cheerfully. I'm home, is Nana not here? After searching, Xuanyu muttered in confusion. She's nowhere to be found. Did Nana go out? She's usually home waiting for me at this hour. Before he could understand, she suddenly appeared. Xuanyu. Nana explained sadly that her spiritual imprint would appear when he returned, and that she was forced to leave for a while. She bid him a sorrowful farewell, saying she was leaving. Nana's eyes betrayed a hint of sadness, and he stared at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded. Then, she slowly faded away. Before leaving, she promised, Xuanyu, I'll see you again. He couldn't help but scream in despair. Nana, Xuanju, sobbed. Nana, don't go. Nana's departure left Xuanyu uneasy for an entire week. But he remembered her words and trained hard. Not only because the incident at the Spirit Ascension platform had shown him the importance of cultivation, but also so he could quickly reach level 20 and see Nana again. Life at school was peaceful after the incident at the high-energy star. Then, Ling Tong suddenly dropped out of school for an unknown reason. In just a few days, Xuanyu became the strongest in his class. Now, 3 months have passed, and a growing unease stirs within him. It's been half a year since Lan Xiao arrived on the new planet, and he hasn't even used soul guidance to communicate in the last half-month, which worries her. In the teacher's office, Ling Chu explained earnestly, Xuanyu, next week, the Tian Luo Elementary Soul Master Academy will open a class for gifted teenagers, selecting the most talented students from all branches. This class offers advanced instruction from the most skilled teachers, a class for true geniuses, and selection is a mark of excellence. Our school nominated 10 students, and I nominated you from our class. So do your best. Hearing this, he happily and solemnly expressed his determination. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Thu. I will definitely try my best. As he left, he mused with anticipation. The advanced youth class. Huh, sounds pretty amazing. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Xuanyu. He startled and turned around. Recognizing the voice, it was Ling Tong, who asked hesitantly, You're going to school? Ling Tong hesitantly approached. I came to find you. Xuanyu, puzzled, asked directly. What do you need me for? She pursed her lips, hesitating for a long time, which made him extremely uneasy. Ling Tong hesitated, about to speak. However, she changed direction with a defiant look. I want to tell you. I will definitely find a way to defeat you. Xuanyu sighed inwardly. Not this again. He turned and coldly said, If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Hurt. Ling Dong demands. Why didn't you ask where I've been for months? You're awful irritated. Xuanyu retorts. You're always the one bothering me. You're the awful one. What do I care where you go? Xuanyu didn't say another word. Turning to leave. I have to go home. The girl tried to catch up. Xuanyu Ling Tong stood there, crestfallen, tears streaming down her face, with endless grievances. Ling Tong reveals. My dad was taken away, and I was locked up at home for months until he finally came back yesterday. Today, I finally got to go to school, and I immediately came to find you, wanting to talk. But I didn't expect you to just leave like that. Do you hate me that much? Unwilling to accept this, she wipes away her tears. Hianvu, just you wait, this isn't over. During the following vacation, Hianvu lays out a comprehensive training plan for himself, which he strictly adheres to. Half a month later, he rejoiced at his progress, finally reaching level 14 soul power. At Xuanyu's home, Nan Changsu asked with concern, Tomorrow is the start of school. Have you prepared everything? He excitedly detailed his plans. I'm all set. I even plan to meditate in the training room tonight. Just then, the door suddenly unlocked, like an excited puppy. Xuanyu shouts. It's Dad. He jumps for joy, hugging him and yelling, Dad, you're back. Lan Xiao smiles gently, patting his son's shoulder. You've gotten heavier, kid. He smiled at her, saying he was back, and Nam Cheng was stunned for a moment. Then, she anxiously turned away, asking if he'd eaten and offering to cook for him. Xuanyu playfully reports that his mother misses him dearly and mentions him every day. Lan Xiao slowly enters the kitchen, calling out to her softly. She remained silent, but her movements ceased as Lan Xiao, understanding everything, quickly embraced her in comfort. He gently and sincerely said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Nam Truong proudly suggested, Don't be gone for so long again. Okay, Lan Xiao nods, confirming his promise. Finally, the family of 3 gathers together. Xuanyu has another meal with his father. And tonight, the house is very warm. Nana now resides in the Research Institute's staff dormitory at the Elementary Academy on Heaven Dew Star. After returning from Heaven Dew Star, She underwent a series of examinations by the Research Institute. The results were still normal, beyond all expectations. No unstable energy could be detected from Nana's body. After careful consideration, the Research Institute decided to extend her observation period for another 6 years, during which Nana was not allowed to leave the Institute's control. During her observation period, Nana taught at the Elementary Academy affiliated with the Research Institute. As a martial arts teacher, Nana chose to be a teacher for a simple reason. These children reminded her of Xuanyu. And of course, the Academy also received strict orders from the Research Institute. In the meeting room, Zhang Tian firmly reminded them that no one was allowed within 10 meters of her without permission, and that she must have her own private office. Director He hesitated, begging for an exception, asking if they could refuse her. But he was firmly rejected. No. Inside the classroom, Nana smiled warmly and introduced herself. Hello everyone. My name is Nana, and from today on, I will be your martial arts teacher. The adorable students excitedly replied in unison. Hello, Teacher Nana. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. She's so pretty, they whispered. The prettiest teacher I've ever seen. Just then, she noticed something. From the crowd, Nana noticed a vague figure, staring intently at her hair and ocean blue eyes. Nana approaches the girl and gently asks her name and age, to which Thien Thu politely replies that she is Thien Thu and will soon be 7 years old. Hearing this, Nana reaches out her hand, startling the girl, who wonders what she's about to do. Before she could recover, Nana quickly approached again, gently placing her hand on the girl's head. Immediately, Qianchu's consciousness fell into a mysterious void, as Nana slowly retracted her hand after the cryptic gesture. As if discovering a secret, Nana smiles knowingly. Understanding now, the girl stares bewildered at her teacher's back, wondering what Nana did to her, and what she understands. Next, Nana earnestly deciphers the lesson, our ancient martial arts studies, the fighting methods and skills of ancient soul masters. So our curriculum prioritizes actual combat. Meanwhile, in Dolualatin, Qingling excitedly announced that they were heading to Tianluo Latin for a mobile performance. She happily praised him, saying his composition was wonderful. But after all, it was just one song. Was he really not thinking of writing another? He chuckled thoughtfully, saying he would consider it. As Xuanyu cheerfully waved goodbye, heading off to school, Lam Tu urged him to go inside, while Lin Dong politely said goodbye to his father. Seeing a familiar face, An Tran approached to greet him. Sir, it's been a while. Yi Feng nodded wearily. I'm no longer a sir, I've been demoted. I should be congratulating you on your promotion. Hearing this, Lan Xiao anxiously inquired. Chief, what happened? Is it all right to ask? He sighed and changed the subject. Let's go get coffee. In the quiet cafe, Ye Feng regretfully recounted the tragic story. You've heard of the Tianji building massacre. Right. Although the crime wasn't carried out, over 100 people still died. As the person in charge, I couldn't escape responsibility. Yi Feng suddenly changed the subject, asking with concern, I'm more interested in your son, Xuanyu. That child has twin martial souls. Right. Hearing this, Lan Xiao was taken aback. He excitedly speculated. The blue-silver grass on his hands isn't the same, and his mutated martial soul must be extremely powerful. He's truly gifted. Having talent is a good thing. It should be nurtured, not buried. Yi Feng then offered an intriguing suggestion he could introduce him to the military, with the potential to even join the War God Hall. Lam Tu was surprised and hesitant. The God of War Hall, Ye Feng affirmed. That's right. I see Xuanyu's potential. However, he shook his head and refused. No. If he joins the military, it means he'll have to leave us. Lam Tu reveals his feelings, realizing that after a long separation, nothing is more important than family reunion. He reminisces about the past as Deep Fong nods, respecting his decision, saying that he can come find him any time if he changes his mind. Xuanyu and Ling Tong skipped the opening ceremony and went straight to the Academy's gymnasium to participate in the high-ability youth class assessment. Standing before the students, Zhang Tian announced the stakes. You have been selected from this academy. Though you may stand out amongst your peers, it doesn't guarantee you a spot in the high-potential youth class. He continues to explain the selection criteria, stating that the high-potential youth class values quality over quantity. Chongtian emphasizes rigor, accepting only the most elite elements. As an invisible pressure emanates from the supervisor, the 10 students began to resist in their own ways. But then, he suddenly noticed something. Chongtian is surprised when he sees that Xuanyu doesn't react. The child isn't doing anything at all. After applying pressure, he cautiously introduces himself. My name is Chongtian, and I'm a teacher at Tianla Elementary Soulmaster Academy. He announced the procedure first. A soul power test, then a mental power test, and finally, an assessment of overall qualities. During the assessment, Chongtian was surprised to find that Xuanyu's soul power was only level 14, quite ordinary for a child. Next, he secretly praised Ling Tong, whose level 16 soul power wasn't bad for one of the youngest children. Then, they continued with the spirit power test, and Ling Tong scored 37. Another student achieves a respectable result, a 3. Mental power 48. Qingzi hesitates before announcing. Xuanyu. Mental power, this, she worried. Mr. Mew. Look, he tilted his head to see the results. What is it? Looking at the number 99. Qingzi hesitated. Should we retest? Chongtian confidently replies. No need. The machine is fine. Then, she boldly reads. Xuanyu. Mental power 99. Spirit connection realm. He secretly observes him. This child's soul power is a bit weak, but his mental power is surprisingly high. Finally, Zhongtian moves on to the most important step, preparing to enter the simulation pod, where your overall qualities, martial soul, combat abilities, and other aspects will be tested in this final examination. He reassured the students, telling them not to worry, that everything they were feeling was normal. After the process, Zhongtian revealed a dramatic piece of information next. They would enter another world. As he stepped inside, he boldly announced their mission to survive in that world, for it would be their battlefield of life and death. He opened his eyes, astonished by his surroundings. In this mystical world, Xuanyu stands on a cliff, exclaiming in astonishment. This is the simulation world. He touches a leaf, remarking, "It feels no different from the real world." Xuanyu playfully runs around, focusing on the energy, the feeling of using his body, and his soul power, all of which feel just like reality. Xuanyu smiles and pinches his cheek, noting that the pain is the only thing less intense than reality. He almost lost himself there. He really is in a simulated world. He couldn't help but exclaim how interesting and magical the technology was. But after exploring, he suddenly remembered he wasn't there to play. He recalled Zhongtian's instructions. Your comprehensive assessment is to survive in that world. Xuanyu hummed happily, swinging his legs. This place feels amazing. The water element here is abundant. Perfect for my martial soul. I'll thrive here. Meanwhile, the judging team monitors each student. He sighs in exasperation. These kids today, Zhongtian shakes his head, saying they lack common knowledge, while the woman calmly explains that city kids have little contact with soul beasts. Of course, he wouldn't know that powerful soul beasts are often found near water sources. Just as he was enjoying his break, suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. Something was approaching, hidden behind a rock. Xuanyu peeked at the massive beast. He quickly identifies it as a tunneling horse, a large spirit beast with incredible strength, strong defense, and a relatively mild temperament, as his father taught him. Based on his experience, Xuanyu confidently estimates that this tunneling horse has a cultivation of at least 800 years. He grinned, delighted, as if he were in a zoo. Xuanyu recalled a story, remembering his father saying the ultimate luxury trip was to visit the two spirit beast cities. The two spirit beast cities, one called Dragon Emperor City, the other Dragon King City. He wondered what they would be like. As he pondered this, a dark shadow rushed past a giant dragon, heading straight for him, with a gleam of amusement. Thing 2. Observis. Finding the boy pleasing to the eye, Butolosh, likely soon to be eliminated, Xuanyu immediately senses an unusual aura. He narrowly dodges its attack, landing softly on the ground, and glances back, seeing the wolves falter. Xuanyu realizes there are 3 dark wolves, perhaps level 30 is needed to face them. He wonders how he'll manage against these speed-specialized soul beasts. Just then, Xuanyu remembered Nana's advice, don't panic. Then, Lan Xiao's words, windwolves are naturally suspicious, preferring to exploit openings rather than attack head-on. Drawing from his memories, he boldly analyzes further, realizing that even though they are ferocious, they are also afraid. Seeing Xuanyu's inner strength, the wolves hesitate and take a few steps back. He bravely wields 2 energy orbs, ready to test their fear. They recoil, and without hesitation, he prepares to strike. The direwolves instinctively leap back, and he seizes the opportunity, scrambling away on all 4s. Zhongtian doesn't understand why is he crawling. It's the easiest way to expose an opening. And how can he escape the Umbra wolves, who specialize in speed? They've fallen into his trap, and they angrily give chase. The pack of Bai Yan charged valiantly toward him. As Xuanyu glanced back anxiously while running, he quickly hurled the energy orb, and it struck the village horse's head, blindsided. It roars in anger, and Xuanyu quickly jumps onto its back, splitting the ball into 3 and throwing them back. Xuanyu cleverly made it appear as though the herd was attacking, and the enraged horse roared. It turned and charged toward them, and the Soi tribe members quickly bowed their heads. Begging for mercy, they fled in terror, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing how close he had come to danger, Zhongsheng watches in astonishment, exclaiming, "This!" Even the spring examination proctors praised his talent. Is this truly the work of an 8-year-old? His tactics, footwork, and fierce gaze are beyond imagination. His response is thoughtful. Zhongtian, as if discovering a treasure, decided, "I need this child." The female employee timidly probed his intentions. "Do you want to let the child out now?" he ordered with interest. "Continue. I'm curious to see just how far he can go. This is quite the experience for him." After the attack, Xuanyu rested on a rock. In that moment, he mused with a touch of humor. First time dealing with soul beasts. It's okay to be scared to death. I almost got eaten alive. Finding solace in its presence, he decides to stay close. But a female employee laments that his brilliance may be in vain. Now, a piercing scream sends birds scattering, and the spirit horse trembling. Seeing its terror, Xuanyu wonders. What's wrong? Why is the spirit horse running? He hesitantly surmises. Seeing its frightened expression, could it be? Xuanyu realizes, spotting a strange figure. Someone's running this way. A moment later, he was stunned to see the familiar face of Ling Tong, who also looked terrified, with a ferocious ape right behind her. For a few seconds, Xuanyu was frozen. Then, cursing inwardly, he knew they had to run. With the amplification of the gold-wen blue-silver grass, Xuanyu pushed his speed to the limit, quickly catching up to Ling Tong, who was running past him. The tree monkey ferociously pounces toward them. Lin Tong is bewildered by the sudden appearance of the person next to her. "You, why are you here?" Xuanyu complained anxiously. "I wanted to ask you that. I was doing fine here. But suddenly you brought such a huge thing." In a moment of danger, Ling Tong vaguely recounted the story. "I was hiding in a tree when I found a small, strong monkey. I thought it was cute, so I wanted to hug it. But that made her angry, and she wouldn't let me. I just wanted to hold it close. And now," Lin Tong says, with frustration, "this is what happened. Why is it so vengeful? I already gave the little monkey back." Xuanyu is shocked, scolding her. "You still find it warm? That's a 3-eyed magic ape, judging by its size. It must have 1,000 years of cultivation. It's probably the lord of this forest." At that moment, he realized something, and Xuanyu moved quickly. In that instant, Hyunwoo pulled Ling Tong close, startling her into asking what he was doing. Before he grabbed her to dodge the attack, they turned their heads, breathless. In this desperate situation, he shouted, "Split up and run." Xuanyu uses his ice ability, aiming straight for its head, enraging the three-eyed ape. Seeing this reckless act, Lingtong is stunned. He's drawing the three-eyed ape away himself. The girl worriedly asks if he's crazy. While outside, the staff marvel at his courage, thinking of saving others in such a dangerous situation. Now, gritting his teeth, Xuanyu flee, leaping from branch to branch as the relentless three-eyed ape gives chase. Closing in on the boy, Xuanyu crouches low, summoning ice. Riding it like Sun Wukong, he speeds across the ground. But suddenly, the three-eyed ape shatters his ice. Chongtian watches in disbelief. He's actually managed to get this far. With the three-eyed demon ape in pursuit, could he really escape in truth? Xuanyu's soul force is nearly depleted from running at such high intensity. The three-eyed demon ape, finally losing patience, unleashes its innate ability, a mental attack. Its mighty roar paralyzes him. He cries out in alarm, realizing the danger. As Xuanyu clutches his head and screams in agony, he's sent flying dozens of meters. In a panic, Chongtian urges them to hurry. He anxiously ordered them to quickly get Xuanyu out of there. Just as the three-eyed being prepared to deliver the final blow, just then, a shimmering light appeared on his arm, as the enraged three eyes slammed its fist into the ground. Strangely, it didn't hit Xuanyu, sending the three-eyed creature into a panic, and it fled as quickly as it could. At that moment, he was teleported back to his original position. Back in the hall, Chong Tianjing Huang urgently shouted to get him to the medical room for treatment. He anxiously ordered them to bring the best healing-type soul master from Ziluo City. And upon hearing the news, his parents rushed over, beside themselves with worry. At the Lathan hospital, in the intensive care unit, the only sound is the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. Xuanyu lies motionless, hooked up to machines, as his parents and others anxiously wait outside. Just then, the monitor in the room flashed red, startling them. Seeing them emerge, they anxiously asked, "Doctor, are there results? How is my son?" The doctor frowned, explaining slowly, "The situation is complicated, beyond our expectations. Your son's brain shows no physical damage, but his consciousness is in a deep coma." Stunned, the man asks, "What a vegetable?" Seeing their bewildered faces, the doctor says bluntly, "Possibly. If he wakes up, he'll recover completely. But now, all they can do is rely on his will." Song Tian Saihe, silently watching them, he painfully blamed himself. "Oh God, such an outstanding child. Yet due to my negligence, he's in a coma. I can't forgive myself. The Heavenly Luo Academy will cover the treatment costs for Xuanyu, and Zhongtian will also face severe punishment." 3 days later, Lingtong visited the boy, her heart heavy. Seeing Xuanyu unconscious in the hospital bed, she burst into tears. Lingtong tearfully confessed that if not for him, she would have been killed by the three-eyed demon ape. She hung her head and sobbed, racked with guilt, knowing he was in this state because he had saved her. With heartfelt sorrow, Lingtong uttered 2 words, "I'm sorry." Since then, the results of the gifted youth class selection were in, and Lingtong was the only one chosen. Xuanyu is kept as a permanent candidate, able to join at any time upon awakening, and now, a flickering light appears in Xuanyu's subconscious. Inside, a strangely majestic scene unfolds, with mythical beasts and immortals locked in fierce combat. Suddenly, a mysterious red light pierces through the two forces, creating a powerful streak that forces them both to retreat. Meanwhile, outside, Xuanyu writhed in pain. Seeing her son's agony, Nancheng rushed out, calling for a doctor. The doctor urgently ordered the staff to prepare a defibrillator and closely monitor brainwaves, warning them to be alert to any potential danger. The doctor urgently draws a sedative, injecting it to slow his racing heart, then administers a stabilizing drug. Once everything returns to normal, he happily announces, "Excellent. He's stabilized. Continue monitoring." Meanwhile, a lively event was taking place at Tianla City Stadium, with excited fans chanting, "It's him. It's him, Mom. Come see your son-in-law." Seeing him appear, they screamed even louder. Young master. We love you, he's so handsome, oh my god. He's dazzling, to the audience's delight. Duong Lakangan sang his song with a heart full of longing. Her image already blurred in his mind, even after countless lifetimes. Her voice remained clear, echoing in my ears. Her breath, like a fragrant flower, lingers in my senses. Her hands soft and slender. Wherever she is the best haven. A lifetime has 3 stages, one of life, one of society, and a final burial stage within the heart. Her 3rd stage remains, forever imprinted in the depths of my soul. A lifetime in 3 parts, when will it ever repeat? As long as I live, she will be here. When will my memories ever be as clear as they once were? May the heavens shine upon me and guide my way. Be it to the realm of gods or the abyss. Be it above or below. I just want this life's 3 stages to repeat. To merge our 2 lives' 6 stages into one life's 3 stages. Suddenly, an haute prémonition signals him. And don't get lost chokes out. Take me away. Silence descends as the bewildered audience wonders why the music master's singing has suddenly stopped. Is it a technical issue? He suddenly bows and apologizes. Don't let it get stuck in your throat. He added after a pause. I have to leave for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the stage, leaving everyone speechless and confused. A moment laté, the audience buzzed with confusion, asking, he left. What happened? The music prodigy just vanished from the stage. Then, Qingling quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Order. Please. Everyone be quiet. To calm the crowd, she announces this is a surprise the music master has prepared. A unique twist of fate. The audience is curious and excited, asking what kind of surprise it is, as nothing like this has ever happened before. Hearing this, everyone eagerly awaits the surprise. Meanwhile, at Hoi Tam Hospital, Nam Truong stands guard outside. As Duong Lok appears at Hian Vu's bedside, he pondered the familiar sensation, as if a special power had led him here. Despite the unfamiliar face, he wondered, who is this child? He looks so familiar. Though they'd never met, he felt a pang of concern. The child seemed ill. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on the boy's forehead, then slowly moved it down to his abdomen. He felt the strange vortex of alcohol, and the bizarre patterns changed color, stunning him for a few seconds. As if understanding everything, his eyes widened, and the patterns on Hyunwoo's body rapidly diminished. He returned to his original form, and Tang Yue remained silent, gently channeling his inner energy into the boy. Just then, invisible roots sprouted from Tang Yue's hand, and he watched in bewildered shock as they vanished. Moments later, Duong Lok saw them merge together. He paused, furrowed his brow in thought, and then transferred his inner strength to Hian Vu to restore his health. In the break room, Qingling paced back and forth, annoyed. Heavens, is he crazy? Where did he run off to? Leaving 20,000 fans waiting. I told them you had a surprise for them. That's why they're being orderly. It's been half an hour. If you don't come back, they'll riot. Fly back here. Now, Tang Luo calmly reassured her. As if a weight had been lifted, Kan Lin breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. At least we can reach him. She anxiously peered outside, unsure of the situation. The impatient crowd grew restless, demanding answers. How long must we wait? Organizers, explain yourselves. Where is young master? They demand their rights, saying if young master isn't coming, they want their tickets back. The crowd chants in agreement, refunds, and compensate us tenfold. Give us our money back. Are you waiting for us to riot? Qingling felt helpless, as if on the verge of collapse. How am I supposed to deal with this? Are we doomed? Just then, Tang sings the song Flow of Time, where time is the man of history, looking forward to an endless future. To protect time is to protect the future, to ensure the future is no longer bleak. The audience gasps in surprise. Recognizing the voice of Master Na, he continues with a melodious tune, longing for time, yearning to see his own soul. Time blinking is a suffering of untold thoughts. That familiarity of time is a nameless call, guiding me to seek hope, hope that draws near, yet falls into picking, wanting to touch but fearing loss. Hope that brings joy and future. A moment of time will be filled with hope. My hope has arrived. Perhaps I no longer need to be confused. Seeing his appearance, the audience cheers. Young master. He unleashes a symphony. Yet I dare not touch it. For hope may vanish. Hope within space and time. Please walk with me. Never leave me. Rather than never going and truly opening it. Hope of time. Please tell me. Why does this familiarity originate from ancient times? Tang Yue's light spreads throughout the space. He bowed his head in sincere apology, saying he was sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Due to a moment of emotion, Tang Yue then introduced a new song he had been preparing. A song to protect time and to protect her. As a gift to everyone, she speaks volumes, turning her back to end the show, declaring it over for tonight, and hoping everyone can protect time and those they want to protect. The crowd erupts in admiration, marveling that the young master sang a new song for them for the very first time. This is indeed a huge surprise, and it fills us with pride. Young master, we want to protect you. Protect our time. Protect you. Faced with such skill, Qingling muttered to herself in amazement. He actually wrote a new song. Was his disappearance just now to write a new song? And he used a new song to turn the situation around. She marveled at his performance. Hardly believing what she was seeing, this must be the allure of Tang Yue. Backstage in his dressing room, he wondered about the identity of the child. Why can I feel its pain and helplessness from so far away? As if being called to its side. Could this child and I be connected somehow? Dazed, Tangla rubbed his forehead, frustrated that he still couldn't remember anything. He longed to see that child again. The next morning at the hospital, Xuanyu awoke with a start, leaving Nan Chang and the doctor speechless. He's awake, Nan said softly. On the second day, Xuanyu awoke, and after numerous tests, it was confirmed that his body was completely normal, with no signs of any lasting effects. Thus, Xuanyu was moved to a regular hospital room. 3 days later, Xuanyu had mostly recovered and was preparing to be discharged. A nurse handed a small package to his mother, saying, "Ms. Nan, this must be your delivery." Confused, Nan Chang confirms the recipient's name, Hian Vu. Intensiva Katawanit. Opening the package, she finds 3 VIP tickets. The nurse gasped. Oh my god. Tickets to Yue Gongzi's concert. Unable to contain her excitement, she gushed. And front row seats. Ms. Nan, how did you get these? These tickets sold out months ago. Does she know how crazy fans went trying to get them, holding the tickets? Nan Chang couldn't believe her eyes. Yue Gongzi concert tickets. Her lifelong dream. Curious, she asked who sent it, and the nurse cheerfully replied that it was anonymous. But no matter who sent it, it was a good thing. Nam Truong Pondert, guessing it was the Shrek Academy, sending it as compensation. With her son recovered and discharged from the hospital, and now attending her idol's concert, the haze in Nan Chang's heart finally dissipates. On the day of the concert at the Zila Sports Center, she exclaims in astonishment, "It's even more crowded than I imagined." Seeing the long line, Xiao Biao anxiously asked how long they'd have to wait, and Nan Chang sighed wearily. She looked around, confused. These tickets, they're different from ours. Are we in the wrong place? Just then, a staff member politely approached. Your tickets are for the VIP entrance. You don't need to line up, Nam Truong asked in surprise. VIP tickets. The staff member smiled and led them away, saying, "Let me take you over here." The crowd murmured with envy. Oh my god. They have VIP tickets. You can't buy those, even if you have money. Stepping inside, she was overjoyed to find they were in the second row. Amazing. I can see Yue Gongzi up close. After more than an hour, the concert finally begins. From the stage, Duong Lak's clear voice sings a melancholic song, her image blurred after countless reincarnations. Her crystal clear voice echoed in my ears countless times. Her third life has always been here, forever leaving indelible marks deep within my heart. As long as I live, she will always be here. My memories have long since faded, but my heart still searches. When will this cycle of lifetimes repeat? Through 3 lifetimes. When will my memories be cleansed anew? Namju startled, blushing, and muttered, "Was that an illusion, just now?" Young Master Yue seemed to. Young Master Yue just looked at me. As the song ends, thunderous applause seems to shake the entire venue. Yue sincerely expresses his gratitude, saying he only wants to sing this song once today. And then, "I'd like to dedicate a song to protecting time and people. And I'd like to invite an audience member to sing with me." When did our aloof and peerless young master become so approachable? They're all rushing forward. "Let me go." Meanwhile, backstage in the control room, Director Zhuang frantically turned to check with his staff. "Why didn't you tell us you had such a great idea? This could have been huge. It's a massive perk. Next time you have a new idea, could you let us know beforehand?" The staff member hesitantly retorted. "President Zhuang, would you believe me if I said I knew nothing? And this was just a spontaneous idea from young Master Ye." Now, young Master is coming down from the stage. Oh my. Does he really want to invite an audience member to sing with him? Nam Trung froze for a few seconds at the sight of that imposing figure. Her heart pounded in disbelief. No, it couldn't be. Young Master was heading her way. Nam Trung struggled to stay calm as he drew closer and closer. Oh my God, she was sure she wasn't hallucinating. He was indeed coming her way. And the crowd buzzed, wondering who the lucky girl was that young Master was inviting on stage. "Don't be so hasty," he said gently. "Would you like to come on stage and sing with me?" The boy was speechless. Then, being the sensible child he is, pointed to his mother. "Invite my mom. She really likes you." She swelled with pride and happiness, thinking, "Good son. My good son. My love wasn't wasted on you." However, Don't Lock remained firm, saying, "No, I only want to invite you. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Nan Trung was sadly relieved. He remained silent. Don't Let lovingly kisses him on the forehead, then finishes with a song. Protecting time. Protecting people. The entire stadium was moved by the touching performance. Don Lack sincerely expressed his gratitude, then asked, "Thank you, little friend. Can you tell me your name?" He answers clearly, "My name is Hianvu." He pours out his heart. "Uncle, I like you." He smiled, returning the affection. "I like you too, because..." Deng Luo added a simple but profound reason, revealing his gentle side for the first time. Xuanyu has fully recovered, and now he faces a crucial decision: should he stay at the Zicheng branch, or go to Tianluo's advanced youth class? Nam Changgong asked for his opinion. "Xuanyu, what do you think?" He resolutely made his decision. "Mom, I want to go to the advanced youth class. I want to be as strong as Nana, so I can protect you." Mom, after careful consideration, he made a bold declaration. They would move to Tianluo City and begin a new life. The Xuan family moved to Tianluo City, and after the Tianluo Academy learned of this, they sent someone to pick him up. Xuanyu was excited as he looked around. Wow, the academy is so big. Heading to Tianluo Academy. All of his future expenses, including tuition and fees, will be covered by the school. As they walked, Zhang Tian explained that this was Tianluo Academy's elementary school, and it would be where he would live and study from now on. "This is your dormitory. I'll take you to your room first. This floor is exclusively for your high-energy youth class. Normal dorms house 6 people, but yours will have 3. With that, he led him to room 333, his new dorm room, and offered a brief introduction. "You are the first class of 30 prodigies at Tianluo Academy, and with the academy's highest honors come its greatest responsibilities. The elimination rate will reach 2 out of 3, and the studies ahead will be arduous. I must prepare myself." He listened intently and nodded obediently. "Yes." Chong Tian turned and left the room. "I'll be going now." Xuanyu bowed politely. "Yes. Thank you, teacher." Only when he was alone did he look around, thinking, "These 2 must be my roommates, and this must be my bed." "A moment later," a chirpy voice rang out. Hey, you wake up in a daze." Qianlei approaches with a friendly smile. "Are you new here? Hello." Hello, my name is Qian Lei. Let's go eat together. Xuanyu happily replies. Oh, hello, my name is Xuanyu. He points to his spot at the table. I sleep here. Then points to the corner. And Fengzi sleeps there. After introductions, the two left the room together, chatting as they went. He's already in the dining hall. Let's go eat. In the academy's dining hall, they were greeted by a clear voice as they entered. As he turned, Ling Tong rushed over, her face etched with worry. Xuanyu, are you all right? In contrast to her concern, he replied indifferently. I've recovered. Hearing this, she's relieved, saying, That's great. I really have to thank you for that day. But he ignores her, saying, It's nothing to you. And besides, I'm fine. Leaving Ling Tong behind, he continued on with Qian Lei, saying, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Meanwhile, she sadly lowered her head and trudged away. After walking a bit, Qian Lei curiously asks if he knows Ling Tong, to which Xuanyu honestly replies that they went to the same school. He quickly adds that she's very powerful. Among the girls in our class, her strength would definitely rank in the top 3. But he didn't seem to care, only humming in response. Meanwhile, at the other table, Ling Tong was heading towards their group. Observing the scene, Qian Shun wondered if Ling Tong knew the new student. She politely replied that they used to study together, and that he had an accident during the exam, but is now recovered and come to study. He continued to inquire about her abilities, and after a moment of consideration, she replied that she had never been able to defeat him. He paused, turning to look at him, realizing this one was not so simple. From across the table, a voice rang out. Fengzi, our new classmate is here. Why don't you introduce yourself? Xuanyu introduces himself, but Liao Feng immediately asks about his soul power level. He blinked innocently and said level 14, causing the two to exclaim in disappointment. Shisa, you're only level 14. Noticing the change in his classmates' attitudes, Xuanyu was curious. Does this level have something to do with school? He waves his hand dismissively. Let me explain. Our advanced youth class has 30 people. 3 to a group. The 3 support each other. 3 become 1. The higher the ranking of the small group, the easier it is to stay. Then, disappointed by Xuanyu's low spirit power, he continues, We had high hopes when we heard you were coming, but now it seems our group will just be at the bottom of the class. After witnessing his appetite, they were speechless, exclaiming how much he could eat, oblivious to the stares. He innocently savored the food as if it were an endless joy. Everyone around was shocked that new kid can really eat. Look, he's going back for more. But before he could take another step, Jin Xiang blocked him, saying, Hey, that's enough. You're eating for several people already. Xuanyu tilted his head, puzzled. What's wrong with eating a little more? The academy said we could. The other students sneered. I said you can't. So you can't. Unconvinced, he glares at him, as Jin Xiang swiftly moves in. Dodging Xuanyu's attempt to block, he pressed his attack. But Lan Xuanyu's eyes remained eerily calm. Then, Lan Xuanyu deliberately put his weight into a shoulder charge. Kim Tuong was shocked by the force that sent him flying. Had he run into a master? The commotion drew the attention of the teacher. Were they trying to cause trouble? Thinking room 333 had no one to stand up to them. The tension escalates, exciting the onlookers. Oh, are they going to fight? Infuriated, the teacher demands. What is this? Fighting in the cafeteria is a waste of food. If you want to fight, do it on the sports field. None of you need to eat. Hearing this, Xuanyu was saddened, still hungry. At the stadium, the students lined up in 2 neat rows. The teacher sternly lectured them, saying they were a team and would be punished together, ending lunch early and ordering them to stand until afternoon classes. Seeing his classmates' resentful glares, Jin Xiang snapped. What are you looking at me for? He started it. Meanwhile, he agreed with the teacher's decision, thinking it was good for everyone to suffer together. Just then, Qian Shun stepped forward, saying that since the teacher said they could fight in the stadium, the 2 of them should go at it. or else they'd all jump them. Kim Twong, surprised, asks if it's true, then activates his living golden eagle spirit, challenging Xuanyu to a fight. He then unleashed his sharp golden wings and moved forward. His light gold condor martial soul, a flying type, rumored to be one of the avian soul beast ancestors, possessing both gold and fire attributes. Across from him, Hien Vu activates his blue silvergrass spirit, gathering power in his palm and striking his opponent, who is stunned as he's blasted away. An ice explosion erupts. It even looks painful to me. Before Jin Xiang could react, he closed the distance, launching an ice arrow that disoriented him, misjudging the attack. And as he raised his wings to block, the attack struck his head, but he cleverly created a thin layer of ice, causing him to slip and fall. Caught completely off guard, the ice instantly transforms into sharp spikes, startling him. Outside, everyone watches the fight with bated breath. Kim Twong was even more surprised to see him suddenly appear above, wondering when he'd gotten there. Xuanyu, maintaining his cold demeanor, kicked him hard into the ground, shattering the ice. He gasped for breath, finding the weight unbearable. Witnessing the battle, Tianxun saw him in a new light. This newcomer's landing was smooth and effortless, showing real skill. Ling Tong secretly marveled at how much stronger he'd become. Meanwhile, his two roommates were stunned by his strength. Then, Tianxun approached, offering a hand to Kim Xiang, who was ashamed of his earlier actions. He then turned to shake hands with Xuanyu, saying that in their class, strength speaks, and if you're strong, you're right. Welcome. He's the class president. Tianxun, Xuanyu politely reciprocated, but suddenly sensed something was off. It turns out he was playing tricks during the handshake, so he retaliated with brute force, shocking him. His strength is indeed something. Tianxun sensed the strangeness in his arm. While Xuanyu remained calm, he frowned, straining. No matter how hard he tried, Tianxun's clasped hand had become thick and rough, his strength being absorbed by this kid. Then, he hesitantly looks up. You're a twin martial soul wielder. Hearing this, Xuanyu is a little surprised, while everyone around is excited. It's true. How did you find out? Suddenly, Qianlei amiably puts his arm around him, exclaiming that with twin spirits, they won't be the worst in the dorm anymore. While Yufeng scoffs, saying that with a burden like him, it's not guaranteed. Then, Tianxun loudly told the surrounding students to wait a little longer before class. At that moment, Qianlei waved his hand curiously, asking, Xuanyu, are you really a twin martial soul user? It's the first time I've seen someone with twin martial souls. What are your two martial souls? Hearing that, he unleashed the power in his hands. My spirit is a mutated blue silvergrass. Jin Wenlin's blue silvergrass is mainly about strength. The silver pattern blue silvergrass is mainly controlled by the water element. He then casually parted ways, saying, no wonder you could push Jin Yu away. Let me introduce my martial soul. It's very special. He widened his eyes, staring at the object floating in front of him. Money. How can this be used in battle? He casually strokes his chin, as if to say, with money, you can move even demons. Ever heard that my gold coins can summon spirit beasts in battle? But, he then shrugs helplessly, admitting that his spirit is unstable, and he never knows what he'll summon. During the exam, I was incredibly lucky and summoned an extremely powerful soul beast. But after being selected, the teacher realized my summons were unstable. Liao Feng spoke with frustration and annoyance, saying bluntly that it was unreliable. And Xuanyu could only awkwardly encourage him, saying he was still great. He suddenly turned serious. It's my turn. My spirit is a spear, a white dragon spear, and I'm an agility-type soul master. But Xuanyu asked, Pozled, aren't spear spirits usually power attack types? Liao Feng explained at length that his spear had a dragon soul to increase speed, sacrificing some attack power, which is why it was an agility type. Qianlei patted him on the shoulder with a sigh, saying his crazy skills were still great, but sometimes there was no way to break through defenses. Hearing this, he could only chuckle awkwardly. One spirit was unreliable, and the other had speed but no attack power. The strength of his two roommates was truly at the bottom of the class. After lunch, the afternoon class begins, and the lecturer solemnly reminds them to carefully consider their choice of secondary profession, as it's crucial for their future. The Academy's lecturer spoke sternly, stating that each person must choose two secondary professions, one of which must be mecha operation. As Qianlei listened intently with Xuanyu, the other option was either battle armor, master, or warship operation. You have 1 week to consider your choices carefully. The instructor continues to teach, explaining the characteristics of each auxiliary profession. Today, we'll discuss the basics of warship operation, a subject that has Lan Xuanyu's full attention, as he aspires to become a warship operator. Seeing this, a classmate asks, "Hey, you like this?" Xuanyu replies seriously, "I like piloting battleships, and I want to be a battle armor master. I'm choosing both. What do you think?" Qianlei wasn't interested, saying it's not a good idea. Piloting warships and being a battle armor master have nothing to do with each other and require too much energy. Hearing this, Xuanyu was even more surprised. "Didn't you just advise me against it?" Qianlei winked confidently, pointing at himself. "I'm different. My spiritual power is always at the top of the class, probably around 130 or 140 now, so I'll learn very quickly." Xuanyu was genuinely impressed, even higher than mine. Then he blinked and asked, "I'm around 102. Is that enough to study both?" This time, he jumped up in shock, exclaiming, "You're at 102, and with such a powerful spirit soul." Now, the instructor's expression turned grim. "You two, stand up. Is there a problem?" Amidst the murmurs, they obediently stood, as Xuanyu solemnly declared his intent to master both warship piloting and battle armor. Despite the immense energy required, it won't be easy. But we really like these two subjects and want to study them both. Where do your rankings lie? Diane Lau is right. Besides consuming a lot of energy, aptitude and talent are essential. Hearing this, the instructor nods. Their spiritual power exceeds 50, but he confidently raises a finger. It's over 100. Amidst Xuanyu's calm, the crowd murmured in astonishment. That high, even the new students are that strong. The instructor was stunned, exclaiming, "What, exceeding 100 already? But isn't he only 7 or 8 years old?" Lost in thought, the instructor realized that even fourth ring soul masters often fell short, judging by spiritual power alone. These two were geniuses among geniuses. Finally, the instructor made a quiet decision. "Have a seat. Your spiritual power is high enough. But to determine if you two are suited to studying both subjects, further assessment and evaluation are needed." After a full day of classes, Zhang Tian, as the homeroom teacher, approached Xuanyu. He smiled warmly. "Come, let's go to my office." Then, Zhang Tian asked with concern, "I heard you want to study both warship piloting and battle armor mastery." The boy obediently confirmed, "Yes." Then, with a serious expression, he said that he wouldn't overload him with information, but mastering both disciplines would require a series of tests. Zhang Tian continued, explaining that the school needed to confirm his potential. Xuanyu, understanding, replied, "Yes, teacher, I understand." And so, he held the guide, instructing the boy beside him, "The assessment will be in a week. Come find me after class, and I'll impart additional knowledge to you." Later, in Dom 333, a voice echoed, "You're finally back." Qianlei grabs Xuanyu's shoulders. "I can see hope in you. Our dorm won't be last anymore." "Right. You crazy guy," Liao Feng coldly replies from his bed. Hard to say. Moments later, he jumped down, but Liao Feng scoffed, saying that with his unreliable martial soul, they were essentially down a man. Qianlei immediately retorted, pointing at him, "Oh, please. How much stronger are you than me? Your speed is so fast you can't even control it." Meanwhile, he calmly touches his face, pondering, "Isn't it just that my cultivation isn't enough? I'm the fastest in the class." He retorts, frustrated, Well, I'm number one in spiritual power. Seeing this, Xuanyu waved his hand in compromise. All right. No, more. After all, we just need to work together. Liao Feng coldly pointed behind him. Let's go to the training room and get used to each other's fighting styles. He quickly agreed. Okay. Later, the three arrived at the high-energy youth class's specialized training room, and Xuanyu was surprised to train in Simulation Bay A. Liao Feng calmly sat in the device, saying, "Don't be shy. Other academy students don't get this treatment." Qianlei gave a thumbs up, praising the safe and convenient simulation pod. After Xuanyu logged in, he entered his own pod. Looking around, finding it identical to the last time, the device screen began to load, and a dazzling light appeared. Finally completing the team's connection, the vast, hazy world was opening. Lan Xuanyu looked on in shock, an ancient-style training uniform. He turned to see Qianlei and Lu Feng smirking behind him. Confused, Xuanyu asked what they were laughing at. But the person next to him just grinned and slowly pointed forward. It was then that he noticed Chen Cheng was only wearing his underwear. Amidst their amusement, Xuanyu quickly spoke, noting that the simulation world was different this time, hence the offered clothing. Wear this. Newcomers arrive with nothing. His arms were already in the sleeves, his legs in pants and shoes. He looked incredibly dashing in the outfit. Okay. All dressed. Qianlei was baffled, though, wondering how he looked so good in that outfit, while the other coldly stated that the system randomly assigned it. Meanwhile, Lu Feng calmly stretched and said, "Allow me to introduce you to the Federation's largest simulation world, controlled by the Federation's highest mainframe. This is a world for soul masters only. The Duluo world." Qianlei turns to Xuanyu, saying, "Let's talk as we walk." The simulated Duluo world is the mother planet of the ancient Duluo continent. You can think of it as a game world, but the level of realism is quite high. Your body's data will be imported here. The stronger you are in the real world, the stronger you'll be here. Normally, you have to be over 12 to enter, but our advanced talents class got special permission, though we're restricted to this town for now. I heard it cost a lot of money and resources, but achievements and rewards here can be transferred to the real world. His words continued until they reached the training room. "We're here. Let's go in," Qianlei politely said. "Please provide us with a primary assessment environment." As the young lady eagerly responded, "1 copper doula." Hearing this, Lu Feng was a little surprised. "We need money." He then realized, this is the most realistic simulation world, so money can only be earned here. While the three were enveloped in a blue light, Tianloi gracefully raised his hand. "Later, we'll split the training room costs." Xuanyu readily agreed. And now the environment is ready. The afterimages of the three quickly disappeared, and so, the arena appeared. Entering the primary assessment environment, Qianlei nervously explained that this was the sole arena for the primary assessment. If they won, they'd get 2 Duluo coins. But if they lost, their money would be wasted. Their opponents 50 10-year soul beasts and 300-year soul beasts. Xuanyu was stunned. So many, the beasts charged towards them. And victory is the only option, as the spirit beasts bare their fangs, surrounded by a dangerous aura. Seeing this, Xuanyu clenches his fist. "They're here. Lu Feng is ready as well. Let's go." Why did he summon a divine weapon? Martial Sul. White Dragon Spear. Lu Feng makes a bold decision to draw their attention, while Qianlei is confident with his golden aura, believing his luck has arrived. He flips a coin, sending it into the air, summoning gate. Appear. Qianlei throws his arms wide, creating a massive spatial gate. Meanwhile, Lu Feng advances, spear pointed forward, each strike sending the beasts flying. Lu Feng glanced at the ferocious visages of the guardian beasts, and suddenly, he swiftly moved, dodging the claws of one that was about to pounce. Lu Feng moves and attacks, leaving Xuanyu astonished by his speed too fast to cooperate with. At that moment, a small claw slowly emerged from the power gate, prompting Qianlei to exclaim, "Yes, it's appearing. What will it be?" But then he looked puzzled. Curious, he tilted his head to see a black cat emerge from the portal, prompting the soul beasts to growl menacingly. Scaring the timid feline, it then scurried back into the portal, ignoring his pleas. Wait. Wait. The black cat has made a swift escape. Xuanyu glances at Qianlei reaching out. But the portal is already surrounded by spiritual energy. Preparing to close, reluctantly, he reaches out with a forced smile. I don't want this either. As the space portal behind him shrinks. Meanwhile, Lu Feng tirelessly fends off the beasts with his spear, while he can only bury his face in despair, realizing his teammates are utterly, completely unreliable. Then, facing the charging spirit beasts, Xuanyu refuses to simply wait for death. His arm, encased in ice bandages that amplify his power, prepares for battle. Xuanyu unleashes a barrage of ice spikes at the soul beasts, while Qianlei watches in terror as the beasts charge from behind. They're closing in. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, grabs him by the hood, and hurls him away. Yelling, "Go!" his eyes widening in shock, Qianlei slides away on a trail of ice, while Xuanyu fights the soul beasts and throws out his silk thread, pulling himself across. He swiftly grabbed the thread and acted, then sternly asked the person beside him, "How are you? How long until you can summon again?" Hearing this, he confidently gives a thumbs up, saying that summoning the little cat was only a slight drain on him, and he can summon it again in half a minute. Xuanyu is speechless, realizing the randomness of this martial soul is strong. But now they can only rely on it to create a miracle. But Liao Feng suddenly rushed towards them, catching them off guard. Shouting that he was here, he charged forward, and upon seeing this, his companion reached out to stop him, exclaiming that he was too fast and needed to stop. Liao Feng's face contorted in panic. He was out of control, hurtling towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xuanyu grimaces as he gets up. Good heavens! These two? Now, they're surrounded by spirit beasts. His voice echoed through the sky. This is too unbelievable. Xuanyu reached out, activating his spiritual power, and said decisively, Qianlei, prepare to summon. I'll hold them off for a bit. The other person looked surprised and nodded slightly. Instantly, a ring of ice spikes erupts, separating Qianlei and the others from the soul beasts. He breathes a sigh of relief, but then turns to question. You two really won this entrance exam before. Qianlei proudly raises a finger. We won once. I summoned a giant bear. Incredibly powerful. The lava dog's fire couldn't hurt it. This surprises Xuanyu. Did he just say that the 100-year lava hounds can shoot fireballs? Suddenly, Xuanyu sees the fireballs shatter the sharp ice barrier. The soul beasts reveal themselves, and 300-year-old magma hounds appear, unleashing fire upon the ice barrier. His face fills with worry. This isn't good. But Liao Feng flies forward, declaring he's here. He uses his spear to fend off the incoming spirit fire, while Xuanyu unleashes his silk threads. Well done. He decisively pulls Liao Feng back. One hand now stained with blood. He turns away, his hand throbbing. Hey. Coin error. Be reliable for once. Hetensis up. Clutching his hands tightly. Got it. I'll start summoning. But a fiery spirit is about to rush towards them. This isn't good. Another fireball is coming. Qianlei quickly flips a coin. Summoning help, Xuanyu crosses his arms, ready to fight, as the spatial gate reappears, but the fire is already upon him, and Xuanyu is sent flying. Now he clings to the space gate as Xuanyu's eyes widen in shock. Before him, the gate shimmers with an ethereal blue light. A pair of feet emerges, accompanied by the incessant ringing of countless bells. Leaving Xuanyu even more astonished, Thienthu appears amidst a myriad of flower petals, her entire being enveloped in powerful spiritual energy. Behind her, Tianqiu's eyes slowly opened, and a look of surprise appeared in them as she startled at the horde of soul beasts ahead. Tianqiu swiftly conjures her power, creating a formidable wall of ice. Xuanyu turns abruptly, and Lu Feng is speechless with shock. While Qianlei is equally surprised by this unexpected summoning, he gazed at her, marveling at her beautiful, humanoid form, while Xuanyu glared at the bandages on his hand. Meanwhile, Qianqiu is utterly bewildered, asking where she is and who these people are, while Qianlei is ecstatic, calling her beautiful and declaring himself her summoner, ordering her to eliminate the enemy first. Hearing this, Qianqiu was even more confused, asking what this summoning was, where she was, and how to return home. He then reached out to the person before him, asking if she was a creature from another dimension. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. This is the world of Duluo. Once the summoning is complete, you can return. Duluo world. Then, she innocently raised her index finger. Are you talking about the virtual world in the simulation pod? Words that stunned Qianlei? While Xuanyu was shocked, you know about it too. Qianqiu seems caught off guard, her eyes widening in surprise, as Xuanyu remained silent, watching her. How could she utter such words? It's you. I can feel it. It's your aura that led me here. Qianlei, unable to bear the emotion, stamped his feet and shouted, "Kill. No. No. It's me. It's me." Liao Feng quickly interrupted to warn him to deal with the lava hounds first. As they were closing in, Xuanyu turned to him and stated frankly that they should take care of these nuisances first. With intense focus, Qianqiu's blue eyes locked onto a single point, as tiny spirits of light swirled around her, along with a winding golden halo. Qianlei, stunned, asked, "Second Emperor, you're actually Da Hu Yu?" Tianqiu focuses solely on the battle, oblivious to the voice. As the young woman's hand moves, a massive number of lava hounds were swept into it, instantly turning into light and vanishing. Finally, the sweet and gentle Qianqiu had transformed into a powerful warrior, flying at breakneck speed, wielding a razor-sharp blade. The launched blades created a dazzling streak of light. Tianthu's lips tightened, her eyes still shining with unwavering pride. And each time she moved her hand to control the blade, ghostly shadows appeared, gently caressing the center. Liao Feng watches her every move in awe, marveling at the perfect combination of speed and power. Meanwhile, Xuanyu can't stand idly by any longer and rushes forward, declaring he's coming to help. On the ground where Qianqiu channels her spirit energy, Fuchu is covered in ice. This time, she decides to drop her weapon and control it herself. Even lava hounds can't survive the chilling blade, dissolving into white mist upon death. But their numbers overwhelm the lone Qianqiu, and she's soon in dire straits. Just as she was in mortal peril, Xuanvu arrived and cried out in alarm. He unleashed a blue ice seal from his arm, which quickly wrapped around Tianthu. Annoyed, she turned to him and firmly commanded, "Release me." But the moment that followed astonished her, as she and Hianvu seemed to be in another dimension, with a star-filled sky conveying mystery. Even Hianvu seemed confused. Not expecting this, thoughts raced through her mind. This was her power amplified. And then, her hand unleashed a terrifying vortex, leaving the lava hounds in utter chaos. Tianqiu was still in disbelief, staring intently at her palm, unable to believe what had just happened. The ice crystals were forming into exquisite blades, flying at breakneck speed, piercing directly into each lava hound. The ice blade storm reappears, and though lacking the ice wall's support, it's even larger and more powerful than before. Qianqiu slowly glances over at Xuanyu, unconsciously, her lips parted slightly in awe, and Xuanyu, perhaps sensing her gaze, looked back. She stared blankly for a long moment, inwardly admiring. This boy has such long eyelashes. It was truly his aura that led me here. Why does his aura, when linked with mine, enhance my soul power and seem to cause other changes? After they locked eyes, an announcement echoed through the arena. The test is over. Return to the training grounds. The candidates' scores were immediately reset, and even Qianqiu vanished without a trace. Soon after, at the assembly point for candidates who passed the preliminary test, each successful candidate received a $1 reward. Qianlei stares blankly at the gold coin on the table, dazed and confused, wondering what on earth just happened. He repeats the question anxiously. What just happened? Xuanyu stared at him, asking how he would know since he was the one who summoned it. But he received a vague answer. I don't know either. This is the first time I've summoned one. But wasn't the effect great? Liao Feng suddenly turned serious, emphasizing, something's not right. He's even more confused, asking, what is it? He calmly recalls and analyzes his feelings, remembering that when he summoned the first time, Xuanyu gave him a fireball and entered the summoning gate. And in that moment, he felt a sense of unease, as if the summoning gate had changed somehow. He pursed his lips, tacitly acknowledging his opponent's strength. And he noticed it. It seems his observational skills aren't bad. But outwardly, Xuanyu still feigned ignorance, naively asking, is that so? Qianlei suddenly had an idea. It seems there have been some changes. If that's the case, let's try it again to find out. They tossed Dula coins and cast their own teleportation spells, stepping into the Scarlet Crane Elementary hunting ground. With one hand in his pocket, he pointed and chanted, come forth. My gate of summoning. Xuanyu eagerly touched the gate, and a stream of energy flowed out, revealing the silhouette of a petite girl within. Thien Thu is still getting used to the feeling of being suddenly summoned. Seeing these familiar faces, she's a little annoyed. Why, you guys, why did you call me here? But Qianlei was ecstatic, raising his hands and shouting, summoning the same thing twice in a row. His summons were finally reliable. Returning to the assessment floor meant they had to face the lava dogs once more. This was the main event. So Xuanju prioritized Chanchu, dealing with the lava hounds first, and promising to explain later. She recalled the earlier event and grinned, asking if he was still using his grass to wrap around her, to which he readily agreed. Once again, she clearly felt the change in her body as the ice wrapped around her. She was right. Her soul power had greatly increased. Feeling the power erupt within her, Tianqiu adapted much better this time. A storm of ice rings sweeps away the lava hounds, as shadow figures surge forth to finish them off. Liao Feng and Qianlei share a look of awe and excitement so powerful, almost unbelievable. Is this really the strength of a two-ring soul master? After dealing with the beasts, Qianqiu calmly turns to them. All right, tell me quickly, what's going on? Speaking for all three, Xuanyu explains his friend's martial soul summoning ability. When he touched his summoning gate, he felt a connection, and was summoned here. We were just confirming our suspicions. You're also from the Federation, and from Tian La Star. Right, Tianqiu looks at him with suspicion, saying, this is Tian La Star. I'm from Tian Du Star. Hearing this, Hyunwoo was even more confused, turning to Qianlei to ask, summoning across star systems is possible. Qianlei was initially stunned, but quickly seized the opportunity to show off the wonders of space. You wouldn't understand. Tianqiu sighs in annoyance, telling them to deal with the remaining giant dogs themselves. With that, she steps back into the portal. Liao Feng chuckled, still finding it unbelievable, while Qianlei noticed the hidden danger and wondered why he was laughing. The ancient lava hound is headed this way. Let's face the enemy. Hyunwoo paused for a moment, contemplating their next move. A moment later, he began strategizing. Liao Feng, can you launch all three of them into the air? He complied. If they're all gathered in one place, it's worth a shot. Hearing this, Xuanyu confidently charged forward. All right, I'll create an opening for you. Xuanyu, just be ready. The lava hound roared, revealing its fangs. As a beam of yellow light erupted from its throat, Xuanyu rushes forward, summoning fire to one hand and gathering ice to the other. Finally, Xuanyu lands a successful punch filled with inner power, sending the lava hounds flying back as he gathers more freezing power into his palm. Then, all that could be seen were lava dogs frozen in a transparent block. Xuanyu urged his teammates, quick, I can't keep them frozen for long. Liao Feng rushes forward. All right, I'm here. But as he nears Xuanyu, Chen Huang shouts in a panic, wait, I can't control it anymore. Xuanyu quickly reached out his hand. Grab my hand. As their hands touched, Liao Feng suddenly felt like his skin was burning. It's too hot. Unable to scream, he could only think as a wave of heat flowed into his body, his endurance pushed beyond its limits. Liao Feng screamed in agony, but the result was well worth it. Under the influence of the gold ripple blue-silver grass, Liao Feng actually repelled the 3 lava dogs. Seeing the change, Xuanyu uttered a single, satisfied word good. He quickly summons the golden dragon, his hand outstretched to activate the small formation, which explodes into a massive blast as it's released into the air. From afar, a bright beacon can be seen anchored in the sky, along with a vibrant sound emanating from it. On a large screen mounted high on a building, the face of a familiar person flickers. It's Tang Yu. He looks troubled and deep in thought. Then, he closes his eyes, and his body erupts in an ethereal, pale golden flame. Slowly, Duanglak's figure faded into the flames, disappearing completely, leaving only a small golden spark in the darkness. The next morning, Thien Thu sought advice from someone. It was Thien La. How could they have summoned me? Could it be a spatial anomaly? Is that possible? Nana pondered, stroking her chin. If they were just kids with first-level cultivation, it could very well be isotopic resonance. Then, smiling gently, she said, Tianqiu, tell me exactly what happened. Tianqiu replied, yes, I will. Immediately, Tianqiu recounted the entire summoning process to Nana in detail, who was startled by one detail possessing vegetation with silver patterns. A troubled Nana immediately knelt down, faced Tianqiu, and patted her shoulder, asking, was it a boy with big eyes, short black hair, and very handsome? Tianqiu widened her eyes in surprise and replied, according to her memory, he was quite handsome. How did you know? Nana muttered to herself. Could it really be that Xuanvu summoned Thien Thu? If they summon you again, ask that boy if he's Xuanvu. Tianqiu didn't understand Nana's worries, but she agreed to do as she was told. Yes, I understand. Nana gave her a few more words of advice. Stay by my side for now, and if they summon you again, we can observe the summoning gate together. Time pass. Inside a room filled with modern machinery, Xuanyu wanders around, admiring everything. Using the Golden Wolf Ascension in the Dulua world has restored his soul power, but his spiritual power is still depleted. Suddenly, Liao Feng grabbed his arm, saying, Xuanyu, I think you're buffing me too. Xuanyu looked at him, secretly proud. Liao Feng's observation skills were impressive. He never knew his power could buff others. Though he had suppressed Ye Lingtong before, he carefully guides Xuanyu down the hallway. Let's go. I need to eat something. I'm starving. Qianlei chimes in cheerfully. Then let's go straight to the cafeteria. They happily head to the cafeteria together. And in a flash, their plates are clean. Qianlei teased, watching Xuanyu devour his food. You sure can eat, Xuanyu chuckled, unconcerned. Buffing you guys takes a lot of energy. Lost in thought, Xuanyu mused. I thought the high-level youth class was the peak. But this summoned girl, about my age, is already a 2-ring cultivator. How do they train? He snapped out of his thoughts, scanning the cafeteria until his eyes landed on Ling Tong and Qian Shun at a table near the window. She sat for a moment, sensing something, and looked up to see Xuanyu approaching her table. He politely said, Yi Lingtong, I need to speak with you privately. In that instant, the 3 of them stood together, each with a different expression. Qianlai wondered, what's he up to? Is he going to cause trouble again? Unable to contain himself, Qianjun demands that he speak his mind. But Xuanyu, though gentle, is resolute. He only wishes to speak with Ye Lingtong, as it's a secret between them. Kim Tuong, ever the instigator, chimes in. A personal secret. Huh, someone's digging at your foundation. Class president. If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. Lingtong abruptly stood up, grabbed Xuanyu's hand, and scolded. Jin Shang, what are you shouting about? Let's go. The 2 of them seemed to radiate a halo, drawing everyone's gaze. Left alone, Tiongsun couldn't hide the disgust on his face, while Lingtong pulled Xuanyu under a tree, its pink leaves rustling in the wind as she asked, what's going on? Without hesitation, Xuanyu cuts to the chase, asking if she remembers their previous sparring match and if her martial soul became ineffective. Ling Tong, flüstert, raise her voice, asking if he brought her out here to mock her, which he quickly denies. No, I was just wondering if the reason your martial soul failed was because we're natural enemies. But before he could finish, Qianxun suddenly appeared, grabbed Ling Tong's hand, and pulled her away, deliberately glaring at him. Let's talk about it in class tomorrow. Xuanyu, don't bother my group's lunch. Ling Tong, feeling this was too much, loudly scolded him. Why did you drag me away? But with just a glance from Qianxun, Ling Tong shrinks back like a turtle, not daring to utter a word, not wanting to defy Qianxun. She tells Xuanyu they'll talk more in class later. He stood there sadly, watching them leave, unable to do anything. Qian Lei and Lu Feng suddenly appeared, and Qian Lei quickly asked what was going on. With a lingering grimace, Xuanyu replied, I just wanted to ask him, when we faced off, did our martial souls fail because we were enemies at the time? If they cooperated, would it create an amplification effect? But he was dragged away before I could ask. Qian Lei speculates innocently. They're a group. Class monitor. You just stole someone away. And I don't think your EQ is very high either. Dragging someone else's member away in front of so many people, no one would be happy about that. He's not part of our group. We should keep your amplification ability a secret. C is also at the bottom of the barrel with us. Xuanyu is convinced, deciding not to ask further, and they agree to continue training tomorrow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures wait until late at night, and a weary Tianqiu has to reassure Nana, suggesting they give up waiting, as they won't be returning today. The next day, in the world of Duluo, at the Spirit Crane Elementary Academy's arena, Xuanyu fought as bravely and energetically as ever. Today, he again held Liao Feng's hand to transfer power, while his other hand gripped a white wooden board for support. Liao Feng grins, sensing the increased effect. It turns out he's holding onto the gate's door, allowing them to clearly hear Tianqiu and Nana on the other side. She's here. She's here. Teacher. She's been summoned. The money-losing formation is scary. Oh. They're talking. Tianqiu, like before, slowly steps out of the gate, opening her eyes. She looked at Xuanyu and asked, Hey, is your name Xuanyu? He looked back, confused as to how she knew his name. Yes. How did you know? Tianqiu was overjoyed, recognizing the card immediately, and called out to Nana behind the gate. Teacher, can you hear me? His name really is Xuanyu. From the other side, Nana called out, Xuanyu, it's me. You feel familiar. He imagined that voice, then quickly realized. Teacher Nana. Where are you, Nana? Still surprised. Replied, It really is you. I can't believe the coincidence. She's a teacher on Heavendew Planet, and Qianqiu is her student. Xuanyu, with tears welling up, asks if she can come over, saying he misses her. Nana quickly dismisses the idea, explaining that the portal is unstable, and her crossing over would cause spatial chaos, which would be very troublesome. With that, the door slammed shut, leaving Xuanyu crestfallen. Liao Feng, seeing the lava hounds preparing to attack, warned, Hey, they're coming. Tianqiu understands Xuanyu's feelings and tells him to talk to his teacher, leaving the enemies to them. Xuanyu uses silver grass on both wings, wrapping around the two to enhance them, while Nana patiently explains from the doorway that Xuanyu's ability to restore Tianqiu is unusual, and she needs his cooperation for some experiments. Qianlai stands by, unsure of what's happening but still supportive, wanting to understand the situation. Nana begins to instruct them, suggesting they try restoring him every 15 minutes. Nana's experiment begins, and the three repeatedly enter the arena. As Xuanyu and Qianlei work together to revive Dong Tianqiu, Nana constantly encourages her two students, saying, Good. Try again. They emerge victorious from the game. Qianlei flicks a copper coin and shouts, Come forth. My gate. My resurrection before continuing to resurrect. After repeating it a dozen times, she collapsed on the ground, pale-faced, saying, I can't take it anymore. I feel completely drained. Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly reported, Ms. Nana, my classmate might not be able to hold on any longer. But she didn't blame them at all, replying, all right, that's enough for today. She's figured it out. The reason you can summon Tian Chu is due to spatial isotope resonance. Spatial isotope resonance occurs when two different spaces have the same spatial oscillation frequency, creating resonance and a link between them, but the greatest chance for isotopic space resonance lies between you and me. If we become strong enough, can we bring you back? Nana bluntly declares that it's almost impossible. And that's all for today. They should get some rest. Leaving him looking dejected and heartbroken, Qianqiu didn't ling along, saying, I'll be going now. And in an instant, they were gone. Xuanyu suddenly wakes up and sits up. Qianlei happily explores, saying, look at this. The new version is out. You seem to have found something that moves you. I love this game. It looks so cool. It's a racing game with vivid design, sound, and graphics. Qianlei chuckled. Let's play together sometime. I'm really good at this game. You'll definitely be defeated by me. Hyunwoo grins, replying, is that so? Don't come crying to me when you lose. He's met with a giggle in response. We'll just have to see. Later, back at the student dorms, Qianlei was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he arrived. Liao Feng, showing no signs of fatigue, was still full of energy. Xuanyu, are you tired? If you're not tired, let's try coordinating again. I want to understand the details of your amplification effect on me. Xuanyu, looking refreshed, readily agreed. I'm fine. Let's give it a try. Liao Feng then drew his white dragon spear. As Xuanyu slowly instructed him, right hand first. He anticipated it, and it arrived. Liao Feng immediately felt a surge throughout his body. Amazing. The power wasn't just doubled. This feeling was truly incredible. Equally excited, Xuanyu suggested trying the left hand. When the white dragon spear glowed, Liao Feng exclaimed in surprise, this is Ice attribute. You've given me a new attribute. Xuanyu, you're incredible. Actually, I didn't do anything. Xuanyu wondered if it was because their martial souls were so compatible, as he had only weakened others' martial souls before. Liao Feng mumbled that Xuanyu could enhance him and Qianlei's summons, so the three of them might not be last place anymore. Xuanyu, from now on, you're the leader of room 333. You're the chief. Xuanyu is stunned. Who? Liao Feng continues, explaining that their room is always short on people and at the bottom, so they've never had a leader. But now that he's here, things will change, but they should hide his abilities until the midterms, when they'll show everyone what they're made of. Room 333 finally has a chance to turn the tables. Outside the hallway, Jin Xiang was as loud as a loudspeaker. He's here. Teacher Li is here. Quick. Sit down. As the dark figure appeared in the doorway, the students fell silent. Xuanyu whispered to Qianlei, wondering what they would learn from this teacher. As Jin Xiang seemed terrified of him, he whispered that this was Hongbin, the soul beast knowledge instructor, and that he was a real devil. And there he was, the devil himself. Standing on the podium, Hongbin deliberately called out the name of the student still gossiping Qianlei. Stand up. He shot up as if on autopilot, and greeted, hello, Teacher Li. Hongbin, with an icy expression, demanded he repeat himself. Say it again. Qianlei, pale with fear, stammered, I said, hello, Teacher Li. He deliberately emphasized, not that sentence, but what you said to your classmate earlier. At this point, Qianlei was frozen, barely daring to breathe, terrified. He didn't dare look up, but he repeated his words. That's Hongbin. He's a great demon king. When Qianlei finished, the classroom was silent. Sit down. Hongbin says, Qianlei is right. To you, I am the devil. This morning is mine. After my lecture, You'll each take a test. Only those who pass get lunch. Those who fail will keep testing until they pass. The students were stunned, mouths agape. As the lesson began with Hongbin's lecture on basic soul beast knowledge, today's lesson focuses on the ranks of soul beasts and the characteristics of apex soul beasts. Starting with the basic classification of soul beasts, by age 100 year, soul beasts are yellow. 000 year, soul beasts are purple. Sure. 000 year soul beasts are black. By 000 year, soul beasts are red. And soul beasts over 100. 000 years are golden orange. In history, the first person to possess a million-year soul ring was the founder of the Tang Sect, Tang San. Hongbin's lecture was clear and inspiring. The second person to possess a million-year soul ring was the founder of the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, Ling Bing Do Luo Huo Yu Hao. And as for the color of the million-year spirit ring, there is still no conclusion. There is also a special color spirit ring, owned by Lan Xuanyu de Luo, Tang Wulin, a blue-gold spirit ring, which has only appeared once in history. Next, let's talk about the knowledge related to ferocious beasts. Starting with the golden-eyed black dragon, beast god Detian. Okay? Class is over. I trust you all remember it well. Next, the exam begins. For the students, these words were like a bolt from the blue, especially coming from Hongbin. He scans the class, singling out a familiar face, the newcomer. Xuanyu, tell us, what do you know about the Ice Empress? A powerful soul beast. Xuanyu confidently stood up, a bright smile on his face, and began to answer, yes, the Ice Empress, ranked third among the 10 great ferocious beasts, can be seen. Xuanyu not only reiterated the knowledge about the Ice Empress from class, but also accurately cited legends about her. After all, his parents were researchers at the Ancient Soul Beast Research Institute. How could he answer incorrectly? Hongbin simply nodded and remarked, not bad. It seems you're quite interested in soul beast knowledge. There are very few children like that these days. Meanwhile, Tianyu kept looking back, wondering why class was dismissed early, as a voice called out, next. In that moment, Xuanyu saw Hongbin in a new light. This teacher was actually pretty nice. Let's go play in the training arena. Xuanyu quickly entered the linking process. Standing alone in the arena, he pauses to consider. He's long wanted to know, under the siege of so many magma hounds, how long could he last fighting alone, dealing with enemies in another direction? His arm wrapped in familiar bandages rises and falls rhythmically, unleashing a straight line of ice, landing on one knee. He braced himself, sending a surge of power through the earth to strike the lava hounds. Then, with a powerful leap, he summoned shards of ice to his hand, launching them forward. Then, Hianvu prepares to strike with his other fist, landing a punch squarely in the gut of a lava hound. While the others fall to his crystal daggers, Xuanyu is pleased with his battle prowess, thinking he's taken care of quite a few. As the others begin to surround him, he smirks menacingly. Realizing something, Xuanyu dashes forward, the lava hounds hot on his heels. If he remembers correctly, the 100-year lava hounds are about to appear, and in the time they appear, they'll launch fireballs at him. Xuanyu was thrilled. It was here. Just as the fireballs seemed about to take his life, he suddenly changed direction, clearly seeing them now heading straight for his lava hound teammates. This time, without lifting a finger, Hianvu wipes out all the demonic beasts, burning them in a blaze of fire. He glances back cautiously and says proudly, good. I've taken out more than half, and I can slow down their attack speed. The most important thing is to take out this 100-year-old lava hound first. If they gather together, I won't have a chance to win. Unlike ordinary lava hounds, this 100-year-old one has much greater strength and magic power. It can continuously summon fireballs. In a flash, Hianvu is within 10 steps. His body light, his spirit fortified one down. More to go. With power in hand, he unleashes a torrent of energy. The power struggle ensues, neither side willing to yield. A gust of wind forces the wolf to shut its mouth, its eyes flashing a cruel, terrifying red. But before it could react, Xuanyu was upon it, delivering a decisive blow. Not stopping there, he conjures an ice fist and ice spikes, instantly piercing the point of contact, and with a clenched fist, unleashes another burst. This time, Xuanyu directly used the ice blade, violently amplifying the technique to strike the wolf. He clenched his fist in joy. I fixed it. I can still do it. My strength has increased a lot compared to before. Though he defeated 100-year lava hound, the danger to Xuanyu was far from over. As the other lava hounds slowly approached him, Xuanyu didn't let his guard down because of one small victory. He couldn't afford to be surrounded. He had to take out one of them first, then look for another opportunity. He continues to leap and bound, believing he can do it. A fireball erupts from a wolf's mouth, and he rolls away just in time. Another lava hound opens its maw, forming yet another fireball. Hyunwoo knows he's in trouble. He can't keep this up. He's burning through too much spirit energy to use the golden dragon shock. Another wolf attacks before he can react, forcing him to dodge and weave, his eyes hardening with resolve as he decides to fight back. His hands collided, and a brilliant golden light erupted between them. He poured nearly all his strength into this blow, slamming it into the wolf's snout, instantly felling the second beast. Just as he leaps away, Xuanyu senses something hurtling towards him, a fireball, descending unnoticed. Panic sets in. He spent too much energy. His body won't move. Is this the end? Xuanyu smiles wryly. Strengthening his arms into a defensive stance, defeating 2/3 of his enemies is an achievement in itself. The fireball hurtles towards him, leaving him with nowhere to run. The intense heat sears his delicate skin, but the impact triggers a hidden power within Xuanyu. The tattoo on his arm glows, revealing its mark. And in the raging fire before him, he seems to sense something. In an instant, Xuanyu escapes reality, drawn into another consciousness. A rainbow halo appears around his body. The light intensified, engulfing him in a blinding white void, and his consciousness spiraled into a turbulent universe. Flowing into the center is a dazzling sphere of light, and when enough energy has gathered, it explodes, directly affecting Xuanyu in the real world. A burst of energy erupts from his body, sending every wolf in the arena flying oblivious to their fate. The energy that Xuanyu unleashed was incredibly shocking. As tremors seemed to spread throughout the entire space, Xuanyu lost control, unleashing a torrent of power that incinerated every wolf in sight. The shockwave blankets the surroundings as the test concludes. His eyes flutter open, and he realizes he's back in the waiting hall. Xuanyu dazedly looks at his hand. He passed the test, but he's completely out of strength. And since when did he have 2 coins in his hand? 2 Dula coins, so he really did pass. Mysteries abound. But what was that 7-colored light, he realizes with a start. Wait. His soul power isn't recovering. A jolt of shock ran through his mind. His soul power had decreased. His mind raced. What was happening? This was impossible. Could meditation be the only way to recover? Xuanyu hurried back to the dorm to meditate. But it was no use. His upper limit had decreased. He frantically reached under his pillow for the soul power measuring device. A number flashed on the screen, and a look of panic washed over Xuanyu's face. Level 13. He's dizzy. How could this be? He's regressed. He finally reached level 14 with great difficulty. Cold sweat poured down, but his heart burns like fire. Something's not right. Calm down and analyze it. It's related to that light. Could it be a special change created when the 2 blue-silver grasses touched? Sitting in meditation once more, he wonders if the simulated state of his body should have no effect on the real world. He observes carefully. In his mind's eye, a disk emits a purplish-blue light, and the repulsion between the 2 energies seems to have lessened slightly. He then noticed something else. A strange object had appeared in the close-up view. Inside the vortex, a tiny sphere with a flickering, iridescent light. This is truly suspicious. Did the previous collision cause this? I feel like my soul power has dropped a level. But it's not all bad. Still, he was lost in thought. Realizing that asking the teachers wouldn't solve the problem, he could only ask Nana. But still, this is a difficult thing to talk about. How should I ask? Through the summoning gate, that's not a good idea. It's my martial soul secret after all. Suddenly, Xuanyu remembers someone who can help. That's right. Isn't there still Dong Tianqiu? He quickly decides to have her deliver a letter for him. And that evening, he diligently begins writing a long letter. He calls her over, and the time has finally come for him to summon the gate. Tianqiu thought he was delivering a love letter. Little did she know. He just needed her to deliver a letter to Nana, thanking her for the help. 3 days later, he finally received a reply from Nana. A detailed explanation. In her letter, she wrote that his situation very likely triggered his own martial soul fusion skill. As expected of the most reliable teacher, she could see his problem at a glance. 2 conflicting energies within him. In this situation, he faces a crisis to eliminate the conflict and merge together. She accurately diagnoses his condition. The drop in soul power is likely a mutation after the martial soul fusion. Nana further speculated that the appearance of the 7-colored light enhanced the compatibility between the 2 energies, meaning that these 2 energies had begun to merge. After reading this, Lan Xuanyu jumped up excitedly, realizing this was indeed a good thing. After reading the letter, Lan Xuanyu was finally relieved and threw himself back into studying and training. In the days that followed, besides class time, Lan Xuanyu and his 2 roommates practiced together, with him at the center. A month later, he finally cultivated his soul power to level 14. Holding the measuring device, the future seemed brighter. The students in the advanced talents class were working hard as well, each with barely concealed tension, as no one wanted to be the one eliminated. The day of the midterm exam finally arrives, and the results will affect each student's evaluation in the academy. Xuanyu nodded, anticipating the results ahead. As the midterm was divided into 3 parts, cultural knowledge, physical aptitude, and small group combat, for Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei, the written exam was the easiest, followed by the physical assessment. The teacher explains that the physical aptitude test is divided into 4 basic categories: strength, speed, mental power, and soul power. Beside her is a device where 2 metal walls will gradually close together to test strength. All they have to do is keep the walls from closing for as long as possible. A student demonstrates, but can't hold on. The teacher reads from her tablet 33 seconds. The best result among the qualified students was 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Ye Lingtong, with her heavenly gang dragon spirit, scored 1 minute and 57 seconds. The highest among the female students, Qian Lei, 17 seconds. Dead last. That's awful. Next up is our boy, Xuanyu. As the test began, Xuanyu stepped in and braced his hands against the walls, his face determined to achieve the best possible result. His grip firming. Time ticked by. The pressure from the metal walls increased, and 1.5 minutes had already passed. The proctor marveled at how long he'd lasted, considering he was just a control-type soulmaster. Indeed, Xuanyu's body has begun to tremble. His small frame truly can't hold out much longer. His 2 roommates anxiously cheer him on as the walls close in. Qian Lei panics as the metal walls close in. Can they hold on? The teacher nods in approval, acknowledging their effort. For Lan Xuanyu, the more he's suppressed, the more an indomitable spirit rises within him, and he pushes the walls back once more. The teacher gasps. He's pushing the metal back into place. This is rare. It's not just strength anymore. It's incredible willpower. Surrounded by the cheers of his friends, Xuanyu, keep going. Qian Sun's brow furrows as he takes notice of him. His classmates were in awe. Could he really keep going? It's terrifying. Finally, the examiner called out for him to stop. Covered in sweat, Xuanyu stumbled out of the testing area, where his teacher smiled gently and said, "You did well. Your will is strong. But you pushed yourself too hard. You must learn when to stop. Understand?" He bowed his head in thanks. Understood. Thank you, teacher. His score was then announced: Lan Xuanyu. Persistence of 4 minutes. A perfect 10+1 stripe. Due to exerting too much force in the strength test, Lan Xuanyu only scored 7 points in the speed test. His spirit power test was even worse, earning only 4 or 5 points, the lowest in the class. But he scored a perfect 10 with an extra point in the mental power test. Lan Xuanyu ranks 13th in the class with a total of 31, 5 points and 2 marks. while Lu Feng ranks 29th with 26, 5 points and 1 mark. Second to last. 30th place. Tian Lei, 25 points. Un mérite point. Adding the scores of his 2 weak roommates, their combined score is still very low in the class. The instructor announced that, in addition to the published results and rankings, according to the Academy's decision, bonus points are also a reference achievement. A supplementary rule is that the team with the most bonus points will not be eliminated in the final exam. And the team with the most bonus points is, they never expected their team to be mentioned. Team 333. With a total of 4 bonus points, let's congratulate them. The spring semester, students were disgruntled. What? That's the weakest team. They got 4 bonus points. They were supposed to be eliminated. Kim Xiang objects, saying it's unfair that such a weak team gets such good treatment. The instructor replies that it's the Academy's rule, and any complaints should be directed to them. Before leaving, he reminded them that the top performer in the afternoon's combat assessment would also be exempt from elimination in the final exam. Tianluo excitedly grinned. We're in the clear. Lu Feng gently nudged his shoulder. Hey. It was then that he noticed the hateful glares from behind. Xuanyu ignored them and said, Let's go get some food. The trio left before the others, prompting Jingsheng to seethe. Just wait until the practical exam this afternoon. I'll deal with you. Meanwhile, a similar scheme brewed in the minds of the other students as they stood in neat rows within the vast training room, their faces tense as the challenge was announced. Next, the practical combat assessment will begin for everyone. Mu Zhongtian, with his brown hair and neat black glasses, stood in the center, his expression stern. As he began to announce the rules and the setting for the assessment, the maze simply defeat every team you encounter. The sooner a team is eliminated, the fewer points you receive. Hyunwoo slowly advances. He casually sits at his station, as if he's done this 1,000,000 times. As Zongtian's voice echoed, promising the champion won't be eliminated this semester. Xuanyu contemplates their strategy, a maze he's never seen before. A free-for-all battle. The screen flickers to life, displaying a spatial program like a gateway to a mysterious world, as Xuanyu announces to his team. This is the labyrinth. To which Qianlei replies, It's just as I imagined. He cautions them, saying they could easily get lost. Lu Feng wonders what to do now. Hyunwoo begins analyzing tactics, stating that all the students are in the maze, meaning they'll likely face many battles, and relying on soul force alone won't be enough. We should find a place to hide, avoid unnecessary fights, and increase our chances of survival. Qianlei and Lu Feng were surprised. Hide, are you sure? Suddenly, Qianlei exclaimed, What's that? Suddenly, a giant with glowing blue eyes appears, a stone giant. A maze boss Qianlei worries. It's coming this way, Xuanyu. Should we summon? He immediately commanded. Not yet, you're our secret weapon. Let's rest and recover for now. And don't let anyone discover us. Fengzi, go scout out its attack patterns. Lu Feng immediately sets off. All right. Leave it to me. The stone giant slams its heavy axe into the ground, causing the earth to crack and rocks to fly. Liu Feng doesn't flinch, striking back at its arm. He realizes its movements are slow, and its strength is only decent. Perhaps just to annoy and distract them. Xianyu clenches his fist with determination. All right. Let's go all out and defeat it. He places his hand on Lu Feng's shoulder, who quickly rises, spear in helmet. As the stone man attacks again, they both charge forward, shouting, Let's go. A powerful impact explodes as the two combine their swords, the sharp blade flashing through the air. Xuanyu is radiant in golden light, both exuding peak prowess before their combined might. The stone man is quickly defeated. Lu Feng and Xuanyu exchange a look and a thumbs up, acknowledging each other's skill. Li Qianlei hesitated outside. Xuanyu smiled, declaring he had a brilliant strategy. As he sat beside the shattered remains of the giant stone statue, smiling, he says, Let's just hide here and do nothing. The three turn towards the cave, curious and excited. I think this tactic is brilliant. Qianlei is still hesitant. Isn't this just being afraid to die? Leaning against the cliff, Lan Xuanyu frowned. So afraid of death, that's harsh. We're just conserving our strength. His sharp eyes pierced the darkness as he contemplated. We'll wait until they're worn out before we go out. Qianlei, surprised, blurts out that he didn't expect Xuanyu to be so cunning. But Xuanyu retorts that it's not cunning. It's strategy, an unexpected voice praised. Not bad. Tianfan, the vice president of Tianluo Academy and person in charge of the high-energy youth class, complimented with a satisfied expression. Well played. But Li Hongbin, standing next to him, pointed at the screen and affirmed. This is nothing. The best is this group. Tianfan looked surprised. These three, on the screen, the faces of Xuanyu's group hiding behind the stone statue appear. He smiles and asks, Lao Li, why do you say they're the best? Hongbin glances at him, astutely judging. Quick handling. Adapting to the situation, they're using their brains to take the exam. Tianfan smiles amiably, nodding in agreement. So let's look forward to seeing their final results. Hongbin glances at him meaningfully. Don't you think they have your style? Tianfan asks. Puzzled. What do you mean? Hongbin immediately mocked him. What pretense? I don't believe you didn't see it. Someone interrupted. Embarrassed. Shut up. Hongbin put his hand on his shoulder, looking understanding. All right. You still can't give up. Can you? Tianfeng lowered his head, pondering. How could I give up? You don't know what I had to pay to come back. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. Unfortunately, I offended someone, and I can't go back. Hongbin immediately retorted, saying that's not what offending means. Tianfan raised a finger to stop him, saying, all right, a hero doesn't dwell on the past. No more. No more. He looked up, his eyes flashing with determination. If they won't let me return, I'll make them see that I can still do great things at the academy. Then, Tianfan points directly at the screen, where Lan Xuanyu's image is displayed, saying, this kid's not bad. What's his name? Mu Zhongtian replies. Weisstein. He's Lan Xuanyu. Tianfan grinned, propping up his chin. After the assessment, tell him to come find me. Hongbin immediately worried. Hey, you sly fox. Don't corrupt that student. But Tianfan, with a rather artificial confidence, retorted, how could you say that I'm the most upright and kind person? Hongbin could only frown in response. Back with Xuanyu's team, Dianlei listened intently to the sounds around them. I hear fighting. It sounds close. Should we check it out? Xuanyu reassured them, telling them not to worry, that they weren't in a rush, and that he was just being calm. He smiled, explaining their strategy, saying there was no need to take risks, that they were guaranteed not to be eliminated, and that waiting a little longer would increase their chances of winning. Having secured our position, we should naturally aim for the highest goal. It's that simple. Lan Xuanyu urged them to rest, saying they'd go out and clean up the mess later. Meanwhile, in another corner of the maze, the class president's team was on the move. Tiangxun and Lingtong wiped themselves down quickly, looking a bit rushed. Jianyu stopped and asked, Class monitor, should we take a break? Lingtong replied that they hadn't consumed much energy from their recent victory and could definitely continue. As Tianjun spoke, the control-type Soul Master, Chang Jianji, scanned the dark space, a hint of worry in his eyes. In this maze, we can't predict what's coming. Facing multiple opponents or even being surrounded is a real possibility. So let's rest and get ourselves in top condition to deal with anything. Yan Dingdong suddenly noticed something, pointing ahead and saying, Hey, there's a pile of rocks over there. A dead end. Seeing the mess in front of them, the three continued forward, saying as they walked, We'll get through over there. Lan Xuanyu cried out in his heart. What luck is this, judging by the voice? He knew who was coming, the strongest opponent in the class. Qianlei and Lu Feng exchanged a worried and confused glance, wondering what to do. As Lan Xuanyu's palm suddenly glowed brightly, he raised his hand, the light of the blue-silver grass enveloping his body if they couldn't escape. Then Qianlei and Lu Feng prepared their strength, their eyes firm once more, adding, they would have to fight. Silence descends as both sides tensely await the opportune moment. When suddenly, a portal opens, emitting an alluring energy. Tianjun immediately noticed the anomaly, sensing some kind of energy reaction. From beyond the gate, a woman's voice rose in anger. I'm not giving it up. So, Xuanyu gives up, and Tianchu says he won't fight. Their 4-on-3 plan has become 2-on-3. Tianxun immediately identifies his target. Sensing someone behind him, he immediately unleashed his Golden Lion King spirit, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden light. Lu Feng was caught in the crossfire, his body ablaze with spirit energy. Xian Yu quickly grabs his wrist, then throws him over the barricade, while Tianjun throws 2 punches. Anticipating his opponent's intentions, the 2 sides clashed amidst the rubble, and as the debris flew, Lu Feng was launched into action, his sword flashing with incredible speed. As the sharp spear neared, the sword jerker swiftly created a magic circle around his body, and as the spear closed in, a dark shadow emerged behind him. The spear strikes the shadow, not the sword. Lu Feng is stunned. He avoided a fatal blow. What kind of soul skill is this? He stubbornly tries again. Another thrust, to force him away. While Xuanyu and Tianxun face off after breaking through the rocks, he's still watching the situation over there. Sword jerk is dangerous. Without hesitation, he unleashes his first soul skill, Golden Lion's Roar. The shockwave explodes, engulfing the space, and no one can escape this soul skill, especially Xuanyu, who's caught in the blast. He couldn't evade it and took the full brunt of the attack. Only then did Lian Tong take a closer look, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Realizing it was their team, Tiangxun was annoyed. What a waste to not use the Golden Lion on them. He urged his teammates to hurry and ambush. Lian Dong quickly ends her fight. While Tianxun deals with the stunned Xuanvu, Lian Tong finishes off Lu Feng, whose energy channels are in disarray. As an arm emerges unnoticed from the portal that Xuanyu had been dragged through, a beam of light converges into a small sphere, gently gliding towards Tianxun. Thienthu emerges from the teleportation gate. While Hianvu is still reeling from the Lion's Roar soul skill, it was as if an explosion detonated within him, and the patterns beneath the ice on his arm began to glow. The explosion intensified within his mind, and when he opened his eyes, they were completely amber. Tianchu stares in shock as Xuanyu undergoes a strange transformation, his body suddenly erupting with an abnormal surge of power. Xuanyu grits his teeth, enduring the pain in his meridians. Then, he looks up. Something in his eyes has changed. His mouth opens, revealing a radiant light within. Tianchu instantly recognized the technique he was about to use, and was shocked. A roar more powerful than a lion's resounded, and the golden aura unleashed an unprecedented force. The powerful shockwave shatters the portal, and everyone is suppressed by the dragon's roar. A blinding light strikes with immense force as the spirit eyes prepare to finish off their foe. She doesn't realize she's in the blast radius. The shockwave throws her back, and the sword's hum threatens to shatter her eardrums. With a final burst of strength, his eyes return to normal, but his body, completely drained, collapses. Rocks rain down upon them, and time seems to stand still for a moment. Influenced by the dragon's roar, Liao Feng felt a surge of unprecedented power, his entire being radiating an immeasurable and formidable aura. He roared, unleashing the power surging within him, and in a flash, Liao Feng moved with impossible speed. He struck the opposing team with a flurry of blows. Using joint locks and swift footwork, the 3-man Tiangxun team was struck in their weak points, turning into white light. Eliminated, still reeling from his power surge, Liao Feng marvels at his enhanced white dragon spear. But a series of footsteps warns him that company is coming. In an instant, Liao Feng knew the consequences of his actions. Those roars had made them the center of attention, and Xuanyu was in no condition to fight. Without a second thought, Li Feng hoisted him over his shoulder and called to his remaining teammate. Fatih, get up. Let's go. The two hurried away, knowing this place was no longer safe. Just as they burst out of the bend, they immediately encountered the trio running in the opposite direction. Liao Feng quickly recognized Kim Xiang's team, and Kim Xiang was stunned for a moment. Realizing what a twist of fate it was, he smirked, knowing his time had come. So it was those three. Still so panicked, a perfect opportunity to strike. With a triumphant look, Kim Tuong quickly laid out his plan attack. Eliminate. Qian Lei quickly understood his intentions, feigning panic as he shouted, "Run, they're right behind us, run." Liao Feng admired his quick reaction, calling him a clever one. But Kim Tuong immediately retorted, "What a Herd Lu's group was behind them. No wonder they were running for their lives." He immediately turned tail and ran, urging them to flee, saying they needed to get away before running into Lao Lu and his group, or it would be game over. Kim Xiang's teammates wondered what to do about the three of them, but he was only concerned with saving himself, saying they'd deal with it later. Little did they know, they'd been tricked by a simple ploy. All three of them struck at once. Kim, sweating profusely, was stunned. What only then did he realize he'd been played. With disbelief, they stare at Liao Feng, who exudes confidence. How could it be? Kim Tuong's team of three fades into white light, eliminated from the game. Having dispatched a difficult opponent with ease, Liao Feng urged, "Let's go. Let's get out of here." And their actions were all recorded on camera. These last two teams seem to have lost unfairly, never expecting this outcome. The judges maintain a serious demeanor, while Qian Fan is intrigued by this young man's potential, summoning a person from the summoning gate, a person with clear intelligence. But more importantly, what was that dragon's roar Xuanyu emitted after being affected by the golden lion's roar? And why does Hongbin seem so suspicious? This Xuanyu can enhance Liao Feng's martial soul, but the effect of a dragon's roar can't be achieved through his own cultivation. Reviewing the events and their causes, it seems that under the pressure of the golden lion's roar, his own bloodline unleashed a special power, meaning his spirit soul mutated the blue silvergrass. A mysterious question arises in his mind. Could he be even stronger than the Golden Lion King, far away on Heaven's Head Star? In Tianqiu's student dormitory, she gasped, reassuring herself that he had scared her to death. That scene had truly shaken her, and she was lucky to escape, though her bloodline was still affected. Suddenly, Tianqiu thought of something. Wait, that name echoed with a dragon's roar. Why does it feel so familiar? As her exam ends, Kim Tuong bursts out, screaming, "Liao Feng, you petty bastard! I'll never forgive you." He's about to attack, but a loud shout stops him. Stop. His tone was cold and judgmental. They were careless and gullible. He slowly emphasized the real consequences of today's match. One day, they would face real-world enemies. If they were careless in the simulation, they wouldn't survive long in the future. His tone was firm, distinguishing right from wrong. True strength requires not only combat prowess but also intellect. The top three in today's practical exam are Hian Vu, Lu Feng, and Tin Loi. The three men looked at each other in stunned silence. Everyone around is shocked. What? Weren't they always at the bottom? How could it be them? Tian Sun also feels unfairly treated. This is too strange. How could they have won? He's always been proud of his bloodline. How could he endure such humiliation? His golden bloodline is so strong, always allowing him to dominate others. But this time, he's the one being dominated. Tian Shun's suspicion turns to that person. What exactly happened to him? He happily gives his teammate a thumbs up. Furthermore, Xuanyu discovered something even more delightful. His soul power seemed to have increased slightly. However, Hongbin announced that the combat assessment was over, and they could return or continue training on their own. Then he called out Xuanyu's name, asking him to stay behind. Hearing this, his two friends didn't hold him back. We'll head back first. As Xuanyu stayed behind to follow the professor, a person in a red training suit stepped out, and like a kitten, he blinked his eyes as the silver-haired man waved him over. He smiled warmly. Follow me. All Lan Xuanyu could think was how handsome this man was. Who was he? He thought he'd heard someone call him Vice Dean. He then trotted after the two older men. Tianfan looking slightly annoyed, he coldly waved him off. What are you following us for? Hongbin indifferently clasped his hands behind his back. Just supervising, to prevent you from corrupting the kid. Tianfan laughed. Old Li. Do you have a problem? You don't want to create another world-destroying demon king like yourself, do you? Leaving the boy full of questions. What's up with these two? Instead of Master Li. Why do I feel so unreliable? Through the academy's silent, wide corridors, he was led to a room with antique European decor, where the two sat facing each other at a small tea table. Now, Tianfan gets to the main topic, asking how he thought to use such tactics in the labyrinth today. In the teacher's office, Xuanyu sat upright in the chair, slowly recounting his feelings about the battle, saying he felt that no one knew what was happening in the labyrinth. Therefore, avoiding unnecessary fights saves energy, and waiting for others to weaken naturally creates a greater chance of victory. In truth, strength can be cultivated later, but instinct is hard to forge. He paused for a moment, then continued. I admire your instinct. Would you like to be my disciple? He was taken aback by the question. Hongbin, who was reviewing documents, paused, a thoughtful look on his face. Xuanyu quickly responds that he already has a master, which darkens the man's eyes. He then tries to persuade Xuanyu, saying he can teach him how to command a warship. As expected, those words baited him. You know how to pilot a warship, Tianfan smugly replied. You don't understand. Do you? Piloting a warship isn't a one-man job. There are many crew members, but you need someone to oversee everything, even an entire fleet. I can teach you how to dominate the universe. Are you interested? This topic clearly excites Xuanyu, who replies, I've always loved battleships since I was little. He nods in satisfaction. Acknowledging a master, he hesitates, turning to Hongbin for guidance, who nods in agreement. At that moment, he stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Having achieved his goal, Tianfan was overjoyed. Good. 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 Finally, there's a successor. From now on, you are my disciple. My name is Tianfan. Just call me. He trails off, confused, and Hongban chimes in, reminding him, right, never mention his name outside, or else, before he can finish, Tianfan angrily cuts him off. Hey, no one told you to speak up. He feigned indifference, saying he was glad I knew how to protect my disciple and that he'd be leaving first. Suddenly serious, he turned back to remind me that this Hyunwoo kid was promising and that I knew what to do, considering his past achievements. Hearing this, Tianfan couldn't help but break his composure in front of his new disciple. What do you mean, get out? Now Hongbin didn't miss the chance to mock him as he left. The Demon Lord Tianfan's demeanor is quite something. He's seething with anger, ready to explode, but then, his expression turns serious. Thoughtful, no matter what. I won't regret it. From the corner, Hyunwoo finally spoke up. Addressing his teacher, Tianfan turned, looking troubled, admitting he couldn't help but get angry whenever he saw Lao Li, and suggested they start their lesson immediately. Today, I'll give you a taste of real space travel. How does that sound? This makes him very happy and excited. Yes. Sire. Arriving, and beholding the sight before him, Xuanyu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It's so huge. Is this also a simulation pod? Wang Rong replied. This is a two-person simulation pod. You can enter from that side. He settles into the cockpit, and a mechanical voice confirms his identity. Tianluo Academy student. Xuanyu. Untunable level. He stares in awe at the scene before him. Just then, his voice echoed clearly from outside the pod. Are you ready? There will be a strong surge soon. It's best to use your soul power to protect your body. Xuanyu confidently replied. Yes. Teacher. I'm ready. With everything set, Tianfan gave the order Starfighter 128. Prepare for launch. Immediately, a powerful force jolted him. He braced himself against the crushing pressure, feeling his body about to burst. Quickly, he circulated his soul power, using the golden wen, blue-silver grass, to enhance his defense. He told himself to stay calm and cope. But suddenly, Xuanyu no longer felt the pressure and found it strange. It seems the pressure is weaker now. He looked up, taking in the massive scene before him, and cheered with delight. He was in space. The ship suddenly accelerated, and he couldn't adapt. The pressure increased. Was the fighter accelerating? In the distance, something catches Hyunwoo's eye. What is that? The answer comes quickly as they approach an asteroid belt. Meanwhile, Tianfan, piloting the fighter with a mysterious air, tells the kid to sit tight and watch closely as he maneuvers through the battlefield at breakneck speed. The sudden acceleration of the fighter made him uneasy. His eyes squeezed shut as he wondered. What a battlefield! The fighter sped like lightning, barely clearing the shattered rocks. Though shielded within the ship, Xuanyu felt the terrifying pressure of the wind, heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, sending a shockwave that threw everything into the air. Then came a series of muffled explosions, and the fighter jet swerved to escape, making him dizzy as if the entire space was spinning. What happened? The pressure suddenly became too strong. The ship spun wildly, disorienting him to the point of nausea. An unbearable feeling. The explosions continued, relentlessly tormenting Xuanyu in the compartment, both physically and mentally. After more than 20 minutes, it finally ended, and he ran out as fast as he could. Tianfan gently peeked out and reminded him that the restroom was at the end of the hall. He was beyond miserable at this point. Afterward, only heavy retching echoed down the long corridor. Now, he was finally pleased. Haha. The kid managed to endure for 19 minutes. Back when I first sat in a starfighter, I only lasted 18 minutes. Haha. I've really found a treasure. Not bad. Not bad. Good spiritual power and physical strength. He continued to muse that some things can be forged. But looking at Xuanyu, he didn't seem to be doing so well. His mind still seemed to be swaying and flying in the air. Teacher. Tianfan understands how he feels because he's been there himself. It's okay. It's okay. Go back and rest. Come see me after school tomorrow. Okay, I'll talk to Chongtian. Dizzy and disoriented, Xuanyu stumbled away, not even knowing how he made it back to the dorm, and even skipped dinner. Even Qianlei and Lu Feng's questions went unheard as he remained lost in a dizzying sleep. The next day in the student cafeteria, Ling Tong fumed. I lost so unfairly last night. Nothing good ever comes from that guy. Just then, in the distance, a crowd gathered, sparking her curiosity. You have to give us an explanation. This is too much. Seeing this, she approached and asked, what's going on? Someone nearby explained that he ate everyone's breakfast, saying he was extremely hungry in the morning and accidentally ate too much. The crowd continued to grumble. What are we supposed to do? We're all hungry. While a guilty Xuanyu hung his head. The clamor was giving her a headache. She was at her wit's end. But then she spoke decisively. All right. Everyone, quiet down. Do you want him to throw it all up? He looked up at her, surprised that she was sticking up for him. Just then, the students rejoiced at the sight of Zhong Tian. Approaching, Teacher Mu is here. Let him handle it. He adjusted his glasses sternly. A new breakfast has been prepared. Everyone eat first. Xuanyu's body may be experiencing some issues, so I need to take him for a checkup. Hearing that, he was startled and a little worried, then followed him dejectedly out of the cafeteria. Outside, he was surprised to see Tianfan waiting for him. He approached and greeted him politely, while Tianfan smiled back. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling arises, with an extremely violent reaction upon seeing him. Even so, Tianfan doesn't seem to care, his face still bright. Don't worry. It's because you're consuming too much. Your bloodline requires a great deal of energy to react like that. So from now on, come to my office for 3 meals a day. Beside them, Chongtian quietly watched. A feeling of awe rising in his heart was the vice principal starting to coax Xuanyu. This man holds a high position in Tianluo Academy. Even the dean avoids him and gives him the best treatment. Only Mu happens to have a good relationship with him. Others wish they could avoid him out of fear. Hopefully, this will be a good thing for Xuanyu. Tianfan smiled gently and continued. Come to me after class. Eat. And then go to class an hour later. But contrary to him, Xuanyu couldn't be happy. Always feeling a little scared. Suddenly, his expression changed. His words filled with profound meaning, face difficulties head-on. Bravely welcoming them is the mark of a true man. Seeing this, he shuddered slightly. Indeed terrifying. In the morning, Tianfan prepares a diverse meal, a feast laid out before Xuanyu. He quickly grabs the food and devours it. This rare food fills Xuanyu with power. To the boy, he was an angel by day, but by night, the demon Tianfan became his greatest fear. His face at that moment terrified Xuanyu, as Tianfan took him away to train, allowing him to fully experience the feeling and powerful impact of a starfighter. After he left, the boy was so exhausted he could barely breathe, working until his body was worn out and his mind was reeling before he could rest. During this time, Xuanyu was always a little dazed, and Qingluo was a little worried when he saw the boy's pale face. Xuanyu moved sluggishly, oblivious to his surroundings. Even his grades in cultural studies declined. But these sacrifices were not in vain. His reaction speed increased dramatically, and his physical fitness continued to improve. Each time he returned to his room, Xuanyu would diligently practice, supplementing his nutrition with the energy the fighter jet provided. His endurance increased, and the discomfort he felt while piloting the fighter gradually decreased. But Qianlei also gradually increased Xuanyu's piloting time, pushing him to his limit every day, leaving the boy feeling lost and afraid. Days later, Liao Feng wondered if Lan Xuanyu also had to see the vice principal that night, and Qianlei agreed, saying they needed to train with the end of the term approaching. His face growing paler by the day, Xuanyu seizes the chance to suggest asking the teacher tonight, then suddenly remembers and boasts that his spiritual power is about to break 200i. How are you progressing? Somewhat frustrated, Xuanyu gave a perfunctory reply and turned to leave, saying, I don't know. I'm dizzy all the time. Okay. I have to go. Standing by, he couldn't help but worry. Is she really okay? I hope she is. Cut to another building, where Hongbin slams his hand on Tianfan's desk. He angrily questions him. Fat fox. Are you crazy? What level is your simulation lab if something happens to her? How will we explain it to her parents? Annoyed, Tianfan retorts that he's being bothersome, and that he wouldn't have allowed it without a sound assessment. He's simply maximizing the boy's potential, adding through gritted teeth that the boy has already lasted an hour. Hongbin was stunned. What an hour? Tianfan raised his eyebrows. His eyeballs, mental strength, and physique are all top-notch. Teaching her the normal way would be a waste of her potential. With a determined look, he raised his finger, saying he hoped she could get into that place. He was speechless. Tianfan slowly stood up, saying, Old Li, my greatest regret is being too arrogant in my youth, making mistakes that led to my dismissal. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so alone now. Hongbin finally compromised. All right. We're both worthless. He proposed letting her try once, expanding his authority so he could observe and verify her endurance. The boy was then taken inside. Hinvu, are you ready? The boy shouted back that he was ready, and Hongbin quickly pressed the data on the machine, causing the scenery around Xuanyu to change dramatically. The boy was gradually brought deeper inside, and as Hianvu gritted his teeth, trying his best to endure, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Xuanyu carefully observes everything. The boy is much better now, beginning to get used to operating the Tianfan. Xuanyu glances to the side, noticing another ship and observing some of the starfighter's features. Explosions erupted one after another, until silence once again filled the void. The boy emerges, gasping for air, as Tianfan, emboldened, can't hide his pride. Seeing Tianfan's smugness, Hongbin grumbled in anger. Not bad. I didn't expect this kid to adapt so quickly. He confidently lays out his strategy, saying this is innate talent. Far beyond his imagination, he plans to let him control it himself after 3 months. A statement that stuns the other man, who protests that it's too soon. Even so, Tianfan's opinion remains unchanged. His potential is great, and I'm constantly monitoring his body's composition. Hianwu, despite being involved, is still clueless. Having never checked, he finally reveals the truth. Brat, What are you looking at? You think rare ingredients are just for fun? To eat so much and digest it so quickly proves his body and bloodline need ample nutrition. Tianfan smiles, hopeful about the boy. But he's still too young and needs a period of stable growth. I'll make a new study plan for him when he turns 12. Based on his situation. Hongbin's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. Then I'm relieved. It seems you've matured a lot. He fumes. Realizing the implication of his words, what does he mean? What makes me immature? Hongbin calmly turns and leaves, saying, when did you mature? I wonder who got kicked out. Tianfan was infuriated by the indifference, yelling, hey, you don't hit a man in the face if you're so good. Fight me with a mech before leaving. He approached the boy and urged, Xuanyu, you have to work hard too. Since your career is related to mech battles, I suggest you choose mech design. As Hongbin waved goodbye, he said, all right, I'll see you later. I'll be teaching the mecha combat course next semester. The boy obediently replied, thank you, teacher, while Tianfan in the back continued to curse. Get lost. And don't you ever come back here. The scene shifts, and the Chengtian Academy announces, next, I will announce the rules of this exam. First, we will conduct a physical fitness test. Tianqin listens intently. Xuanyu is equally focused as the teacher's voice drones on. Finally, the team with the most pluses will not be eliminated. First, a strength test. Xuanyu easily earns a plus. After a struggle, he hears the call for the next student. Tianqin, begin your test. He struggled in this round, enduring what felt like an endless 5 minutes, but finally, Tianqi persevered, making great progress and earning a plus. They moved on to another test. Speed, with Lu Feng earning a plus. When Xuanyu received his results, he looked dejected. Soul power. Level 16, an improvement, but still near the bottom of the class. Moving on to the next test. Qianlei's spiritual power is 187, earning him a plus. Chongtian calls out, next, Xuanyu. He watched him approach, a mix of emotions swirling within. Had the boy's spiritual power improved under the vice principal's tutelage these past 3 months? At Zhongtian's signal, Xuanyu sat down. All right, let's begin the test. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. As the number on the machine began to climb, would there be something truly astonishing? As everyone watched in disbelief, it climbed to 180. Could it surpass Qianlei? Finally, the number reached 190, and gasps filled the air. 190. It surpassed him. Even the previous record holder is stunned, unable to believe it. While everyone is frozen in place, the system jumps again to 194. Chongtian gaped in astonishment as the numbers climbed higher and higher. 194. 195. It climbed to 196. Then 197. Slower now, but still rising. Unbelievably, the gauge reached 199. 199. The surrounding crowd fell silent, watching intently until they realized the numbers had stopped changing. It stopped. It stopped. The shock in his eyes lingered. It seemed breaking through to the middle stage of spiritual connection was still a challenge. Behind him, the teachers whispered amongst themselves. Indeed, though just a bit short, he surpassed so many others. While on the machine, Xuanyu remained focused, his power vortex seemingly brighter than ever, and he gazed in wonder at the scene within. Xuanyu focused on the smallest details, noticing the colors within the vortex. He curiously observed the sphere in its center. Inside, the sphere emits a constant light. What color is it? Ah, I see it now. Green, red, blue, and yellow. Sure enough, there's fluctuation outside the system. 200. 200 points. Unbelievable for a mid-stage spirit connection realm cultivator. Through his own efforts, the final number settles at 200, and so, Xuanyu earns a plus in spiritual power, and their group once again takes first place in the physical fitness test. Cut to another location, room 316. The three of them, Tianzun, Jianji and Ling Tong stand in a room, discussing the upcoming combat assessment. Whatever the format, they must take first place this time. Jianji suddenly realizes something is off, noting that Xuanyu is strange and that his roar last time changed the situation. She had to admit it. Xuanyu was strange. Every time they fought, her martial soul couldn't reach its full potential. Tianzun's eyes filled with determination. This time would be different. He was a level 20 Great Soul Master, and he had to win. No matter what, Jianji suddenly remembers something ever since Xuanyu joined room 330. Qianlei and Lu Feng have been different too. So I think Xuanyu is the most important factor. Tiangsun's face darkened as he made a decision. If we face them, we'll eliminate Lan Xuanyu first, no matter the cost. The final practical exam arrives, and Chongtian announces the rules. Today's battlefield is a ring, and Group 333 will be the ringmasters. The exam will be a battle. The students of Group 333 will engage in combat, and the other groups will draw lots to attack. We will score you based on your performance. Qianlei raises his hand to object. Hey, teacher, can we just forfeit? We've already made it. Hearing this, he immediately abandoned the idea. If they lost more than half of the next matches, all their titles would be revoked, and their scores would be reduced by 30%. Liu Feng, Xuanyu, and he could only sigh helplessly. This was clearly meant to kill them. Regardless of their expressions, Zhongtian announced, "All right, let's draw lots and enter the simulation pods." The boy quickly entered the machine. Though the simulation room could restore soul power, spiritual soul power couldn't be fully recovered, so it seemed he should plan carefully. How many summons could he withstand? He seriously suggested that if it were Qianchu, 5 times should be possible. But it depends on whether she's willing. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, "What if I use my right hand to summon?" Qianlei bluntly replies that he can barely manage 3 times, plus 1 more summoning of Tianchu, enough to win 4 matches. Hyunwoo is finally relieved, saying, "Okay, I understand." Lu Feng shouts to buff his teammates. "They're here." The boy immediately gets into position and summons Qianlei. He quickly obeyed, tossing out gold coins for support as the summoning gate activated. At the same time, Xuanyu clenched his fist, his golden patterns transforming into silver grass. The boy reached out and touched the gate as the first team reacted and charged forward. The summoning gate holds. It's starting to summon. Go. Block them. This is the group that signed up and came over. The boy steps aside to shield and reassure. Don't panic. Continue the summoning. Qianlei continues his work. But as he focuses, someone from room 304 attacks. Just then, a dragon's tail appeared, sending the girl flying as the dragon emerged, roaring. Even Qianlei is shocked to see it. Could this be? Did I summon this? The alligator dragon stands beside them like a bodyguard. Its mere roar is enough to cause tremors. Inside the observation room, the teachers are shocked and restless, never expecting to see an evil flood dragon of the subdragon species, a rare soul beast. Room 304 was now in a panic. They actually succeeded in summoning it, and Thua Huang was just taken out by this soul beast. Its gaze locked onto the boy, and Xuanyu could feel it. Miraculously, the alligator dragon began nuzzling against his legs. Hyunyu naturally reached out and stroked its head, stunning both allies and enemies alike. Was this fearsome beast truly so affectionate? Not bad. This kid looks like he knows how to fight. The boy quickly turned to face his opponents. Good. Not giving anyone a chance to react, Xuanyu waved his hand, ordering, "Attack." The giant crocodile immediately rampages forward, and the girls finally react, shouting. Careful, one of them suggests. I'll distract it. They try to focus on strategy, saying, "Don't panic, let's test its defense and speed." These two are worthy of being in the high-energy youth class. They didn't panic in the face of such a terrifying opponent. But against the mighty dire crocodile, their efforts were all in vain, and they were instantly killed and eliminated. In their first match, the 3 effortlessly secured victory, and the loudspeaker announced, Match 1. Team 333 wins. Xuanyu suggests. Chanlei quickly rest, or he won't keep up with the summons. And he nods in understanding. But before they can act, new opponents arrive. The boy could only shake his head, realizing the teachers weren't giving them a break. And these three were their rivals. The newcomers were Yuji, Jin Xiang, and Bangbin. He immediately shows his eagerness for battle. My soul power has broken through to level 18. Let's settle our debt from last time, Hyunwoo quickly signals. Qianlei, prepare to summon. He immediately retreats to act, but their opponents were one step ahead. Did you think we weren't prepared, Yueji? Disrupt Qianlei's summoning. Pengbin. Attack quickly. The boy then gripped the gate tightly to defend it. And Liao Feng, turning to Tineng, said, Xuanyu, I'm coming to help you. But before he could react, he was attacked by the opponent's shadow clone. Kim Xiang smirks. Satisfied. Excellent. At this rate, victory will be ours. Bet you didn't expect to fall into our hands so easily. But as the staff strikes, the boy catches it with one hand. Yueji is stunned. He's caught my spearhead, negating my soul skill. A summoned beast bursts forth, flying past him and startling Kim Tuong. He was terrified, struggling to defend himself too fast. What is this? Defense. But then, Kim Tuong took a direct hit to the forehead. She finally snapped back to reality. Kim Xiang. He was too shocked to even close his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. Diane Lei was also surprised, looking at the summoned beast, wondering what kind of spirit beast it was, and how it could be so powerful. Xuanyu Bing spread his wings wide. Realizing what it was, everyone could finally see its form, a jade demon bird. The boy explained that this type of spirit beast is cruel and loves to kill other spirit beasts. It then devoured the brain, moving with incredible speed and possessing immense attack power, specializing in headshots, and is practically the bane of all flying spirit beasts. Its target now shifts to Bingfen, who cries out in terror, begging it to stay away. But then, the demon bird slams straight into his head, sending Bing Bin plummeting. Only the Sandman remains, desperately unleashing the white dragon piercing beam, but his efforts are as futile as his fallen comrades. The remaining three all lie defeated on the ground, as Xuanyu watches in disbelief, 3 lives extinguished in mere moments. How terrifying. The boy eyed it warily. Its size and color indicated it was a century-old demon bird, which turned its head and swooped toward Xuanyu's group. Qianlei quickly reacted and ordered the summoning to end, narrowly saving the boy. Liao Feng was incredulous. Why was this thing attacking them? Couldn't he control it? He breathed a sigh of relief and admitted he couldn't control it. It was too powerful. But thankfully, it attacked the enemy first. Back in the monitoring room, the atmosphere grew tense. Chong Tian spoke first. Qianlei's summoning gate is too powerful. He can even summon the demonic bird. Even the Heaven's Chosen team would be annihilated if they encountered it. The loudspeaker then announced without delay. Team 333. Second blockade. Wins. Tianfan stared intently at the large screen displaying the contestants, then raised an eyebrow and asked, Laoli, do you think that's a fusion skill? Hongbin narrowed his eyes, looking at the large screen. It's hard to say. It probably hasn't reached the level of a spirit fusion skill yet. In a sense, Xuanyu can be considered a very powerful support, and it can support 2 unrelated spirits. If his martial souls can support any other, then he might be something extraordinary. He glances at the screen showing the boy, adding that he also has twin martial souls and decent combat ability. Aside from his slow spirit power growth, this child is truly blessed by the heavens. His mental power is already at 200. That's beyond my expectations. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hongbin raised his eyebrows, turning to him with a frank reminder, don't get too excited yet. His spirit power growth is quite slow. We need to keep watching him. Without spirit power support, he can't become a top powerhouse. Tianfan retorted, asking what was wrong with that. My expectations for him aren't about combat ability, no matter how strong an individual is. Can they compare to a space fleet? I want him to inherit my medical skills. Hongbin could only watch his smug face in silence, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. Tell that to them and see if anyone objects. Instantly, their eyes met, and Tianfan seemed a little uneasy. To ease the awkwardness, he forced a smile and reassured, I'm speaking hypothetically. Of course, if he can pass the exam there, he could become a fleet commander before he's 30. I'm very satisfied with the child's psychological organization and ability to withstand pressure. Hongbin Sahil then quietly bit his lip before finally suggesting, Old fox, can we discuss something? But Tianfan coldly replied, if you want this kid, swallow him whole. He turned away as if he hadn't heard, and said slowly, following you is just a waste of his talent. Can't you see that he has the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse? Even a core leader of one. But he just walked straight out, waving his hand dismissively, saying, whatever. He's my disciple now. Hongbin wanted to retort, what were you doing before, but stopped himself, and the space fell silent again. At that moment, an announcement suddenly rang out. Team 333 had won again. Their third consecutive victory. The screen showed the battle outside, where Qianlei had summoned a crimson armor dragon in the third match, suppressing his opponent and securing the win. After the battle, his mental strength was depleted, forcing him to meditate on the spot. Luckily, it worked. Soon after, someone was teleported into the arena. Seeing them, Xuanyu and Lu Feng charged forward, yelling, you idiot! Stick to the plan. Attack. As they got close to the newcomers, he quickly placed his hand on Xuanyu's back. A thick, golden aura erupts around Lu Feng as he exclaims, reveling in his newfound power. Then, with a shout, he charges toward them. Two of them were immediately shocked and panicked, wondering how they got here so fast, and ordered to quickly release their martial spirits. Before they could react, Lu Feng's spear lashed out with decisive strikes, White Dragon Skewer. The three scattered to evade, one shouting, separate from the Kuchong. He quickly gained momentum and leaped after them, yelling, where do you think you're going? Without a word, he delivers a devastating punch to one of them. Now, Xuanyu, right behind Lu Feng, is ready for the second wave. They charged at each other, leveraging their momentum for the coming attack. He rammed into him, completing his second transformation, and boosting Lu Feng once more. They split off again, each to a different side, as his silver dragon spear transformed into a sky full of spear light, enshrouding his opponent in a flurry of spear strikes. Hyunwoo charges toward another foe, who unleashes a web of silk, attempting to halt their advance as his Daivong spirit hurtles toward him. But then, a vortex appeared in the sky, sucking away the net. Oh no! My great net spirit is being pulled in. At that moment, Xuanyu was already in front of him, gathering power for a mighty punch. His fist connected, sending the opponent reeling back as icy mist spread, freezing everything around him. The opponent crashed to the ground. Writhing in pain, Xuanyu stood above, gazing coldly as the system announced the battle's end, while, simultaneously, Liao Feng finished off his opponent with a swift, merciless strike. Both were struck, forced to trade wound for wound, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash. Immediately after, the system announced the result. Match over. Team 333. Round Fear. Victory. Zhong Tian and his colleague were astonished. They maximized the arena master's advantage and temporarily paused the competition. It was all happening too fast. He hurriedly turned to discuss. Teacher Li, what should we do now? With a flush on his face, he remains unfazed, stating this is easy to handle. Show the recordings to the remaining students, and how they respond is up to them. Zhong Tian quickly agrees, saying that if they prepare in advance, the advantage of the ringleader won't be so obvious. Moreover, it's a test of the other students' adaptability. I'll go arrange it. He was taken aback when he realized no opponents were added. Who? It seems the competition is paused. Does the teacher want us to rest? Xuanyu, ever vigilant, suggests they let Qianlei recover his spiritual power, as they only need one more win to qualify. But as soon as he speaks, a new group is teleported in, and Xuanyu steels himself, declaring, "Here they come. Let's go." The two charge forward together. He and Liao Feng reprise their old trick, launching a surprise attack the moment they enter. Xuanyu places his hand on Liao Feng's back, transferring power. Before the three opponents are even visible, he attacks. Unexpectedly, they easily dodged all the attacks. But what surprised him more was that the three opponents instantly jumped back, avoiding Liao Feng's sudden attack. Xuanyu was a little surprised, such a quick reaction. He roared, "Don't even think about running," followed by a barrage of attacks on the soul beast. He recognized them. Stopping in his tracks, it was them. With Lu Zheng at the front, the others were unscathed. He was the vice monitor of the advanced class, level 19. Individual combat strength, second only to the gifted. And this team's overall power is also top-ranked. Lu Zheng quickly steadied himself, issued commands to his teammates to begin operations, and then dashed forward. One of them uses their power to summon vines, binding Liao Feng, while another fires an arrow. Xuanyu was still in shock when an arrow hurtled toward Qianlei, their target being the meditating boy. He finally turns around in a panic. Attacking a vital point, they're targeting our strategy. Realizing this, Xuanyu rushes towards Qianlei, unaware of the person behind him. He has to stop that arrow. Liu Zheng ducks low, unleashing a palm strike, a moon slash that whips through the air, tailing right behind him. Liao Feng gritted his teeth in anger, realizing his attack had been thwarted, and frantically warned his teammate to be careful. Xuanyu spins around, narrowly dodging Liao Zheng's attack. He then swiftly conjures a pillar of ice, deflecting the arrow before it reaches the vanguard. Just then, he seized the opportunity to approach Xuanyu and prepared to attack. But Xuanyu turned and stopped him, saying, "Wait." This action stunned everyone. As Xuanyu calmly announced their surrender, the atmosphere immediately fell silent, and Liao Feng could only sigh in resignation. Helpless. They were far too passive this round. Their opponents were strong and had a suitable strategy, so conceding was a good choice. And in the observation room, multiple screens showed different angles. Chongtian spoke with relief. "Finally, they've lost a round." Yunyan, standing beside him, sighed in relief as well. "That's great." Chongtian gripped his pen tightly, his eyes fixed on the large screen. "If they keep winning, it'll be a huge blow to the other students." Tianfan frowned in silence, clearly displeased. He slowly spoke. "Teacher Mu, how many more groups until it's Tian Shun's turn?" He quickly replied. "Just one more group." With newfound confidence, Tianfan suggests sending them in now, telling Xuanyu that if he loses, they all lose. Chongtian is taken aback and asks if that's okay, as it would violate the rules and the students might not accept it. He calmly reassured, "It's all right. Just do as I say. I want to see where these kids' limits lie. Do as I say. Hong Benahut. Do as the vice principal says. We can't let these kids have a chance to take advantage." Though confused, he decides to comply. "All right then." The surveillance screen watches his every move. Mocking voices immediately echoed across the arena. "Listen up. Xuanyu's team. You're up against the younger students. Next, you'll face the Tianxin team. And you absolutely must win this round, or you're out." Liao Feng was stunned, unable to contain his frustration. What, losing this match means losing everything? How could that be? He was almost too shocked to believe it. Before they could understand, their opponents arrived. The other team was here. Qianlei looked helplessly at Xuanyu, pleading for help. "What do I do? I can't activate my summon." Tianxin clenched his fists, and a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, surging like a tide. Xuanyu's face darkened, his lips pressed tight as if holding back a fire. "The teacher is trying to force us." If that's the case, he turned to his teammates and ordered, "Liao Feng, take all three of them on. Leave the rest to me." Liao Feng hesitated, thinking about his golden lion's roar. Xuanyu quietly stood behind Liao Feng, a surge of power flowing from him, ensuring Liao wouldn't use golden lion's roar first time to fight alongside Liao. Immediately, Liao Feng shot off like an arrow, Xuanyu following close behind. his momentum equally fierce. Nguyen Thon's cold eyes flashed as he slowly laid out a dark magic circle, chanting, "Soul Seal." Delay. Nguyen Thon's power overwhelmed him. Forcing him to struggle to escape, his speed advantage was gone, and he was about to be caught. But Liao Feng resolutely refused to back down. Deciding not to overthink it, he unleashed an attack, and the ground immediately began to churn violently, leaving the aftermath to Xuanyu. An explosion of power threatens to engulf everyone. As Lindong appears before Thien Tam, reaching out with a gaze that could cut through space itself, Ling Tong turns and lands a precise kick on Liao Feng, sending him flying back, his body reeling, his face contorted in pain as he glares at him. To everyone's shock, Xuanyu lunges forward, and Tianqin can't believe he's not catching Liao Feng. He's charging straight for her. Despite the pressure, he stood his ground. Unmoving, was he really trying to take on all three of them? Did he think Hyunwoo was an idiot? But then, Cheonseom noticed something strange. Wait. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a cryptic smile form on Hyunwoo's lips. Something was wrong. It's then that Tianqin realizes he's been had, and in a flash, he understands something's wrong with the golden lion roar. Xuanyu, still smiling, thrusts his hands forward, moving with unbelievable speed, far surpassing Tianqin. With a circle of light formed by his hands, Xuanyu bid farewell to everyone. All four of them vanished completely before everyone's eyes, leaving expressions of shock. What Lu Feng remained in the same position he had flown out in, his face in disbelief. He and the other three have vanished, leaving only a wisp of white smoke. Inside the room, those watching the screen panicked. What did Jinxiang mean by that? Lu Tianqin's group of three had been wiped out. Is this the power a single-ringed soul master can wield? The attack is incredibly fierce. What kind of technique is this? He stared intently at Hongbin, wondering if it was a self-sacrifice skill or a soul fusion skill. After a moment of silence, he remembered something. Judging from her calm expression, it wasn't a self-sacrifice skill. Hongbin couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. He thought it was a spirit fusion skill. His own spirit fusion skill. Tianfan was stunned. What? His eyes flashed with a warning. Silencing him, Hongbin, enraged, grabbed Tianfan's neck and shook him violently. I don't care. You damn fox, you have to give me this spot, or I'll fight you to the death. It's a waste for you to be here. Even when choked to the point of breathlessness, he refused to yield. He wouldn't allow it. He straddled him, shouting, "If I can't have it, I'll just take it from you," a prodigy in disguise. First in individual performance for the semester's final exam, leader of Team 333, and first in practical combat assessment for the entire Team 333. 3 years have passed in a flash, and we find ourselves in Tianluo City. At Tianluo Academy, Tong Le stood alone, gazing at the training floor from the opposite building. His eyes were hollow, indifferent, as if he cared for nothing around him. The room ahead was still lit, his light shining in the darkness. Inside, after a moment of silence, Hinvu's loud voice echoed, "Coordination." Hongbin, facing him with his hands in his pockets, said, "Coordination between yourself and your skills must be harmonious. Do you understand? How many times have I told you? Why is there always a delay in the support of the ice attribute every time you unleash your power?" His eyes sharpened. "You must make it one with your power. You must exploit the advantage of your twin spirits. And from that, create your own combat skill." He remained silent, and the air grew heavy. Hongbin Sahil. Remember, a true powerhouse doesn't learn combat skills, they create them. His eyes locked onto Xuanyu, piercing his very soul. Only you know what you're truly capable of. Hongbin reminded him sternly that one day he would reach this stage, so he must grasp the basics to prepare for the future. He glanced at him. "All right. That's it for today." Hinvu smiled. "Yes. See ya." Hongbin added, "After you return, you must hone your skills well." He turned and walked away, but didn't forget to emphasize, "Also, you must strive to meditate and enter a state of deep meditation." He slowly observed and assessed him. This child is good in every way attitude, talent, Comprehension. Virtually flawless. Hongbin always had an indescribable feeling. His spiritual power exceeded 800, and his physical coordination and combat prowess were top-notch. Memories of Xuanyu's competition flood his mind. After several rounds of elimination, the high-energy youth class retains only 21 students. Most of the students' soul power is already at level 27 or higher. And class monitor, Lu Tiangshun, has broken through to the three-ring realm. He suddenly recalled Lan Xuanyu's sad face. Our Lan Xuanyu, whose soul power is still at level 19, unable to break through to level 20. Then, he sighed wearily. This is such a tiresome problem. Lost in thought, he hears a voice behind him. Mr. Li. Hongbin turns to see him. What is it? Speak plainly. Xuanyu stammers, his eyes darting around as if trying to hide something. Mr. Li. Could I ask for a month's leave? I want to travel with my parents. Before he could think, he coldly refused. But seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, he put on a pitiful act. Seeing Xuanyu's expression, Hongbin raised his eyebrows. Almost relenting, he turned away abruptly, trying to hide from the boy's gaze. A month is too long. I'll give you 20 days. With disbelief, Xuanyu was stunned. He agreed. He actually agreed. It's not that I didn't want to reach level 20. It's that he wouldn't let me rest. Wouldn't let me advance. Xuanyu smiled faintly, as Nana's image flashed in his mind. Teacher Nana once said that reaching level 20 would advance the bloodline plan. Best completed under her protection. He recalls his first plea, realizing he was close to breaking through half a year ago, when he first asked his teacher for leave. But Hongbin erupted in anger, refusing to let him rest before reaching level 20. After that day, the results forced Xuanyu to use his own martial soul fusion technique, forcibly reducing his level to prolong the breakthrough time. He sat in his dorm room, persevering, having rebuilt level 19 3 times, tears welling. He trembles, realizing his own impatience. But it's all right. The teacher agreed. Casting aside his worries, he cheers up, overjoyed to see Nana again, and finally break through to the second ring. Xuanyu leaped and cheered, running out of the room with a wide smile, while Hongbin sighed, wondering if his 3 years of effort would be in vain. Hongbin continued to complain, unaware that someone was watching from the rooftop. Such a promising sprout, stuck in the wrong place. What to do? Tangla stood in the shadows, his face obscured, only now realizing he's being watched. He turns around, but sees no one. Hongbin sighs again, wondering if his troubled mind is playing tricks on him, and dejectedly walks away. And in the dark of night, a figure flickers in the moonlight high above. As Tangla follows the silhouette of Hianvu, having seen enough, he quietly disappears. Now, Hongbin bursts through the door. Seeing the brute, Shifan snapped. Do you know any manners? Do you know how to knock? Faced with the questioning gaze, he retorted angrily. Questioning if I think everyone is as useless as him, doing nothing all day, and accuses me of barging in with guns blazing. Hongbin, his face darkening, expressed his extreme worry, saying it's all because of his precious disciple. She still hasn't reached level 20. If she doesn't reach level 20 before she turns 20, she won't even qualify to apply. So how can I not be worried? But everyone signing up now is level 30 or higher. And I've tried everything to raise her soul power. You're so calm. Have you forgotten your past ambitions? Tianfan remained calm in the face of all provocations, saying, why should I worry? I was hoping she'd study Interstellar Command. For Interstellar Command, they value mental strength even more. Under 12, you only need 200 points to pass. He swirled the liquor in his glass, then boasted proudly, my little treasure has 800 points of spiritual power. Why should I worry? If it really doesn't work out, I can just force her spirit power up a bit before the exam. Anyway, I don't expect her to become a powerful soul master. Tianfan remains indifferent, so he should worry about his own problems, not mine, which frustrates Hongbin to no end. Unable to contain his anger, Hongbin asks if Tianfan is deliberately preventing her from increasing her soul power level. He chuckled mockingly. Do you think I'm sick? He angrily shouted. You are sick. And it's a brain disease. Everyone knows it. Hearing this, Tianfan restrained himself and subtly urged, "Hey, you, don't make excuses to cause trouble. Leave now. Don't bother me here." Hongbin Saihu. 1 month. In 1 month, she'll be 12. If she can't break level 20, she may never become a true soul master. He smiled sadly. What a pity for the child. He wearily crossed his arms and explained that she had asked for leave, and he granted her 20 days, hoping she could use that time to relax and perhaps break through. Seeing his despair, Qianfan casually asks if he intends to give up, to which Hongbin sadly replies, "I don't want to. But what else can I do but give up? If I don't reach level 20, I won't even have a chance to try." He dejectedly offers his last resort. He can only apply for your interstellar command system. Xuanyu told his parents about the teacher granting him leave. News that delighted Shang-Chi. "I'll go book tickets for you and your mother," his father said, to which he obediently replied, "Yes," overjoyed by their son's news. His parents immediately booked tickets to Heavendew Planet, saying goodbye to Qianlei and Lu Feng, who need to prepare for the selection competition after the holiday. Xuanyu ponders important information. The main contestants are said to be from Lingtian continent, and he must reach level 20 during this break. Back home, he happily called out. Mom Nam Cheng ecstatically hugged him. "My precious son, you're finally back. Let me give you a kiss." Xuanyu was flustered by her actions. "Mom, it's all just spit." Nam Cheng playfully asks if he doesn't miss her, and he quickly replies that he does. She then announces that she's been busy all day, and his father kept urging her to book the tickets. So they're leaving tomorrow, and asks if he's gotten Nana's address. With a smile, Xuanyu replied that he had already contacted Qianchu, and that Nana was in the capital of Qiandu, Xingcheng. Just then, Xiaola cheerfully announced that Dad was home. He eagerly asks his wife if the tickets are booked, and she happily replies that they are, and they'll leave tomorrow. She tells him to prepare with their son while she makes food. The son politely agrees. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, fans are cheering in unison, unable to contain their excitement. They cheered. "Young master is so handsome. I love you, Tang." Lu calmly smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming." After the performance, Conlin excitedly asked questions. "It was great. Amazing," he vaguely replied with hidden meaning. "When fate arrives, new songs will naturally come." She then lovingly took his arm. "According to our original plan, you can rest, starting tomorrow. We should travel to Dragon King Star." Conlin gently takes his hand, drawing Tanglei's attention, and she shyly adds that the beaches there are truly beautiful. Tangla doesn't pull away, seeing the affection Conlin holds for him. Conling is not only his savior, but also the one who helped him rise to the top of the music scene, sacrificing so much for him. Yet, whenever Duanglok feels a stirring of emotion, his heart aches, as if it's already full and can't hold anyone else. After a moment of thought, Daolu makes a change of plans. He no longer wants to go to Longvuang Tin, but instead, they will take a spaceship to Thien Dao Tin tomorrow. Confused, she asks what they would do there. He vaguely replies, hiding the truth, he just wants to make a trip there alone. Conlin quickly interjects, "No, I'll go with you. I'm free." She didn't know why he was going, but a sense of unease washed over her. In the end, Duanglok reluctantly agreed. The next day, Xuanyu's family prepared to move, and he looked around with curiosity. Spotting a warship, Xuanyu excitedly pressed his face to the screen, gazing at the ships floating in the sky. Dreaming of becoming a fleet commander, this is Xuanyu's second time on a spaceship. But thanks to the knowledge he's gained over the last 3 years, he's no longer in the days he was in before. Looking around, he knew what every part of the spaceship was for, and the feeling of applying what he'd learned made him forget the hardships of the last 3 years. Just as everyone in the standard cabin checked in, Tangle and Qingling boarded the luxury cabin of the spaceship. As it ascended, the spaceship slowly began its journey with a low rumble, the force pressing everyone into their seats. But none of this phases Xuanvu. After 3 years of learning to pilot starfighters, this thrust is nothing compared to what he's used to. As the ship pierces the atmosphere, it slowly stabilizes. The trip to Heaven's Head Star will take 7 days. So Xuanyu enters a meditative state. As he's getting closer to level 20, his first soul ring manifested directly. He'd asked his parents about this, but they didn't know. He wondered if his second soul ring would appear immediately upon reaching level 20. He wondered what form his second soul ring would take, and what abilities it would grant him. Plus, he'd see Nana again on Heaven Dew Star. Remembering Nana, whom he hasn't seen in so long, warms his heart, and he realizes he has so much to look forward to. Meanwhile, the son of the first-class cabin has come looking for him, silently watching the boy's figure. 3 days have passed on the spaceship, and Hyunwoo smiles, finally feeling better. Just then, the spaceship suddenly began to shake violently, followed by a piercing sound. Passengers ask in confusion, "What's that alarm? What's going on?" He anxiously tries to piece together the events. What was that shaking just now? And what's that alarm outside? Could the ship be under attack? The crew quickly tries to reassure everyone. Amidst the chaotic space, everyone's attention is drawn. "We are being blocked by an unidentified ship. Please remain seated until the threat is eliminated. Please. Everyone. Don't panic. Stay seated and don't move." Upon hearing this, Hyunwoo panics and secretly speculates about the unidentified ship. It's space pirates. The passengers are terrified and begin to panic. Oh my god. Space pirates. How could we run into pirates? Weren't they targeting merchant ships? We can't be that unlucky. The crew frantically searches for a solution. What can they do? They frantically analyze the situation, wondering how many airships these pirates have. There are 5 small scout ships. Not the kind a civilian vessel like ours can handle. Don't we have a space fighter on our ship? What kind of joke is this? How could a single starfighter stand against a small warship? The attendant shook his head, dismayed. And to make matters worse, we don't have any astronauts on board. Facing 5 enemy battleships requires at least a veteran astronaut. And the ship is rocked violently once more. Everyone was stunned by the enemy's intentions. Why were they attacking? Could it be they're not here to rob us? They're here to kill us. Why? Hearing this, Hyunwoo suddenly understood their cruel intentions. The pirates aren't here to rob us. They're here to kill us. He steadies himself, facing the imminent threat of death. Don't panic. You have to regain your composure. Just then, the flight attendant mentioned a star-level mecha pilot was on board. Meanwhile, in the luxury cargo hold, staff urgently announced that all guards were to assist, and they didn't know how many pirate battleships there were. Tang hugged her, trying to soothe her fears, telling her everything would be all right. But Qingding was drenched in sweat, paralyzed by fear. "Dangli, I'm so scared." He patted her head reassuringly, saying they wouldn't be separated. She asked earnestly, "Dang Yue, I've always wanted to know. After all this time, have you ever liked me?" He paused for a moment, then gently reassured her. "You saved my life. I've always thought of you as a sister. Don't worry. I'll protect you." Hearing his answer, Qingling's face fell in disappointment. A sister, who wants that now? The spaceship is shaking more and more violently. Panic sets in as they wonder why space pirates want them dead, offering to pay any price for their lives. Just then, Hyunwoo strides purposefully to the staff. He confidently declared, "I'm a starfighter pilot. I can fly this thing." The staff member was shocked and disbelieving, but he knew there was no time to waste. He urgently grabbed her hand. "Hurry, or we'll be too late." Outside, escort ships were closing in, and 12 mechs launched from the spacecraft, the full might of the ship's defenses. Despite the disparity in fighting strength, there's no other choice. Without resistance, there is only death. The flight attendant urgently announces, "Attention all passengers. Activate your safety barriers." Repeating, "All passengers. Activate your safety barriers." At that moment, the staff quickly pointed him in the right direction, saying the last floor of the warehouse was ahead. The two headed towards the area, and upon seeing the fighter, Xuanyu was shocked. Realizing it was indeed a stellar fighter, he politely spoke and quickly took his seat, saying thank you. Admiring the controls, he remarked that although it was a basic model, the layout was familiar. Without hesitation, he pressed the button, and the machine reported. System starting. Just then, a commanding voice echoed, demanding to know who had activated the fighter. This is the captain. Xuanyu urgently pleads. Captain, I'm a starfighter pilot. The crew says no one can pilot the fighter. And with the enemy closing in, there's no time to ask for permission. Please, let me fight. The captain sternly asked which team he belonged to and what his number was. But in this desperate situation, Xuanyu evaded the question, saying that such things no longer mattered. Once the defense grid is breached, we're all doomed. You must trust me. Open the airlock. Seeing this, the captain was silent for a long time. But after a moment of thought, he agreed. Very well. I'm counting on you. Xuanyu breathes a sigh of relief. Steeling himself, knowing that tension is useless now, he tightens his grip, confidently thinking that after 3 years of hard training, he can definitely do it. Without delay, Hyunwoo launches the ship, hurtling into space as he skillfully maneuvers away from the mothership. Meanwhile, Tang Lei and Qingling watched from outside the battlefield through a window, Tang Le silently observing both sides. Tang Lu worriedly deduces that after their 12 mechs launched, they absorbed most of the enemy's attacks. The enemy also sent mechs into the battle, 20 of them. Their forces are definitely at an advantage. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before this ship is destroyed. But then, he suddenly notices something. Tongla let her smooth hair flow freely, and as he reached forward, his immense power stunned her. Meanwhile, Xuanyu piloted his ship closer to the battle, thrilled by every movement, though different from the simulation. The feeling wasn't bad, and his mental strength easily sensed the battlefield. Moments later, Xuanyu frowned with unease. 12 mechs against 20 fighters and 5 cruisers. The odds were not in their favor. 4 enemy mechs were headed his way. Senza clearly considered him a threat. In the face of danger, he closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and calms himself, remembering his teacher's lessons. He recalls the tactics he studied to face mechs. He must first exploit the fighter's advantage speed. Heeding his teacher's words, he opens his eyes and makes a decision. All right. Hyunwoo pushes the lever in the cockpit to maximum speed. He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip and pushing the speed higher. Just as the engine peaked, the pirates panicked, signaling, "He's coming back." Enraged and scornful, they shout that he has a death wish, then order a relentless attack, telling their comrades to fire at will. Xuanyu grits his teeth, silently daring them to come at him. As the pirates unleash a barrage of fire, he flips his fighter upside down, then slowly pulls the stick. As Xuanyu deftly dodges every bullet, the pirates exclaimed in disbelief. What? They were shocked and amazed that he could perform such complex evasive maneuvers. On the screen, he locked onto his target. With eyes blazing, Xuanyu unleashed the missiles. The spaceship fires a laser, catching the pirates off guard. And instantly, one of their ships is destroyed. The pirates are stunned, wondering what's happening. They never expected that a single kick could have such perfect timing and critical strike chance. The pirates cry out in disbelief. How can this be? A royal-class mech. Hyunwoo stares ahead, his eyes like daggers. They cried out in despair. As he approached, a commander frantically ordered, "Fire! Fire everything we have." He flips his ship upside down and retaliates, unleashing a barrage of fire straight into the enemy. He skillfully moved elsewhere. As the Vai-Vut main ship gave chase, with a deft maneuver, Hyunwoo evaded. Seeing him slither like a snake, the pirate helplessly ordered reinforcements, lamenting that even battleship attacks were easily overcome, and wondering who he was dealing with. After moving away from the ship, Lan Xuanyu rejoiced inwardly, glad that he had destroyed 2 of the opponent's mechs, and that teacher's teachings had indeed worked. He recalled the wise words, "A gentleman avoids danger," concealing himself to unleash his own firepower, circling around to strike a fatal blow. Xuanyu resolutely focused on the plan. Next was, before he could prepare, he felt an itch, like a fish caught in a net. Xuanyu struggled to maintain control, wondering why a reconnaissance fleet would be equipped with such a weapon. Wasn't this only supposed to be equipped on Meteor-class assault fleets or higher? Xuanyu frantically tried to locate the target, But from which direction was the attack coming from? The sophisticated hunting net is a weapon specifically designed to combat mechs and starfighters, unleashing a massive disruptive force within a set range, causing control systems to malfunction. Now, seeing the small ship being hit, he feels uneasy. This isn't good. 3 enemy mechs are flying this way. Xuanyu wondered how this could be. As there were no attack sources nearby, he cursed inwardly, realizing he'd been too careless. Forgetting his teacher's warning against complacency, Hianvu closes his eyes and recalls the past, remembering his teacher's words, even when you can't see your opponent. You must change direction at any moment. What have I done? At that moment, all the missiles locked onto his ship, and in that perilous instant, a strange light erupted, illuminating the void. Xuanyu blinked, gazing up for a long moment at the radiant golden dragon before him. Xuanyu locked eyes with it for a moment. As the golden dragon blocked the incoming attacks from the 2 mechs, it gathers energy in its mouth. Then the ancient dragon unleashes a blazing orb. With a defiant roar, the golden dragon obliterates the 3 mechs in a flash of light, then destroys the hunting lances on the starfighter. He watched its actions in disbelief, thinking it almost seemed to be nodding at him. Could it be that this golden dragon came to save me on purpose? At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, his body felt incredibly hot. Xuanyu felt a violent surge of energy coursing through him, igniting his very blood. The golden dragon waved its tail, instantly shifting the battlefield. It gathers spiritual energy into its mouth. Then the ancient dragon roars with all its might. Xuanyu froze, hardly believing his eyes as all the pirate battle armor turned into golden light. He suddenly lowered his head, revealing a fiery red gaze. Without hesitation, the ancient dragon crashes into the command center, tearing the ship in 2. He marveled inwardly. A golden dragon ascending. This was truly a golden dragon ascending. Just then, a strange light suddenly descended. Xuanyu gazes into the distance, a meteor-class assault. Stealth warship. He's horrified by the truth. It was always hiding there. And that stellar capture net must have been its doing. The attack class's light beam main cannon hurtles towards the spaceship behind Xuanyu, his starfighter lying directly in its path. As the lightning sphere closes in, suddenly, a blinding light engulfs the area, and he realizes the attack has stopped. Xuanyu is bewildered by the strange phenomenon. Time has stopped. Frozen. Everyone is utterly stunned. What is happening? He dazedly wondered what had just happened. Xuanyu's eyes followed the strange object standing in the middle of the sphere. What was it? As he sees it more clearly, he's stunned. A human figure, moving freely, unaffected by time. The next moment leaves him even more dumbfounded. What Guangxu retreats in sync with his movements. The light shuttles return to the cannons. As time reverses, dumbfounded, he wonders. He's on the main ship. What does he intend to do? He gently steps onto the ship, unleashing a wondrous energy. His skills shine brilliantly, filling the void. Instantly, a golden dragon coils around the warship, causing it to explode. Witnessing this, Xuanyu is stunned, wondering, how could he tear apart a powerful meteor-class warship in an instant? A single person, with only their power, annihilated a warship in an instant. Seeing the familiar figure, Xuanyu immediately recognized him. It's that singer guy. At that moment, Luogui turned his head and raised a finger to his lips. Startled, he seemed to understand, and the man smiled softly, saying, "This is our little secret." Now, the gears suddenly turned, and time surged forward. As the attacking warship exploded, time returned to normal, and everything fell back into place. Meanwhile, on another front, 5 pirate warships also exploded one after another, turning into fireballs. The battle is over, and Xuanyu can't help but wonder, can one person's power really reach this level? Is he a god from legend? In the aftermath, cheers erupt across the ship. They're saved. They're finally saved. Every pirate ship has been destroyed. Nothing else matters. They're alive. They're really alive. Anxious, she asks why Xuanyu hasn't returned. But just then, the captain announces that the danger has passed. Confused, he asked her what was wrong, and she curiously touched his face. asking if he was real. Was all of that just you? Who are you? Really, Tang Lei exhaled wearily. He chuckled bitterly. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know either? That giant dragon must be my soul spirit? But I can't usually summon it. He still couldn't remember anything. Nor did he know where these abilities came from. Tang Yue speculated that perhaps he was once a soul master, worried about prying eyes. Qingling asked if anyone had seen what happened, but he assured her that he had blocked everyone's perception. She happily agreed, then firmly stated that no one else could know about his powers, as she didn't want him taken away for experimentation. Qingling reminded him sternly that he must remember he was Yue Kongzi, a musician who only knew how to sing. It's not some great power. In the future, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Stepping into the bay, he's greeted warmly by Bing. You're back. That's great. The fighters returned safely. He claps respectfully. Esteemed pilot. Welcome. I'm Bing, the captain of this ship. Thank you for what you've done for us. Moments later, as Hyunwoo emerged from the spacecraft, the man was shocked to see who it was. Could this child really be the pilot who shot down 2 Krill battleships? He confidently replies, That's right. It was me. The captain awkwardly praises him. Young man, you were amazing. I speak for everyone when I thank you. You're truly a prodigy. Xuanyu asked shyly. Captain, could you do me a favor? Could you not tell my parents what I was doing? Just say I went to the bathroom and got locked in. Okay, blushing. He stammered. How adorable. In the end, the captain couldn't hide the truth, nor could he have, since such a large-scale attack would be investigated by the police. Even reaching Heavenly Head Star, the captain accompanied Hyunwoo to his parents, explaining the whole story, leaving Lam Tu and his wife in utter shock. Standing before them, he expressed his regret. Mom, Dad, I only wanted to protect you. His father pulled him close, spanked him lightly, then embraced him, bursting into tears. Xuanyu stood still, not daring to say a word. The journey was uneventful, and the spaceship safely arrived at Heavenly Beginning Star. On the ground, police officers waited at the airport, ready to take statements from each passenger. The passengers disembarked at the Tiandu Star Aerospace Center police station, where Tangla greeted them warmly, saying, We meet again. Your name is Xuanyu. Correct. He politely bows. Yes. That's right. He gently pats his head, praising. I've heard all about your achievements. You're amazing. A little hero. Before leaving, Tanglei didn't forget to say, All right, I'll be going now, if fate allows. We'll meet again. Just then, Xuanyu suddenly remembered something and turned back. He subtly transmitted through brainwaves, reminding him to keep their promise. The boy remained silent as Tanglei and his group turned and left. Conling wondered why the child looked so familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. He quietly explained that years ago, after a concert, he held a child while singing a song about protecting time and protecting her. It was that boy, she suddenly realized. I remember now. That's why I felt that way. Qingling sincerely confessed. This child looks a bit like you. Lingering doubts arise as she notes the resemblance, prompting a suggestion should they have their company's detectives investigate. At the Aerospace Center exit, Thienthu waited anxiously, wondering why Nana and the others hadn't arrived yet. As they'd been waiting a long time, Nana reassured her, explaining that their flight encountered space pirates and they were likely being questioned, so they would be out soon. Nana stared intently at the arriving passengers, when suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye, and she tilted her head in anticipation. She quickly turned her head, her eyes glowing a vibrant purple. As if sensing it, Duanglok suddenly turned around. In that tense moment, the bodyguard blocked her view, and when he turned, he only saw the bodyguard's impassive face. They were so close, yet so far. Minutes later, the plane took off. Amidst the crowd, Hyunwoo frantically searches, spotting her and eagerly calling out. Without hesitation, they run towards each other. Xuanyu happily reached out to hug Nana, but Qianchu stepped in, annoyed. What was he doing? He's flustered, at a loss for words. As the girl and Nana collide, Nana barely catching her, but disaster is imminent. In mere seconds, Hianvu planted a kiss on the little girl's cheek, causing Thianthu to blush with fury. The little girl frantically wipes her face, asking what he's doing. Xuanyu retorts, confused, asking what times she's doing. She embraces him, her voice full of affection. It's been so long, you've grown up. Gotten taller. An emotional and excited Xuanyu replies. Aunt Nana. Nana greets Nam Truong and Lam Tu, then takes everyone to her place, after which they board a bus to travel elsewhere. On the bus, he glanced worriedly at Tian Chu, who was frowning and dozing off, annoyed by his prying eyes. She snapped, "Why are you staring at me? Just because you have big eyes doesn't mean mine are small." Tian Chu refuses to accept it and threatens him, telling him to wait. He points out the absurdity. Unable to understand, clearly, he took advantage of her, and there's no reasoning with him. But Xuanyu defends himself, saying he didn't know she'd suddenly run out, and he couldn't stop in time. Tianqiu angrily asks if he would have just run her over. Both of them were annoyed and refused to look at each other, while Nana stood between them, awkwardly trying to smooth things over. They moved to Heavendew City, Heavendew Academy, and finally, Nana's lounge. Tianqiu anxiously asks, "Teacher, can I take him on a tour of the academy?" She replies gently, "Of course. Go ahead." The girl politely responds, "Thank you, teacher." Before leaving, Nan happily whispered to her husband, "This child is so pretty, with skin as white and smooth as a porcelain doll." Xiaotong agreed. Indeed, she continued to observe and admire the beauty. Those big, round, lively eyes are so beautiful. Standing next to our Xuanyu, they're a perfect match. Like two peas in a pod. Tianqiu tugs at his sleeve, coaxing, "Let's go. I'll show you around the school." Xuanyu is stunned, speechless, and reluctantly expresses his regret. "I finally got to see Nana." As soon as they stepped outside, the girl let go of his hand, and he frowned unwillingly, thinking, "I don't want to go," Help, Tianqiu coldly asked. "Still following me?" Hianvu reluctantly replied. Following. The girl, not satisfied, continued to probe. Still following, he grudgingly complied. Following. At that moment, Huanvo hesitated, wondering if she wanted to get revenge on him, which is why she called him out here alone. But since they're on school grounds, she probably wouldn't dare to openly attack him. After all, she's already a rank 3 soul grandmaster, and unless he uses that special soul fusion skill, he can't beat her. Watching her figure, he had an idea: forget fighting. He'd just run. At that moment, Qianqiu smiled, turned, and called out, "Xuanyu." Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Excited, she takes his hand. "Let's go take a look over there." He's stunned, catching a faint scent from her hair. With a cheerful hand, Tianqiu exclaimed, "Look, there's a lake over there. The scenery is beautiful," a sudden enthusiasm that made Xuanyu uneasy. Meanwhile, a group of male students seethed with jealousy, wondering who the newcomer was to be with Tianqiu, a face they'd never seen before. The girl sarcastically thought, conflicted, "Annoying Hianvu. This is the first time I've held a boy's hand. If you weren't so awful, I wouldn't sacrifice myself for revenge. But he smells so good, like fresh morning sunlight. And his arm is so firm. Am I crazy? What am I even doing then?" With a puzzled look, she judges. And how does a guy like him have such long eyelashes? Both awkwardly try to shake off their wandering thoughts, determined not to overthink it. Meanwhile, the male students are bursting with frustration, wanting to scream, "Hey, is holding hands enough for you? Punk." Thianthu's beauty held an irresistible allure for all the male students, and she naturally became the school's undisputed queen. Even at the tender age of 12, love letters piled up like mountains. But she never paid attention to any of the boys around her, until the day she stood at the podium and wrote 4 words on the blackboard: "No early love." She then threw away all love letters and assassination attempts, shocking the entire school in an instant. After that, very few dared to bother her. The male students clutched their chests and wept, unable to forgive themselves for their wasted youth. Some female students couldn't help but admire him, wondering where this handsome and adorable guy came from. Meanwhile, the male students glared daggers, furious that this punk dared to touch their goddess. The girl anxiously realizes her predicament. Surrounded by an ever-growing crowd, Tianthu hesitated, caught between letting go and holding on. Could she really let him off so easily? But then again, he wasn't so bad. Maybe she should just let it go. Surrounded, Xuanyu cautiously thought. He's using the crowd against me. Isn't he? I can't be passive. I need a plan. Now, a bold idea forms in her mind. She proactively lets go and suggests they go somewhere else, as they've seen enough here. As Qianqiu smugly mused, Xuanyu suddenly pulled her close, deciding to let her off the hook for today. In the silent atmosphere, he pulled Qianqiu in and placed a light kiss on Marco. Witnessing this, the male students were stunned, and Qianqiu's face flushed red. Everyone stammered. He kissed her. Xuanyu has a teacher named Tian Fan, also known as Marco. He boldly declares himself as Tianqi's boyfriend, named Xuanyu, and challenges anyone who dares to disagree, before revealing that he's learning more than just knowledge from Tian Fan. Marco, Xuanyu reveals his cunning, boasting that he'll use her own tactics against her. With a little help from Marco's cleverness, he defiantly asks if anyone will challenge him. Now, Tianqiu's anger flares, as if she wants to devour Xuanyu whole, her face flushed with rage, and Xuanyu nervously waves his hands, hoping she won't unleash her spirit rings. Without a word, Qianqiu cursed and attacked. Bastard, as she unleashed a barrage of strikes. He fled in terror, knowing he couldn't win, and that returning to his teacher's side was the only safe option. Xuanyu smugly calculates that he'll be with Nana from now on, and she won't be able to do anything to him. But before he can leave, he senses a powerful aura behind him. Tianqiu endures the power surge, unleashing a mixed skill of earth and ice. Xuanyu, caught off guard, tries to smooth things over, saying, "Hey, that's a bit rough." He quickly conjures a shield. Ice burst. And then, Xuanyu plunges into the lake. He focuses his power, controlling the ice element. With a smug look, Xuanyu thinks, her ice spikes can't reach me in the water. Just then, a shark spirit suddenly appears, zaying it. He panicked, crying out, "What is that?" Xuanyu scrambled out of the water, and Qianqiu seized the opportunity, leaping to attack. Surrounded, he guards the front while watching his back, leaving Hyunwoo no choice but to use her ultimate move. He focused his power into his fingertips. Golden Dragon ascends, but the shark snapped its jaws shut just as it touched the Xuanwu. No matter how angry Qianqiu gets, she has her limits, and she angrily kicks him in the butt while his back is turned. After a few harsh blows, Tianqiu's anger began to subside, and she was ready to forgive him, but he shamelessly played the victim, feigning innocence. Unbelievable. She's fuming. That little brat. How could he be so wicked? Enraged, Qianqiu gives chase, yelling for him to stop, while Xuanyu cries out for Nana's help, claiming Qianqiu is too violent. He frantically pounded on the door, crying, "Mom, open up." She relentlessly beat him, shouting, "Take this, ouch, help me." Right on cue, the door swung open, and Namchung asked in surprise, "Hyunwoo, what's going on? What happened?" He quickly whined, "Mom, she hit me." Not to be outdone, Tianqiu tearfully retorted, "Auntie, he kissed me." In a panic, the girl realizes her slip of the tongue and quickly covers her mouth, worried about who might have overheard. But this little girl, with lightning speed, reversed the entire situation, claiming my son kissed her. This is young love, and a thunderbolt at that for my son. Hyunwoo, truly his first love. Early love is forbidden. They're too young. She agonizes over her thoughts. But these two are so well matched. Like little angels. If nurtured now, they could become a loving couple when they grow up. How wonderful would that be? Just then, he nervously asked, "Mom, what's next?" The following action shocked him as his mother slammed the door shut. Exhausted, she sighed. "Son, for your future, this is all I can do." He desperately kicked the door, pleading, "Mom, open up." Seeing no hope, Xuanyu fearfully turned around. The ruthless Qianchao cracks his knuckles. "She's actually a really nice person. Don't worry. Xuanyu, I'll tell her to avoid your face." Hyunwoo cried out in pain, begging for help. "Someone, help me, stop hitting me," Namjung anxiously asked. "Honey, what do we do?" Nana ran out and isn't home. Taepyeong calmly reassured her. "You did the right thing. Honey, don't worry. It'll be all right." He smiles approvingly, thinking that Xuanyu is letting her hit him to atone for taking advantage of her, that sly dog. It's good he's getting hit. He proposed on their first meeting. These two kids might actually become a couple when they grow up. After giving him a good beating, Qianchu felt both relieved and puzzled. He didn't fight back at all. Could it be he was letting her win? But he did call her his, and ruined her reputation. He looks so handsome. So why is his heart so wicked? Annoyed by his gaze, she thinks, "See, he's suddenly looking at me like that, pretending to be pitiful. I wasn't even hitting him that hard." Xuanyu sincerely proposes. "How about this when we grow up? You be my girlfriend, and I'll take responsibility for you." Crimson with embarrassment, Jiangkil retorted. Who wants to be your girlfriend?" She angrily struck him, demanding, "Who told you to talk nonsense like that?" After retaliating, Qianchu turned away in annoyance, calling him a hateful devil and a bad boy. Xuanyu realized his mistake, thinking he might have really offended her today, and it might not be easy to call her again in the future. Time pass, and after he finishes cleaning up, Nanchang and Lan Xiao eagerly press him. "Son, tell us." The two of them angrily berated him. "You little brat. How could you do that?" she lamented, sparing no criticism. "A girl's reputation is so important, and you kissed her in front of so many people. How could such a spoiled child not be angry? He deserved to be hit. The poor thing, with no one to help him. And you didn't defend him." Agreeing with his wife, he says, "Yes, your mother is right." Xuanyu, not admitting defeat. "Retard, why are you two only thinking of outsiders? What if he wanted to retaliate against me? I was just proactively fighting back, and I even let him hit me." Nam stared him down, unimpressed, pointing out the obvious, "You don't even have a scratch on you. He clearly wasn't trying to hurt you." He retorted with dissatisfaction. "Mom, how old am I? You're still peeking at me while I bathe." "Immediately," she emphasized sternly. "No matter how old you get, I'm still your mother. Aren't I worried you'll get beaten up by others?" Xuanyu complained, arguing that it wasn't his fault, he wasn't injured, and that he had to take responsibility for moving people's hearts. Just then, Nana arrived home, and he was overjoyed to see his savior. "Nana, you're back." Xuanyu stammers an apology. I messed up today. She smiles gently, patting his head in comfort. "I heard everything. It's okay. It was just a misunderstanding. When you grow up, do you really want to form a bond with Qianqiu?" He was stunned, pondering to himself that she had told Nana everything. Hearing this, his parents' eyes sparkled with excitement as they cheered him on. "Son, do your best. Get into Shrek Academy. Go for it, Shrek." A simple name. Its prestige has shaken the continent for tens of thousands of years. Once, when humans only lived on the mother planet Duluo, it was the #1 academy on the continent, its history stretching back as far as 30,000 years. It's the oldest academy in the entire Federation, a sacred place for soul masters. Even a single day there would be the greatest honor, and legend says it's home to god-level powerhouses. Amidst the confines of a luxurious apartment, a man's anxiety was palpable. But how could Xuanyu, with his weak cultivation, Possibly pass the Shrek Academy entrance exam, Nana. Understanding her feelings, reassured her. It's all right. Anyone under 20 with a soul power of level 20 is qualified to take the basic exam. I'll help him break through level 20. He has twin spirits, so there's still a chance for him to try. Hearing this, Xuanyu was overjoyed, but he suddenly remembered a question he hadn't asked. Is the upcoming preliminary exam for our class the same as this entrance exam? She slowly answered his question. You are in the high-energy youth class, so it's very likely you came here to be selected for the Shrek Academy. Xuanyu, do you have confidence? Hearing this, his spirits sank, and he said dejectedly, Of course not. My classmates are all at the 3rd level, and I'm only at the 1st. Seeing his lack of confidence, she gently reassured him, Not necessarily. We'll have to see how things change after your breakthrough. With that, Nana sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly circulating her chi. Very good. Your situation is a little better than I expected. As things stand, the danger of your breakthrough has been greatly reduced. I've always felt your aura is very familiar, almost like mine, which is why I felt close to you when we first met. Her words made Xuanyu want to joke around. Isn't it because I'm handsome? Miss Nana, I find you very familiar too. To his teasing, she lightly scolded. Don't talk like that again. Look what you did to Qianchu today. I've never seen him so angry. Nana then cut to the chase, explaining that Hyunwoo's awakening was initially extremely dangerous, because 2 powerful bloodlines were fighting within him, and their simultaneous awakening would cause him great trouble. If not handled properly, it could lead to serious injury, a lifetime without cultivation, or even death. After careful consideration, she decided to let them intertwine around an axis, ensuring they wouldn't fully come into contact, and to test their fusion, but danger always lurked. So she had to be there during the breakthrough, though she never expected what happened next. She paused, her eyes widening with surprise at the novelty. Your body's power is truly unique. When you unleash this special soul fusion skill, guided by this unique power, the 2 bloodlines will merge, giving birth to a 3rd bloodline power. He listened intently, concern evident in his eyes. A 3rd bloodline. Wouldn't that make things even more complicated? His teacher remained puzzled as Nana slowly explained. Not at all. This bloodline is a product of the fusion of the other 2. Each time you use your soul fusion skill, it's like harmonizing these 2 bloodlines. Once you've used it enough times, and your 3rd bloodline is strong enough, it can absorb the power of the first 2, until they become a power that even I can't subdue. Xuanyu was taken aback by this revelation. Oh, really? That powerful? She smiled gently, looking at him sincerely. It will be incredible. But the process will be long. You'll have to use your spirit fusion skill constantly. Then she seriously analyzed. Let me see. If you use your soul fusion skill 10 times each time you break through a level, you can break through without any danger. Hearing that terrifying number, his hands began to tremble as if shocked. What? 10? Doesn't that mean I have to cultivate 20 levels every time I increase 10 levels of soul power? In an instant, his spirits were crushed. His soul power was already low, and now he had to cultivate twice as much. He was doomed. To encourage him, Nana gently reassured him, telling him that perseverance leads to success, and that when he reaches his limit, he will soar to the heavens. Her words filled Xuanyu with confidence, and he perked up immediately, eager to know how long it would take. She cheerfully replied that it might take 200 or 300 years, causing him to stumble back in shock, exclaiming, Who? Despite his strong reaction, Nana continued to encourage him, saying his powerful bloodline would surely grant him a longer lifespan than normal. He responded weakly. With everything in place, she began training seriously, emphasizing that haste makes waste, and that they would focus on breaking through first to see what the second soul ring would bring. Xuanyu, eager to train, was full of anticipation. First, let's break through to the second ring, she said, before concluding. Begin your self-attack. I'll protect you. Following her instructions, he closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and focused on his body. Xuanyu had long been on the verge of a breakthrough, and he continued to circulate the Xuan Tiangong, His body lightened, and he officially completed the breakthrough, reaching the second ring realm. Seeing that Xuanyu was distracted, Nana reminded him, "Don't relax, this is just the beginning." As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightness and discomfort in his chest. It turns out, the golden and silver vortex within Xuanyu's reverse meridian suddenly convulsed, unleashing simultaneous surges of hot and cold energy within his meridians and bones. Countless golden and silver energy strands erupted, colliding and causing intense pain. Amidst the chaos, a spark of inspiration ignites within him the vortex. He can control the vortex. He steels his resolve, cautiously manipulating the surging energies, pouring in his soul power, and accelerating its rotation. The golden and silver light began to converge into the vortex, an endless stream of energy that threatened to overwhelm him. The gold and silver energies raged more and more fiercely, causing Xuanyu unbearable pain, rendering him speechless. "Nana, help me then." In this moment of crisis, a firm and warm voice echoed in his mind, "Steady your mind, without joy or sorrow." The voice was so familiar. Nana's name instantly came to mind, and with her guidance, he calmed himself slightly. Yes, only by remaining calm could he find a way out. As Xuanyu calmed down, things began to improve, and the vortex became somewhat more stable. But the vortex continues to grow, the energy within him reaching the absolute limit of what he can withstand. He feels as though he's about to explode. Seeing the moment was right, Nana immediately instructed, "Xuanyu, fuse with the soul fragment. I'm here for you." Quickly, he gritted his teeth, focusing all his strength. Instantly, his hands clenched, and his two bloodlines erupted, a suppressed power threatening to tear through space itself, radiating a dazzling light. In that moment, a mysterious power quietly formed, creating an invisible pressure. After a while, he realized that everything was finally falling into place, and the energy in his body was stabilizing. The vortex has grown considerably, and both the gold and silver energies have stabilized. The iridescent spots seem brighter, but his soul power remains unchanged. Even dropping a level, she showered him with praise for his progress, noting how stable this enhancement was. When his soul power increases, using a soul fusion skill could allow the energy in his body to fuse during an eruption. Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally succeeding. As he opened his eyes, the opposing forces within them seemed ready to ignite with fierce intensity, startling Nana. Afterward, Xuanyu withdrew his power, his eyes returning to normal. He was extremely pleased with the result. This bloodline power was too overbearing, and it was fortunate she was there, or things would have been troublesome. With everything settled, she continued to instruct him thoroughly, reminding him that this experience would make things much safer in the future, and that he must remember to use the 10 fusion soul skills to cultivate the third bloodline during the next breakthrough. He nodded slightly, understanding. Nana gently urged him on, telling him to see what changes had occurred in his martial soul, something he had been anticipating for a long time. Then, Xuanyu began to power up, starting with his left hand, conjuring the blue-silver grass, both sturdy and supple, yet concealing immeasurable power. This surprises you a lot. It has changed. The golden pattern seems to be more orderly now. On the other hand, you couldn't wait and started moving your right hand to try. As expected, it had also quietly grown stronger, evolving and becoming more resilient. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, startling them both, and curiosity filled Xuanyu's eyes as he saw the golden aura. Realizing what it was, he exclaimed in shock, "Golden light, 100-year soul ring." The soul ring evolved on its own. I haven't even used soul fusion yet. How did it become a 100-year soul ring? Finding this too difficult to understand, he asks her for an explanation. "Nana, what's going on? Not only did my soul spirit appear on its own, but my soul ring has also evolved into a 100-year ring." Realizing the gravity of the situation, she warns him to keep his spirit a secret, as he's not yet strong enough to protect it. Following her instructions, he immediately activated the energy within his body, controlling the water element. Seeing the qualitative change and breakthrough, He was delighted. As expected of a 100-year soul ring. It's much stronger. The blue silver grass is also filled with water essence, so you can even use it as a whip. Nana noticed this and suggested, switch to the second soul ring. Xuanyu nodded lightly. Okay. But just as he began to transform, he felt an unusual power surging within his bloodline, and was utterly astonished. What? A faint halo spread out, enveloping him and changing his spirit rings. Immediately, flames erupted from the light, leaving him bewildered. Nana's eyes widened in surprise as the flames swirled together. Unconsciously, Xuanyu opened his hand, and countless swirling flames erupted from his palm. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fire. It rushed toward the water element in the air. How could they be two opposing elements? Water and fire are incompatible. My two soul skills can't support each other at all. An indescribable feeling welled up within him, a single spirit, with two opposing elements. Unheard of before. He stared at her blankly. Water and fire opposing each other. Nana, what happened to you? She simply smiled knowingly, without a word. Then, Nana opened her palm, and a small flame appeared, leaving Xuanyu speechless. In an instant, her palm became the focal point of the fire spirit. Witnessing the massive fireball spinning before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Fire element control Nana. How do you have that too? Nana raised the fireball high, a smile playing on her lips. No wonder she felt so close to him. Your second soul skill has proven my guess. Our bloodlines may be the same. Xuanyu is confused. What is Nana's bloodline? Her eyes droop with a hint of sadness. She can't remember. Her power is slowly returning, but not her memories. Nana looks directly into his eyes. But she knows how to teach him now. Perhaps no one in this world is more suited to be his teacher than she is. Xuanyu seems excited. So what should he do? Nana conjures water in her other hand, explaining that wielding both water and fire isn't necessarily bad. They can counteract each other, but also potentially synergize. Then, she flicks her finger, sending a water droplet into the fireball. Demonstrating her point, the two opposing elements clashed, and streams of blue water wrapped around the blazing red flames. Xuanyu gasped. The fireball is getting bigger. She simply smiled, explaining that when water is weak and fire is strong, the water will aid the flames, leading to a unique transformation. Thus, water and fire are not always in opposition. He looked at Nana's hand around his shoulder, asking how he could master them. She chuckled, patting Xuanyu's shoulder. You need to feel it yourself. Then, in a flash, they were gone, transported from the room to the open air. His eyes widened as he looked around, wondering how it had turned into a hollow center. Nana stood beside him, as Xuanyu watched intently. In her palm, the water element gradually grows. Blue waves ripple, reflecting light like shimmering crystal. And he's stunned as the water element begins to spin faster and faster, hollowing out the water sphere. Before Xuanyu could gather himself, the fire element suddenly appeared, spinning in reverse. Concentrating inward, he stared intently as the two elements slowly approached, finally touching. As they touched, a brilliant light erupted, like a painting of the cosmos, the two elements merging. Then, the moment they met, Nana suddenly flung her hand, releasing both elements. The moment they were released, the two elements erupted with power, blinding light, and surging shockwaves. Overwhelmed by the raw force, Xuanyu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, It's too powerful, so this is how it can be used. She turned to observe his expression, then explained, Combining two elements for a multiplied effect is incredibly difficult. No one can teach you how it hinges on personal comprehension and mastery. Hearing this, Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise, and in a flash, they were enveloped in light and transported to another room. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but observe this was the domain of elemental growth. Nana glanced over and nodded. If your bloodline is truly like mine, then you will also have the ability to use the elemental domain. With excitement and curiosity in his eyes, Xuanyu wondered how many elements Nana could control in total. But Nana simply summoned the elements of fire and water. Then, to his astonishment, 5 more elements appeared around Nana. At this point, Xuanyu was speechless. Just how powerful was Nana to control all 7 elements? Gazing at her radiant aura, he wondered, who is stronger, Nana or Uncle Tang Le? He was thrilled. Wanting to know if Nana could destroy a battleship, Xuanyu suddenly thought of him and couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering his mouth, remembering his promise to keep it a secret from Uncle Tang Le, deciding not to ask any more questions. Nana, oblivious to Xuanyu's reaction, said that if his bloodline continued to evolve, his future self might be able to do it too, causing him to shout with joy, asking if it was true and exclaiming how wonderful it was. She paused, then spoke. However, you must perceive the elemental forces yourself. Our perceptions won't be exactly the same. If you only practice my way, you can't surpass me. Xuanyu nodded repeatedly, understanding at last. His glistening eyes turned to Nana. Nana is so good. I feel so happy when she guides me. But the thought of leaving her soon makes me uncomfortable. Xuanyu then transformed into a well-behaved little cat. Nana, when will you be able to return to Tianluo planet to continue teaching me? I only want to be by your side. Nana chuckled, shaking her head helplessly. She had agreed to stay for a while longer, and you could ask Tianqiu to relay messages if needed. He quickly asked, Nana, will it be too difficult for Tianqiu to get into Shrek Academy? Nana smiled confidently. I think she can do it. Even if you fought, you wouldn't be a match for her. Xuanyu pouted. That's because of the difference in our soul power levels. If our soul power was the same, I could definitely win. Seeing the slight frustration in his eyes, Nana explained, soul power isn't everything. Everyone has their own unique talents. And she held back a lot when she attacked you. Seeing Xuanyu's childish behavior, she couldn't help but chuckle. I was just afraid you'd really get hurt. He silently backed away. Nana, let's go study. In the days that followed, Xuanyu didn't see Qianqiu at all. It seemed she was angry. He didn't have time to think so much, as he followed Nana to learn about the elements like a starving man, for her guidance was unparalleled and perfectly suited to him. The beautiful days of April passed quickly, and the time to return had come. At their farewell, she personally escorted them to the aviation center. As soon as they arrived, he couldn't hold back his tears and hugged Nana, crying, Nana, when will we meet again? I will definitely work hard to become stronger. After a moment of thought, she said that she couldn't leave Heaven Dew Star easily. Wait until you are strong enough to come back. Nana, wearing a mask, comforted him gently. Then try to get into Shrek Academy first, so you can go to school with Qianqiu. Xuanyu stopped crying and looked up. I haven't even seen him lately. Nana, please apologize to him for me. I was wrong that day. He lowered his head, his eyes firm. I will definitely work hard. Next time we meet, I will be much stronger. Without another word, Xuanyu surprised Nana with a kiss on the cheek, then embraced her tightly once more. Bidding her farewell, Nana gently stroked Xuanyu's head, telling him that admitting his mistakes was a good thing, and that time was running out, so he should hurry. Though reluctant, he turned and ran as fast as he could. Saying goodbye, she stood there, waving as Hyunwoo's figure disappeared from sight, lost in thought about her discovery ever since realizing their bloodlines were similar. She felt an even stronger connection to him, unaware of the figure approaching from behind. She continued on, as Yunyan cheerfully called out, He's gone. Huh. When Nana ignored her, she gazed into those eyes, remarking, After all these years, you're still as beautiful as ever. I'm married now. She's become more mature, and time seems to have been kind to her. Could that 1,000-year freeze have stopped her aging? After a moment of contemplation, Yunyan suddenly stopped and asked, Could you do another body test for me? This time, she'll be tested at the Sulai Academy in Du Latin. Both the Academy and the Federation have agreed, and they have the most advanced combat technology in the Federation. Nana, unconcerned, ignored her and strode away, saying, I'm not going. I just want to live a normal life. Leave me alone. The Federation has actually been extremely lenient with Nana. Given her danger level, she should have been contained and further restricted. What Yunyan didn't know was that among the War God Hall's assessment to the Federation's higher-ups, it was written that they strongly suspected she had broken through the limits of humanity. Watching her cold figure as she turned away, Yunyan could only sigh. If she said she wouldn't go, there was nothing he could do. He'd just have to find another way to persuade her later. The setting sun gradually sank, dyeing the entire sky a pale red. Like a dying flame, Nana gently pushed open the door and entered Qianqiu's room, softly bowing her head and whispering in her ear, "They're gone. Are you still upset?" The girl looked up, her cheeks flushed, and denied it, saying she wouldn't want to be with him. He wasn't a good person anyway, and she couldn't understand why Nana liked him so much. Hearing this, Nana turned and walked away, telling her to prepare well for the upcoming exam, as the entrance exam to Shrek Academy wouldn't be easy. Seeing her indifference, Qianqiu jumped up and called out, "Nana, if I get into Shrek Academy, can you come with me? Can you be a teacher there?" Nana paused by the window, looking out. "I'm not going. I'm used to everything here, and I don't want to leave. If you have any cultivation problems, you can always ask me. With how advanced communication is now, distance is no longer an issue." In a flurry, the girl found flimsy excuses. "But if you're not by my side, their summoning spells won't be able to call me over there anymore." Nana cut her off, holding a warm glass of water, and asked, "Qianqiu, do you like Xuanyu?" The girl shyly brushed her hair back, shaking her head to hide her feelings. "No, I would never like him. I can't stand him. I would absolutely never like him. Don't get the wrong idea." Her eyes darted around nervously. "I definitely don't like him." Her cheeks flushed red as she stammered, I just... But Nana cut her off, saying, "It's all right. I have a way to help you with this summoning issue." The girl looked at Nana, confused, her hands clasped together, emitting a brilliant, seven-colored light. And when Nana opened them, a scale fragment appeared, radiating a soft glow. Qianqiu, unaware, curiously asks, "What is this?" Miss Nana slowly explains, "This is a scale fragment, containing your phase-shifting power, similar to your spatial coordinates. It can receive summons. She specially fixed elemental power on it so they can call her." The girl is shocked that she fixed elemental power. Nana approaches and gently puts the scale piece on Tianqiu's neck like a necklace. A gift for her. The girl is touched and thanks her. As night falls, Nana leans against the window frame, the light of the night casting shadows upon her, her eyes dimming as she silently contemplates, as if hiding an unspeakable sorrow. Unconsciously, she reached into her robes and pulled out a golden necklace with a pointed object attached. Nana held it up, gazing at the necklace that existed in a space only she could perceive. Not long after thawing, Nana sensed the necklace's presence and called it to her side. She always felt it was important, but whenever she tried to recall its memories, her head throbbed, as if her body was resisting. In the city of Sin, countless voices mingled. What fallen? How could they have fallen? A class attack cruiser. +5 class escort cruisers. Destroying a civilian spacecraft should have been instantaneous. The last message received mentioned dragon. They seemed to be calling for Golden Dragon. Then, nothing. They were likely annihilated. A furious voice suddenly roared, tearing through the atmosphere. Worthless. A bunch of worthless trash. The scenery gradually shifts back to the Latin world. Back home, his adoptive parents immediately began to fuss over him, saying how much he'd improved over the break. "Our son is about to spread his wings and fly. Rest at home for a day. You haven't had enough time off yet." Lan Xiao leaned down and placed his hand on his shoulder. "But Xuanyu, there's something I must remind you." He looked straight into his eyes. "Go ahead." "Dad." Lan Xiao's eyes suddenly became serious. "Remember, no matter what you face, don't get agitated. Next time, we remember that we are still at home waiting for you to return." Xuanyu took a breath and nodded firmly. "Father, I won't be so impulsive again. I will study hard to become strong, and become a true powerhouse to protect everyone." After those words, the three embraced in silence, savoring the closeness and quiet comfort. The next day, he returned to Hongbin's room, and Xuanyu entered, looking at his back. "Teacher, I have some questions for you." Hongbin frowned, turned around sternly, and asked, "What is it, and does your soul power show signs of a breakthrough?" He replied, "Teacher, that's what I wanted to tell you. I've broken through to the second ring, and for some reason, my soul ring suddenly mutated into a 100-year soul ring." Hearing this, Hongbin was shocked and curious. Show me quickly." Xuanyu extends his hand, and silver-wen blue silver grass unexpectedly intertwines. Hongbin stares intently at the focal point, noticing the blue silver grass has completely transformed, its form no longer as weak as before. His eyes widened in astonishment. Only a mutated spirit could produce such a change. Seeing it gradually transform into a fire element, Hongbin hurriedly asked, "What's your spirit skill? Show me." He couldn't help but wonder. His first soul skill was clearly water-based. So how could he have another fire element? What is going on? Hongbin muttered. For ordinary soul masters, the simultaneous appearance of water and fire is equivalent to the existence of twin spirits. It can't compare to a true twin spirit, but it's far stronger than a single spirit. He still can't fathom his true power. But Xuanyu's situation is all the more unique. He already has twin spirits. So how can he have a fire element too? Hongbin muttered, admiringly praising. Well done. Water and fire of the same origin. This second spirit skill is fire control. It must be powerful. He pulled his hand back, curiosity still shining in his eyes. Teacher, water and fire are opposites. Is it okay for them to be together? He excitedly grabbed Xuanyu's neck and laughed. Who says opposites are bad? Sometimes opposites are better than complements. Two opposing elements, when specially treated, can generate immense power, a truly unique condition. Hongbin excitedly grabbed Xuanyu's hand and shook it vigorously. Great. Really great. I really didn't misjudge you. Kid, you always bring me unexpected joy. That's great. You don't need to go to Tianfan's place for the time being. I have to train you. He could only smile wryly. Hien Vu was surprised by his excitement. It was the first time he'd seen his teacher so thrilled. But before he could finish, the door was suddenly slammed open. He crossed his arms, his face dark, and demanded, What are you doing? Snatching him the moment he returns. Hongbin was furious, his head throbbing. While he was left speechless, the two immediately engaged in a war of words. What's wrong with you? Hyunwoo just got back, and you're already snatching him away. What did we agree on before? This fool. A rare opportunity to master both water and fire. Why should I care so much? Xuanyu tried to intervene, but couldn't. Neither would yield, gritting their teeth, determined to face off. How could he possibly compete with others? Besides, the preliminary exam is in a few days, followed by the selection across the entire starfield. What can you teach him in so few days? Don't worry. He'll learn what he can. But the main thing is to set his cultivation direction. Don't you understand that? Tianfan scoffed, his sharp eyes fixed on him. Nonsense. Xuanyu, learning from me is more than enough. I guarantee she can pass the Interstellar Command Department. Can you guarantee she'll pass the Battle Armor Department? Hongbin immediately retorted. Nonsense. How can you guarantee that? You'll pay for your boasting. Xuanyu wanted to mediate but couldn't get involved. He smirked, a smile that betrayed no thoughts, and said he'd show him something. As Tianfan spoke, he tapped something, its true form obscured. He immediately recognized the person and turned around. It's you, he grinned, trying to look handsome. I just received a letter of commendation and this painting from Heaven Du Star. With his knowledge, experience, and self-control, how could he possibly fail? He analyzed in his mind. This kid's high-speed operational skills are indeed excellent. I can see that this is inseparable from his use of both water and fire elements to solve the shortcomings of his cultivation. And now, Xuanyu has broken through to the second ring. His spiritual power is also close to the Spirit Sea realm. Once he breaks through, he will be a top-tier genius. And I must persuade Tianfan. In the tense atmosphere, Xuanyu suddenly speaks up. Teachers, I have a question. He speaks with pride. Ask away. My prized disciple. He voiced his thoughts. Can a person's strength rival a warship? Is a top-tier soul master stronger? Or is the Federation's warship mightier? Hearing this, Tianfan laughed and nodded. Of course, it's the warship. Little one, Xuanyu then asked. Can the ultimate human power destroy a planet? He scoffed from behind. Ignorant and narrow-minded. Hongbin's voice deepened. They know not what they fear. What is the peak of human potential? No one knows now. But even if peak human power can't defeat a mothership, there are still many ways to destroy it. As soon as he finished speaking, he started arguing again, saying, Impossible. The mothership is the Federation's ultimate weapon. No one can destroy it, he sneered. Well, let me tell you. Hongbin's eyes turned serious as he analyzed. From an energy intensity perspective, it's an impossible fight. But maximum volume must have loopholes. He imagined the warship, the instantaneous acceleration of a god-level expert being faster than the warship. What if they infiltrated the warship? Who can stop them? Each mothership has a god-level expert stationed to prevent this. Can't you admit it? Seeing his reaction, Hongbin continued, saying that every mothership in the Federation's fleets has a god-level powerhouse stationed on board to prevent powerful enemies from infiltrating. So far, there have been no instances of enemies infiltrating the mothership's interior, mainly to prevent rebellion. He paused for a moment, his eyes flicking towards Tianfan. In a sense, the god-level powerhouse stationed inside the mothership even serves as a monitor, holding a supernatural position. Hongbin leaned in, emphasizing each word. 1. A person is smaller than a warship and can do many things. 2. Battle armor masters have always been the strongest force. A warship against a group of battle armor masters. The battle armor masters would win. Absolutely. The next words made Tianfan seethe with anger. 3. You've also seen how terrifying peak armor masters can be. So please don't say such nonsense. It's embarrassing. He couldn't take it anymore, pointing his finger directly at Hongbin's face, saying, as if you've seen it with your own eyes, I'm 100% sure he'll get into the Star Command department. Can you say the same? Don't waste my time if you can't? Seeing Tianfan's face contorted with anger, he pondered. It's true that he could get into the command department now, but getting into the mecha department would be 10,000 times harder. Once again, Hianvu broke the tense atmosphere. Teacher Ngan, his eyes shone with determination and confidence. I'm sure I can pass the Interstellar Command System exam. So I want to learn elemental control from Teacher Kwai. They both stared at him in disbelief. Really then? Hongbin happily pinched his cheek. Good. 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 You're a child with foresight. Leaving him in a state of shock, Tianfan couldn't hide his simmering anger. Lan Yu, what got into you? Do you know what kind of test you're about to face? Lan Yu calmly looked at him. The Shrek Academy selection test. Right, Tianfan was dumbfounded. Kid. You knew. He was so angry he slammed the door and left, wondering who leaked the information. Mingwen Academy's rules state that students shouldn't be told about the Shrek Academy selection process before passing the preliminary test. You're something else. Xuanyu, come back and find me after you're done learning from him. Hongbin was helpless. All right. Stop threatening him. He looked at him admiringly, saying it seems his interest in becoming a battle armor master has grown. Xuanyu patted his chest and said, Teacher Guai, I want to become a strong person who can defeat a warship with my own strength. Hongbin retorted sharply. Such naive words. Defeating a warship with personal strength isn't so easy. You need to work much harder. In the following days, Xuanyu lived in a crucible, only thinking about recovering his soul power after exhausting it each day. Hongbin was truly determined, preparing a large amount of rare food for Xuanyu, and Tianfan kept his word, letting Xuanyu use a real starfighter to try flying in the sky, applying all the knowledge he had learned to practice. Seeing his efforts, he relented with a sigh. All right, you can rest now. About 8 hours of rest. A good sleep to recover your energy. To be mentally prepared. Xuanyu's eyes widened. When and where does the selection competition start? Hongbin solemnly reminded him. The preliminary test will be held at our school. It's very simple. So don't worry. The preliminary test is mainly to determine eligibility, followed by open tryouts, which begin in 3 days. After the test, we'll continue training. In Xuanyu's room, he's still sound asleep, until Qianlei's voice shatters his sweet dream. Wake up. Still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he was dragged away before he could fully wake up. No time to spare. They had to go. Today was the preliminary selection. At the training ground, students stood in groups on either side, chatting excitedly. A young man steps forward, introducing himself as Chen Yilei. Animecaps disciple. Hello, I'm Chen Yilei, and today's test is very simple. The main test is everyone's bone age, soul power, and mental strength. We'll begin now. Following that, someone speaks up. Hello, I'm Lu Tianxin. He smiles, his eyes gentle. Just relax. A gray orb appears in Yilei's hand. The orb flew toward him and began the test. Bone age 13. Soul power. Level 33. Spiritual power 241 points. After the test, Yilei retracted the orb and announced, "Test passed." Tianxin bowed. "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." Qianlei looked around, marveling at the tense atmosphere, then noticed Xuanyu was fast asleep. He frantically shook Xuanyu awake, yelling that it wasn't time to sleep, demanding that he wake up, but Xuanyu remained sound asleep, completely oblivious, probably exhausted from the past few days of constant exertion. Qianlei's anger had nowhere to go. He decided to let him sleep until his turn, and call him later. Before his anger could subside, a call from behind startled him. Qianlei. "You're up." He hurriedly raised his hand. "Yes." After a few minutes, the announcement came past. Qianlei excitedly grabbed his hand and spun him around. "Xuanyu, you passed. It's your turn. Go quickly." Xuanyu finally woke up, still half asleep. He stepped forward, and they asked his name, rubbing his eyes. Xuanyu introduced himself. "Hello. My name is Xuanyu." The proctor reminded him, "Wake up, or it will affect your spirit power test." Ngai looks Hianvu up and down, assessing him. Still not awake. This is an important test. Everyone waits seriously. Seeing someone so relaxed for the first time, his psychological fortitude is extraordinary. Startled back to his senses, he nodded. "Yes." The test orb slowly descended to the top of his head, and the man exclaimed in shock, "What a spirit bone, and he's only 10. Not even 11 yet." Hongbin looked on in astonishment. Xuanyu chuckled softly and replied, "I'll be 11 inches a few days." Engloi was a little confused. "But the application says you're 12. So you're a year younger." Xuanyu rubbed his head sheepishly. "Maybe my parents reported the wrong age when I first enrolled." After hearing that, he was stunned. He'd been worried the boy was over 12 with a soul power of only level 20, which would complicate the next test. But if he's not even 11, his overall evaluation will be very high. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly asked questions, to which Xuanyu could only nod. Soul power. Level 20. Why not 21? He has a fixed soul ring, he does, and spiritual power. 499. Mentioning this number, the examiner looked unconvinced. 499. This child's spiritual power is too high. Not even 11 years old. And his spiritual power is already close to the spirit sea realm. Could he be a spiritual type soul master? He bit his lip, asking him to release his spirit and confirm if he had a different spirit soul ring. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy surrounded Xuanyu, and Engailoi shouted, "Okay, passed." He stepped down from the chair with a sigh of relief. Glad that Qianlei had called him, Tianxin stood silently to the side, her eyes following the group of Xuanyu, who were happily chatting, her face thoughtful. He didn't expect his strength to far exceed expectations. Xuanyu's soul power has increased. His martial soul seems to have changed, and his soul ring has become stronger. Furthermore, his spiritual power is already at 499 points. About to reach the spirit sea realm, a whole new level of spiritual power. Hongbin quietly approached from behind. "What's the deal with your age trailing not far behind?" Tianfan stepped forward, looking doubtful. Not even 11 years old. Yet he piloted a starfighter to destroy 2 mechs. This is really too shocking. After a moment of thought, he spoke. It seems my parents initially registered me that way. I don't know the details. Hongbin frowned. Now you have 2 choices. 1. You don't have to continue with the selection this year and wait until next year to take the exam. Or 2. You can try your luck this year. Without hesitation, Xuanyu nodded. I'll participate. Not giving him a chance to change his mind. He immediately ushered Xuanyu away. Go. Continue training. For the next 3 days, Xuanyu continued to live in a pressure cooker amidst the vastness of the school. Hongbin stood on the podium, his eyes sweeping across the classroom. First, as your teacher, I congratulate you all on passing the preliminary screening. The next test is crucial, so remember everything I'm about to say. After a pause, he slowly walked down, saying, Before you pass the preliminary test, I couldn't tell you the purpose of this test. It's been 4 years. You've all become prominent figures at your age. But graduating here only makes you prominent in the Heaven Dew Empire. Hongbin's tone grew serious. The Academy's advanced youth class is to give you a real chance to enter the halls of true greatness. A glint of red flashed in his eyes as he said, I believe you've all heard their motto, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. The students below immediately buzzed with excitement. Could it be that place? Is there really a chance to go there? I know it. I've heard of it. Hongbin closed his eyes, seemingly in thought. A place where soul masters gathered. He paused for a moment before slowly recounting. It's said that place takes nurturing elite talents as its mission, especially the sea god Tang Sect within. It was created single-handedly. The most powerful sect, inheriting over 30,000 years of history. Rumor has it, the Shrek 7 devils of that generation, all cultivated to god level. It's the sacred land all soul masters aspire to. An existence on par with the Federation government. No. In some ways, it even surpasses it. Hongbin shouted the last 3 words. Shrek Academy. He raised his eyebrows. But Shrek is harder to get into than you think. Of all the candidates in the Federation, only 30 are accepted into Shrek Academy each year, a ratio of 30 out of 100. Ling ling ling. Hearing this, the students were shocked. But Hongbin encouraged them, saying that the exam would greatly benefit both them and the Academy, and that the Academy had only one request. He roared, urging them to spare nothing, to unleash their most brilliant selves, and strive for the best possible outcome. He grew more impassioned, fire blazing in his eyes, declaring that success would lead them to the path to immortality. Even in failure, you'll have no regrets, for this will be a valuable experience in your lives. He slammed his hand on the table, asking loudly, Understood. The students below were swept up in the atmosphere and responded enthusiastically. Understood. As for Xuanyu's team, he was much calmer than the others. As he had expected this, Xuanyu suddenly thought of Qianqiu, who would also be taking the Shrek Academy entrance exam. She's probably stronger than anyone in our class. It seems passing the Shrek Academy exam won't be easy. Hongbin then turned serious again, continuing that the specific selection method was still unclear, but it would definitely be a comprehensive test, and would be evaluated in groups of 3. Qianxun asked blankly if it meant all 3 would pass or fail together. He solemnly confirmed, and this affirmation shook the students even more. Hongbin continued to explain that the so-called comprehensive assessment is all-encompassing, and don't even think about guessing the purpose of Shrek Academy's assessment, as Shrek never plays by the rules. He lectured them, saying the only advice he could offer was to rely on themselves, as that was the foundation of their existence. Then, the students traveled together to Duluo. The selection began, and the high-energy youth trainees followed their teacher into the world of Duluo. Everyone stopped before a platform in the training room, where a person was standing. As the students approached, she introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Long Yi, your guide for this exam. She reached out, and purple light emanated from her hand, enveloping the students as she said, Let's go to the C selection exam. Zhang Tian turned to Hong Bin and asked, Elder Hong, you know Shrek Academy best. Do you think these kids have a chance of passing? He indifferently replies that he doesn't know, as Shrek's assessment methods change every year. Zhang Tian then asks which group he rates the highest. Hong Bin paused, then replied, perhaps Xuanyu's team. Zhang Tian was surprised and quickly asked, shouldn't Qian Shun's team have the best chance? Considering Tu Wei, he looked at Trung Thian and explained, that's because you don't understand Shrek Academy. Their motto is to accept monsters, not ordinary people. Looking at Thian Tam and Huyen Vu's teams below, he continued, Thian Tam's group is good, but still ordinary. Though Xuanyu's team looks weak, they're strange enough. Zhang Tian seems to understand, revealing surprise. So that's it. We need to think more about this strange aspect when selecting students in the future. With that, Hongbin heads off to see if anyone will pass this time. Because if no one does, the advanced youth class might not continue. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain, where Yi looks at the students and states the rules of the exam. Their next task is survival. Take action in small groups of 3. The longer you survive, the higher your score. She paused, then continued, if you can hunt spirit beasts, you'll get different scores based on their level. If you're killed by a spirit beast, the exam ends. Then, Yi gives the students an encouraging smile and says, let the exam begin. Good luck, everyone. Immediately, her figure vanishes, leaving only streaks of green. Qian Lei looked at Xuanyu, questioning his unease, feeling it odd that with over 20 of them nearby, wouldn't it be safer to stick together? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Tianzun looked down the cliff, shocked. What is that? Black smoke billows from within, spreading rapidly, and he orders the others to take cover and be on guard. Without objection, they immediately hid behind the rocks, while Xuanyu, behind a boulder, watched the ceaseless tremors with growing concern. It seemed some kind of massive soul beast was approaching. Drawn by the newly formed gathering sound, he's shocked. A horde of spirit beasts is coming. Something must have caught his attention. What is it? A swarm of dark figures erupts from the cliff face. As cries of alarm rise from the students, lava lizards, and there are too many of them. More pouring out. Lava lizards. Fire attribute spirit beasts with incredible defense. Typically dwell near volcanoes, each one nearly 10 feet long and wielding fire. Xuanyu's expression darkens with worry. As over 1,000 eyes appear, Tiangsun peeks out from a cliff face, urgently telling the others to leave. Heading towards the summit, the 7 high-energy youth class teams immediately took action, rushing up the steep cliff face towards the summit. As he climbed, he had an ominous feeling and looked back. The black mist returns, spreading outwards and upwards towards the summit, within which a colossal, crimson hellfire red dragon roars ferociously. Xuanyu stops, clearly surprised. It's huge. This thing must be 30 meters tall. Qianlei is terrified. What is that thing? He stares at the lava red dragon in confusion. What species is that? I've never seen anything like it. It's at least 10,000 years old. We can't beat it. The hellfire red dragon gathers its breath, unleashing a massive fireball that spirals towards them, growing ever larger. As the fireball hurtled toward them, Qianshun and Tianshun looked on in terror, exclaiming that it was too big and too terrifying. Someone screamed for them to run. Xuanyu grabbed his hand. Qian Lei then looked up, grabbed their other teammate's hand, Liu Feng, and said, let's go. Instantly, the fireball slammed into the cliff face, unleashing a colossal explosion and sending debris flying as figures faded into the smoke and fire, fueled by the enhanced gold-wen blue-silver grass. Lu Feng pulls them forward as the students dodge fireballs, and 4 teams choose to descend the mountain. Tiangsun, Jiangxiong, and Xuanyu's groups, along with 2 other teams, chose to ascend, but the massive soul beast was in hot pursuit. On the cliff face, Qianlei anxiously watches the approaching magma red dragon, asking what it is. Xuanyu replies with concern, I don't know. Maybe some kind of mutated soul beast. As it prepared to unleash another fireball, Xuanyu slowly voiced his speculation. It's a being between a fire dragon and a crimson dragon, and it's evolving towards a true dragon. For now, we can call it a Hellfire Crimson Dragon. She looked at Xuanyu with hopeful eyes, wondering if she could summon such a powerful soul beast. Xuanyu could only offer a helpless smile, telling her to think about it after she reached the 7th ring. Instantly, the underworld Crimson Dragon unleashed its fireball upon the other teams above Xuanyu's, relentlessly spewing forth fiery projectiles. Murmurs spread as it attacked the 4 student groups below the mountain. Xuanyu's face darkened as he realized something. The red dragon attacked them as soon as it appeared. But now that they'd scattered, it was targeting the 4 groups above. He shouted urgently to widen the distance between the 2 groups, as it seemed to prefer attacking larger gatherings. The 4 groups below lost 7 members, and the remaining 5 were surrounded by fire. Xuanyu couldn't help but think, no wonder Yi wanted them to act in small units. Otherwise they would be directly attacked by the Hellfire Crimson Dragon. It began attacking Xuanyu's group, Jin Chang's group, and Tian Qin's group. He shouts, as expected, split up. Move quickly. Xuanyu's resounding voice surprises everyone. Perhaps acting in units of small groups will stop its attacks. He yelled for all teams to split up, while the red dragon's eyes blazed with fire, and a fireball hurtled towards Tianqin's team. He urgently warned his teammates below to jump. Jump down below. Just as they let go and jumped, the fireball collided with the cliff face, creating a massive explosion. Tianqin sees massive boulders falling towards him and his teammates. He takes a breath and uses his skill to blow the rocks away. Tianqin quickly grabbed onto another spot. Looking back at his teammates in the distance, the scene was chaotic, and the men below had split into 2 groups. Seeing the Crimson Dragon attacking the Earthfire essence, an idea formed in his mind. The creature has turned its attention to the surrounding lava. Just as we predicted, looking up, Tianqin's eyes follow Xuanyu. A spark of defiance within them. His judgment proved correct. Xuanyu was indeed formidable. Soon, his team reached the mountain's peak, and Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. We're at the top. The 3 quickly approached the cliff's edge, and Lu Feng, standing beside Xuanyu, looked down and asked, "What's on the other side of the mountain?" It was another trial ground, identical to this valley, though even more brutal, with only 5 people remaining. Just as they were about to investigate, a fireball suddenly hurtled toward them, and he quickly turned back to warn the others to retreat to the cliff face. The group hurried down the mountain, dodging fireballs from both sides, realizing that anyone reaching the summit would be attacked by the Earthfire Crimson Dragons. Kim Tuong's group has returned from the summit, but even with their ability to fly, fear grips their hearts. How will they cope with such a barrage, constantly using flight to evade the Earthfire's embers? Kim Tuong, still weary, looked down to see the Crimson Dragon arch its neck and launch a fireball into the sky. That fireball reached its peak, then split into many smaller fireballs, raining down around them. His face fell as the fireballs rapidly attacked Kim Tuong's team, endangering those below as well. Hiding behind a rock wall, Xuanyu's team avoids the meteor fire rain, realizing the Crimson Dragon is targeting flying soul masters. Then, Haiyan-Wu sighed in resignation. How could the Shrek tryouts have loopholes? The 3 of them had been too careless. Then, something dawned on him. Remembering Yi-Yi's smile, this survival test clearly wasn't about combat power. If they had known the characteristics of the lava red dragon from the start, even those with weaker cultivation could have survived for a while. Now, only 2 teams of students remain. Xuanyu looks up at Tianxun's team above, realizing this is the test of Shrek Academy. Tianxun leads his team, all eyes on Xuanyu's actions. As they quickly cling to the mountainside to avoid the meteor fire rain, Ling Tong asks worriedly, "Class monitor, what do we do now?" More and more lava is creeping up. He quickly devises a plan, suggesting they defend their position and stall for time, as the remaining teams struggle against the rising lava on the cliff faces. Meanwhile, Xuanyu decided to hang from Lu Feng's silver dragon spear, creating an ice layer beneath the cliff to prevent the lava from climbing up. Tianxun looked over and asked, "Xuanyu, What's next? Do you have a plan? Xuanyu could only express his helplessness, saying there was nothing he could do but wait for time to pass. Meanwhile, Qianlei sat beside Lu Feng on the spear, happily chatting with them. With a look of panic, Ling Tong tries to warn the others, but Qianlei doesn't notice, turning to Lu Feng instead, only to be hit by small falling rocks. He looked up and cried out in terror. More lava lizards were emerging from above. Tiangsun is startled, his eyes wide with terror. What? How is this possible? He furrows his brow. The spirit beasts are coming from one side of the valley, which means the examinees on the other side have been wiped out. Qianlei is beside himself. They're being attacked from above and below, and they're in deep trouble. In this impossible situation, Lu Feng is helpless. Xuanyu, what do we do? A hazy thought flickers in his mind, and his brain kicks into overdrive. Her image flashes before him, silently conveying that, aside from the short survival time, the number of spirit beasts to kill matters, and the numbers differ for different species. The thought sparked an idea, and his eyes widened. Different species. Images of lava lizards and crimson dragons flashed in his mind. In this valley, there were only two types of spirit beasts, lava lizards and crimson dragons. Xuanyu was stunned. An idea flashing in his mind. Could it be? Based on the clues before him, he secretly speculated that the earthfire, scarlet dragon, could also be killed. Xuanyu slowly shook his head in denial. But how could we possibly kill it with our cultivation? His mind was a tangled mess. But why would she say that every word she speaks has meaning? So it might be possible. Xuanyu pondered in silence, realizing the key to this miracle might lie within the valley, and suddenly shouted, "Let's go down." As soon as he spoke, both Qianlei and Lu Feng exclaimed, "What?" Okay. Though he didn't understand Xuanyu's intention, Liu Feng, having worked with him for so long, jumped down without hesitation and was shocked to see Xuanyu's group retreating as well. What? Below, they continue their relentless, frenzied attack. Are they insane? Class monitor. What do we do? Tianqin, unable to see Xuanyu's purpose, chooses to hold his ground. His team relentlessly attacks, forging a path through the lava to escape. Liu Feng, seeing the dire situation, wonders how they'll manage with so much lava below. Xuanyu grits his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes, and leaps down, as far as possible, away from the concentrated soul beasts below. He nods decisively, without hesitation. Okay. Immediately, Lu Feng unleashed his attack. Earth Second Soul Skill. White Dragon Reversal. As the massive crimson dragon watched, shaken, it opens its mouth, is unleashing a torrent of fire into the sky. We're done for. It's found us and is unleashing its fire meteor shower. He's terrified, his face pale. What do we do? We can't make it back to the cliff now. Qianlei's face turned green, tears streaming down his face. Is this as far as we go? He lowered his head slightly, a flash of mysterious blue light suddenly appearing in his eyes. Xuanyu roared, tearing through the air as he charged towards the lava dragon, eyes wide with shock. What was happening? He issued the order, diving beneath the dragon's belly. It was then that Lu Feng realized, in the midst of the meteor shower, the safest place in the entire Frost Valley was beneath the fire dragon's belly. Immediately, they both followed the command, dodging the torrent of fire spewing from the dragon's mouth. Stick close to the fire dragon. It's too big to notice us. We'll make our move when the fire dies down. Its massive feet are coming down, shaking the earth. The red dragon lumbered forward, its massive form slowly disappearing into the fiery mist. Prepare yourselves. We'll make our escape from its left foot. He nods in agreement. Seizing the moment, Hyunwoo commands, Liu Feng, prepare yourself. He immediately gave a resounding order. Go. The three quickly retreated from under its belly, cautiously stepping into the misty valley. At that moment, a massive explosion rocked the cliffside where Tiansun's nest was located. Startled by the sound, he turned back, alert, to see a gaping hole blasted into the cliff. Sweat pours down as he stares in disbelief. Another ancient dragon spawn. In an instant, a second hellfire dragon spawn appears, and a golden light erupts in the misty valley, signaling the second stage of the naval selection exam. At this stage, the Hellfire Crimson Dragons will prioritize attacking all humans, and two of them simultaneously assault Tianxun's nest. His scream was filled with terror as he yelled, "Jump!" In the spot where Tianjun stood was instantly obliterated. Seeing this, Xuanyu was shocked and yelled out to Qianlei to recall his summon. Hearing that, he immediately acts without hesitation, summoning the two-headed chimera. While summoning, Xuanyu uses the gold-patterned blue-silver grass to assist. All while observing the situation in the mist-filled valley, he lowered his gaze, surveying the scene, the lair of the fire-scale earth dragon, a massive lava lake. Perhaps the key to defeating it lay there. Then, Qianlei's voice echoed as the dragon emerged, boasting incredible defense, and the armored-back dragon prepared to fight. He immediately leaps onto its back, and Xuanyu says, "Qianlei, ride the dragon forward. Lu Feng and I will follow behind." Xuanyu's eyes narrow with seriousness. "Go." Charge towards that lava lake. The armored-back dragon powerfully charges toward the lava lake, colliding with much of the lava blocking its path, while Yu Feng, aided by Xuanyu, does his best to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side has ended, and Lu Tiangxun's team withdraws from the trial. Then, the two lava crimson dragons turned their heads, eyeing the remaining survivors in the valley, Xuanyu's fleeing group. Seeing the situation, Zheng Hai immediately turned around. "Xuanyu, they're both coming. What do we do?" He stood there, muttering, "There's nothing." Xuanyu gritted his teeth, channeling all his tension into each breath. Did the designer of this sea god assessment truly leave us no chance of survival? Then why did Ling Yi say that? A thought flashes across his face. There has to be a chance. But what is it, then? It hits him. Wait. Something's not right. His eyes followed, slowly analyzing the situation before him. The earth-fire essence is also extracted from the rock. They are only 100-year soul beasts. How could they withstand the high temperature of the rock? In a burst of excitement, Zhuanvu sang, "I understand now." He turns, eyes focused, hoping that before he can finish, he leaps into the lava, realizing something's wrong with the rock, and that they need to jump into the lava lake. Liao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" While Qianlei paled. "Are you crazy?" Without hesitation, Xuanyu dove in with lightning speed, and with a splash, he plunged into the unknown, his eyes tightly shut with fear, realizing he was unharmed. Xuanyu opened his eyes to find a brilliant blue light surrounding him. This magma was scalding, yet full of fire, but the temperature is only 60 to 70 degrees. This lava lake is indeed the opportunity the test designer left for us. He floated up, looking at the two still stunned, and said, "Come on down. What are you waiting for?" Seeing Xuanyu safe and sound, the two were dumbfounded, and immediately followed him down. As soon as he stepped onto the lava, he gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, Xuanvu." The ground above began to churn violently. The Hellfire Crimson Dragon was here. That sound, it must be fighting the ironclad dragon. Soon after, the edge of the lava field fell silent. After 5 minutes of waiting, a loud crash echoed from beyond the lava. He craned his neck, curious as to what had happened. Hyunwoo's expression turns pained as he nears his limit. Have they not noticed them? The three begin to swim to the surface of the lava lake. But they can't hold out much longer. They need air. As they surfaced, the three gasped for air, only to witness a terrifying sight: a crimson dragon on land, jaws agape, tail lashing, and eyes as cold as ice. Seeing this scene, he was dumbfounded, unsure of what to do, as the two gigantic lava-red dragons clashed, brutally attacking each other. Xianyu's eyes widened in shock. They were fighting each other since there was no other target, turning the sky into a sea of fire. He lowered his gaze and said softly, "Hey Fatty, prepare your second spirit ring. Wait for my signal." Filled with curiosity, he turned to ask, "What are you planning to do?" A faint smile appears on Xuanyu's face. "Seeking profit." While Liao Feng and his companion can't hide their disapproval, Xian is indeed Xian. "From now on, you're my hero." With the discussion over, The three immediately dove back down, holding their breath as they plunged into the depths. The three waited beneath the lava lake, only surfacing for air. 15 minutes later, Xuanyu rose again to observe. The two Hellfire Red Dragons are covered in wounds and need a dozen seconds to recover before attacking again. It seems both sides are heavily injured. He observes for a moment and orders, Tianlei, prepare the second Earth Soul imprint. Activate it after their next attack ends. A look of excitement spreads across his face. Laodan, you're really something, but I like it. Earth Second Soul Imprint. Replicate Tianlei's Earth Second Soul Imprint replication. Can summon the first Soul Imprint Soul Beast for replication. After replication, he can directly summon his own chosen Soul Beast for 30 seconds of battle. They originally wanted to replicate the heavenly poisonous scorpion, but instead summoned a shark that couldn't fight on land. For now, the strongest spirit beast Tianlei can summon is the Millennium Emerald Devil Bird. With its ferocity and powerful attack, in the blink of an eye, the Thwima bird flew out, heading straight for the eye of a Dihoa Red Dragon, its food being the brain fluid of soul beasts. The remaining Dihoa Red Dragon noticed the Thwima bird's presence. The Red Dragon, seeing its companion attacked, is enraged and immediately retaliates to stop the Emerald Demon Bird. With terrifying power, the Emerald Demon Bird hurtled towards it. As the Red Dragon's eyes widened, scanning its surroundings warily, suddenly, it unexpectedly closed its eyes, and with lightning speed, the demonic bird struck the Red Dragon's head before rebounding. In its rage, it spewed forth blazing flames, but the demon bird dodged and plunged straight through, creating a deep pit, its eyes blazing with a threatening power. Their eyes met, a tense standoff with neither willing to yield. In a flash, the demon bird struck the Red Dragon, unleashing a devastating blow. The force of the blow sends it reeling, unable to resist. As the Crimson Dragon collapses beside its motionless kin, their eyes widened in utter astonishment, followed by cries of joy and excitement. We did it. We actually killed 2 magma dragons. This was a huge risk, and I can hardly believe it. As they celebrated, a portal suddenly opened before them, a teleportation gate. The three nodded in agreement and approached the door. Let's go see what's inside. As they stepped through, the scenery around them instantly changed. Xuanyu looked around suspiciously. Weren't they going to take them out? Had the assessment not ended? They must have been the most persistent team. Lost in thought, he sensed someone approaching. Movement. Be careful. Xuanyu noticed a figure approaching, and as it drew nearer, he recognized it as Senior Sister Ling. A faint smile graces her lips. Rest assured, the assessment is over. You all performed admirably. I have something important to tell you. Yi turns, her gaze fixed intently on Tianlei. She looked at his stunned face and repeated, "You've been accepted." Tianlei was speechless, his mouth still agape in shock. With a gentle tone, Yi explained that his martial soul had earned the approval of Shrek Academy. Granting him early admission, he could become one of the 30 new students. If he agreed, upon hearing this, his eyes widened and his face paled. Yi claps, reiterating that he's received an early acceptance. Tianlei is in disbelief, asking if he's really been accepted. And if this is a joke, she smiled faintly and nodded gently. Yes. If you agree, you'll be one of this year's new students. Hearing this confirmation, his eyes lit up with excitement. I agree. Of course I agree. Tianlei happily opens his arms, turning to his teammates to share the news he's been accepted. They congratulate him, but Yi shatters the joyful atmosphere, announcing that the other two won't be continuing the trials. Hearing this, all three turned pale, but Lu Feng reacted fastest, questioning without hesitation. We can't continue the exam, so does that mean we've been eliminated? Xuanyu took a deep breath to regain his composure. Senior, 2 against 3 is fine. Please let us continue. Okay, she tilted her head, her eyes firm as she refused. I'm sorry. These are the rules. Think about it. Someone in your group has already been accepted. That's already a great thing for your academy. We can't allow 2 people from the same group to continue the assessment. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi waved her hand, and a pillar of light enveloped the two of them. "I'm sorry," she said, cutting him off before he could speak. "Goodbye." The two were immediately teleported back to the previous area. Lu Fang's eyes widened. "We've been sent back." He kicked at the ground, unable to contain his frustration. "It's not fair. Is this what the Reincarnated Academy is like?" Xuanyu walked over and patted his shoulder in consolation. "Perhaps. This is just fate." But Lu Fang, unwilling to accept defeat, sheds tears, believing their chances lost. He wipes away the tears, lamenting that all their efforts have been for naught, and they can't change the outcome. Lu Fang's eyes flashed with resentment, wondering if there was truly no hope at all. Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh, prompting a confused look from Lu Fang. Liu Fang spun around, furious. "You can still laugh. How dare you?" He forced a laugh. "No. It's not that," Xuanyu explained. "I just realized this might be Shrek Academy's test." Doubt fills his heart. A test? What are you saying? Was all of that just a test? Seeing Liu Fang sit down, Xuanyu began to analyze the situation, saying, "Think about it, we weren't sent out, but brought back here. Wouldn't it have been more logical to let us withdraw from the assessment? Now Qianlei is the one in the most danger. This is the test for the three of us." Xuanyu's eyes fixed forward, determined to see if Qianlei would abandon them, and if they would resent his choice. Helpless, Liu Fang sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "Do you think Qianlei can withstand the test?" Xuanyu shook his head. "I don't know. Let's just wait." His mood gradually improved, and he walked even straighter. Looks like the family will have to pray for him. Looking up, he sees his buddy, Qianlei, covered in sweat, walking heavily towards them. "Guys," Qianlei's eyes welled up, as if abandoned by the world. Lu Fang watched intently, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be registering?" But deep in his eyes, he gives a faint smile. "Why the tears? Did you do something to betray us and this is your karma?" Qianlei couldn't take it anymore, tears streaming down his face. "Do you even have a conscience?" he roared, his voice echoing, saying he gave up his acceptance for them. Stunned, they both exclaimed, "What?" Qianlei quickly wiped away his tears and explained that he couldn't bear to see them eliminated because of him. Without them, he would be nothing and wouldn't have made it this far. So he wanted to continue the trials with them. Liao Feng's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could speak, Xuanyu interrupted. "We're brothers." Then, the three embraced, shouting, "We can definitely pass the exam and enter Shrek Academy." The three of us together. As they celebrated, a mechanical voice echoed, announcing the end of the selection. Yi Yi appeared behind them, stating that everyone else had already left, making them the last ones out. Xuanyu turned in shock. "Sister Ling, if Qianlei accepts the offer, will we be eliminated?" She turned and left, saying, "Different choices lead to different paths. You'll understand later." He hastily asks, "If I choose to be accepted first and abandon them, will I really be accepted?" A faint smile graces Yi's lips. "I don't know. That's up to the teachers. Your ability is indeed special. And a teacher at the academy has already taken notice." As she turned to leave, Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, "Sister Ling, what about our scores?" Yi cut him off. "The results will be announced later. You'll see them on the board." Back in the real world, he finally awakens, and Xuanyu breathes a sigh of relief. Glad it's over, but wonders how his friends are doing. Just then, Qianlei and Liao Feng pushed through the crowd, wearily scratching their heads. Hongbin raised an eyebrow, asking how things went. He scratched his head, smiling, saying it seemed all right, but they wouldn't know the results until they were officially announced. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Xuanyu." Tiangsun smiles and waves, saying, "Thanks." They bump fists, and Xuanyu replies, "No problem. It's what I had to do." He crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked how much longer they lasted after his group left, admitting he thought they'd failed the exam. Xuanyu winked playfully, explaining they discovered something was amiss beneath the lava lake and hid there. He smiled, relieved, Luckily, we managed to hide under the Fire-Earth Scarlet Dragon's belly. We were pretty lucky. Tianxun thought to himself, where did I first meet Xuanyu? He's definitely not as simple as he seems. Normally he's spacing out, sleeping in class. But in combat, he's so calm. He nods sincerely, suggesting that if they continue to participate in the exam, they should ally and let him lead. A flicker of complex emotion crosses Xuanyu's eyes. He smiles, agreeing. All right. If we're still together, we'll form an alliance. If you trust me, then let me lead. Lingtong gazes at the three figures ahead, lost in thought about the reduction in glory. Perhaps she made the wrong choice when she didn't think highly of him at the start and chose to follow Tianxun. She frowned, sadly turned and left with a heavy heart. He had grown so much during this time, no longer like he used to be. Meanwhile, Xuanyu patted Qianlei's shoulder and laughed. All right, don't be so gloomy. Isn't it all for you guys? Qianlei reminds them, annoyed, to keep it a secret, or people will think he's an idiot. Xuanyu teases him, saying even an idiot can be cute. But Qianlei threatens to cut ties with him if he says that again. The two walked and joked. He clutched his chest dramatically. My heart aches. My heart aches. I've never run such a deep loss before. The three played around for a while before settling down, all feeling exhausted, and they each went to rest. Xuanyu sat on his bed, quietly sensing the twin soul power within his body. The silver and blue energy was now much stronger than before, and they were much more harmonized, though still distinct, but there was no conflicting intent. And Xuanyu gradually entered a state of contemplation, his mind a blank space. In the silent void, he seemed to hear the roar of an ancient dragon, as if returning to the dark nothingness. In his ears, Xuanyu seemed to hear the earthfire red dragon's earth-shaking footsteps, deafening, like each step was in his brain. It was the prince walking towards the ancient warship, the final step crushing down. 8 golden dragons flying up and down, destroying that warship, all falling into silence. A warm sensation spread through his body, and Xuanyu gradually entered a state he'd never experienced before, forgetting everything. Time quickly passed to the next day, and Lu Feng woke up from a long sleep. Pushing himself up, he silenced Qianlei with a gesture, his gaze still fixed. He pointed behind him, his voice laced with worry. He slept straight through until noon, and he's still sitting like that. Since yesterday, he hasn't moved an inch. What should we do? Should we wake him? Maybe he's just passed out from hunger, or should we ask the teacher? Hearing this, he immediately rushed over, asking in shock, where is he? Hongbin silently observed Xuanyu from head to toe. The child's aura was calm, not like someone in a coma or asleep, but as if he was comprehending something. He tilted his head in doubt, wondering if it could be. Qianlei anxiously interrupted. Teacher, what's wrong with him? Hongbin thought to himself, this kid isn't even 12 yet. It seems yesterday's tryouts really stirred him up. Outwardly, he simply waved his hand dismissively, saying, quiet. He's entered a state of deep contemplation. The others gasped in astonishment. Amazing. Deep contemplation. Hongbin then gave them a task. Qianlei, Liu Feng, you two don't need to attend class today. Stay in the school dormitory with Xuanyu. The two replied in unison. Yes? Zhongtian stood up and looked at the large screen calmly. The C selection is the most intense competition, and many are eliminated. It continued. Of the prospective students on Tianla Star, only the top 100 will advance to the next round. Fortunately, the endurance time of the students behind them is quite long. Now, let's see their final results. Finally, the screen displays the announcement Dulai Kike Academy selections. Hongbin and the others anxiously watch as the words slowly appear. The list is as follows. Hongbin's eyes are stern. They made it. The leaderboard shows 99. Kim Tuong, Zhongyet Bangbin, Tianla Academy, 39. Zhongtian cheers. Kim Tuong's team made it. Great. Incredible. Hongbin can hardly believe it. Kim Sheng's team made it, meaning at least 5 teams from Tianluo Academy's advanced class are in. And the other 4 teams must have scored even higher. Kim Xiang's team really lucked out. They almost didn't make the cut. Zhong Tian quickly checks again, urging everyone to look. Another list is out, with numbers 75 and 67, both from the advanced youth class. A total of 7 teams. With 5 making it through, they can finally hold their heads high. Proving the advanced youth class isn't a waste of resources. He calmly cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. Wait until someone actually gets into Shrek Academy. Only the top 10 are qualified to go to Shrek Academy's Mother Star for the final assessment." Just then, Gelen had another list, and Hongbin anxiously prayed that their numbers would appear as late as possible, preferably not at all. As the rankings reached 20 without a sign of them, he slammed the table in excitement. Leaping to his feet in joy, they weren't there. He was certain now that they could make the top 20. Amazing. Hongbin nervously watched, whispering in relief as the numbers climbed. Not there. Great. They're in the top 10. It seemed Xuanyu's performance would be even better. As the rankings reached number 9, the heaven-seeking spirit Eisward team from Tianluo Academy was revealed with a score of 531. He tensed up slightly. 5th place was still out of reach. Until Hongbin was stunned to see it, the champion of the Tianluo Starseas selection. It was number 1. Xuanyu was champion of the Tianluo Starseas selection. His team ranked first with a total score of 20. Sunbai Sishiyi, Chongtian wept tears of joy. It's too good. It's too good. Xuanyu's team is number 1. They're number 1. Hongbin muttered. Don't cry yet. Look. This score is way too far ahead. A whole 19,000 points higher than 2nd place. He scratched his head in disbelief. Is my vision failing me? The combined scores of the bottom 99 teams don't even come close. This news sends Zhong Tian reeling. Could it be a machine error? Don't let my excitement be for nothing. Only to have them announce a disqualification later. Hongbin immediately refutes. Impossible. Shrek Academy is so strict. And over 20,000 points is no joke. This score must be the best in the entire federation. After all, it's far too high. He was shocked. The entire federation. What an idea. Zhong Tian couldn't contain his impatience. I can't wait any longer. I have to go ask what they did. He hurriedly followed. I'm coming too. Wait for me. They then proceeded to the candidates' dorm area. Startled by the question, Tiet Loi asked, What, we're number 1, the champions, the teacher confirmed. Yes. And you're likely number 1 in the entire federation. The 2nd place team only has a little over 1,000 points. And you have over 20,000. What did you guys do? Chongtian's face revealed an extreme desire to know, but Lu Feng and his companion exchanged glances, then laughed in unison, saying it couldn't be disclosed. We had to wait for Xuanyu to wake up and ask for his opinion. If he doesn't want to tell, then it's our secret. Sorry, teacher. At this moment, within himself, he could feel the gold and silver vortexes spinning within his meridians and bones, covered by a thin layer of golden and silver light, distinctly separated, enveloping his entire body. His consciousness returned, and his spiritual power expanded outward. Xuanyu didn't open his eyes, but he could sense everything. The outward expansion of his spiritual power allowed him to see farther, his mind like a boundless, surging sea. This was the spirit sea realm. Finally, Xuanyu woke with a sigh of relief, as his 2 companions rushed to him, exclaiming that they had won the championship, which left Xuanyu stunned. His friends confirmed that they could now go to the lucky draw and spin the wheel once he noticed something else was different, saying he was starving. And they all shouted, Let's go eat. The 3 of them then went to Tianfan's place for a feast, after which Hongbin was also called over. Faced with the 2 teachers, he dared not hide anything, and Xuanyu recounted in detail what he had faced. Tianfan laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Worthy of being my disciple. He calmly reminded, Individual strength is the foundation of everything. And your 20,000 points were just luck. You need to train harder. You damn fool. Hongbin retorted without hesitation. Better than someone who got expelled. Do you want him to follow your old path? Qianlei quickly intervened. Wait. Teacher Li. Vice President. From what you're saying, you two were students of Shrek Academy before. The question silences the room. Then he admits, yes, I graduated from Shrek Academy's outer court, but I didn't achieve anything. And I disgraced my old school. Tianfan Retour. Who are you insulting? I was eliminated. So what? At least I later relied on my skills to command a team. Hong Bin relented. As that incident wasn't entirely his fault, they all thought he could get into the inner court. He wearily held his head, saying it was useless to talk about it now, and that he would tell Xuanyu the story of that year today, so he could be wary. Afterward, Tianfan had Hongbin take Lu Feng and Qianlei away before recounting his past to Xuanyu. Even now, I still feel somewhat resentful. Back then, my grades at Shrek Academy were outstanding, and I only wanted to get into the inner court, but fate had other plans. Do you know how many female classmates had a crush on me? If only the academy didn't have a no-dating rule. He was speechless. Wait. Did the teacher mess up the questions? Tianfan sighed nostalgically, thinking back on it now. It's all painful memories. My teacher said I had a gift for star battles. But my only problem was that I liked surprise attacks, and I needed to improve my frontal combat skills. But I didn't think that was right. For me, winning the biggest victory at the smallest price was the most important thing. It was the final exam of the 6th term, and I was confident I could show off my skills and then take the inner court exam. But I was really arrogant back then. For the final exam, there was a large-scale simulation campaign. 3 people per team, each commanding a fleet to form a joint fleet, competing against the remaining teams. I commanded 2 allied teams to seemingly win, but we were quickly ambushed by a coalition of 3 teams. They must have feared my strength. But I, of course, didn't back down and fought them. I used every tactic, laid every trap, and exploited my teammates' knowledge of the enemy. But they still couldn't stop me. To improve their own scores, they chose to negotiate an alliance with me, promising to follow my orders and deal with the other student teams. He sighs with regret, saying only, at the time, I was far too arrogant. I felt I could win the championship with my own strength, and their teaming up against me had already made me resentful. So, I pretended to agree. But when the alliance formed, I launched a surprise attack, wiping out their entire fleet. Unsurprisingly, my 2 teammates were less than pleased. No matter how I explained it, they were furious, and I was enraged in turn, leading me to make a decision I would regret for the rest of my life. I annihilated their fleets. Hearing this, Xuanyu was slightly startled. The wide heaven devil worm descended, and my championship achievement was within the data, as was the Academy's expulsion, because I didn't spare my own allies. I could only become a disgraced officer. The Academy not only expelled me, but also destroyed all my honors, and notified the Federation that I was forbidden from studying interstellar command. The next 2 years were the darkest of my life, but that shock forced me to correct myself, and I chose to join the military, rising through the ranks to become a rear admiral. But my stain at the Academy means I can only go so far. A mistake I made myself cost me everything. So remember this. Xuanyu, no matter what you learn from me, you must always be upright, for only uprightness will take you far. He couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Was Shrek Academy being a bit too harsh? His back was bent as if carrying the weight of his sins, perhaps so. But I gradually came to understand that their choice for me was perhaps the best one. Not being able to enter Shrek Academy's inner court is the biggest regret of my life. Xuanyu, if you can get into Shrek Academy, would you be willing to fulfill your teacher's wish and join the Star Command Department? He was moved to tears, but a shout interrupted. Idiot, don't be fooled. Join the Space Command System. What a joke, Hongbin stormed in, scolding. Do you have any shame? You want to get rid of me so you can lure him into wanting to join the Space Command System. Right. Tianfan quickly defended himself. What I said is all true. He angrily retorted. The truth. Do you want me to tell him how you got out of the military? Don't make me expose you. Laoli. The Academy was right to expel you in the first place. Hearing this, he hurriedly chased them away. All right, Xuanyu, go back and get some rest. He felt helpless and drained. Here we go again, bickering every single day. Xuanyu hasn't made a choice yet, but he's not worried about it. The right way is to face the test head-on. Those other issues can wait until we're back at the academy. He then returned to the dorm, where Chong Tian was waiting. Just the person I needed to see. It's time to head into the pod for the lottery draw. Inside the arena, Yi Yi is already waiting, congratulating them on winning the C Selection Championship, and for achieving the highest total score in the entire federation. Truly amazing. In the past, the top spots were basically taken by examinees from the Mother Star. But this time, you've truly brought great glory to the outlier star. She's a little surprised. This kid is really something. He's even captivated her spirit. This scene before her, his composure, courage, thoughts, and bravery is nothing like his performance in the Heisei selection. How was he nurtured to be like this? Yi Yi maintains her composure and says, "No. To be fair, the two are considered the same. All right. Prepare to draw the prize." She points to the space portal, telling him to enter. Xuanyu wonders if it's a special room for drawing prizes. Then, the scene before them took them by surprise. A vibrant circle appeared. Look. It's a spinning wheel. Yi Yi's guidance rings out. Now, you can circle the lucky wheel once. Choose your spot. And stop when the wheel stops. Your prize will appear. Once you're set, you can't move. And only one person per spot. With the explanation complete, she urged them onward. Get down there. You go first. And don't stop. Hyunwoo sensed an unusual aura emanating from the spinning disc. Some crows smell sweet. Some are vicious. Some feel repulsive. And some have no aura at all. Not enough clues to know how to choose a better prize. Jianyu turns back, telling Qianlei to find a place to stand. And as he does, the ground beneath him lights up. A notification appears. All spirit rings will be raised by 500 years. Qianlei is shocked. What? Xuanyu sighs in relief. That's great. A pretty good reward. And it suits him perfectly. Before Qianlei stopped, the reward was a fragrant aura within 4 steps. Xuanyu gestured him on, then said, Liu Feng, you stop too. He obeyed, and the circle beneath his feet lit up. Immediately, Xuanyu sensed a fierce aura approaching within 7 steps, but the announcements kept coming. A 2,000 year, right arm bone, created by the Spirit Transmission Tower, complete with a soul skill. He was astonished. For a soul master, the importance of a soul bone far exceeded that of a soul ring. This was truly too good. After absorbing that soul bone, a soul master would experience a great boost, along with an additional soul skill. In recent millennia, the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, one of the Federation's most important organizations, has gradually researched artificial soul bones, making them more widely available. But artificial soul bones cost a fortune, putting them out of reach for ordinary soul masters. The Federation only awards them to soul masters who have made great contributions. Liao Feng is overjoyed. He didn't expect the lucky draw to have a soul bone. What a pleasant surprise. Facing these rewards, Xuanyu becomes even more tense. Until he stops in front of a blue square, Hyunwoo felt helpless. There was no rhyme or reason to this lucky draw. Only the aura of what was within 10 steps. Just then, the announcement rang out. First level Spirit Ascension Platform. Confused, he wonders what the Spirit Ascension Platform is, as Yi reminds them that their prizes will be delivered to the school, except for Xuanyu and Qianlei, who must claim theirs at the Spirit Transfer Tower. Xuanyu, I suggest you wait until after the selection competition to claim your prize. Otherwise, its value will be greatly diminished. Outside, hearing about the rewards the three received, Mu Chongtian was incredibly excited. And he asked, confused, Teacher Mu, what exactly is this Spirit Ascension Platform? He chuckled, explaining that the Spirit Ascension Platform was a product of soul-guided technology, where one could enhance the rank of their soul rings and bones, an extremely rare opportunity. The soul essence within the Spirit Ascension Platform can be used to bond with virtual soul beasts to gain energy, which can raise the rank of soul rings. And if you're lucky, it could even surpass the rewards of Qianlei. After the spin, Xuanyu and his 2 friends returned to the academy to report the situation to Tianfan and Hongbin. He shared his thoughts, saying that the three of their rewards needed to be coordinated. After we retrieve the soul bone, I'll decide who it best suits, and they can use it. Any objections? The group fell silent at this. Liao Feng, who obtained the soul core, was the first to respond. No, Tianfan leaned back. What? He was about to persuade him, but he answered so decisively. Hongbin asked again. You really have no objections? He answers with ease. Mr. Li, Vice President, I really don't mind. Without teammates, how could we have won the championship? The prize should go to whoever it suits best, so we can achieve even greater things in the future. Tianfan was stunned. This child is so understanding. Liao Feng turned to look at Qianlei. Thinking of the past, Belle even gave up the opportunity to enroll in Shrek Academy. So this reward of his is nothing. Moreover, without him, we would have been eliminated by the advanced class already. He sighed and said to his friend, They're all good kids. Lao Li, shouldn't we old faces put in some effort? I'll talk to the dean. If they make the top 10, I'll throw away my old face to get them 2 more slots. So all 3 can enter the ascension platform and improve their cultivation. Hongbin immediately agreed, saying, Well said. I agree. We must show the Langtian Academy that our Tianluo Academy has rising talents. The students looked at each other happily. The 3 of them together. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly felt that his sacrifice had brought him an even greater reward. A strange feeling stirred within him, and Qianlei, it seems that after giving up the good stuff, even better things come along. Giving up can be a good thing. And the higher-ups work fast. The reward dinner includes a soul bone, and 2 spirit transfer tower usage passes the Silver Moon Wolf right arm bone, with a 2,000 year age limit. Carries the Silver Wind soul skill, channeling wind energy through the right arm. The Silver Moon Wolf right arm bone, when infused, creates a 3-inch Silver Moon wind blade, consuming soul power, and everyone looks on in admiration. Tianfan is pleased. Good character is indeed good character. What's yours will not run away. Liao Feng. This will compensate for your lack of attack power. Now, fuse with it. We'll protect you. Overjoyed, he thanked the Vice Dean and Teacher Li, then released his martial soul in the training room, pouring soul power into the soul core. At that moment, as spirit power flowed into the soul bone, it transformed into a silver glow, entering Liao Feng's right arm. His body now containing incredible power, veins bulge in his arm, muscles expand, and Liao Feng cries out in pain. He reminds him, maintain your consciousness and be patient. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and endured. As fiery red veins appeared on his arm, a sharp, crimson glint in his eyes, a 2,000-year-old spirit bone. Fusion is indeed no easy task. Tianfan worried, seeing that if the fusion succeeded, Liao Feng's improvement would be immense. Xuanyu spoke up from behind. Teacher, can I help him? He nods in agreement, and without hesitation, unleashes his power, which wraps around Liao Feng's arm, as Xuanyu channels his bloodline energy against the fierce spirit emanating from the blue-silver grass. A layer of golden light passed through the blue-silver grass towards him, suppressing the power of the soul bone, as Liao Feng's white dragon spear transformed into a small white dragon, circling his right arm. Hongbin was surprised. Once the spirit was stabilized, relying on the soul shell to suppress the 2,000-year-old soul bone. He only cultivated 2 rings. What a pity. Thanks to Xuanyu's help, half an hour later, he finally successfully completed the fusion. When it was over, his arm felt brand new. He nodded in satisfaction, saying not bad. His soul power had increased, and he was almost level 30. The other boy, only level 20, breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Great. With that done, and 2 days until the selection competition, Hongbin is urged to quickly familiarize himself with the soul bone, to which the 2 students reply in agreement. The next day, Qianlei is led by Mu Zhongtian to the Tianluo City Spirit Transfer Pagoda branch to upgrade his soul rings. Meanwhile, Xuanyu meditates, stabilizing his spirit power after breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye, and the 5 teams of students who passed the preliminary selection gather, preparing to participate in the Shrek Academy's selection exam. An announcement echoes in the simulation room. Welcome to the Shrek Academy's Heaven Luo selection round. The selection rules are as follows. First, you will act as small teams, entering the simulated Stardew Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Each team will strategize independently, and the one who lands the final blow on a soul beast will earn points. Secondly, teams can eliminate each other. The victor will gain half of the defeated team's points, while the defeated team's final score will be halved. Third, the selection exam will last 7 days, after which it will end. Prepare to enter the arena. Countdown 10. Joe. Ba. San. R. Yi. Exam start. The group moves into the forest. Qianlei asks which way they should go, but Xuanyu says not to rush, and to analyze the situation first. The assessment still tests their overall quality, and the deeper they go into the forest, the better. The deeper they go, the higher the score, by killing beasts and other teams. But be warned, being killed by another team cuts your score in half. So it's better to be killed by a beast or self-destruct. Liao Feng was confused, asking what they should do now, reminding them of the Spirit Dew Great Forest that Teacher Li had mentioned, divided into periphery, mixed, core, and spirit beast zones. We'll scout the immediate area to get a feel for the forest and the strength of the spirit beasts, then choose a direction to venture deeper. Liao Feng scouts ahead. No spirit beasts nearby. We can move on. Xuanyu turns and says, summon a spirit beast to scout the path. Qianlei agrees. Okay. He's onto something. That's right. Xuanyu. It's been a while since you summoned Qianchu. He awkwardly explains. Well, I kind of offended her, and now she won't come when I call. Moreover, she's probably in the selection process right now. Qianlei nodded in agreement. Come on out. Xuanyu looked on in surprise. A fire marrow droplet bug. It looks like an evolved version of the earth fire marrow. Then, the 3 of them and their beast began to explore, following the path. With the rise of his soul ring realm, Qianlei's summoning time had been extended to nearly a minute and a half, allowing them to travel for kilometers. After the summoning time ended, the 3 rested for another 15 minutes, and he was once again able to summon a soul beast. After resting, Qianlei sighed, eager to reach the spirit ascension platform soon, hoping to raise his first soul ring to a 5-year level to see the effect. It would be great if he could summon soul beasts without interruption. Xuanyu smiled, saying it's not impossible. Many factors influence his summoning, including soul power, spiritual power, and soul rings. To shorten the summoning time, he must act from multiple directions. From my observation, your mental strength seems to have the biggest impact on summoning. He nodded excitedly. Yes, that's right. I'll aim to increase my mental strength to 500 this year. However, raising spiritual power is so troublesome, you can only meditate and use it constantly. Liao Feng frowned in disagreement, saying he was too lazy. And couldn't he just use more summoning? It's easy for you to say, I'm lazy. Do you know how awful mental exhaustion is? You're better off not talking. He sternly replies, it's precisely because of the pain that it's more effective. You have to admit that if you worked harder, you would have broken through to the Spirit Sea realm by now. Like a senior, Xuanyu comforted him, saying that his abilities are enough for their class. But if he wants to stand firm in Shrek, he needs to be harder on himself. At least you have a choice. I don't need to be cruel to myself, because the 2 teachers have already done that for me. He thinks to himself, and it's true. It's cruel enough. Liao Feng laughs, saying with determination that they all need to work harder, and that Xuanyu is right, they need to stand firm in Shrek Academy. Jiao adds that they have to do more. They didn't stop there, deciding to press on. And so, the first peaceful day passed as the trio ventured 20 kilometers into the Stardew Forest. And the next day began. Ji Lu asked. No summons. Xuanyu frowned warily. Yesterday was too peaceful. Do you two feel uneasy? He was puzzled. No, I didn't detect any danger. Liao Feng emphasizes that it's not danger, but unease. Don't forget, our assessment goal is to get as many points as possible. But we had no results yesterday. So, what about the other teams? We're likely falling behind. Which means we're likely to be eliminated. This is likely what Xuanyu was trying to say. Jilei looks at his teammate in surprise. How did you suddenly get so smart? He proudly teases, saying he has to be good at observing and thinking he learned it from Xuanyu. Not like you. All clueless. He retort, annoyed, saying, You're the clueless one. Hyunwoo smiles, cutting them off. Let's go. Considering yesterday's situation, we don't need to be too careful. This time, it's likely a test of our adventurous spirit, along with our adaptability, courage, meticulousness, strength, and perception. These are probably the key points of this test. Looks like we need to make things more interesting. From the distant forest, a flock of birds suddenly takes flight. They were immediately noticed. There was movement on the other side. Xuanyu whispered to Liao Feng behind him. Go take a look. Receiving his orders, Liao Feng immediately complied. Those birds soar through the clear blue sky. Liao Feng returns, reporting that two soul beasts are fighting a Kinti ape and a brown fur bear, seemingly battling over something, and both are badly injured. Xuanyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Let's go over there. The two of them hid behind a giant tree to watch the ape and bear fight. The Kinti devil ape snorted, enraged. This 8-foot-tall ape had at least 1,000 years of cultivation and was constantly on the attack, facing off against a similarly powerful 1,000-year-old brown bear, which seemed to be constantly on the defensive. Xuanyu sensed something was off. The bear was rooted in place, seemingly protecting something, while the ape relentlessly attacked. But the bear never budged. Curious, he scanned the area, spotting a small lingji mushroom behind a rock. That was it. The glossy Ganoderma lucidum glows 1,000-year-old specimen. No wonder these spirit beasts are fighting to the death for it. Qianlei is beside himself with excitement, realizing that if they eat it, their spirit power will increase by 5 levels. Xuanyu's question left him frozen. He couldn't believe he lacked discernment. What good would eating it do in this world? He looked at the beasts and prompted Qianlei, telling him it was his time to shine, leaving Qianlei utterly bewildered, wondering if he needed to summon something. Xuanyu's eyes are firm. No, you're going to connect with them. Qianlei hesitates, wondering if it'll work. But they aren't spirit beasts he summoned, so they might be hostile. He whispered instructions. Just do as I say. Like this. And this. As if enlightened. Qianlei gave a happy thumbs up. Wow. Really, boss. I feel hopeful. What kind of brain do you have? Amazing. He stares ahead. Resolute. All right. I'm going in. Then, a light sparks in Qianlei's eyes, and the barrier is formed, closing in on the demon ape and the flowing bear. They sense something, turning their heads in unison, eyes blazing with anger. Xuanyu steps in front of Qianlei, roaring as flames engulf his body, a secret determination burning within. The beasts, hesitant, retracted their energy, and Qianlei frowned, telepathically communicating with the demon ape, who listened intently, its eyes suddenly gleaming with an unsettling light. In less than 3 seconds, it nodded in agreement, prompting him to shout with joy, Great! It agreed to cooperate with us. Without a word, the demon ape leaps toward the bear, its eyes burning red, claws sharp, and a strange golden vortex swirling behind it. Its body blazes with golden light, overflowing with power. As Lan Xuanyu's Goldman blue-silver grass gradually envelops the golden behemoth ape, its eyes locked onto the target, gaining a massive surge of power, and the ape roared, unleashing an astonishing burst of strength. The golden behemoth ape senses a surge of power, facing Lu Xiang's innate skill with a hint of fear. A monkey and a bear clash relentlessly, attacking with unwavering ferocity. The sheer force of the impact sends the bear flying backward. The spirit herb is now exposed before the ape, who reaches for it. But before it can grasp the prize, Lu Feng's figure flashes past. He hugs the spirit herb, tells Xuanyu they've got it, and watches as rage boils over. The light around the ape shifts to a mysterious, sun-like hue as the golden Tima ape prepares to pursue the bear, but suddenly, the blue-silver grass's aura shifts, its rampant growth replaced by a bloodline-level pressure, and Lu Xiong roars, overpowering it. Pressured by the voice transmission, the demon ape had no time to think. Decide quickly. If you ally with us, turn suppression into growth. It nodded without hesitation. And in that instant, the Kinti demon ape agreed. The light returned to its original gold, and the suppressed state immediately transformed into growth. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was doing everything he could to help the demon ape. Thinking, let me give you a hand. The treasure in his hand crept toward the bear's feet, guided by Xuanyu. It slowly moved to Lu Xiong's abdomen, who began to feel a sense of constraint. Then, suddenly, the phantom of a gaping maw descended. The illusion hovers over the bear's head, as if about to swallow it whole, and the bear trembles in fear. Meanwhile, Ma Yuan seizes the opportunity and swiftly attacks while Lu Xiong is distracted. With his power enhanced, Kinti Ma Yuan unleashes his full strength, determined not to miss this chance. A single blow from behind could end it all, snapping Lu Xiong's neck, and he collapses. Unable to rise, the demon beast searched for its savior. But Xuanyu and Qianlei were already distant, their figures fading into the shadows, appearing only as a telepathic message. Leave the final blow to us. It roars in acknowledgement as Klingchi pulses with light. Qianlei turns and says softly. He agrees. Xuanyu subtly signaled Liao Feng to attack. Without a word, Liao Feng charged forward. Blade aimed straight at Lu Xiong's throat. A flash of silver moonlight, its corpse began to deflate, its energy escaping, and the three absorbed it. The energy from the dead flow bear became points for them. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's tone and eyes became strange as he proposed further negotiations. He stated his terms: cooperation would earn the demon a 1,000-year limb, in exchange for fighting alongside them for 6 days. Xuanyu added a threat: refuse, and they destroy the purple branch and fight to the death. The demon ape glared, fearful of Xuanyu's blue-silver grass. It understood that the growth and suppression of this blue-silver grass was only temporary, so it made its decision. After much hesitation, it finally nodded in agreement, and Qianlei received the Ma Yuan's reply. He happily told Xuanyu that it had agreed, but would leave if it encountered an opponent it couldn't handle. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Excellent. They've partnered with the demon ape. A preliminary alliance is formed. They travel a long distance, and Qianlei, still curious, asks, what's next? Deeper into the forest, Xuanyu surveys their surroundings and proposes a plan. They must first earn the trust of the golden ape. As soul beasts are naturally wary of humans, he tasks Qianlei with relaying a message they can help it keep its enemies at bay. As long as they get the final killing blow. The demon ape received the signal, initially reacting sluggishly before returning to normal to transmit telepathically. Qianlei then reported the situation, saying its mortal enemies were 3,000-year golden-eyed leopards, who had eaten its core, and it wanted us to help it kill them. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the 3 golden-eyed leopards, and he asked about their cultivation level, to which he received the answer: about 500 years. His eyes and voice were firm. They would help it, and it should lead the way. Wings flashed by, and the ape sat on a cliff, gazing at the plains below as they prepared for battle, luring the 3 golden-eyed leopards. The 3 golden-eyed leopards rapidly approached from afar, surrounding the golden silk demon ape. Attacking from 3 different directions, the leopards glared, drawing ever closer, and the ape grimaced, filled with rage. Taking advantage of the leopard's inattention, the ape lunged forward, attempting a sneak attack, but an ally spotted it and roared a warning, prompting the lead leopard to unleash its innate skill. The golden eye's gaze can instantly paralyze opponents, causing the golden silk demon ape to lose its balance. The ape is at a disadvantage as the 3 eye leopards charge, and the other 3 golden eye leopards seize the opportunity to attack, creating a dire situation for the golden silk demon ape. Luckily, Xuanyu was there to help. He muttered an incantation, and summoned vines lashed around the demon ape's waist, pulling it free just as the three leopard eyes lunged, channeling all its pent-up energy. The golden silk demon ape knew this was the perfect opportunity its opponents had created. It would unleash its innate skill. Golden silk. The eye beasts realize it's too late. The golden fury ape has launched a surprise attack, shocking them, turning them into balls falling freely as they desperately defend themselves against the golden fury burst. They plummeted downwards, defenseless, towards the earth and towards Qianlei, Xuanyu, and Liao Feng, who were gathering their strength, ready to capture the three eye leopards where they lay in ambush. Qianlei summons dragon heads, using his first soul skill, summoning gate, and his second, replication. As the gaping maws await their descent, a flash of moonlight reveals the silver moon wolf right arm bone, followed by Liao Feng thrusting forward with his spear. A silver moon storm. Meanwhile, in Qianlei's hands, a massive energy orb gathers. Xuanyu's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he summoned the attack. Golden Dragon ascends to heaven. A massive explosion erupted in 3 locations, shaking the entire forest. Ma Yuan sat by, awaiting the results, a puff of smoke rising around him, surprising even the Golden Titan ape, who couldn't believe it. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. The 3 eye leopards seemed to vanish from thin air, their consciousness completely gone. Amazing. It's over, Liao Feng wondered aloud. Those were 3,000-year soul beasts. We took them out. Qianlei nodded, explaining that the key to the battle was luring the enemy and encircling them for the Golden Thread demonic ape's full-force attack. While they were responsible for delivering the final blow, Xuanyu smiled at them, praising their leader's brilliant tactics, and then walked up to the demonic ape. Xuanyu offered the spirit herb and tasked Qianlei with feeding it to the ape to help it recover its strength, his eyes serious and sincere, saying they believed it would keep its promise. The demon ape eyed him suspiciously, then snatched the spirit mushroom from Xuanyu's hand, stuffing it into its mouth without a word. Only then did Xuanyu realize what had happened. Xuanyu calmly asks Qianlei what it's doing, as it seems to be going toward the golden-eyed leopard's corpse, wanting something. Just then, the demon ape returns, holding something in its hand. He took one look and leaned back. In its hand was a strange skull, the golden-eyed leopard's head bone. Azul bone. Xuanyu and his group were overjoyed. This was an extremely rare head-soul bone. Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Liao Feng's faces darkened as they remembered. Wait. This is a simulation. The 3 of them lamented their loss, especially since it was the Shrek Academy's exclusive assessment area, meaning they couldn't even chase after it. The 3 of them fell into a pensive silence, suddenly wishing they had never seen such a thing. Pushing aside his emotions, Xuanyu picked up the skull and stared intently at it. He turned and handed things over to Qianlei, telling Kinti Mavian that she needed it more. To keep it for herself, what? Give it to her. Mavian stared blankly at their actions. Humanoid soul beasts could also fuse with soul cores, and it was useless to them, so they might as well give it to her. As a token of gratitude, Mavian's eyes widened as she pointed at herself, asking if she could really fuse with it. Xuanyu nodded, presenting it to her, and Mavian smiled, looking at him and then at the item in his hand, happily accepting the item from Xuanyu. Kinti Mavian began to fuse with the soul bone, and coupled with the millennium purple ji she had eaten earlier, she fell into a deep sleep after the medicinal power erupted. He and Qianlei focused intently on her, realizing that their current score was likely insurmountable for others, so they decided to protect her. As the sun began to rise, Kinti Mavian remained unconscious the next morning, covering Mavian with branches and leaves. Hianvu uses twigs and stones to conceal its body, as the trio cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. Xuanyu led the way, and for the next 2 days, they hunted no more 1,000-year soul beasts. Time passed, and it was the 5th day of the selection exam. Qianlei's tone was full of worry. Only 3 days left. I wonder how we're doing. If we can get into the top 10, Xuanyu reassured him. Don't worry. Next, It's likely to turn into a situation where the teams rob each other of points. For us, the most important thing is to maintain our best condition at all times. His eyes gleam with confidence. This gives us a chance against the other teams. The two of them look ahead, and Qianlei seems to notice something. Hey, someone's coming this way. They quickly move into the trees, hearing the sounds of fighting coming their way. And then they see her. Xuanyu's eyes widen as he sees the girl frantically running below. It's none other than Lingtong, could it be? Ye Lingtong. The girl has wounds on her face, and she's all alone, seemingly injured, with 3 figures in pursuit. The figures pursuing her come into view, and he recognizes the nameplate they're from. Lang Tian Academy, the top academy on Tianluo Star for centuries, and Tianluo Academy's ultimate rival. These academies, Tianla and Lang Tianlang, Tian's top 6 teams from the preliminaries, besides Lan Hianvu's leading team, all come from Lang Tian Academy. Lu Feng asks Hianvu for advice. Should they help? Lu Feng opens his mouth wide to gather the light, creating a massive explosion that forces his opponent to dodge. The blue-haired guy is still searching for his sword, unaware that Lu Feng is about to sneak up from behind. Is he a soul beast? The blue-haired guy's teammate manages to block the attack, saving him just in time. Watch out for ambushes. Following the voice, Lu Feng turned to look, but he couldn't dodge in time and was blasted away. Meanwhile, after being rescued by Xuanyu, Lingtong stares up at him, wide-eyed. It is him. Xuanyu stares ahead. Resolute. The strange men were looking all over for Lingtong, never expecting our surprise attack to be so easily diffused. This group is more difficult than I imagined. Xuanyu stares at Lingtong in shock, as she reveals that the heaven-seeking locusts and eternal sword were killed by them. They easily snatched it back, and I was the only one who escaped. They haven't left, determined to find it. He looked at them, his heart racing. This group was exceptional in both strength and strategy. Dumin took the initiative to speak to the other two, introducing himself, Li Duming, from the Lingtian Academy. Zixuan and Rongxin then introduced themselves. Xu Zixuan, from Lingtian Academy, and Xu Rongxin, from Lingtian Academy. As Xuanyu listened to their names, a murderous aura emanated from him. He had heard of them. They ranked 5th in the C selection. His voice echoed from the distant bushes, and in an instant, Yuming realized who they were: Xianyu, Qianlei, and Liao Feng from the Chan Academy, the champions of the heats. He put on a friendly face, wanting to talk to Xianyu, but it turned out they were the champions of the heats. We've admired you for a long time, and I'm sure you understand that if we fight, we could both end up injured. All Lan, you have to do is hand over that girl, and we'll leave. That way, we can all do well in this selection. Unable to hold back any longer, Xuanyu lashes out, and before the bewildered opponent can react, lightning descends. Lightning strikes where Deming is standing, and he throws out a vine, telling Liantong to get on. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power surges into Ye Liantong, instantly restoring her heavenly stem stage cultivation to its peak, while the violet electric dragon relentlessly unleashes thunderous orbs. As Yiming weighed his options, realizing the purple electric dragon's attacks were too fast, he ordered the light tiger to restrain it, while Zixuan and Rongxin charged forward, aiming to capture Liantong alive. A flash of red ignited in her eyes, surprising them all. Then, Liandong unleashed a surge of power, sending them flying. The girl is shocked. Liandong has never done anything like this before, so powerful. Why is she suddenly so strong? And she's keeping Hianvu out of the fight, targeting Li Duomin directly. With a stern look, a phantom appeared behind Duomin. Had he been underestimated, he directed the sphere forward. Xianyu didn't dodge. His mind racing. The light element was too strong, and this light orb was quite powerful. He summoned a massive ice wall directly in front of him. The sphere's destructive power is too great, shattering the ice wall. Xuanyu does his best to restrain the sphere, activating his second soul skill, the golden pattern blue-silver grass overlord body. A sphere forms in his palm as he unleashes his ultimate technique. Golden dragon shocks the heavens. Dianlei watches anxiously, Noting the overwhelming control and light element, the sky darkens as Yu Ming's sphere of power grows ever larger. Xuanyu's sphere is just as powerful, its brilliance lighting up the sky as the two orbs hurtle towards each other. The force of the impact sends him reeling back, and even Yu Ming is forced to take a few steps. He actually praises Xuanyu, impressed that the champion of sea selection, despite his lower cultivation, could push him back. Yu Ming sneers, his face full of disdain, but says defeating him is impossible. Then the scene before him shakes him to his core. Before Yu Ming could even celebrate, he froze in stunned disbelief as the golden light began to vanish, slowly evaporating without a trace. Xuanyu's eyes were deep in thought. From the beginning, the golden dragon was released to conceal our true killing move. The emerald demon bird flies past. That true killing move being the emerald demon bird. Rongxin whips around to see its flight path, and realizes instantly that someone is trying to attack him from behind Liao Feng. He strikes decisively, stabbing the ground, but Vinham narrowly avoids it by flapping his wings. Silver Dragon Leap. Vinham tries to encourage himself. I just need to hold him off until the leader and Lao Shu finish their opponents. But as soon as the words left my mouth, a flash of light streaked before my eyes. The emerald demon bird circles. As Qianlei watches from the bushes, something's not right. The secret weapon to winning this battle is little kakatanas. Rongdiao Xuanwu trusts that the fastest way to victory is the best way. This fight depends on him. 2 are down, and 1 remains suspended in the air. Only 1 opponent left. Victory awaits. He looks around in disbelief. How could this be? What happened? Am I the only one left? His face betrays his growing fear. I have to escape, or I'll be torn to shreds. The elusive emerald bird is so mysterious. He watches it with wide eyes as it hurtles toward the bound enemy, who desperately tries to defend himself with his shadow doppelganger. The vanguard orders the attack, and the emerald demon bird surges forward as the captive grimaces, struggling to endure. In less than a minute, the man was dead. Hyunwoo had a plan, but he was still surprised, not a direct hit. But they made contact. Next, the sound of hurried footsteps from afar caught his attention as Ye Lingtong wordlessly followed her own path. Her eyes blaze with pure hatred. Ye Lingtong. She wants. Lingtong clenched her fist with immense power, so much so that it burst into smoke and flames. Xianyu and the others present were aghast as Lingtong absorbed the man's energy. Dazed and alarmed, he asks, Ye Lingtong, what have you done? Lingtong didn't answer, and he was extremely worried she stole all the merit points. Silence hung in the air as no one spoke, until Xuanyu finally broke it. Why, I need an explanation. Lingtong looked away, avoiding his gaze. I was just afraid he'd escape. Her eyes betrayed her deception. He was too cunning to risk letting him escape. He drops all pretenses and speaks his mind. Ye Lingtong, do you think we're fools? Could he be faster than the flowing wind, or the emerald devil falcon? Xuanyu's words and eyes flashed with anger. We saved her when she was in danger. Is this how you repay us? Lingtong feels a pang of guilt. And ultimately, she apologizes. Apologize, I don't know why I got so worked up. To have our spirit beast points stolen by them, I can't accept it. The two of them argued back and forth endlessly. Does this have something to do with whether or not I pass the exam? At most, I'll cooperate with you in the next assessment, helping you kill more spirit beasts to compensate. Xuanyu flatly refuses, saying they don't need a teammate like her, and asks if she knows what her behavior was called. He's losing patience, calling it repaying kindness with malice. I can't believe she's so selfish. Lingtong doesn't understand. I'm selfish. I only did it for my team. We're classmates. What's wrong with helping each other out? She blames Xuanyu, asking why he's so petty. He couldn't take it and jumped into the argument, not understanding her at all. And then she suddenly attacked. Did she even ask for our consent? How did we become the petty ones? Lingtong retort. You're being too nosy. I'm talking to Lan Xuanyu. Stop wasting your breath. Lingtong's eyes suddenly widen. As if realizing something, her body was now surrounded by a strange light. The enhancement of the blue-silver grass had transformed into... Lingtong groped to guess. Bloodline suppression. Without a word, Xuanyu raised his hand. unleashing his power, and a wave of fear washed over her. Xuanyu. What are you doing, Xuan? You grabbed Lingtong by the neck and lifted her high. Unafraid. She struggles to speak. What are you doing? But he remains silent. Xuanyu looks up, sternly warning. No one insults my brothers. Lu Feng is my brother. So is Qian Lei. Xuanyu is resolute. She wants to raid a nest for points. Fine. But I have my friends too. They didn't need to risk their lives to save her. And now we have fewer points. His quiet demeanor hasn't changed. And it's all my fault. I have to take responsibility. Xuanyu makes her decision to eliminate Ling Tong. Her choice today ensures they can never be friends, let alone teammates. His voice drops lower as he says she has betrayed their trust. Xuanyu's eyes burned with rage as he declared they would go their separate ways. Bidding her farewell, Ling Tong choked back words. But Xuanyu coldly ignored her, daring her to speak. Liao Feng looked on with concern. Xuanyu. You? He squeezed at her, making her tremble. But then Ling Tong suddenly stopped and vanished into thin air. Both Liao Feng and Qian Lei were stunned by the scene before them as the dust settled. And a weary Xuanyu sighed. Qian Lei frowned slightly. Xuanyu? This isn't good. Is it? The question remains, how will they explain this to their class? He finally turns to answer, looking hesitant, saying he's sorry and will take full responsibility. Liao Feng and Qian Lei stood by Xuanyu, taking turns comforting him, saying, What are you talking about? Aren't we a team? We share the responsibility. That's right. Why are we dividing things up? They were both certain that, whatever the outcome, they would face it together. The main reason he could act this way was because it was a virtual space. In the real world, he wouldn't be able to do it. Birds suddenly take flight from the forest, and Liao Feng immediately notices, something's coming, it's a soul beast. Let's hide. As soon as he said that, the three of them crouched down behind a bush. No one was in sight. But after a moment, someone finally appeared. They saw a familiar figure and peeked out to confirm it was the golden thread demonic ape they'd met before. Ma Vian happily ran ahead, and Lan Xuanyu telepathically communicated with it, receiving an acknowledging wave in return. He turns to relay the information to Xuanyu, saying he's here to fulfill his promise and apologizes for the wait. He pouts, a little sad, realizing that sometimes humans are worse than beasts. Ma Vian happily trots over to the three of them. As Hinvu, perched in a tree, lays out the next plan to find others. Based on the current situation, in the final 3 days, we're likely to encounter many candidates, possibly even a deliberate confrontation orchestrated by Shrek Academy. He muses. Perhaps the first 4 days of this 7-day assessment were for accumulating points, and the last 3 will be a free-for-all to steal them. This is serious. So the next phase will be a bloodbath between examinees. Liao Feng and Qian Lei are stunned. A bloodbath. What are we supposed to do? Xuanyu tasked him. Liao Feng, create a cave in those trees so we can rest. And Qian Lei, have the gold thread demon ape scout for human soul masters. But avoid conflict. We'll go out and look for an opportunity to strike. Just as Lan Xuanyu predicted, the number of human soul masters the golden behemoth ape encountered increased. It seemed that every hour brought news of human soul masters fighting. And by the 6th day, Lan Xuanyu's attention was drawn to a team of 9 soul masters. Seemingly a coalition of 3 teams, they specialize in hunting down the remaining teams. And Lan Xuanyu is grim. 3 teams combined are indeed a deadly force. He relays the situation, noting that these 3 teams likely come from Lingtian Academy. If they can divide them equally, they can all advance. This team may be the biggest obstacle they face, and from now on, they'll focus solely on them. The gold-patterned blue-silver grass constantly brought back news. By the 6th and final day, this team had eliminated over 10 other Soul Master teams, a truly astonishing feat. Xuanyu glanced over them, assessing them in his mind, certain that a master strategist was among them, and a highly capable one at that. Unable to sleep, he pondered their final strategy. As the sun rose, marking the final day of the selection exam, before they began, Xuanyu warned them that his plan was risky, and failure could mean elimination. but success could very well mean victory. The plan has a 60 to 70% chance of success, Xuanyu stated, questioning Liao Feng and Xian Lei. Should we risk it? Cut to a high mountain peak, where Bang Tianliang stands. Looking down, the leader of Langtian Academy, meet Bang Tianliang, a genius recognized by all at Langtian Academy. Hailed as the most outstanding student in its history, so outstanding, in fact, that Shrek Academy offered him early admission, an offer he declined. His absolute confidence assured him of acceptance into Shrek Academy, until the final selection results revealed his first taste of failure. What's more, he failed miserably. The huge point difference created an invisible pressure within him. After calming down, Bang Tianliang analyzed the situation and secretly guessed that the opposing team had probably let the two giant dragons fight each other, waiting for them to both be injured before striking. With such a high score, he affirmed to himself, "Heathen dance. We'll find you eventually." But a girl's voice pulled him back to reality. "Bang Lan. That person is none other than Liang Shuqi, Bang Tianliang's childhood friend." Tianliang turned his head slightly, reminding her. "Why?" Shuxi said not to call me that. "Don't imitate them." She smiled happily. "It's cute that way." "So what should I call you?" Seeing his discomfort, Shuxi softly asks. "Bangega. Are you all right?" He reluctantly agrees. Okay. What is it?" And on a serious note, Thukthi reveals they've found another team, and they seem quite strong. Thien Luong presses for more information, asking if they've confirmed their identities. She honestly replies, "Probably not who you're looking for. Not from Tianluo Academy." He sounds hesitant. "Is that so?" The two jump down, ready for battle. As the demon ape watches them from the trees, it darts away. As a group enters the forest, the Spirit Sealing Academy's team, they've discovered a severely injured spirit beast, a golden-threaded demonic ape with at least 1,000 years of cultivation, and they're in hot pursuit. The one-tailed stops to examine the ground. Finding fresh blood, he looks up to get his bearings, then gives chase, confident that the demon ape won't escape. Even if it takes a little effort, it'll make the fight easier later. He gave the order and shot off, chasing after the demon ape, who was clutching something. He scanned his surroundings, noticing the demon ape was holding something small that was dripping blood. A trail of blood intentionally left behind. It throws something forward without hesitation. Its mission complete. The one-tailed senses it, his face filled with excitement. It's right ahead. He must capture it. He's determined to succeed, vowing to catch them all. Yves thought ahead, then suddenly stops and raises his hand, signaling to wait. Something's not right. He scans from left to right to assess the situation as his group freezes, afraid to move. It was then the gray-haired man recognized him and shouted, "Run!" But it was too late. A strange voice echoed from behind. "Stay." A vortex of light and power surged behind them. First Tail is terrified. Tian Liang appears with a grand entrance, a four-ringed Soul Grandmaster. How could this be? He stares at them with cold eyes, a true monster. Yi Wei glanced around, counting their enemies 6 in total. He seemed to be caught between a rock and a hard place, with no escape in sight. Biting his lip, Yi Wei desperately pleads, "Please, don't hurt us," bowing low. He continues, "I'm Yi Wei from Longfeng Academy. Can't we negotiate? Just spare us?" He offers a deal, willing to trade Dula coins, 1,000 of them. But Tian Liang counters with an exorbitant number, 3,000, and he'll consider it. Unwilling to accept, Yi Wei shouts out, 1,500. I can't go any higher. That's our entire class's savings. But Tian Liang only smiles faintly, leaving Yi Wei bewildered, wondering if he's agreed. In the next instant, one of his teammates was electrocuted by Tian Liang, her face darkening as she glared at them, her eyes promising annihilation. Yi Wei gaped, speechless. Tian Liang's teammates fled, leaving only Yi Wei and her behind. Without a word, Tian Liang lunges toward him, a violet halo emanating from his body, blindingly bright, in the blink of an eye. He's in front of Not Vi. How did he get here so fast? Not Vi isn't weak either. He throws out some treasures, But I'm not that easy to deal with. A massive explosion erupts between them, forcing Tianliang to halt to avoid injury. His brow furrowed as he gazes ahead. Without hesitation, Tianliang gives chase, skillfully maneuvering through the obstacles, glancing back. Not V was stunned. To avoid capture, he unleashed more treasures, the third soul skill. Bao Yin Nuko splitting apart and emitting a blinding light, obscuring Tianluang's vision. In the ensuing explosion, visibility was lost, and he seized the opportunity to escape, setting his sights. Yi Wei resolves to escape at any cost, even though his spirit energy is already more than half depleted. In the vast forest, a roar echoes through the trees. A lone girl fearlessly pursues the demon ape, as Shushi reports that only she remains, realizing that the golden lion demon ape is a trap. The demon ape paused, ready to retaliate. The three of us from the Ice God Sect chased after a wounded soul beast. Never expecting this, it turned and roared. A fully healed five-ringed golden lion demon ape. A familiar figure looms in the distance, moving in tandem with the beast. It's Xuanyu, and a soul from the past. Shu Shi stared at him in astonishment, realizing he was likely the mastermind behind it all. As the demon ape lunged forward with a devastating blow, she retreated. Assessing the situation, this golden lion demon fiend didn't seem like a spirit, nor could it be summoned by his power. Behind it, Xuanyu was giving instructions. But how could a human and a beast coordinate so flawlessly? And he seemed to be empowering the demon fiend. After a moment of thought, Suxi realizes he's the champion of the preliminaries. A fact Hyunwoo confirms without hesitation, just as a volley of throwing stars hurtles toward her. Shushi narrowed her eyes at him. He was the one Bingja wanted to find. She paused, preparing to unleash her skill. If escape was impossible, then she'd cripple the golden lion demon ape, paving the way for Bingja's victory. Undaunted, Shuchi stares ahead, unleashing her third soul skill. Light splitter flash. As she and the demon ape charge at each other, it throws a punch, and Shuchi recoils to dodge. She lunges at the demon ape with her weapon, sizing an opening, ready to take its eyes. But then, the ape grins, and a wave of unease washes over her. Its body radiates a blinding light. Dodging. This isn't good. My eyes. The demon ape reaches out and opens its mouth wide, and before Shushi can escape, it grabs her and bites down hard on her neck. The image reverberates through the forest. Thukthi and Tianluang seem to share a telepathic connection. As he witnesses the full extent of her suffering at the hands of the demon, Tianliang froze, his face darkening. Shushi, a terrifying rage erupted within him. No. As Hyunwoo absorbs the power, he senses a problem. This isn't good. He commands the demon core clinging to him to leave at once. But Tianliang was right behind him. He was closing in fast, and Xuanyu was shocked by his speed. He's catching up. He glanced back to see Tianliang seething with rage. A four-ringed soul grandmaster. His brow furrowed in barely contained fury. Xuanyu kicks off a mana vine and makes a decision. Since he can't escape, he releases the ice seal around his arm, unleashing the golden dragon shock. A massive dragon's head appears, flying towards Tianliang, who frowns in displeasure as his power clashes head-on with Xuanyu's. A massive explosion erupts, and Xuanyu is immediately blown backward, while Tianliang stands firm, unable to stop. Xuanyu crashes into a tree. As the magic orb attempts to ambush Tianliang, he sits slumped against the tree, blood trickling from his mouth, his cultivation covered in wounds. Xuanyu was a wreck. The gap was too wide. Any plan could be overturned by such overwhelming power. His vision blurred, and he could only see the demonic ape protecting him. Though his body screamed in pain, Xuanyu gritted his teeth, refusing to lose consciousness, determined to maintain the golden-silver vortex in his chest. A member of Tianliang's group immediately recognized the two bloodlines, and gritting his teeth, ordered someone to check if he was dead. Black subordinates immediately rush forward, while Tianliang's eyes fill with resentment. That bastard killed my brother. He must die here. On the other side, Dao Yi had flown to the base of the tree, so it was him. Hyunwoo struggled to breathe, and seeing this, Dao Yi immediately drew his dagger. Not dead yet, then I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, the knife came down decisively, and the boy could only helplessly raise his hand to defend himself. Fong Tu and Tian Loi, you two must escape. But unlike what he imagined, a blue light suddenly flashed where the knife met his hand. It pierced the ring on his hand, instantly awakening a universe-like space, unleashing a terrifying energy that forced Tian Liang to stop and made everyone else turn to look. He couldn't help but shudder as he saw the streaks of red blood across the sky. What could inspire such dread? His eyes remained fixed on their trajectory, his mind racing with possibilities. The bloody threads converged towards the source of the green light, with droplets floating around Xuanyu. But then, they all gathered and transformed into the form of the fierce sun halberd. He himself was utterly surprised, his hand gripping the halberd tightly. Unconsciously, what is this? But quickly, the fierce sun halberd vanished without a trace. He looked down at the shimmering object in his hand, the spider. Images of the past flashed through his mind, of the thing that had suddenly appeared when he was a child. He stared at the remaining blue energy. Lost in thought, it could transform into a great lance. But he couldn't control it yet. Seeing this, Tian Liang felt a surge of apprehension. Did he still have more up his sleeve? The golden-eyed demon ape was shaken by that familiar aura. It turned to face Lan Xuanyu, then unleashed a furious barrage of attacks against the 5 from Lingtian Academy. Just then, a voice called out from the bushes beside him. Xuanyu, Qianlei, concerned, immediately asked, "How are you? Are you all right? Longfeng's group is taken care of, and I have their points. But I can't reach Fengzi. If his teammates came back for him, escape would be difficult, and all 3 of them could be killed." With that in mind, he made his decision. Qianlei, open the summon gate, I'll help you. Soon, a beautiful crystal gate appeared. Xuanyu reached out, using his blue-silver grass to latch onto the gate. As the boy pressed on, asking what to do next, though in pain, his words were clear: leave immediately. Return to our tree cave, and conceal your aura until the exam ends. Qianlei refuses, exclaiming, "What about you?" Xuanyu calmly reassures him. "Don't worry about me. One of us must survive to secure the full points." Watching him run off, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up at the sky, feeling a little lost. Would she come? But for now, he could only wait, hoping that his companion would pull through. After an unknown amount of time, a voice echoed from the gate, asking why it had been summoned. Finally, Xuanyu dared to express his true feelings, even speculating with a hint of emotion. He pleaded with Tianqiu through the doorway. "Save me. I'm about to lose control." Hearing this, a pair of legs stepped out, followed by Tianqiu's beautiful face. And finally, her entire body emerged from the gate. Her eyebrows arched, and her eyes darted to the side, a spark of intrigue igniting within her, as if she'd stumbled upon something truly rare. Intrigued, she asks why he's letting himself get roasted, to which Xuanyu retorts, bewildered, "Roasted, can't you see I'm a mess?" The two quickly exchange information, but she asks why he's calling her. "As this is a selection for another class, aren't you participating? I've already been pre-selected. So, will you help me or not?" Hearing this, Qianqiu feigned a cute expression, asking why she should help him get into another live streaming company and be an eyesore every day. Xuanyu immediately blurted out in a hurry that she had at least hugged and kissed him before, so she should remember their past affection. Before he could finish, she silenced him, threatening to end his exam right then and there. With pleading eyes, he nodded obediently, admitting his mistake and begging for her help, holding up 3 fingers. Qianqiu says she'll help if he agrees to 3 conditions. Xuanyu blurts out, already ahead of himself, "Is it to kiss you back? Hug you back? Or at most, let you kick me once?" No problem. Unsurprisingly, he gets punched for his troubles, and she threatens to finish him off. Tianqiu insists he agree to her 3 conditions. He must do whatever she tells him, but she assures him it's nothing he can't handle. Hearing this, Xuanyu fell silent, contemplating his own situation. He absolutely couldn't agree to this. He could always try again next year. But what about Feng Zi and Qian Lei? They wouldn't have another chance. He glanced over at Lu Feng, who was engaged in combat, forcing his opponent back with his white dragon. But that was the result of a 2-on-1 fight. Xuanyu sighed softly, his eyes hardening with resolve. Okay, I agree. Tianqiu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Then, her face turned cold. Who hurt you? He hesitated, pointing towards Tianliang. Maybe it's that guy. Tianliang noticed the situation, wondering, what's going on? Why is there a girl over there? Tianqiu is surprised to see a fourth ring someone on Earth her age with such cultivation. Scanning the field, she feels indignant. 5 against 1. How unfair. Calculating her limited time, Tianqiu quickly decides to go all out. Seeing this, he and Vu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this old woman is making her move. 2 from Ice Skybeam must face the new opponents. Hearing the order, Wu Tian rushes forward, followed closely by the plant-based Spirit Master, who unleashes a barrage of vines. Seeing this, Tianqiu immediately spun the ice spear in her hand, cutting off all the vines that dared to approach. Taking this opportunity, she rushed forward. Let's continue, Yu Tian. A power attack type Soul Master. Level 33. Spirit Vine Blade. Wu Tian's blade descends with crushing force, unleashing his first soul skill. Severing Slash. Tianqiu raises an eyebrow, quickly deciding how to respond. She can't let his momentum overwhelm her. Wu Tian stood there, aghast, wondering if this girl had no regard for her own life, as Tianqiu charged forward with her ice spear. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted. Dong Tianqiu's ice spear met one side of the meridian blade, causing it to descend at an angle, directing its force toward Dong Tianqiu's side, a sight that left her slightly astonished. With a swift reflex, Wu Tian quickly retreated, and in a flash, unleashed another attack, the second soul skill. Body like a blade. This unexpected move left Tianqiu in contemplation, sacrificing himself to attack. How could he risk it? Then, their weapons clashed once more. But this time, Yu Tian's treasured sword froze instantly. The freezing ice spread with incredible speed, reaching his arm before he could react. This made Wu Tian suspicious. Her footwork was too good, and she'd even frozen his attack. He involuntarily roared in anger. Take my ultimate move. With that, a surge of intense power shot into the sky. This was his ultimate soul skill. At this point, Wu Tian revealed a triumphant look, confidently declaring that he feared no one in close combat. Faced with his excitement, Tong Tianqiu remained eerily silent. Before anyone knew it, a white mist engulfed her surroundings, and as Wu Tian attacked, Dong Tianqiu's icy aura suddenly expanded, erupting from behind, quickly covering everything. What happened next horrified everyone, as an ice spear pierced her chest in an instant. Now, with an unusual seriousness on her face, Dong Tianqiu defeats her opponent in the blink of an eye and heads straight for Bing Tianliang without looking back. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Yu Tian screams out, drawing Tianliang's attention. What's suddenly appearing behind me? Damn it. I can't retract my domain now. He unwittingly revealed a frustrated expression as he pondered, to safely retreat under Wu Tian's domain and take down one of my own. This girl's third-level cultivation is no simple matter. Before Tianliang, Tianqiu created a massive vortex, yet, with a calm demeanor, he simply waved his hand, sending a jolt of electricity piercing through the mist. As the white mist engulfed him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Non-conductive, absolute pura icha mist." Meanwhile, Tianqiu remained, revealing a cold face. She slightly widened her stance. You can't escape. Now, standing in the white mist, Tianliang finds himself in a predicament, cautiously assessing his surroundings, sensing something within the icy fog. These shadows are terrifying. I can't underestimate them. I must use my strongest technique, the Four Souls Sigil. In the blink of an eye, Tianliang conjured a massive sphere to propel himself into the sky, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the area. Tianliang now revealed a somewhat anxious expression. However, after a moment, he calmed down and began to ponder. Ice dust. That attack just now was Ice Star. 4 rings against 3. I'm at a disadvantage. But I must say, this girl is truly beautiful. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Tianqiu, before he could answer. She replied, Fengzi, come to me. Lam Yincao sat there, face smudged, and he blurted out, You have the strength to release your martial soul. Let me enhance you. Meanwhile, he calculated their odds 2 against 4. And Tong Tianqiu's summoned state was ending. It was time to decide the victor. Suddenly, Tianliang spoke up. You are, but before he could finish, Lan Yingcao interrupted. From Tianluo Academy. Tianliang's voice echoed with shock. People from Tianluo Academy Lam and Ganthao immediately confirmed. That's right. I questioned. You were the champions of the preliminaries, to which he affirmed. Indeed. The words had barely left his mouth when Tianliang's eyes widened in shock, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, Very well. The championship this time will certainly not be yours. Faced with this madness, Lan Yincao simply surmised that he had never liked them to begin with, before calmly adding, Then come, let's see who dies first. Liao Feng now radiates a brilliant golden power, while Chen Chu emanates a vibrant blue. She innocently assesses her opponent. Noting the enhanced boost and extended duration, this little one's in support class. Meanwhile, Tianliang commanded his teammate, Xiaoling, fall back. Now he's carefully assessing the situation. He's the last one left on his team, and he must protect his points. Even so, Tianliang's cold but somewhat smug voice continues to echo. To enlighten you, we are the strongest combination in Lingtian Academy, Lin Donghui. Level 32 power attack battle system. And who you? In an instant, this entire place was enveloped in a powerful energy. Witnessing this, Qianxiu quickly retaliated, her white mist devouring the massive fireballs in an instant. What unfolds leaves even Lin Yintao in stunned disbelief. As Qianxiu's body is fiercely protected, her face now hardened, cold and resolute. And so, Tianliang and Liao Feng clashed without hesitation. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Not again. A moment later, Tianliang shouted, Everyone, be careful. Even Lin Yintao was shocked. Liao Feng, hearing this, he quickly replied, Understood. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted. Dong Hui struggled to protect himself from harm, while Tianliang, on the other side, seemed a bit more composed. Dong Hun's face was now filled with shock, as something suddenly pierced his right shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Despite this, Dong Hui uses all his strength to fight back. As a slender hand unexpectedly reaches out from the white mist, the owner of that hand is making some kind of movement. A sudden action that leaves Dong Hui wide-eyed in astonishment. It quickly left something green on his chest before departing, and that strange substance rapidly spread throughout Dong Hui's body. While the mysterious power flew into the nearby spatial gate, in an instant, a powerful explosion engulfed him, drawing Tianliang's attention. Something appeared near Tianliang, adding to his bewilderment. At that moment, Liao Feng charged forward with incredible speed, when suddenly, a disparate cry rang out, Shaolin. Faced with this, Tianliang couldn't help but assess these guys, while Liao Feng grinned, saying, Points acquired, not bad. And just like that, a massive force slammed into their bodies. Witnessing this, Vu Thian muttered in disbelief. Dong Hui and Tu Lam. Damn it, we had the upper hand. How did this happen? They stole half our points. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Not far away, Lanyan's body radiates a dazzling golden power. He tilted his head slightly and muttered, It's over. Immediately afterward, a large blade came crashing down. Even so, the blue-silver grass closed its eyes and smiled contentedly. Though dangerous, they achieved their goal. Xuanyu's blood splattered as he was struck, and Xuanyu Tian triumphantly cried out, finally avenging his teammates and ending this criminal's life. But he quickly noticed Xuanyu's unusual smile. Though riddled with wounds, Xuanyu smiles confidently, as if he's already won. His opponent realizes too late he's been tricked. As Xuanyu's hands begin to weave a spell, as Xuanyu clasped his hands together, light began to emanate, creating a trembling of his martial soul, and fear crept into Yu Tian's eyes. Xuanyu's ultimate move compressed into a small ball before erupting in an instant. Tianliang, watching the explosion and the approaching monster, wondered what it was. Drawn by the strange power, the demon hesitated, then leaped into the explosion and vanished. Xuanyu's technique left behind a golden flower and a small pit beneath it, a sight that filled him with dread. Staring at the hole and the surrounding smoke, Tianliang was silent for a moment, then panicked. How could this be? He gritted his teeth in frustration. I'm the only one left. There were supposed to be 9 of us. After that, he slowly descended into chaos, realizing their power far exceeded his own. How could they have taken almost all of their points, even after he eliminated them all? Immediately, Tianliang sobered up and noticed the anomaly. Realizing something was wrong, one question echoed in his mind: where are the points? He searched the forest, muttering to himself, why aren't any points being released? They had clearly left the competition. Suddenly, Tianliang cried out in shock, remembering Liao Feng's joyful eyes before being eliminated. Their final expressions, along with his triumphant smile, that wasn't the face of someone walking to their death. And Qianlei's escape made him realize, could it be that he, that fatty, was the last one in their group? Realizing he'd been played, Tianliang roared in fury, his scream echoing through the mountains and shaking even the trees. Inside, he gaped in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of points flooding in. Xuanyu and Fengzi were overjoyed, their excitement palpable. Just how much merit had they plundered? Meanwhile, Xuanyu hastily checked the vortex within his body, relieved that his soul power hadn't dropped below level 19. Though the golden and silver vortex, seeing nothing to worry about, he breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that it seemed to consume a lot of bloodline power. This fusion skill couldn't be used carelessly. Opening his eyes, he saw Liao Feng smiling, saying, "It's okay. Don't worry." The next moment, he excitedly grabbed Xuanyu's hand, sharing that even with the penalty, half the points were enough to get them into the top 10. As the two celebrate, Ling Tong suddenly calls out to Xuanyu, approaching him with a furious expression before grabbing his collar, ready to scold him, only to be stopped by Hongbin, who orders her to halt. Finally, he sternly addressed their team, stating that Ling Tong accused them of stealing points and murdering her, demanding an explanation from both of them. Without hesitation, Xuanyu nodded in agreement. After receiving the accusation, Hongbin immediately interrogated Xuanyu's team, demanding an explanation, while Liao Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Why?" Then, he turned to the accuser and scolded, "Ling Tong, do you have no shame? You dare to twist the truth like this?" Tian Shun and Yi both look confused at the reprimand, especially Hongbin, who seems to be taking the bait. Could there be more to Ling Tong's story? Did she run to him, claiming that Xuanyu stole her points? Xuanyu, who had been silent, placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, then said seriously to Yi, "Teacher, I can explain, and I'll take full responsibility for everything I say. Afterward, the teacher can conduct an investigation together with Shrek Academy." Ling Tong, observing his serious expression, grew somewhat worried. Hearing this, Hongbin calmly gave his permission. "Speak." Given the chance to explain, Xuanyu confronted her directly. "Ling Tong, I'm questioning you directly. I'm asking you, were you being hunted to the brink of death by the Lingtian Academy assassins at that time?" The other party hesitated before answering, "Yes." But, not letting Ling Tong make excuses, he interrupted her. "Just answer yes or no. If we hadn't intervened, would you have escaped?" She didn't answer right away, instead justifying herself. "I had already injured them." Xuanyu calmly followed up. "But the remaining 2 were 3-ringed soul masters. Could you have handled them?" Hearing this, Ling Tong could only grit her teeth in anger, turning her face away. and letting out a loud him-ph, as if admitting it. Seeing that she had no way to argue, he turned to the others and said, Luo Chang and Chang Jianji. You probably know how formidable they are. We revealed all our trump cards to save Ling Tong, and barely managed to defeat them in the final attack. When it came time to allocate points, he emphasized that Ling Tong suddenly attacked, killing the last of their opponents and stealing half of their points, leaving Qian Sun and Jianqi stunned. Xuanyu continues with his sharp reasoning, stating he understands her stealing points for her teammates, but he also has a responsibility to his own group. He couldn't bring someone who repays kindness with hatred and let points fall into the hands of another academy, so he had to resort to that method. Gaining a full view of the situation, he pondered, realizing how much had happened. The other two, now understanding, were taken aback but nodded in acceptance. Only Ling Tong seems disturbed, gritting her teeth and stubbornly speaking. But, cornered, Ling Dong resorts to sexism, asking how he could strike a girl. Hyun Woo retorts that in the real world, he wouldn't. He then bluntly silenced Lin Dong, stating that in this simulated exam, he couldn't let her issues affect the team's performance. She, unable to retort, turned to Hongbin for help, arguing that Hyun Woo was wrong to kill a classmate and that the school should ensure fairness. Witnessing the events unfold, Yi frowned, leaving with a final, disappointed remark. You both have let me down. Receiving harsh criticism, Ling Tong whimpered, while he simply bowed his head in acceptance, then sat down to continue meditating, leaving Tian Xin to grit her teeth and bear it. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he retrieves his sword and departs, leaving Ling Tong in tears, feeling abandoned by her teammate. She sobs uncontrollably as she chases after him. As dusk settles over the city, Qianlei excitedly announces, We did it, all the points are out. He hugs Tianyu, overjoyed. We made it to the end. Overjoyed. Qianlei dreamily asks, Tianyu, do you think we can win the championship? He is happy, but still calmly replies, That's unclear. Let's wait for the results. As his team celebrates, Hongbin arrives to warn them that while a top 10 finish is likely, Shrek Academy values nature, and killing Ye Lingtong could negatively impact them. Receiving this warning, they protested, saying it was all because Ye Lingtong was too selfish and outrageous. Meanwhile, Tianyu couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Mr. Li, what kind of impact will it have? Hongbin shook his head, saying, I don't know, but the Zilai Academy is extremely strict in this regard. Tianyu was a little surprised, then immediately understood, realizing he hadn't thought things through completely. A few minutes later, Tianyu bowed solemnly, and Qingxian apologized to Yi. Mr. Li, I was wrong. Hongbin sensed their sincerity and earnestly advised, It's good to know you can correct your mistakes. Xuanyu, remember, integrity is essential. He obediently replies, Yes. Suddenly, Zhongtian interrupts. Everyone's here, the results are in. Immediately, he announced the results. Only one team from our academy made it to the top, and that's Xuanvu's team. Furthermore, their score ranking is number 1. Everyone was stunned by the news, while Tian Loi happily exclaimed, Really, that's great. Before the joy could settle, Zhongtian asked a question that stunned him. Xuanyu, what exactly did you do? Shrek Academy will soon conduct an additional examination on you alone. He concluded with another shocking announcement. If you don't participate in the additional examination, your team's achievements will be revoked. Amidst the beautiful scenery, an idea struck Lan Xuanyu as he sat in the tree. It was noon. He easily calculated the time wasted. Yesterday, he began the additional test, which required surviving in the Stardew Great Forest for 24 hours. 20 hours had already passed, but nothing happens, and he yawns from boredom. Since he can't figure it out, Xuanyu pinches his cheek to wake himself up. He's come this far. He absolutely can't give up. A wisp of white smoke rises from the trees ahead. Catching his eye, there's movement. He's startled to see a mysterious figure. It's Chen Chu, a friend he never expected to find here. Why is it her? And in such a state, she's constantly attacking behind her. A powerful enemy is hunting her down. An umbral dark chases after Tianqiu, closing in for the attack. And Xuanyu is shocked to see it, an umbral dark demon tiger. It's the third strongest tiger-type soul beast. And judging by the dark magic energy, it's at least 2 Vi and Nam level. How could such a soul beast appear here? We don't stand a chance against it. The dark roar shatters the tranquility as Tianqi flees, pursued relentlessly by tendrils of black smoke. When Qianqiu turned back, she was already surrounded by the dark energy. Now, there was no escape, and the massive shadow of the dark tiger blocked her path. Tianqiu's hope for survival seemed lost. But just then, the silver-blue grass grew, and her figure vanished within the encirclement, leaving only the dark abyss and its rage at losing its prey. It discovers that Tianfu has already escaped with someone else, thanks to the silver grass, a power only Hianfu possesses, leaving her surprised to see her rescuer is none other than him. He had the same question, and so did I. Tianqiu blushed, remaining silent. The distance too close. This was his scent, comforting, with a hint of sunshine. Even as the two escape, the dark citrus chases after them at high speed. It unleashed one of its innate soul skills, a sonic wave that rapidly approached Xuanyu and Tianqiu. The deafening roar stirred something within him, igniting a fierce reaction in his bloodline, turning his eyes gold as the power of the dragon god enveloped him, and Qianqiu, spreading its dark wings, it hurtled forward, its eyes burning with rage at Xuanyu's power. Tianqiu seems lost and confused, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of power within her. Xuanyu, determined to help her escape the dark forces, urges her to split up, knowing the creature will chase after him because of his roar. Worry for Qianqiu flashed in his eyes as he flung the blue-silver grass away, urging her to leave quickly. Memories flood his mind, making him question himself. He offended her greatly on Stardew Forest, yet she came without hesitation when they were in danger. A look of determination hardens Xuanyu's face. He must save her. Tianqiu's attitude toward him is changing. The spirit vine on Xuanyu's arm wrapped tightly around a tree branch, and he couldn't help but worry. The dark demon tiger was too strong. Their only chance was to split up, and his spirit vine would surely draw it after him. But just then, Xuanyu suddenly froze, pulled backward by an outside force despite flying forward. It turns out that Tianqiu was behind it all, and he immediately confronted her about her actions, asking what she was doing, as if that would help them escape. Ignoring his complaints, Qianqiu grabs onto Xuanyu's wrist, telling him not to waste time, and they leap into the air, quickly escaping the area. Even now, he's still being hostile to Qianqiu. Is he stupid? After a long pause, she finally admits, "I am stupid." So what? Even Xuanyu was taken aback by her strange attitude. Something just sped through the forest. He calmly turns to see the dark shadow closing in. Hyunwoo bites his lip, calculating rapidly before shouting to the enemy, "Tianqiu, there's one untested method I know. Simultaneously amplifying our powers with both of our blue-silver grass. This might lead to over-amplification with bad results. But perhaps this is our last chance." Tianqiu looks at Xuanyu and nods slightly. "Do it." He struggles to focus, then takes her hands in his own wreathed in silver grass, and two energies become one, forging a sphere of power. Tianqiu's eyes widened in astonishment at what was happening, as two intertwined energies, one hot and one cold, enveloped her. Tianqiu is startled by the light in his eyes, but all that remains is white smoke. As Xuanyu and Tianqiu are enveloped in swirling energy, when dark arrived, radiating murderous intent, all that remained was a massive magical vortex. His cold eyes fixed on Tianqiu, but she herself had become more confident than before, as the entire mountain was now shrouded in an atmosphere of tranquility, but it was all immediately shattered by a flash of light through the trees, leaving behind patches of unmelted ice. In an instant, the dark demonic dragon was frozen solid by the frigid air. Xuanyu focused on it, marveling, unaware of the abnormality in the person beside him, who had become an ice statue. He hurriedly embraced the unconscious Tianqiu and dashed through the forest, clenching her tightly as he inwardly celebrated their success. reliving their shared victories. He knew they had truly succeeded. And soon, they reached the edge of the forest. Finding a temporary safe haven, Xuanyu paused to catch his breath, never taking his eyes off Qianchu in his arms. Suddenly, he remembers her playful words. So what if I'm foolish? And a wave of self-reproach washes over him. In such a critical moment, she didn't choose to run alone, but to face everything with him. Before he could process anything, they were ambushed by a crimson light. Xinji Xuanyu was bewildered by the sudden appearance of this mysterious force. His body was no longer under his control. What was happening? Xuanyu stares ahead, eyes wide with confusion, wondering what those centaurs are. The grotesque spirit beast rasps out a greeting. Welcome to my world. Evil will eventually be punished. We are the evil centaurs. And this is our world, where every creature must abide by our rules. We pose the question, and you make the choice. Accepting the terms, Xuanyu agrees. I understand. The sinister being then declares, your luck is terrible. Today, I get to ask the question, if only one of you can live, do you choose her or yourself? After you choose, I'll immediately kill the other person. I love seeing the pained expressions you humans make when faced with my questions. Without hesitation, Xuanyu questioned him in return. Why would I be in pain? This is just a virtual world. My biggest regret isn't losing the chance to enter Shrek Academy. His eyes flashed with a rare, steely resolve for one. So young, kill me. Let her live. Angered, the evil being pressed further. So, your teammates will lose their chance too. You'd abandon them for a girl. Xuanyu remained steadfast, calmly replying that without her help, they would have been eliminated during the competition. And he trusted Shrek Academy to be fair and not let him affect his teammates. So he chose to let her live. Hearing his answer, Evil reluctantly agreed. Fine. Then D. He then turned his murderous gaze to Qianchu. Next is you. You heard everything just now. I'll ask you the same question. Do you choose to let him live? Or yourself? Hearing this, Shan was surprised. The relationship between the two didn't seem very harmonious. Tianchu coldly closed her eyes, awaiting the scythe of death. Why waste words? Just kill me. The terrifying power from before strikes Tianchu again, instantly turning her into dust. Seeing them sacrifice for each other, App reluctantly comments, what's with kids these days? One's too smart, the other's stubbornly unyielding. Seeing this, the benevolent being smiled with amusement. This is quite interesting. I don't believe they have no desires. Let's see how I control their desires later. They discussed back and forth. These two children are quite interesting. Accept them all, decide for yourself. I just want to sleep now anyway. Too lazy to mention it. Just stay lazy. That kid is indeed extremely smart. Anyway, I find them very interesting. I have to create some opportunities for them, so I will have more opportunities to torment them. As those words echoed, the centaur of good and evil slowly merged into the mist, vanishing into a mystical point of light. Back in the present, Xuanyu sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. Qianlei rushed over, asking about the situation. How was it? Did you pass? With everyone gathered in the lab, Xuanyu recounted everything that had happened, easing Tianfan and Hongbin's worries. I told you, that kid has more restraint than us. Xuanyu handled it well. It should be fine. Chongtian immediately turned to leave and deliver the news, while Hongbin carefully added, I'll contact the other instructors to check the results. With each experience, Xuanyu learned a valuable lesson. Keep your intentions pure. For true wisdom lies in forthright strategy. The boy solemnly nodded, taking their teachings to heart. Yes, Teacher Li. I'll remember. With everything settled, everyone departed, and Mu Chongtian quickly returned with news, confirming Li Honglin and Yin Tianfan's predictions. Lan Xuanyu has advanced to the second round, but the champion's privilege of drawing lots has been revoked. Afterward, Lan Xuanyu pulled Lu Feng into the simulation room to try enhancing him with 2 kinds of blue-silver grass simultaneously. But the results were truly disastrous. When they first tried to enhance Lu Feng, he exploded. Utterly exploded. and a traumatized Lu Feng dejectedly left, telling him not to try it again. Then, Xuanyu turned to Qianlei with a request. That's right. Fatty, let's call again. I want to find Tong Qianchu. As the transfer gate opens, the boy quickly asks if she's all right. Qianchu's figure soon appears, and she asks if he's made it to the next round. Xuanyu nodded in response, then gazed at her with a hesitant look, as both felt an indescribable emotion. As they stared at each other, Qianlei interjected jokingly. What are you two looking at? If there's something to say, hurry up and say it. Hearing that, Qianchu immediately scolded Qianlei. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want a beating? The boy had to swallow his anger. I didn't say anything. You guys can continue. Xuanyu followed up on Jiang Gei's previous question. It's over. But you were stripped of your champion's draw rights. So what about you? Hearing this, Qianchu couldn't help but feel dissatisfied, mixed with some confusion, and after further examination, she couldn't understand why. They said I affected the fairness of your assessment and revoked my special admission. But the assessment is over, and I'm not the champion. Hearing this, he froze in disbelief with his strength. He wasn't the champion. She confirmed it was true. There really are a lot of monsters out there, even here on Heaven Dew Star. There are 2 of the 4 kings, and I hear there are even stronger people on the home planet. I really wonder if they're freaks of nature. Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but tense up and consider that the next round of Shrek's trials won't be easy. After days of intense battles, everyone reaped the rewards of their efforts, and the final results of the Tianluo Star selection were announced. Lan Xuanyu's team once again took first place, and of all of Tianluo Academy, only Lan Xuanyu's team made it to the next round. The other students in the Advanced Talents class disbanded from there, skipping 3 grades to continue their studies at the Intermediate Soulmaster Academy. Additional tests will be conducted at Shrek Academy in 1 month. And before that, Li Honglin will be in charge of 20 days of special instruction for Lan Xuanyu's team at the Duluo World's exclusive training ground. Hong Yun, with her back to everyone, coldly ordered, let's begin. The training is simple, just persevere to the end. Xuanyu agrees, while Lu Feng and Qianlei protest. Sensing something ominous, Hong Yun ignored them all, continuing to instruct her students that the special training would use resistance to pressure to unlock their potential. Asking if they were ready, Qianlei finally couldn't help but ask what kind of pressure Teacher Li would apply. But she only replied cryptically that they would soon find out. With his instructions complete, Hong Yun quickly takes the lead. Moving forward, as waves of energy surround him, Xuanyu witnesses this and is shocked. A question forming in his mind. What? Moments later, dark clouds gather, and the earth trembles, confirming Xuanyu's suspicions. The sky is falling. The pressure is immense. His body can barely withstand it. This is the pressure of Teacher Li. Lu Feng struggled to stay standing, while Qianlei, tears streaming down his face, cried out in despair. Oh, Mom, I'm gonna die. The red cloud's presence radiated an immense power. Despite enduring the immense pressure, Xuanyu seizes the moment to observe carefully. His mind focused on counting the rings of light forming as Xuanyu counted to 6, then 7. Hong Yun's display of power neared its climax, and everyone realized what Wei held in her grasp. 8 rings. Lu Feng and Qianlei spoke in turn, expressing their shock. He's an 8-ring soul Duluo, and that's his avatar. Xuanyu was even more puzzled than his companions. What was that terrifying figure? That wasn't Teacher Li Xiao's martial soul. The Terror Knight martial soul. Questions remain unanswered, but he must focus on the onslaught of energy. Xuanyu unleashes the power within him, extending his blue-silver grass, silently declaring that his body is finally free to move. Qianlei and Lu Feng quickly caught the rhythm, unleashing their unique strengths, while Lan Xuanyu, empowered by the life pulse, barely managed to circulate his soul power to withstand the pressure. After transforming, Hongbin returned to his original state, but his knowing smile sent a chill down Lan Xuanyu's spine. Teacher Li, he stammered, sweating, voicing his suspicion, is smiling. Sure enough, a blinding beam of light struck them from the sky as Hongbin stared intently ahead. Meanwhile, Xuanyu and his companions seemed to have reached their limit. As explosions erupted from their positions, after their struggle, the dark clouds began to dissipate, and Xuanyu's body emitted wisps of smoke as he feigned ignorance, asking what just happened. Under the crushing pressure of Teacher Li, they were nearly obliterated. The three boys huddled together, whispering about what just happened. It was terrifying. Like being compressed into nothingness. Hongbin, with a stern expression, declares mercilessly, "Furthermore, this is just the beginning." The three protest in unison, as if struck by lightning. "More, what do you mean?" After 20 days of special training, Chongtian brings the three, including Xuanyu, to a crucial location, the Spirit Transfer Pagoda. Home to the Spirit Ascension platform, the Academy has secured 2 additional spots. So all 3 of you can improve yourselves. Make the most of this opportunity. They entered a vast, majestic hall. Filled with technological wonders, Qianlei cautiously explored, but kept an eye on his friend, as this was where they could acquire soul spirits. Xuanyu, what are you looking at, hey? Right now, Xuanyu's mind is completely absorbed by the vibrant mural before him. He curiously observes the engraved details, then notices something as that golden-eyed harp dragon commanding the Soul Beast army. The more he looked, the more inexplicably familiar it felt. Seeing his inquisitive gaze, Chongtian gently explained the ancient story of the 2,000-year-old beast-tide on the mother planet. The Spirit Pagoda created this mural to remind future generations to live in peace with soul beasts. Let's go inside. We have 8 days until we fly to Shrek Academy, and I hope you can all persevere as long as possible. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and doubt called out to Xuanyu. He turned to face a group of people, and whoever knew his name must be an acquaintance. Recognizing the approaching figures, Xuanyu grew wary. It was Tianliang and the others from Lingtian Academy. Had they come to cause trouble, Tianliang spoke with surprising calmness. "Can I talk to you? Don't worry. I'm not here for revenge." Hearing this, Xuanyu retorted, saying there was no need for revenge, as they would meet again in the Shrek trials at most. What was he getting at? This attitude successfully annoyed Tianliang, who thought to himself that Xuanyu's innocent face was infuriating, and he really wanted to punch him. But for the sake of the bigger picture, he suppressed his anger. "I've come specifically to find you." Tianliang frankly stated his purpose. He wanted to cooperate with him. "Frankly, my classmates and I are annoyed with you. Our plans went up in smoke because of you. But that's also why I understand the difference between us. So, let's work together." Xuanyu stares into his eyes. A hint of doubt, but he doesn't seem like someone who lacks confidence. After a moment, he reveals the truth. "I see. You're doing this for another group in your academy." Tianliang didn't expect to be figured out so quickly. This guy's mind works fast. He had no choice but to confess. Under Xuanyu's expectant gaze, it was indeed for another group. "She's a childhood friend of mine, and while her strength is limited, I hope to enter the Shrek Academy with her, knowing this isn't a good thing. You still want assurance, so how can I trust you?" Tianliang solemnly affirmed. "I'm a man of my word." At this, Xuanyu parted ways, clearly signaling his approval. They shake hands, sealing their pact, and agree to begin their partnership at the Spirit Ascension platform. Without delay, they decide to act and enter together. The Grand Ascension platform was covered in gleaming metal, leaving one in awe, and they chose an empty room containing hundreds of simulation pods. Xuanyu settles into a pod, and the system immediately explains the mechanics: a 50% realism factor, an emergency escape alert, and a disclaimer that the Spirit Transfer Tower is not responsible for any incidents. Following the system's guidance, he closes the simulation pod and enters the phase scene. Eyes shut, sensing the change. 50% realism. Indeed impressive. And suddenly, he feels a surge of anticipation. After a period of activation, the pod teleports the six to a dense forest. Tianliang surveyed the familiar surroundings and drawled, "We've been here before. The soul beasts here have no special order of control. The more realistic it is, the more terrifying it is. So we must be extremely careful. By slaying the spirit beasts, we can absorb their released power, enhancing our spirit rings and spirit cores. Xuanyu understands, but still has questions. Okay. Are you commanding? Or am I? Tianliang agrees without hesitation, and Xuanyu quickly commands. Liao Feng, scout ahead. Qita, Mu Ren, prepare yourselves, and advance when ready. Sometime later, Liao Feng returns with his scouting report. No traces of spirit beasts within 300 meters. To the north, the forest grows dense with towering trees, likely the domain of powerful spirit beasts. After a moment of thought, Xuanyu suddenly asks what his ice attribute classmate would do, given their previous experience. But despite asking, he acts in the opposite manner, deciding they'll observe from the outside first. With his fiery temper, Yu Tian immediately questioned. Xuanyu, are you doing this on purpose? He didn't refute, only smiled calmly. I just wanted to test if my command was effective. Seeing his companions about to fight, Donghui quickly intervened. Brother Yu, calm down. Let it go. Yu Tian, feeling played, retorted. Am I being toyed with? Qianlei refused to back down. You stupid knife. Who were you calling? Han Zheng was even more agitated. Fatty, you want to die. I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, an arm intervened, stopping the tension. That's enough. Tianliang relents. Changing the subject, listen to him. What's the formation? Seeing this, Xuanyu puts aside the conflict. He assigned tasks, saying he and Qianlai would stay inside. Lu Feng would scout ahead, and Bing would cover the rear. Dao Dao would clear the path with his son Martial Soul, followed by the others. Tianliang agreed, and Xuanyu turned to leave. He watched the receding figure, lost in thought. What exactly were his abilities? Could he really draw on the power of a soul beast to advance? I'll see for myself. The silent forest suddenly erupted with violent tremors. Lu Feng urgently reports the situation. Attention. Prepare for battle. 300-year bristleboars and 3 10-year ones. Yu Tian summons 3 soul rings and a powerful blade, declaring, leave this to me. Gripping his blade, he recalls Qianlei's taunts. His anger rising. What did that fatty call him? Stupid big sword. Wu Tian prepares to fight, determined to vent his anger on these beasts. Let's go. Provoked. The boar charged with bloodshot eyes. But this only excited Wu Tian more. Little ones, you've met your dome. Uniting with his blade, Wu Tian becomes instantly powerful and sharp, unleashing the Tam Hun Kai Mak Dao. Dong Hui anticipates and releases a barrage of fireballs. Instantly, explosions echoed as flames erupted, and the enraged boar unleashed its spikes, countered swiftly by Tianliang's light-infused carvings. Each incoming spike is absorbed by the electric net, and seizing the moment, Wu Tian strikes, creating a powerful aftershock. Under the relentless pressure, the 6 monsters from the formation lay scattered, and with that, streams of light began to envelop everyone. Examining his hand, Xuanyu senses a faint heat ahead, as if something has changed, perhaps the result of the Soul Ascension platform enhancing their soul rings. As he spoke, he noticed the dissatisfaction in Wu Tian's eyes. Their gazes met, and his anger was still simmering. Tianliang steps in to mediate, suggesting they move on. But Wu Tian scoffs, muttering under his breath, what good are you guys anyway? Aren't you just relying on us? Hey, who are you talking about? What's with your attitude? Hyunwoo, also displeased, decides to make a suggestion. If that's how it is behind my back, I think our cooperation can end here. Continuing, Xuanyu points out the problem. Is this what you call listening to my command? Do you even need me to command? He's questioned. And his temper flares. We can handle these weak soul beasts ourselves. We don't need your orders. With a serious expression, Xuanyu continued. Do you think I'm just making trouble? Interrupting, Yu Tian challenged him, forcing him to explain himself. Xuanyu crossed his arms, his expression hardening as he asked, you say I'm in charge, but did you consult me during the fight? Secondly, you disobeyed orders and acted on your own, leading to unnecessary consumption. Yu Tian, How much soul power did you expend just now? How much combat power do you have left? Yu Tian was a little stunned, but stubbornly replied, at least 70%. He slowly pointed out their shortcomings, saying that if the 6 of them cooperated, he would only expend one part of his power. But now they were in an unknown and dangerous place, and they had to leave so that they could recover their soul power and continue deeper. In the end, Xuanyu states the obvious: their reckless actions wasted the team's time. Tianliang acknowledged their mistake, took a deep breath, and apologized to Xuanyu, saying it was their fault and they would follow his orders from now on. Despite the apology, tension lingered as Tianliang wondered just how far Xuanyu could lead them. Xuanyu nods in agreement. All right. From now on, you'll follow my lead. He sternly instructs. Maintain formation. Liu Feng. Continue scouting. And we'll pull back a bit. Yu Tian and Dong Hui were startled to be called out, and were told to find a place to recover their soul power, while Tianliang carefully assessed him, admitting that this kid was indeed a bit more mature. Meanwhile, Hianvu was deep in thought, wondering if he should cooperate with them fully, even if it meant revealing his abilities. The Academy's assessment would surely be difficult, and in terms of overall strength, his team was the weakest. He slowly closed his eyes, realizing that just as they needed his mind, he needed their strengths. After a moment, Tianliang spoke. Then let's wait a bit longer. He slowly replied. Wait a bit longer. I need to run a simple experiment. Xuanyu pointed to himself and confessed. Actually, I'm a support-type soul master, a support type. He then boldly suggested trying to resonate with Lin and Yu, saying he already had a hunch. But with Tianliang, he wanted to see which method was more suitable. Tianliang hesitated, saying, at that moment, Wu Tian suddenly interjected. Wait. Help me see how to resonate with me first. The blue silver grass in his hand then slowly appeared. It quickly wraps around his waist. It seems they still don't trust him enough. But that's okay. They'll soon understand. Wu Tian stares in shock. And then, in disbelief, exclaims, this feels amazing. Not stopping there. Hyunwoo throws the forest restraining grass toward the remaining person. It also transfers energy to Dong Hui. Surprising him, the sudden surge of power took Lin Hui by surprise. Their strength now blazed like a fire. His resonance was incredible, boosting his combat power by at least 50%. Xuanyu was pleased. It was just as he'd imagined. As the effect wore off, Yu Xuan immediately wailed, demanding his power back. Dong Hui suddenly asked Tianliang if he wanted to try, saying that kid was really something. He felt a lump in his throat, remembering how the boy had blocked his strongest fourth soul skill. Now, he was calling himself a support-type soul master. This kid was definitely not simple. In the end, Tianliang resolutely said, I want to try it too. His current state quite tense. Meanwhile, Xuanyu silently observed his opponent with a mysterious gaze, quickly grasping Tianliang's hand. Okay. The support skill immediately surprised him. The effect of the lightning was clearly enhanced, and he felt himself surging with power. Dong Hui now realizes the boy is truly a dual-attribute soul master. His resonance already at the level of a century-old soul skill. Even he is wary, especially since the comprehensive resonance will be based on the characteristics of different soul masters. Xuanyu's lips twitched in disbelief. A resonance of 50%. The three surrounded Xuanyu, their eyes filled with envy. This kid was definitely a treasure. As his momentum surged, everything was ready. It was time to move out. Wu Hian and Dong Hui took the lead, navigating the treacherous cliffs ahead. Xuanyu suddenly realized something: that energy seemed to be absorbed by his bloodline, and his bloodline's power seemed to have increased slightly. He wondered if the energy core within his body and his soul rings were the source of his bloodline's power. Putting that aside, in the battles that followed, he continued to summon fireballs, which Xuanyu and Lin Donghui clearly felt. They were both very excited, and under Lan Xuanyu's command and resonance, the fighting became simpler and easier. While Liao Feng focused on signaling, his reconnaissance proved invaluable. After warning them, he plunged into the forest, and the six moved deeper into the Soul Beast forest with great efficiency. While scouting, he sensed danger nearby. Vines lashed out, but Liao Feng dodged in time. Then, not just one, but countless others relentlessly pursued him. Liao Feng urgently warned them, a 1,000-year-old demon tree, capable of moving everyone. Be careful, Xuanyu quickly reacted. Lin, you're the main attacker. You. Protect Lin. Qian. Prepare the displacement resistance. Bing. Be ready to assist at any time. The ancient tree is rising. Let's go. Its sharp teeth began to spread in a smile as the monster finally revealed its true form and rampaged. The team stood on the cliff, the giant monster rampaging below. Xuanyu calmly said that a demon tree under 3,000 years old is still easy to deal with. This one still has no way to escape the earth. He then gave instructions. Lin. Prepare a fire orb attack. And Wu Tian. Just protect Lin. Donghui immediately summoned a massive fire orb, and when the time was right, he commanded, Go. Countless small meteorites flew out of the fire pit and targeted the demon tree. But the monster blocked every single attack. Qianlei shouts a warning, watch out. It's knocked the fire orb back. Just then, Yu Tian fearlessly charges forward, telling them to leave it to him. Han uses his weapon to cleave the incoming stones in two, quietly calculating that their combination and strength are indeed formidable, though the three of them are power, attack soul masters. That's not all they are. Xuanyu carefully assessed the situation. Bing Tianyang, as captain, was not only a powerful solo fighter, but also possessed the abilities of both agility and control types. Just then, a figure stepped forward, ready to be summoned. Tianqiu groggily asked them how she'd ended up in the forest after her nap, then asked if they could help her use ice spears to strike through the gaps in the branches. She glanced at the monster before replying, A demon tree. Huh, I'll give it a shot. While the demon tree was distracted by the fireball, an ice spear shot straight into the center of the tree, its sharp tip quickly piercing the tough bark. Thienthu continues to wield his power, and after striking the tree demons, he detonates his ice spear, freezing them in place. Then comes Donghui's cooperation. And of course, he won't miss such a golden opportunity. He focuses his power, sending a large orb flying, then immediately goes all out. The moment it touches the monster, it explodes, obliterating everything, leaving only fire and ash as the smoke clears. It was then that Thienthu noticed his surroundings. This was Lin Dai. Thienthu happily explained, That's right. I think of you whenever something good happens. Remember those 3 conditions from before. Before he could finish, she playfully cut him off, saying she'd owe him. With that, Qianqiu quickly ran into the summoning gate. Tianwu didn't chase after him, but just sighed helplessly, while Tianliang, who was right next to him, was so shocked that he was stunned. Countless doubts swirled in his mind. Wasn't that the girl he'd met before? He thought she was on another team from Tianluo Academy. But she was summoned a 3-ringed spirit master. What was going on? He quickly noticed the gaze behind him, and Qianqiu, still in awe, hesitantly asked about her. He eagerly explained that it had to do with some complex spatial magic. He wasn't really sure himself, but the combination of him and Qianlei caused this to happen, and that his friend was from Heaven Dew City. Tian Yu kindly added that this kind of thing is like a second assassin's weapon, which made Tianliang start to waver. He didn't expect him to tell her everything, so it seems he's not a bad person. After the exchange, they quickly left. Let's go. Unbeknownst to them, a remnant of the demon tree had taken root. Soon, dusk fell, and having discovered the ivory soul beasts, Xuanyu led the group around, hunting, their 6-person team growing ever more coordinated. Bathed in the warm, golden sunlight, the group had slain 7 tusked soul beasts, claiming their rewards. After a while, Qianlei's stomach began to rumble. This virtual world is so boring, there's no way to grill some meat to eat. Wu Tian took the opportunity to mock him, saying no wonder he was so fat. He was such a glutton. The kid immediately retorted, acting like he doesn't eat, swinging that broadsword all day. His knife skills must be good. Han shrugged, saying it wasn't a big deal, and asked if he wanted to try. And so, Chanlei flew into a rage. You moron! You're asking for a beating, Wu Tian sneered. Say one more word, and I'll let you taste my pain. Fortunately, Tianliang intervened in time. You two have been bickering all day. Can you stop it? If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Hearing that, Qianlei turned away, saying he wouldn't meditate with him, as he was the one who refused Shrek Academy's special admission. However, Wu Tian continued to tease, saying he probably didn't dare, and that someone like him wouldn't qualify for special admission. The smug kid boasts. So what, have you ever met a summoner like me? I can transmute the living. Dong Hui asks curiously. Then why did you refuse the special selection? He nods in agreement. That's right. Qian Lai chuckled, reluctant to leave his brothers, wondering how they'd manage without him. But Lu Feng suddenly exposed him, asking if he didn't brag for a day, leaving him flustered as he urged them to hurry back and continue their training. They continued to laugh, their voices echoing through the forest a boast. Indeed. Or was it? And that night, the full moon hung high above. As a cold breeze rustled through the leaves, that chilling sensation sends shivers down their spines as Dong Hui's keen senses suddenly flare. He immediately told him, something's not right. It's too quiet. Vu Thien agreed. Go wake everyone up. But before he could say another word, something strange fell from above. That's right. Me too. Dong Hu hurriedly shouted to warn him. Be careful. A powerful blow sends Wu Tian flying, and a warning cry echoes through the forest, alerting Hui's group to an ambush. Following their master's orders, the branches relentlessly attacked Wu Tian. Hui, seeing this, quickly ordered Dong Hui and Lin to protect their surroundings, the urgency only allowing a quick, got it before activating the Yang Flame Sphere. Thanks to the light emitted by the sphere, Tian Liang voiced his suspicions. The great trees in the forest were converging from all directions, following the mountainside. We clearly scanned the area, and those trees weren't spirit beasts. How could they move? Those words plunged Xuanyu into thought. To control so many trees at once. There's only one possibility. I suspect it's a tree demon. 10,000 years in the making. These words left Tian Liang stunned. Repeating. 10,000 years. Qianlei, who had been silent until now, suddenly chimed in, wondering if it was related to the 1,000-year tree demon they encountered this morning. After a moment's thought, Xuanyu hesitantly nodded. It's very possible. Sensing the increasingly heavy atmosphere, Tian Liang anxiously asked, what do you plan to do? However, as his subtle words echoed, he wondered, do you really want to know? This was quite the adventure, and it made him a little impatient, urging him on. Stop beating around the bush. This is a 10,000-year tree spirit. We can't just sit here and wait to die. So, Xuanvu cuts to the chase. My plan is to take the initiative, to use our small numbers to defeat their large ones. As he says this, an undeniable confidence washes over his face. In stark contrast, his teammates paled, seeing this as a death wish. As Xuanyu's unwavering voice echoed in the dark, the 10,000-year tree demon will command a massive assault of trees against us, showing that its cultivation isn't just 10,000 years. Controlling so many great trees must take a lot of energy, so its awareness won't be particularly focused. Ignoring those around him, he calmly laid out the detailed plan in his head. If we can defeat a 0,000-year tree demon, our soul rings could all jump straight to the 5th realm. Trying to absorb those words, Tian Liang couldn't help but admire. This kid really likes to take risks. His fighting spirit ignited. He eagerly roared, all right, lead the battle. Waiting for those words, Xuanyu began issuing commands seriously. Ice class. The three of you lead the way. We'll support from behind. Tianlei swapped out the soul beast to cover the rear. Lu Feng filled in the gaps, and they all shouted in unison. Okay, he also activated blue silvergrass to support the team from behind. Let's go. Most surprisingly, Tian Liang was the most enthusiastic fighter that night. Blasting his way through, Lan Dongui follows closely behind, his fire hooks exploding to clear the path, while Yu Tian's meridians cut down any nearby obstacles. Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu rode atop the scarlet armored dragon that Qianlei had summoned. Following the group at top speed to provide support, the six-person team forged ahead through the thorns, rapidly advancing deeper into the forest. Faced with this urgent situation, Donghui hurriedly asked Xuanyu for advice. What should we do? There seemed to be more and more of them. Should we keep pushing forward? His mind raced, and he replied, keep going, there's no turning back. The tree demon's mental power is finite. We can break through by attacking in a single direction. From his vantage point, Lan Xuanyu anxiously reminds Tianliang. Sensing their attempt to escape its control, its true form may appear. Ice student. Be careful. It might ambush us. In an instant, his body was engulfed in a powerful light. Zhang Tianliang collapsed in pain. Yu Tian rushed over. Boss, his breathing labored. He stammered. That attack was too powerful. But this near-fatal blow revealed something strange to Tianliang. The trees were parting to create space. From the ancient canopy, a series of crimson vines had spread and rooted themselves into the ground. The sight paralyzed him with fear. It was too big. Unbelievably big. And Xuanyu was right. Suddenly, the massive tree turned, revealing a horrifying, emotionless face, causing Tianliang to scream. It really is the myriad being Triant. The scene before them triggered different reactions. It's developed facial features. This is too much. Only Xuanyu remained calm. We found the main body. It's coming this way. What do we do? In the dark night, the demon tree's crimson silhouette stood out even more. As he faced it, Tianliang couldn't help but murmur. It really is the myriad-year demon tree. While Lan Yinkao exclaimed, it's huge. Do we really have to do this? The demon tree wearily opened its huge eyes and looked forward. Seeing this, Blue Silvergrass quickly reminded Tianliang that it was regaining control of the trees, and they had to act immediately. Suddenly, he touched Tianliang, causing him to glow. But he didn't forget to signal Qianlei. Come on out, Jade Demon Bird. In an instant, he rushed forward with a determined look, activating his first soul skill, Electric Fusion, and his third soul skill, Lightning Flash. Suddenly, a voice grabbed Wu Tian's attention. What was that blue light? The useless fatty's second soul skill. It instilled fear, and in an instant, Tianliang flew towards the tree demon. Faced with this, the opponent quickly retaliated, and the tree devil rapidly gathered life energy from the surrounding trees, simultaneously attacking Tianliang with a massive barrage of branches. Its resistance astonished everyone present, and Tianqiu blurted out, a 10,000-year soul beast. Xuanyu quickly affirmed. That's right. Meanwhile, Tianliang fearlessly plunged into the tree demon's body, and with his mighty roar, Xuanyu secretly praised. Excellent. Just as I predicted. It hasn't fully recovered its spiritual consciousness and isn't at its best. So let's finish it quickly. In an instant, the tree demon's body emitted a powerful light. Before long, it began to wither. Yet the enemy's relentless attacks continued. But in the end, the attack was reversed. This sight caused Donghui to shout resolutely. Super Yang Flame Ball. Taste this Super Yang Flame Ball. In the blink of an eye, the tree demon was engulfed in a raging fire that hurtled towards it with incredible speed. And at that moment, Hinvu shouted, Thienthu. Soul Fusion. Now, as she spoke, she quickly adopted a battle stance, causing Tianliang to wonder what other tricks they had up their sleeves, and how many secrets they were still hiding. Tianqiu's eyes turned a deep blue, a dark blue gaze. In an instant, the scene descended into carnage. Hyunwoo caught the weakened Chunsu and shouted, Freeze it. Now's our chance. Attack immediately. Everyone sprang into action, with Bing Chunryang unleashing his strongest attack, Earth Fourth Suul Technique. Followed closely by Yupong, they fully support Bai Longsheng En, and the two launch a joint attack to break through the 10,000-year trance defenses. Immediately after, a beam of green light appears, piercing the trance body. With a doubtful tone, Xuanvu wondered, what's going on? Suddenly, a horrific scene unfolded before them as the tree demon let out an ear-splitting shriek, and all its branches shattered. This caused him to cry out in alarm. No. Look out. In an instant, the area was hit by a powerful shockwave. The ancient tree's body shatters into countless fragments, a storm of wooden shards flying like arrows, each carrying the beast's final, desperate attack. As Wu Tian and Lin Donghui quickly retreated from the battlefield, Qianlei unconsciously spoke up. Me too. However, Xuanyu hastily reminded him. Hold on. The ice shields shattered instantly, as arrows spawned by the treant flew forward. Suddenly, one of the arrows pierced through Xuanvu's chest. The unexpected attack from behind, sending blood splattering. Tianshu calls out to him in worry, while Qianlei shouts in alarm. He's been pierced through the chest, just as they found a hiding place. He collapses, and the increasingly critical situation makes Qianlei frantic. Xuanyu, are you all right? He couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, as the kid warned him incessantly that the pain was at 50%. And this was no joke. But despite his dire situation, Xuanyu reassured them with confidence. Excellent. We've made it to the end. We've succeeded. It was then that Qianlei noticed the immense power in the sky. Was there really that much energy? At the same time, both Lu Feng and Tian Liang recognized this sudden arrival. However, the heavenly beast, still uneasy, didn't regret being so severely injured. Was it so we could obtain the beast hand's energy? Xuanyu chuckled, feeling his decision was right. Of course it was worth it. Suddenly, a strange object shot like an arrow through the night. Thui Ma flew back to Qianlei's second soul ring, seemingly to recover. The copper beast also returns to its summoning gate, and as Xuanyu prepares to leave the battlefield, he suddenly notices a change in his body. He's startled to see a large spot of light appear between his eyebrows. What is this? It slowly moved in front of him, spinning. After a moment, he stared at Kima and exclaimed, "What?" But before he could process it, the previous wound began to erode his mind. He couldn't hold on, his consciousness was fading. Kima's figure blurred in his eyes, fading into a pale light as his eyelids closed. He awoke in a hospital bed, unsure how much time had passed. The hospital lobby was crowded, likely due to the recent battle. Vu Thian ran into a familiar face and quickly asked, "You're out too?" Thian Luong simply replied with a few words. "It's a shame you guys came out too early. That tree demon is dead." This information shocked him. Immediately after, Dong Hui appeared out of nowhere, shouting to confirm. "You got the energy," Tian Liang, sweating profusely, replied with a single, strained word, "Yes." Meanwhile, Dao Man suddenly approached Xuanvu, praising his bravery for enduring the tree's impalement rather than teleporting out, calling him a promising kid. This sudden, strange encounter put Xuanvu on guard. But before he could ask who the man was, Tian Loi cheerfully interrupted, asking why they were already out. Nan quickly explains like a machine gun, saying if he's not in there, what are they doing in there? Bing said he wanted to talk to him. Tian Liang chimes in, saying the collaboration was great, and he's willing to continue working with them in the Mother Star assessment. In his mind, Xuanyu praised Bing Tianliang's straightforward personality, and readily agreed. He couldn't help but rejoice at this budding, yet strong relationship. If there were team battles in the future, such an ally would be a great asset. Clearing his throat to regain their attention, Dao Ying said, "Here are your Ascension Platform enrollment scrolls. In 6 months, you can enter any spirit transfer pagoda and access the Ascension Platform." Xuanyu, instead of rejoicing, asked, puzzled, "Uncle, why is that?" Dao Ngam patiently explained that, according to the rules, they shouldn't have encountered such a powerful 10,000-year soul beast in their area, so this was compensation for them. He then added that, because they had killed a 10,000-year soul beast in the primary Ascension Platform, he had to report it, so they might receive an invitation from the Spirit Transfer Tower, perhaps to join or even attend the Spirit Transfer Academy. This news filled Xuanyu and the others with excitement for what was to come, and he happily thanked his uncle. Leaving the hospital, the city outside was as blue as ever. As soon as Dian Lei saw his allies, he waved his arms and legs. "Xuanyu, our soul rings have both turned purple. What about you?" He sheepishly took out his own spirit rings and revealed, "Mine are still gold. Probably because of my twin spirits. But I've already thought about this, so it's not a surprise. Now, I have to try something. So you guys should stand back." Xuanyu then focuses on summoning Kima, and the little monkey appears with an adorable smile. Diane Lei was shocked at first sight, wondering what it was, and Lu Feng was equally surprised to see a little monkey. But then, Kima jumped and hugged Xuanyu's arm, chirping as if they'd met before, and he realized with a start, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. In that instant, Lan Xuanyu's mind was enlightened. He realized Kima was the gold behemoth ape from the entrance exam. He never expected it to follow him to the real world, absorbed into the vortex by his martial soul fusion skill, becoming a spirit, soul of sorts, dependent on his soul power to exist. After all, it's a life. So let's keep it. I'll call you Kima from now on. And so, they arrived at the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, from Tianluo Academy to Shrek. There was only Lan Xuanyu's group and 4 guiding professors. 20 days of hellish training left 3 asleep on the ship. While Hong Bin prepared for the upcoming event, seizing the quiet, he drifted back to the past, to that place where everything, all the good things, resided. The enigmatic figure of the girl, buried deep in his memories, caused Hong Bin to sigh with melancholy. She was there. At this moment, Xuanyu awoke from his deep slumber, realizing he'd carelessly fallen asleep, but seeing his teammates' exhaustion, he quickly fell silent. Understanding they were using their time to meditate. "I need to work harder, even if it's just a little bit." Hyunwoo quickly retreated into his own mind, determined to prepare thoroughly for the exam. This went on for a while, until Qian Lei's voice pulled him back to reality. "Xuanyu. Look," he pointed to the window, and Xuanyu looked up, confused. "Look." Qian Lei's excitement was palpable as he pointed towards their mother's star, a sight that left Xuanyu stunned. His eyes were glued to that blue planet, unable to look away. For a brief moment, his mind went blank at this strange reality. This was his home planet, where he was born. That even made Xuanyu blurt out his true feelings, feeling a sense of wonder. And the closer he got to his home planet, the more he liked it. Then, a fierce determination arose in his heart. Home planet. I'm coming. Meanwhile, back on the home planet, Nan Cheng was overcome with longing for a familiar face. My precious one has returned to the home planet. I wonder if he's doing okay. If the long journey has tired him out. Seeing his wife so anxious, Lin Xiao reassured her. Don't worry. Xuanyu can take care of himself. But she suddenly burst into tears. What if his secret is discovered? This is Shrek Academy we're talking about. He patiently reassured her. It's all right. Our son wouldn't do anything bad. Adding, but based on recent research, I have a preliminary theory. These words made Nan Cheng restless. Tell me quickly, prompting Lin Xiao to sigh before explaining. Xuanyu was born from an egg. So one of his parents must be a soul beast, at least 100. 000 years old, to take human form. This revelation stunned her. A soul beast, I don't recall any with gold and silver patterns. His brow furrowed at her sudden exclamation. He just couldn't understand how a useless spirit could combine with such a powerful soul beast. Though anxious, Nan Cheng softly comforted her husband. Don't think about it anymore. It doesn't matter. He'll always be our son. That's enough. Xiao also obediently nods and smiles. Okay. Then don't worry anymore. The vast space echoes with his heartfelt words for the boy. We must believe in Xuanyu. He will surely have a different life. Meanwhile, above Mother Planet, a ship appeared, awaiting Xuanyu and the others. An announcement came over the ship's speakers. Attention. Everyone. The ship has safely landed in Mingdu City on Mother Planet. The doors are about to open. As it opened, a refreshing breeze stunned him. This was life energy. Before he could revel in it, he felt like he was floating on a clean stream. So confortable. His body was enjoying a feast. Meanwhile, Hongbin remained in the ship's hold, reviewing the data before being startled by Xuanyu's image. The life energy in Mingdu wasn't even the richest. It would be different at Shrek Academy. It's as if Lan Xuanyu is a vortex, endlessly absorbing. Could it be? A life-energy interaction. The degree of interaction is quite high. After observing him for a while, Hongbin makes a sincere comment, noting how much he seems to be enjoying it. I didn't expect this kid to be such a rare human soul master. I was worried his soul power level wouldn't be enough. But with this ability, it'll be easy. Problème solved. As the spacecraft landed, an announcement echoed, "Welcome to Mingdu." Duluo Continent's Star Du Mingdu is the capital of the Federation, the political center of the entire Federation. Before the introductions even finished, Xuanyu couldn't resist stepping out into the ancient city. A wave of happiness made him smile brighter than a flower. It's so comfortable. I like this place. Hongbin, hearing this, wondered what he was feeling. Xuanyu quickly tells him what's happening. He feels an immense life energy, like it's protecting him, warming his whole body, as the green energy radiates more powerfully than ever before. Moments later, a surge of green light suddenly illuminates everything, and specks of energy begin to emerge from within the tree. Moments later, golden bubbles of energy slowly emerged from the tree, swirling around the eternal tree. As the tide surged, they slammed into the protective barrier, crying out loudly. Seeing the strange sight, everyone rushed over to see what was happening. What's wrong with the eternal tree? Why is it suddenly releasing so much life energy? It's never done this before. What's going on? Such an event is unprecedented in recorded history. Is there something wrong with our planet's environment? The elder tree will sense it soon enough. Watching his actions, they all observed with tense expressions. Immediately after, the elder tree turned slightly to explain, reassuring everyone. I'll communicate with the spirit of life for a moment. All they sent back was joy. Like the eternal tree had undergone a wonderful change. Though apprehensive, he could only watch as long as it wasn't bad. He then began his work, ordering his allies to contact the federal headquarters and have them send over the latest satellite imagery, especially the energy imagery, for him to review. Receiving the order, they complied. Meanwhile, the candidates from Tianluo Star didn't stop at Mingdu. They headed straight for Shrek City. Xuanyu sat for a moment, then suddenly turned and asked, Ice friend, how many students from your academy pass the shoe-like test each term? After a moment, Tianliang replied casually, None. Hearing this, the boy was surprised and disbelieving. Not a single one. He began to recount the situation, saying that no one from Tianluo Star had passed last year, and 3 years prior, a senior had passed. The only one from Tianluo Star to pass in recent years, it was almost unheard of. Otherwise, the odds of several people passing would be incredibly slim. Hearing this, Xuanyu pondered for a moment and asked, Even you aren't confident? Tianliang hesitated. Perhaps a little. If I were alone. The boy silently stared at Luo Shi for a long time, finally understanding it was all for that girl. Immediately after, Xuanyu spoke up to get her attention. Let's work hard together. Maybe we'll both pass. Surprised, she asks how he can be so confident, and where he gets his drive. With a smile, Xuanyu calmly replies that if you don't even dare to dream, you've already lost. What we need to pray for now is that this year's assessment method is team-based. Otherwise, we're in trouble if it's individual or small groups. As for you, Xuanvu, I'll let you have my chance to draw. Xuanvu was confused when he heard that a drawing. His unexpected action surprised him. Didn't he know that newly admitted students get a chance to draw lots? From Tianliang's words, Xuanyu realized something. It seemed he really hoped that he and his teammates would pass the exam. There are only 30 spots in total. So if all 7 of us pass, we'll need to pray first, and then work hard. Most of the examinees have adapted to the abundant life energy. But Lan Xuanyu feels it the most. The abundant life energy is wrapped around him. Xuanyu now sighed quietly, focusing on his power. The life energy in the air, replenishing a large amount of energy needed by his golden and silver vortex cultivation. Here is indeed much faster than in Tianluo Xing. Even if he's not as good as others, he's improved a lot. He immediately senses something. It's here, Shrek. It's Shrek. They eagerly gazed out the window, their hearts filled with anticipation. Look, we're really here. And we've arrived in Shrek City. But contrary to their excitement, Hongbin sat silently, saying nothing. Yai's hands clenched tightly, betraying his mounting anxiety. As fear crept across Hongbin's face as he gazed out the window, he gazes intently at the city outside. Shrouded in mist, he's back. He's finally back. The city becomes clearer, captivating them. It's magnificent. So beautiful. This is Shrek City. They both leaned in for a closer look, and Qianlei pointed excitedly. Xuanyu, look over there. Is that the famous eternal tree? It's his first time seeing it in person, and he's a little excited. But then, an energy slowly emerges, and Xuanyu senses the change within his body. Seeing his silence, the boy worriedly asks, Xuanyu, are you okay? Xuanyu replies plainly, I'm fine. As he placed his hand on the boy, he suddenly felt a strange power within him. The vortex wasn't absorbing his soul power anymore. Was it enough to just absorb life energy? No wonder it's called Shrek Academy. Just staying here will change everything. As soon as they arrive, an announcement suddenly plays. Welcome to Shrek City, the famous cultural center of the entire Federation. There's the extremely famous #1 academy of the Federation, Shrek Academy, a sacred place for all soul masters. Seeing the bus in front of him, Xuanyu is a little surprised. A bus, is that what's here to pick us up? Lingyi stepped forward, introducing herself politely. Hello everyone. I'm Lingyi, a Shrek Academy tutor responsible for welcoming you. Please, follow me onto the bus. They all boarded, and after a short drive, Qianlei exclaimed in surprise. Look, seeing the familiar sign, he suddenly realizes this is the Tang Sect, the #1 sect in the world, the Tang Sect headquarters. Hearing this, he carefully observed, secretly admiring the Tang Sect founded by his ancestor, Tang San. After passing through the Tang Sect's territory, the car drove to a cluster of gray buildings. The car screeches to a halt. Startling, Hongbin awake as a voice announces, Teachers and students from Tianluo Academy. She looked at them and announced, We're almost there. This is Shrek Academy. The sight of the massive gate left them both in awe. Xuanyu looked on, a little excited, as Shrek opened its doors to welcome them. At the Shrek guest house, Lingyi saw them off with a reminder. Tomorrow, the first part of your supplemental exam, the physical, will begin. So get some rest. He looked around the room, marveling at the view of Sea God Lake. Hongbin asked sternly if she felt any changes in her body when she first arrived on the Mother Star. Hyunwoo turned in surprise, feeling it very clearly. It seems you've always been absorbing life energy. Even your cultivation speed is much faster than normal. Hearing this, he suddenly had an idea, but remained outwardly calm. That's great. You truly possess the rare life energy fire physique. This is why I urged you to come with me. Now, seize the time to meditate. Adapt to this environment, and awaken your life energy fire physique before the test. It will be a bonus in the test. Seeing the teacher's concern, the boy nods in agreement. Later, Xuanyu returns to his room, his power gradually revealing itself. Xuanyu begins to meditate, while Hongbin silently observes, a hidden concern in his heart. He couldn't resist coming back. And suddenly, a surge of green energy flew in from somewhere. Sensing the anomaly, he quickly observed the other side. More and more energy flowed in. Drawn into him, Hongbin watched, puzzled. As life energy poured in from all directions, he watched intently, wondering if it was Lan Xuanyu who was guiding the harmony of life energy to such a high degree. As life energy flowed into his body, the gold and silver vortex gradually filled. Life energy begins to merge into Lan Xuanyu's soul power, and his bloodline power surges, spreading throughout his body. Lan Xuanyu's body, once like a dried-up river, is now being replenished. At this moment, countless raindrops fall from the sky, and the river begins to flow. Watering the vast land, a lone flower blooms in the barren earth. Suddenly, the land is filled with flowers, creating a dreamlike space. As Xuanyu becomes increasingly out of control, Hongbin quickly devises a plan, raising his hand to unleash his power and dispel the protective barrier. Instantly, A shield enveloped the room as Xuanyu's body began to transform. The next round was approaching, and he had to keep it a secret. Jiang Wenjing's dual-colored aura spread, with the essence of two bloodlines erupting, in turn. Having never seen this before, Hongbin felt a sudden unease. What could he do to help? Without knowing what bloodline this was, he couldn't interfere. Suddenly, something within Lan Xuanyu's body breaks, and two powerful bloodlines surge, instantly absorbed into his body, colliding violently within him. Oh no! Xuanyu's blood vessels are suddenly bursting uncontrollably. Hongbin was terrified and helpless as his meridians and internal organs began to rupture. What should he do? Xuanyu's two streams of energy move and harmonize, merging faster and faster. From the abyss, a familiar sound emerges. He recognizes it. Shocked, it's the hidden chant of the heart. That energy gradually transforms, soon shining even brighter. His body suddenly glowed, and the wounds healed. The blinding light forced Hongbin to shield his eyes. A miracle has occurred. Xuanyu's body is now ice cold, and the light gradually fades. Returning the room to silence, he quietly observed the boy's body, healed. Back to normal, Xuanyu sat silently, and after a long observation, Hongbin noticed something unusual. His meridians, organs, and bones had all recovered. Xuanyu has just completed a bloodline mutation. Moments later, he quietly looked down at the boy's glowing hands, noticing something strange on his fingers that made Hongbin pause. Now, Xuanyu's nails begin to lengthen and change. Scales erupt from his hands, shocking her. Upon closer inspection, they were two distinct types of dragon scales, spreading across Xuanyu's arm with increasing clarity. Seeing this, Hongbin suddenly realizes, could this be dragon scales? Two types of dragon scales. At that moment, the boy quietly continued to unleash his inner power, while Hongbin watched with surprise and focus, sensing a dangerous, yet potentially positive mutation. Seeing the situation grow increasingly unpredictable, Hongbin signaled for them to stop and drop the barrier, but the green energy was absorbed. He tried to remain calm as he watched the torrent of life energy pouring into the boy, several times more than before. Around him, the green energy suddenly flared. Xuanyu remained in a state of intense focus, completely unaffected, as Hongbin patiently observed, realizing the life energy could nourish his body and benefit his mutated bloodline. I may not need the protective barrier anymore. This kid is truly perplexing. The energy gradually dissipates, and he slowly returns to his original state. When he opened his eyes, Xuanyu's gaze was different, shocking Hongbin. This kid, he seems different now. He's surprised that the other boy is just staring at him, speechless. Hearing this, Hongbin immediately asked about the situation. What was that just now? A bloodline mutation? The boy hesitated, still unsure of what had just happened. Maybe, he stammered. He decided to explain everything. Let me tell you what just happened. Then, Xuanyu put on his clothes, eager to start the next tour. Feeling the change was a good one, a very clear improvement. Hongbin, still observing, noticed. You seem taller. No. They head to the assembly hall together. Really, let's grab a bite. I'm starving. The next day, at the entrance to the Tang Sect area, they gathered in front of the vehicle as Ling Yi's voice suddenly rang out now. We're going to the physical fitness center. Don't worry too much. Everyone, the test results won't count toward your grades, nor will they affect any further tests. Hearing this, the two were surprised, and Qianlei stammered, reassuring them. That's great. Our soul power is still the worst anyway. Then, she gestured for them to get on the bus. Students, follow me. Teachers, please stop here. As Xuanyu turned to leave, a hand grabbed his shoulder, Hongbin, reminding him, remember, Shrek won't make exceptions for you, but they will cast you aside for being mediocre. Hearing this, Xuanyu walked with determination, resolving to begin. At Shrek Academy's physical examination center, Ling Yi began to inform them that the first item to be checked was blood collection, 10 milliliters each. No need to worry. Meanwhile, Shenyu was preparing the equipment when she was suddenly embraced Baby, I'm here, she exclaimed, causing Xuanyu to awkwardly push her away. Okay, okay. Moments later, Lingyi regained her composure and introduced Dr. Zhang Xuanyu, also a graduate of Shrek Academy, before urging everyone to begin, starting with Xuanyu, who decided to switch arms, finding the skin on his right too tough. Then, Shenwu began drawing blood. As soon as it was over, Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. The injection was successful. She then signaled that he was done, and he politely thanked her. As Hyunwoo left, Shinwoo secretly watched him, thinking the child was quite handsome. As she prepared for the next person, a strange phenomenon occurred in the test tube containing the boy's blood. A small vortex slowly swirled within, and she focused, taking a closer look. But now, the blood sample returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Shenwu held it up, pondering what she saw earlier was a bloodline anomaly. The child is so young, his bloodline shouldn't be fully developed yet. Meanwhile, everyone gathers in the hallway, preparing for the next test. Then came the physical exams. The basics like height and weight, and the slime's checkup seemed unremarkable as well. Lang Yi smiled at the two of them, then led the students to another location. Upon arrival, Lang Yi began the introductions, explaining that they would be testing their abilities, such as soul power and spiritual power, and that everyone should prepare themselves. As he was the first to be tested, he felt a little anxious, and fear began to creep in. Xuanyu steps inside, grips the handles tightly as the guide's voice echoes, and the soul power test begins. A few seconds later, it stops, signaling the end. Lan Xuanyu, age 11, base soul power level 23. Hearing this, the boy was shocked, and in disbelief. Level 23, this must be the benefit of the life energy brought about by his mutated bloodline. At the same time, the guidance voice sounded. Twin martial souls. Nearly 30% increase in combat power. Level 29. Hyunwoo turned around in surprise. Twin martial souls can be detected. Combat power level 29. No wonder it's Shrek. These stats are incredible. He begins the next test. A mental power assessment, which requires him to sit perfectly still, making him think, being restrained like this is so uncomfortable. This gray helmet is activating my spiritual power. And suddenly, the surroundings turn red. Warning. Warning. Malfunction detected. All examiners must evacuate immediately, or risk death. Hearing this, he struggles to break free. But to no avail, he can't give up so easily. Moreover, I can't release my martial soul. I'm a malati. The examination helmet came off of Xuanyu's head, and the examination ended. Name Lan Xuanyu, spirit power 571, burst spirit power 612, body strength 706 kilograms. The boy was taken aback. Warning, is this a fake? Stunned. Xuanyu could only laugh off the experiment, wondering if that was really okay and if this was the style of Shrek Academy. As he walked, the system voice announced a balance check was beginning. At that moment, the space around Lan Xuanyu became unbalanced, anti-gravity taking hold, and he fell without warning. A gust of wind slowly spins Xuanyu around, dizzy from the rotation. He can't help but exclaim, "I'm so dizzy, this spinning, it feels so familiar. It reminds me of teacher Lin Tian Fan." Seeing this, Ling Yi hurriedly asked about his condition, noting that they only had 3 minutes. "Are you feeling nauseous?" Unlike the other students, Xuanyu calmly replied, "I'm fine." As he stepped into the next room, the system's voice echoed, "Strength test, attack twice with your greatest power. The first attack relies solely on physical strength. The second attack doubles all offensive abilities." And he takes a deep breath to prepare. Does strength include bloodline and intellect? The first attack only uses physical strength. Xuanyu puts all his strength into punching the door, but there's still no reaction. So he prepares for a second attempt. Focusing and gathering all his power, an aura appears, engulfing Xuanyu and swirling rapidly. As power surges through his arm and envelops his body, his ordinary arm has transformed into the sharp claw of a dragon, and the energy radiating from him intensifies. engulfing him in golden flames. The boy focuses, aims, and unleashes a powerful steel dragon fist. Shaking the entire room, energy spirits flew from the door toward Xuanyu, a surge of power entering his body, bringing a sense of clarity from the depths of his heart. Xuanyu excitedly looked at his hands, marveling at the feeling of innate fusion, the mutated bloodline, bringing him comprehensive enhancement. Having completed the test, the boy quickly returns to the group as Ling Yi emerges to announce a 30-minute break, followed by a comprehensive physical exam where everyone's soul power will be sealed. While Ji Luo's spirits plummet, Xuanyu glances over, concern growing. In a luxurious building downtown, they analyze the satellite images. Inside a room in that building, the Sea God Lake's life energy level has increased by 20%. 6 people are gathered, and Tree Elder speculates this is a positive sign. The eternal tree seems to be undergoing a beneficial mutation. Yi Yang reports that the situation seems to be evolving. The woman at the head of the table now has a grasp on the situation that's good. Luo Hong, seated there, carefully reminds everyone to pay attention during the new student examinations, saying that if there are good seeds, they can be accepted without regard to the rules. But even exceeding 30 people per year is still a bit too few. As she speaks, someone suddenly bursts through the door. Shen Yu, why are you here? She came to find Luo Hong because a special sample was found during the new student blood test, and she wanted to invite her over to take a look. Shen Wu also mentioned that 2 testing machines had already broken, which surprised Luo Hong. She quickly gets up to follow, and asks to see the remaining blood. Taking the vial, she reads the name carefully. Lan Xuanyu, from Tianluo Academy. Luo Hong skims the information. A hint of disappointment in her expression from Latin. Champion of the preliminaries and selection tournament. Shen Wu adds that he's only 11 years old, with a soul power of only level 23. She tilts the vial, extracting a few drops of blood for testing. Using her power, Luo Hong froze the blood drop and brought it closer. But the moment she touched it, sparks flew from her hand. Luo Hong's face froze as she witnessed the phenomenon. This was bloodline suppression. Shen Wu couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be? Hong immediately creates a protective barrier. Even she can't believe it. It's hard to believe. Indeed. Testing further, Hong takes a bit of her spiritual energy and brings it closer to Hyun Wu's blood. The two merge rapidly, triggering a diffusion reaction as they unite into one, unleashing a draconic form. Seeing that form, Luo Hong couldn't believe her eyes. Even she was frightened. It was Dragon God's chant. Luo Hong quickly dispelled the barrier, and even the remaining energy dissipated. The 2 bone energies slowly dissipated. The headmaster lowered the barrier, and they vanished. Her tone turned cold as she asked who led Lan Xuanyu's group, and Shen Yu calmly replied that it was junior sister Ling Yi. Luo Hong gave her instructions and left, telling Ling Yi to focus on Lan Xuanyu and report to her constantly. She silently left the lab. Luo Hong remained lost in thought, unable to believe it could truly be a god-level bloodline. A smile crept across her face as she gazed towards the city, thinking that things were finally getting interesting, especially at the endurance test. In the rapid climbing test, Lan Xuanyu seemed to carry his 2 friends to completion, as Ling Yi silently observed their actions. Unexpectedly, 2 wisps of energy flew towards Lan Xuanyu, instantly restoring him to his peak condition. All fatigue vanished as if it never existed, and he endured the reaction test for a full 10 minutes. Contrary to Xuanyu's high spirits, Lu Feng was covered in sweat, panting, and thanking his lucky stars that he'd completed the tests. Xuanyu approached Ling Yi to ask about their scores. "Aunt Ling, can we know our test results?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I won't tell you your scores, but I must commend you. Ling Yi was very impressed with your performance in the test just now. With your endurance, you probably wouldn't have been able to do that well in a team test." Xuanyu and Lu Feng were stunned to hear that all 3 of them had passed. It was extremely rare for 3 people from the same group to pass the entrance exam for different academies. After the announcement, she turned and left, and the 3 exchanged glances, the words echoing in their minds. It was extremely rare for everyone in the same group to pass. Liu Feng speaks up, telling Xuanyu he doesn't need to say anything. He places his hand on their shoulders, saying they should do as they initially planned. Xuanyu's eyes are firm, he says. Trust me. I'll do everything I can to get you both through. We stick together. Brothers, miracles are made, not given. We can only look forward, with no way out. The three friends unite. And indeed, there is no turning back. Outside, Tianqiu waves, asking Lan Xuanyu how his assessment went, and if he's finished. As the two chatted, another figure appeared behind them, Tianqiu. Is this the male student you're friends with? The figure approached, silver hair flowing over the academy uniform. Tianqiu blushed. Menqin, please don't say that. Her beauty was on full display. Everyone knows about him at school. We're sisters. No need to be embarrassed. Lam Hinfu. Is it? It won't be easy to get close to my little white radish. Ignoring her sister's grumbling, she friendly extends her hand. I'm Lan Menqin, Tianqiu's good friend, and I'll be helping you with her. Xuanyu politely offers a handshake with a courteous smile. Hello. His friend, suddenly appearing from nowhere, chimes in. Hello. I'm Qian Lei. As a good teammate of Xuanyu, Menqin, who was smiling just moments ago, suddenly turned cold and let out a sigh, which was enough to make the boy pale with fear and hide behind him. Seeing this, she laughed mockingly. Little brat, you're such a scaredy cat. Xuanyu subtly realized her spiritual power was definitely no less than his own. He glanced questioningly at Tianyu, who smiled, revealing, stronger than me, and stronger than him. Xuanyu was shocked. Could she also be a four-ring? Just how strong is this team? He looked around frantically, but was told not to bother looking for a third member. Tianyu held up two fingers. A two-person team. We only have two people. More people would just be a burden. A two-person team. Qian Lei asked worriedly. Sister, isn't that too unfair? Just two of you. Will you still qualify? Our Heaven Dew Academy calls us the Ice and Snow Goddesses. He is ice, and I am snow. You can call me goddess from now on. The four goddesses will protect you. He's completely captivated by her beauty, eyes turning into hearts, calling her goddess. Seeing his hopeless expression, Liao Feng kicks Qian Lai away, saying he's making a fool of himself in front of the goddess. Tianyu responds, Are you calling me? Their conversation with the two girls ends as their friends call out to each other, signaling it's time to depart. Stepping out of the gate, Qian Lai exclaims, Tianyu, Menqin was so beautiful just now. Especially her aura, it was incredible. What do you think? No meaning. Just a feeling that we're destined to meet. But you should focus on passing the Academy's test first. They arrive at an area with a giant tree. He looked eager, craving the rich life energy, wanting to be near that giant tree. Liao Feng reminded him from behind that the examiner seemed to have arrived. He introduced himself, welcoming them to Shrek Academy. I am teacher Xiao Kai of Shrek Academy. Let's get down to business. He flashed a sinister smile. Today is the first day of supplementary testing, and quite possibly the most brutal day of the entire examination process, as half of you will be eliminated. The crowd murmurs, shocked. Half of them eliminated on the very first day. Xiao Kai's expression hardens as he reiterates the rules. Today's competition is a simple arena battle. He announced the rules loudly. All candidates will draw lots to randomly select opponents. Winners advance. Losers are eliminated. So luck and strength are equally important. He wasn't alone in his anxiety. The other candidates shared the same worry. No one could rely on anyone else. They were all on their own. Xiao Kai continued with a warning. One thing I must remind everyone, the arena battles are not like those in the virtual space. He frowned slightly, reminding them that this was real combat, where injury and death were possible. Hyunwoo's eyes lit up with excitement. Real combat was so different from the previous tests. Xiao Kai offered one last, careful reminder. Anyone who wants to back out can speak up now. But of course, no one wanted to quit at this point. So they proceeded directly to the drawing of lots. In a flash, the tournament brackets are revealed to the contestants, and Xuanyu's attention is immediately piqued as he spots his team's name. He smiled with satisfaction. relieved that he wouldn't be fighting Tianqiu and Bing Tianliang's teams. Once all the teams had been notified, Xiao Kai announced the start of the games, stating that the trials would take place on 10 arenas, and the participants should prepare themselves. With that, the names of the participating contestants were announced. Arena 1. Lam Hinfu, Lu Feng, Tian Loi versus Tran Lihan. Lai Bin, Jia Vu. Hian Vu's face grew serious. Entering the arena is a good thing. Finally, he resolved to face the dangerous situation head-on. Let's go. Meng Qin teased. Their skills seem subpar. Why do you like him? Tianqiu jumped. I don't like him, Meng Qin. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. If you don't like him, why are you so tense? She shyly reminds her. He's also a disciple of our teacher. A flicker of emotion crosses Meng Qin's beautiful face. Nana. While she's still in shock, the explanation continues. He's Nana's first disciple. He was visiting her last time. She smiled inwardly, remembering his bravery, and held some hope for his strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai urged them on, and both sides announced their names: Xuanyu, Liao Feng, Qian Lei. The remaining potential candidates confidently announced themselves: Chen Lihan, Li Bin, and Jia Yu. Seeing that the list of contestants was complete, Xiao Kai issued a final warning: there are no rules. Only methods begin the competition. Finally, with a mighty roar, the order to begin is given. Start. Xuanyu immediately enters a battle-ready stance. His aura so intense it surprises his opponent. He couldn't help but be shocked by the opponent's strength. 4 rings, plus 2 3-ringed cultivators. This team's power rivals even Bing Tianliang's. Li Han now realized how intense the situation was. 2 rings. All 3 of them are 2 rings. How did they even make it this far? Standing outside, Duadu couldn't help but intervene. Their luck is good. They could advance directly. Li Han took the initiative. Why don't you just admit defeat? Xuanyu, however, sighed deeply and affirmed, we still want to try. Ling Yi, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at his decision, noting the pained expression and realizing, this kid's trying to deceive them again. A thought sparks in her mind: could he actually think he has a chance? Seeing this, Li Han shakes his head. Resigned, he then openly accepts the challenge, saying, then come. Tide. A sudden surge of seawater rises, violent enough to swallow all remaining life. The icy torrent mixes with eerie sounds, heightening the tension. Li Bin swiftly coordinates with his teammates to eliminate their target, using his most potent technique, Swordfish Swarm. Not a trace of hesitation remained, as Li Han fearlessly joined him. Sea above, bright moon. And they charged towards Xuan Vu like mortal enemies. She clenched her teeth in worry, her eyebrows furrowing involuntarily as the 3 attacked from all sides. The scene on the arena was so intense that the spectators were unconsciously drawn into the battle. Hyunwoo's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, as if he had become a completely different person. Come on. There's still a chance. A deafening explosion echoed as the entire arena was engulfed in a thick fog. Meng Qin was stunned, silently praying. What were they thinking? If they defend, they'll be pushed off the stage. Yet, Xuanyu still uses his ice blue power to defend. He struggled to stay focused, knowing that in a pure battle of strength, they wouldn't stand a chance. But then, an idea sparked in his mind. A strategy of unexpected moves. Without hesitation, he signaled with his hand. I'll use my fusion skill to defuse the situation. Then, Haiyan Wu assigned tasks, and both Lu Feng and Tian Loi quickly acknowledged and acted. Just then, Xuanyu's ice barrier shattered, but he seized the opportunity to execute his plan. Lan Xuanyu's hand glows brilliantly, as blue energy spreads forward, and a light touch unleashes a soul fusion skill, creating a solid barrier. Xuanyu's attack was so fierce that the evening tide exploded, sending fragments flying everywhere, leaving Xiao Du and Li Han in stunned disbelief. He panicked. Realizing his evening tide had vanished, Li Bin raised an eyebrow, confused, while Li Han slumped to the ground, defeated. Why? Tears streamed down his face. Eyes wide with utter bewilderment. What just happened? Li-Han recalls the sensation of his soul power being sealed for a moment, shattering his attack. Xuanyu is equally shocked by this unexpected turn of events. What's going on? He hasn't even done anything yet. Lu Feng and Qianlei, behind him, only know that Xuanyu has broken the opponent's attack. They immediately launched an attack. Qianlei quickly summoning the Emerald Demon Condor, a massive beast that soared into the sky. Jia Yu and Li Bin are still in shock, barely able to react before facing Lu Feng's attack and the Emerald Demon Condor, saved by Ling Yi. She declares the battle over, and Lan Xuanyu is declared the victor. Meng Qin was speechless with shock, while everyone else chattered in amazement. What? That's so strange. Qianlei excitedly approached, bursting with excitement. Team leader. That was so cool. They couldn't even attack. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise. How did you do that? Xuanyu turns to face Ling Yi's suspicious gaze, but remains silent and unresponsive. Seeing his pretense, she was mortified, thinking, keep pretending. No one believes you. Li-Han, Li Bin, and Jia Yu were eliminated without understanding why they lost. Meng Qin urgently turned to Qian Qiu, asking how they did it, and if he saw it clearly. The crowd buzzed with confusion, wondering how opponents with superior strength could lose so easily. But hearing those dissenting voices, Xuanyu suddenly stopped. On his innocent face, he flashed a friendly smile. But to everyone else, that smile sent shivers down their spines. Those three are too mysterious. They absolutely can't be underestimated. Xuanyu smiled, but inwardly wondered what really happened. Even he wasn't sure. It reminded him of Ye Lingtong, like a spirit soul suppression. But his bloodline wasn't a spirit soul suppression type, and neither were the opponents. Could it be a new ability from his bloodline mutation? He couldn't understand it. The first round ends quickly, and Lan Xuanyu looks worried as the second round begins. Featuring someone he knows, Xu Shi and her teammates confidently step out, and Xuanyu realizes they're from Langtian Academy, causing him to sigh. Seeing Tianliang deep in thought, he couldn't help but worry. Tianliang must be incredibly tense. Everyone here is an elite spirit master, and Liang Shushi gave it her all. But in the end, she was defeated. Tears streamed down her face as she collapsed in sorrow. Having been eliminated, Xuanyu felt a pang of sympathy, while Tianliang simply lowered his head in silence, his face pensive. The brutal second round concludes, eliminating 30 more competitors. And as the third round begins, Tang Wulin's team enters the arena, his eyes burning with determination, ready to crush their opponents. Xianyu observes that their opponents are unlucky to face the raging electric demon puppet. The Golden Horn announces the next match. Meng Qin and Tong Tianchu enter the arena. He analyzed, wondering how they would cope with their opponents, who had a 4-ringed Soul Master and only 2 members. As soon as it began, Baiyun unleashed his soul skill, Earth Tyrant. His muscles surge, and his power skyrockets. Then, Baiyun charges straight toward Meng Qin. The force waves he created crashed forward. She quickly flew up to dodge, her eyes fixed coldly on her opponent. With a wave of her hand, the 4-ringed snow blossoms erupted, layers of snowflakes engulfing Baiyun. He braced himself, a thought flashing through his mind. These snowflakes are like blades, and his body temperature is plummeting. To continue is certain death. Seizing the opportunity, the opponent unleashes their most powerful soul skill towards the Azure Harp. But she simply raises a hand, summoning a blizzard. Qianchu looks up, an icy glint in his hand. It's a spear, hurled into the air, hurtling toward Baiyun. But he's unfazed, recklessly charging toward Meng Qin. Xuanyu whispers that the tornado has been broken, and the attack isn't too affected. This earthly bear's defense is too strong. With a cold glare, the Dream Harp unleashed a devastating palm strike from her snowflower. While Tianchu approached Baiyun from behind, she unleashed a powerful kick, sending him flying out of the arena. Their teamwork was seamless. As the match concluded, the two clasped hands, exuding an aura of harmonious power, drawing gasps of admiration and excited cheers from the crowd. Xuanyu lowered his head, Admitting to himself that they were indeed strong, their opponent was also a four-ringed soul master. 2 against 3. Completely suppressing them. No wonder they dared to use a two-person team to participate in the test. The competition continued. As they watched the matches of other elites their age, for Lan Xuanyu and his team, this was a huge wake-up call, especially for Lu Feng and Qian Lei, who were now ready to risk it all. Xiao Kai announced that in the final round, ring number 10 would be Shang, Chen Shan, and Feng Xiao against Yuan Yin Hui. Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened in surprise, and he muttered to himself, "Only one person." Yin Hui appeared in a black shroud, and Xuanyu confirmed that he was alone. Watching intently as he removed the head covering, the black cloth fell away, revealing Yin Hui's face. A strange beauty, with cold eyes that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yin Hui appeared, his face brimming with confidence. Outside the arena, the sound of cheering rose. Everyone was stunned. One person? It really was just one person. Oh my God. What is going on? Xiao Kai immediately sternly suppressed the noise. All right. Everyone. Settle down. He declares the match begins. And as the words leave his lips, Yin Hui unleashes his soul rings. Xuanyu stares in stunned disbelief as the crowd erupts 10,000-year soul rings. And all of them are male. He's a level 50 soul king. No wonder he dared to come alone. A male makeup artist becoming a soul king. What kind of monster is he? Then, Yin Hui summons a bow, points to his face, and declares, "I am Yuan Yin Hui." His voice brimming with arrogance. He declares he needs no teammates. He alone is enough. Yin Hui's eyes turned cold as he drew back his bow, the arrow gleaming, and declared, "For the souls of the lost, and the gods who watch." The arrow tore through the wind towards Luo Hao, who frantically shouted, "Get out of the way." Seeing this, Yin Hui only smiled wickedly. He immediately gave the order, changing the arrow's course to hunt down his target. A violent explosion rang out, sending Luo Hao's entire team crashing to the ground. Yin Hui replaced his hood, his figure silently disappearing, leaving behind a burst of light. A firework display celebrating his victory. As Xiao Kai announced the results, the competition is over. Yuan Yin Hui has won. Everyone was stunned into silence, their faces drained of color. "Xuanyu, I want to go home. The gap is too big." Xuanyu said nothing, but silently placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. He gently reassured him, "Don't be so down on yourself. He's only stronger because of his different training environment." Xuanyu watched Yin Hui's back, determined that, if we can just stay, we'll definitely catch up to him in the future. The preliminary round is over. Out of 100 teams, 50 are eliminated, leaving 147 individuals. They all leave the arena and return to Shrek. Dreamharp seeks out Xuanyu. Curious. "Xuanyu, how did you guys win today?" he counters. "If I said I didn't know either, would you believe me?" She flatly refuses to believe him, asking how he disabled their martial souls. But he insists he doesn't know, only that their attacks fizzled out when they hit him. A hint of worry flickers in Meng Qin's eyes as she mentions Yin Hui. "But enough about that. What do you think of him?" Xuanyu replies seriously. "He's strong. Really strong." She begins to analyze. His soul power and martial soul are both incredibly powerful. I estimate his spiritual power to be over 700. His first soul skill guides his arrows with spiritual force. In conclusion, Meng Qin believes he deliberately joined the exam to showcase his strength. Xuanyu remained silent, thinking to himself that he seemed to be in a similar situation, overlooking the vast and dreamy space from the deserted hilltop. As the three conversed, a voice called out, "Yi, are those kids your responsibility? Tell me. What's the situation?" Ling Yi, arms crossed, replied, "I don't really understand it either. I just know that Xuanyu is exceptionally good at creating miracles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the top prodigy. If I had to say what makes him special, I'd say it's his bloodline after he comes into contact with an opponent's attack. It causes their spirit to lose its power." Shen Wu adjusted his glasses, agreeing that his bloodline was indeed special. The dean said that his bloodline was likely a very rare type of dragon bloodline. It's even possible he possesses two types of true dragon bloodlines. So suppressing dragon-type spirits is normal. Xiao Kai countered that the opponent didn't have a bloodline-type spirit. And even if it was spirit suppression, it shouldn't cause the spirit to shatter. Shenwu concludes that he's a case worth studying in depth, while Lingyi jokes about dissecting him. Then, Xiao Kai concludes, I have only one thought. Isn't Xuanyu supposed to be good at support? Could his spirit be related to ocean-type spirits? And could it even enhance them? They both fell into contemplation. He assigned tasks. Shenwu, report back to the dean. Yi, find Li Han and Xuanyu, and re-examine them in the simulation bay. They departed to fulfill their duties, restoring silence to the space. Meanwhile, at the Shrek Academy guest house, Hong Yun sternly questions Xuanyu, asking if he truly doesn't know what's going on. He replies resolutely that he doesn't. She looks at him proudly, saying that she can now confirm he'll be accepted, to which he looks up in surprise. Pointing out that the test isn't over yet, Hong Yun then asked, Have you forgotten the Shrek Academy's motto? Xuanyu quickly replied, We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. He was thrilled as he heard him say, Now I'm confident that you and Qian Lei can probably get into Shrek. Outside Shrek Academy, Xuanyu pleads, Please don't tell Fatty about this yet. I'm afraid he'll lose his motivation. Hong Yun reassures him, Don't worry. You can't slack off in Shrek Academy anyway. Now, let me tell you about some of the basics. Based on what he remembers, Hong Yun enthusiastically explains that the Shrek Academy only recruits 30 students each year due to limited resources, and everyone must rely on themselves to seize more resources. Otherwise, they will be quickly eliminated. Hearing this, Hianvu was stunned, competing for resources. That blank look made Hongvan even more eager to instruct him, explaining that the academy had a vast amount of natural treasures, but this resource competition consumes the eternal tree of life's energy. So the conditions are harsh. The academies must contribute and obtain Shrek Academy medals to exchange for resources. The medal levels are similar to spirit rings, with 10 ranks between each level. Shrek badges are extremely valuable in Shrek City, offering more benefits than money or Deluo coins. After a thorough analysis, Hong Yun added that he should rest well tonight, as tomorrow's assessment may be an individual test. However, the worry on Vu Hian's face made him hesitate. A personal test made him uneasy. Bayo would be fine, but not Lu Feng. Seeing the worry in his eyes, Hong Van became calmer, understanding his feelings, as everyone has their own path. If they're going to go far, it won't just be because of you, but because of themselves. When he meets his friends, Xuanyu reminds them that today's exam will likely be an individual assessment. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh at his worried expression. Don't be so serious. It doesn't suit you. Don't worry about me. I need to face some things head on, and I'll do my best to have no regrets. You definitely have to pass. Qian Lei couldn't help but retort. Hey, don't act like you're the only one feeling this way. I'm determined too. Besides, who knows what this individual assessment will be? If it's a sleeping contest, I'm definitely winning. Their optimism eased some of Hianvu's anxiety. It seems absolute power isn't everything. There will be problems beyond control. And he really doesn't like this feeling at all. As the three chatted, Long Yi suddenly appeared and interrupted. Xuanyu, come with me for a moment. He silently followed, attracting many glances along the way, and just like that, the two of them were off. It wasn't until they were in the simulation pod that Lang Yi finally spoke. Yesterday's battle was unusual. The Academy has decided to add a test for everyone reproduce yesterday's battle and see if the attacks are ineffective. As soon as he finished speaking, the other team launched their attack. But Xuanyu stood calmly, raising a hand to defend. From his fingertip, a strange light flickered, catching Lang Ye's attention, growing brighter as the opposing team's wave of water made contact. In an instant, the wave was dispelled, vanishing as if it never existed, leaving Lang Ye wary, and shocking the others. Looking at Xuanyu's figure, she was immediately amazed. This was beyond strange. It was like a miracle. Lang Yi suddenly made a request. All right, Xuanyu, help those three attack me with similar tactics. That sudden idea leaves him stunned but secretly thrilled. A great idea, and he's eager to see how effective it will be. He raises his icy arm, and numerous tendrils quickly emerge, enveloping the others. Quickly, another wave forms. Langya watches. Unmoved, this wave is no different, posing no threat. But then, a golden light flashes from within. Glimmering threads also began to appear around Xuanyu. And soon, the wave was encased in a golden shell. The sudden change surprises Langya, and the sea seems to shift, her eyes widening in disbelief. His entire body felt like it was falling into a bottomless abyss. As the wave loomed ever closer, she quickly sees through its power a fusion of three entities. Realizing she can't resolve this calmly, Lang Wai immediately retaliates. As he watched his opponent transform, Xuanyu was stunned. A 7-ring Soulmaster with a 4-3 fusion. She cried out, then launched a counterattack. The surging waves were thus scattered, her power unimaginable. Just how did this kid get so strong? Not only did his attack power increase several times over, but he's also enhancing the mental shock. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, Xuanyu quickly waved his hands, putting on an innocent, blameless expression. That made Lang Ye doubt himself. Could he really be innocent? No wonder the dean values him so much. We really need to dissect this kid. He quickly regained his composure and ordered, let's go. Out of the Duluo world. Back at base, another student cries out that all of their soul power and spiritual power has been drained, as if a special force is ready to attack. Completely beyond our control. These words left Lang Yi speechless, before he turned to Xuanyu and questioned, hey, were you controlling the tidal wave that attacked me? He feigned ignorance, claiming he knew nothing and did nothing. But Lang Wai saw through his act. She exploded, telling the three to rest while she spoke to the headmaster about their arrangements, and that she would take him to participate in the individual assessment. Hearing this, surprise flickered across Xuanyu's face. Who? Shouldn't I rest a little? It was like a spark to Lang Ya's already simmering anger. Rest, you haven't expended any energy at all. He urged her with a sigh. I'm tired. I'm scared. Sister Lang. She suddenly loomed, full of threat. Are you going or not? I'm going. I'm going. As they arrived, Lang Yi carefully explained that he should choose a test category based on his strengths, to attract the Academy's attention, and to determine his future major. Each specialty is further divided, and the ratio reflects the number of students the Academy has. He thoughtfully observes everything, then points without hesitation. I choose this. His confidence startles Lang Yi. Who make a piloting? Are you sure? His finger remained firmly pointed. After a moment of consideration, Xuanvu asked curiously, can I see the specific percentage breakdown? She helplessly agreed. All right. Go ahead and take a look. To the astonishment of the other, Hianvu decisively chose his path. I choose this precision starfighter control. The words struck Lang Wai like a bolt from the blue, her heart aching the smallest fraction of the smallest fraction. And the number of students wanting it this year is 0. Perhaps sensing his impulsiveness, she double-checks. I'll ask you again. Are you sure? Being the only one doesn't guarantee selection. In the future, strength is everything. Faced with her concern, Xuanyu confidently gives a thumbs up. No problem. Annoyed, Lang Wai abruptly turned away, saying, whatever. I'm leaving. A teacher will be here to assist you shortly. At this, Xuanyu smiled faintly, recalling Yin Tianfan's words that he would definitely pass the fine mech control exam. After waiting a long time, he saw a shadowy figure at the door and couldn't help but wonder. Am I waiting for a teacher? Who is it? The figure remained silent. After a long while, a weary voice finally spoke. So, this year there's someone who chose this rare exam subject. It's been several terms since anyone has truly surprising. With a weary look, Zhenhua gazed over. So, it's you who chose interstellar fighter control. The boy obediently bowed. Hello, teacher. I'm Lan Xuanyu. I'm the one who chose it. For a moment, A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhenhua's attitude suddenly took a complete turn. Were all the children from today's education system so foolish? Let's go. He even hurried him along, saying he was too slow and that he'd take him. All Hianwu could do was stand there, stunned. Soon, they arrived at the space center, and he was filled with surprise. A space center? How did we get here? I didn't feel any movement at all. Zhenhua coldly ordered him forward, and the small figure quickly followed. But he stopped dead in his tracks after only a few steps, staring at the massive machine before him. Xuanyu marveled inwardly. This is a mech, an interstellar mech, and there's another extraordinary starfighter. If he could pilot a starfighter like that, it would be incredible. Zhenhua noticed his excitement. What was that about? Like it, Xuanyu. Eyes glued to the mech. Nodded. I really do. You can tell it's great at handling extreme maneuvers. Zhenhua quickly denied it, saying there weren't many weapons either. This fighter was prepared for a strong pilot. Noticing his eager eyes, he tilted his head inquisitively. You like piloting starfighters? What do you like about it? Hyunwoo remained focused, trying to put it into words. A burning desire flickered in his eyes as Xuanyu slowly added. Freedom. I love the transformations of a starfighter at extreme speeds, especially the freedom to fly however you want. Zhenhua smirked. Freedom? Huh. He coldly walked towards the stairs, beckoning. Follow me. Let me see how you express the freedom of a starfighter. They quickly arrived at the training room, and Zhenhua casually ordered, Get into the simulator. I'll assist you later. Follow my lead in conducting interstellar combat. Understand? Xuanyu quickly understood and nodded in agreement. Understood. I'm the main fighter, and you're the support aircraft. Teacher. Zhenhua chuckled inwardly at his innocence, thinking, Support aircraft. It's been years since I've been a support aircraft for anyone. Once inside the simulator, Xuanyu focused on piloting the mecha, his serious demeanor pleasing Zhenhua. Not bad at all. His operation and condition are excellent. His youthful exuberance bubbled over as he called out, Support aircraft. Support aircraft. Prepare for battle. A demeanor that made Zhenhua bristle inwardly. The two quickly launched their mechs into space, and he guides them into battle at full speed. Though annoyed, Zhenhua could only grumble silently as the two mechs sped off. Spotting an anomaly, Xuanyu shouts, pinpointing an enemy aircraft at coordinates 598. 673. Zhenhua calmly reports detecting two enemy aircraft as well. Through the comms, he quickly lays out a strategy: lure the enemy aircraft to his teacher, and he'll provide support after his fight. Though reluctant to be ordered around, Zhenhua smiles with delight. Acknowledging the command, Xuanyu locks onto his target, eyes unwavering, ready for a one-on-one showdown, as his fighter jet accelerates towards the enemy at full throttle. But as he saw Xuanyu turn, the opponent was shocked. Fool. Braking so hard will cause you to lose control. Exam day. How unfortunate. But that's all he's got. Despite the spin, Xuanyu remained calm. He quickly presses a button on the control panel, and the fighter immediately retaliates. His opponent overshot and fell into his sights. What? How could he do that in this state? How did he stop such a massive impact? After eliminating an enemy, Xuanyu was ecstatic, and even Zhenhua breathed a sigh of relief, before unexpectedly reporting to Xuanyu. Main fighter. The scout plane reports that two enemy aircraft are heading your way. I can't hold them back. Two enemy fighters are hot on his tail. How could his teammate let this happen? What a terrible teammate. Zhenhua could only grit his teeth in silence, inwardly raging at his own incompetence. Is this even part of the test? In space, three fighter jets weave, leaving long trails of light. He grits his teeth, tense, observing the situation 1 against 2, and their coordination is seamless. Not easy to deal with. But all is not lost. Hyunwoo pushes the throttle, and the fighter accelerates. That move caught the enemy off guard. Insane. Driving at top speed through the asteroid belt, they immediately ordered their comrades to surround him. Soon, a barrage of cannon fire rained down like bombs. Inside the cockpit, the computer blared warnings. Attention. Attention. Hull integrity compromised. Shielding failing. But none of it fazed him. His controls allowed him to evade the enemy's pursuit with ease. It was so smooth that Zhenhua was even more amazed. He withstood the Chui soldier's attack. But the fighter rushing forward had already locked onto him. Hyunwoo couldn't help but feel angry when he saw that he was being blocked. He even strains to slow his fighter, dodging attacks. Seeing his desperation, the enemy panics. Serpentine evasion at that speed. Does this kid have a death wish? His body tensed, his focus entirely on controlling the fighter. And as soon as he escaped the danger zone, Xuanyu immediately fired back. A small asteroid explodes, sending Kaibin into a panic. But a satisfied smile spreads across his tired face. He's got them. The sophisticated device shattered in the silent void as Xuanyu unleashed a furious, devastating blow, vanishing in a burst of energy that tore through the night sky. The impact creates a terrifying explosion, and despite the system's constant warnings, his body is pushed past its limits. Though drained, he rejoices in his success. But body and soul are at their limit. Amidst the floating asteroids, he watches a light fly away. Knowing there's still one more, he actually managed to drive him off. What luck, truth be told. I'm completely drained. 2 fighters down. My score should be pretty good. The mechanical voice echoed on. Support craft. Support craft. Report position. I've broken through the enemy's support craft, and the enemy's main fighter has fled. Fighter pilot, be advised. I'm approaching your position, requesting backup. A sense of foreboding washes over Hyunwoo. Reinforcements. His eyes dart to the distance, where a ship approaches, unfortunately, bringing formidable foes with it. Repeating, I'm approaching your location. Zhenhua smirks in the fortified cockpit, requesting backup. As Xuanyu witnesses the unfolding situation with growing dread, 10 fighter jets. What is this? Did he kick a hornet's nest? Why is this happening? This is suicide. Zhenhua nonchalantly enters the main bay, relieved to be out. Hyunwoo, enraged, can't help but lash out. You're clearly messing around. How can a broken plane be like this? He callously throws out taunts, revealing his intentions. I'm clearly in league with your enemies, yet you report positions to me. Give me orders. Are you trying to get yourself killed? With that level, you want to get into Shrek Academy, go home and get some rest. What was I even saying? He hangs his head, sighing, trying to reassure himself. After a moment of self-flagellation, Xuanyu resolves to face the truth. Teacher, I was wrong. Zhenhua was amused by the other's quick repentance, asking what he was wrong about. Xuanyu then offered words from the bottom of his heart, saying he was wrong for not understanding the teacher's good intentions, that the teacher wanted to give him a chance to show his best self. But he misunderstood and didn't perform to his full potential, failing the teacher's expectations. I was wrong. Teacher, I truly understand my mistake. Please, give me another chance. I promise to follow your instructions. He slowly raised his arm. Xianhua, hearing those flowery words, rapped the student on the head, saying it was a pity he wasn't in the acting department, because if he didn't know he was Yin Tianfan's disciple, he would have believed him. Tianyu, with a large bump on his head, asked in confusion if he knew their teacher Yin. Zhenhua casually walks towards the wide-open door. Knowing him is an understatement. Ask him if he even has the face to see me. At least you disciples have some conscience. Knowing to choose a delicate commander of the cultivation system, I'll reluctantly accept you. Now, go. The comprehensive assessment is over. Just don't screw up. And come find me to register. Tianyu paused, hardly believing his ears register. So, I'm accepted. His mind raced with questions. What was the comprehensive assessment? And could he really sign up just by surviving? Was it life-threatening? Or was he just talking nonsense? Back in the living room, where Shulai Kak was waiting, Tianvu slowly recounted everything that had happened. And then he left. Hongbin Saihil, prompting Hyunwoo's worried questions. What's wrong? Mr. Lee, he vaguely replied. Nothing. You'll pass the exam. No problem. Hyunwoo directly asked. Mr. Lee, do you know that person? Who is he? Avoiding the question, Hongbin says he'll know later. And Hyunwoo accepts the harsh truth. deciding not to guess anymore. He looks out the window, wondering if he should tell Yin Tianfan about this when he gets back. If I tell him, will he still dare to study at Shrek Academy? Suddenly, a knock on the door draws Xuanyu's attention. Qianlei, unable to contain himself, asked, Xuanyu, you're back so soon, did you really pass? Xuanyu calmly asks about the situation. So, how did it go? Qianlei puffs out his chest confidently. Passed. Of course I passed, I'm just so naturally gifted. What can I say? Xuanyu then asks what category he chose. As the boy grins with glee, that's right. My martial soul was evaluated as unique. Yours isn't unique. But mine is. Isn't that amazing? Aren't you impressed? Seeing the other so smug, Xuanyu crossed his arms and taunted. I heard the comprehensive assessment later could be life-threatening. Why don't you lead the team? Qianlei immediately ran to his side, flattering him. No. 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 You're the captain. You're the captain. No matter how outstanding my martial soul is, you have to admire me. I already admire you so much I could bow down to the ground. By the way, why hasn't Fengzi returned yet? What event did he choose? The kid casually answers that it's a lesser-known event called willpower combat. Hongbin overhears and is shocked. Willpower combat, why would he choose that? Qianlei chimes in, saying he heard that weaker students could choose it as a last resort. Xuanyu, filled with curiosity, asks, Teacher Li, is there something wrong with the will combat challenge? Li's expression darkens, his voice turning cold. There's nothing wrong with it. It suits his situation. After all, Soul Master talent isn't everything. But it's also the most difficult. Passing it would be for the best. But if he fails, the consequences will be severe at best. His willpower will stagnate. At worst, his life will be in danger. In the extreme frozen landscape, Liao Feng struggles forward. His body covered in blood, Xiao Kai flatly refuses, saying he's too weak. He picks himself up through the pain, insisting he can do it. Liao Feng strikes, proving his will to fight, but can only sigh, his face showing exhaustion. Then, Xiao Kai raised his hand, releasing a small amount of energy, sending his opponent flying backward. Liao Feng's body aches, and his weapon shatters. He lies on the cold ground, gasping for air. Shen Wu, filled with worry, observes the man before her. His martial soul is damaged. Bones are broken, and blood loss threatens his life. She urgently suggests they should stop. Xiao Kai calmly shook his head, explaining that the more extreme the state, the clearer one's potential becomes. He stepped on Liao Feng, pressing down hard, causing him excruciating pain. With a fierce aura, Xiao Kai laid down an ultimatum if he could stand. He would pass the test. Liao Feng, hearing this, resolved to rise, but immediately collapsed. He struggled to catch his breath, trying to regain his strength. But then, the negativity faded from Liao Feng's eyes, his mind clearing of all the dark thoughts. Was he about to disappear? Was it worth it? Was it really worth it? The taunts of the past flooded his mind. Worthless. Immediately disqualified. Trash. Garbage. Pathetic. But amidst Liao Feng's dark memories, a glimmer of light appeared. But then, you showed up, giving me hope, giving someone like me confidence. I won't let you down. We have to pass the exam together. No matter what. Liao Feng lay motionless on the cold ground. Shen Wu anxiously tries to dissuade him. No. Stop. You're losing too much blood and losing consciousness. I have to give you first aid. Xiao Kai hesitated for a long time, and finally made a decision. Then, but before he could finish, he sensed something was wrong. Liao Feng's eyes turned upward with determination, and Xiao Kai was stunned by his desperate effort. This kid. Liao Feng stands tall, his will unyielding, determined to win at all costs. He cannot fail. He must pass. And then, a miracle occurs. He stands firmly on his own 2 feet. Shen Wu gently cares for the person in his arms. You're too cruel. He's suffered a fatal wound. Even if he's saved, this injury won't heal quickly. How will he manage the trials ahead? Xiao Kai seems unfazed. His talent isn't stable. Without more willpower, what right does he have to be in Shulai? But I see stubbornness and perseverance in him. His final smile proved he has a forgiving and kind heart. I've made my decision. He produces a miraculous herb, saying there's a way to save him. Shen Yu is shocked. Teacher Xiao, this is too precious. Xiao Kai looked down at the person lying below, secretly hoping this precious thing must be used in the right place. This kid, I like him. I didn't expect there to be a child like this in this year's examination. He's too much like I was when I first came to Zulai Academy. And his performance is even better than mine was. I want to take him as my disciple. This celestial chrysanthemum petal, with its twilight hue, is my welcoming gift to him. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Xuanyu is overcome with worry. Fengzi, how did you get so injured? The hospital room is deathly cold, and Lung Tung is helpless. Hongbin quickly checks him over and reassures everyone. Don't worry. He's fine. Although he's badly injured, his aura and soul force are abundant. He must have received excellent treatment. Rest a bit. That's all. Lu Feng announced, beaming with happiness. Brothers, I passed. I made it through hearing the good news. Xuanyu exclaimed. Really, that's great. Qianlei joined in the joy. We all passed too. Exhausted, he asks to rest, and Hongbin relaxes, but quickly regain composure, warning that they can't let their guard down until they pass the final comprehensive assessment to be officially accepted into Shrek Academy. Xuanyu asks, confused. The final comprehensive assessment, Qianlei chimes in. What will it test? Hongbin warns. The only thing I can tell you is that the comprehensive assessment can be dangerous, even life-threatening. The next day, Shrek Academy gathered all the examinees for a meeting in the guest hall, where Xiao Kai confidently took the stage, announcing, I have 2 announcements for you all. First, no one will be eliminated based on individual exam scores. Everyone has a chance to participate in the final comprehensive exam. He slowly revealed the remaining information. Secondly, regarding the comprehensive assessment, everyone will be transported to a real location to fight real enemies, a true battlefield. Once a problem arises, there's a high chance you'll die there. Hyunwoo and Qianlei immediately tensed up, trying to absorb all the key information. Xiao Kai slowly announces the final rule. Everyone can now choose to participate or not, and those who don't will be eliminated and sent home. You have 1 hour to decide. Time passed quickly, and soon Tianliang meets with Xuanyu. He posed the question seriously. What do you think? Lan Xuanyu. Without hesitation, Lan Xuanyu replied, we'll participate in the final comprehensive assessment. Tianliang happily suggested. Great. So our agreement still stands. Lan Xuanyu readily agreed. Of course, provided you follow my lead. He simply acknowledged it and quickly left, saying, okay. Xuanyu looked into the distance, thinking that having the 3 of them along was a good thing, since their trust had already been established. Suddenly, Tianqiu interrupted his thoughts, asking if they would participate, and if so, what about the others? Xuanyu calmly replied that they would also participate, and she promptly suggested that they work together. He considered it seriously, then replied somberly, all right, but you have to follow my lead. Meng Qin, who had been silent, bristled. What, you're ordering us around? You think you're smarter than us? With composure, Lan Xuanyu states that if they're unwilling, they don't need to join, as a divided team would be far weaker. Hearing this, she's enraged, but Qianqiu calmly explains the situation. Meng Qin, listen to me. Meng Qin, your strength is definitely the greatest, but when it comes to commanding, I trust him. Sister Meng Qin, think about it. With their strength, winning both the selection and re-examination, the key is Lan Xuanyu's command ability. Sister Meng Qin, if you trust me, agree with him. If we join forces, history will be rewritten. Meng Qin reluctantly agreed. Fine. I don't trust him, but I trust you. She left without looking back, thinking that if she felt he was holding her back, well, looking at the departing figures, Xuanyu felt a warmth in his heart, not expecting her to speak up for him like that. In the end, no examinees chose to give up. Having come so far, and Hongbin solemnly made an announcement, the comprehensive assessment is in 2 days, and everyone is responsible for their own decisions. Time passed, and the meeting soon adjourned. He gathered his students and gave them instructions, reminding them that they were responsible for their decisions once made. There was no turning back. But they had to remember, this wasn't a drill. It was a real battle. Of that he was certain. Every comprehensive assessment claims lives. So, remember, no matter what, you must survive and return. In the days that followed, Lan Xuanyu devoted himself to cultivation, closing his eyes and feeling the power being absorbed by his body. In Lan Xuanyu's senses, life energy flowed from the air into his body. Within the green light, a strange, enormous bright spot appeared, the tree of eternity. The eternal tree smiled contentedly upon seeing him, and before he could understand what was happening, it merged into Xuanyu. Immediately, he sensed something changing within him. The speed at which he absorbed life energy increased by 50%, and within his spiritual sea, a unique aura seemed to be forming, as if connecting to something. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. But what exactly was that ball? As night falls, unanswered questions promise to unfold into new stories. Meanwhile, Xuanyu appears amidst a heated argument, one side declaring, "I need him. Only him. No one can have him." The other side is equally adamant. "He's off limits. Pick someone else. This child is special and needs special attention and nurturing." It turns out that Luo Hong and Zhenhua were fighting over Xuanyu, and before she could say anything, he spoke up. "He is Yin Tianfan's disciple. He's mine," Luo Hong retorted. "His martial soul and bloodline are too special. How can I not keep him in the battle armor department?" Zhenhua then offered a more reasonable excuse. "My department has been deserted for years, and this year he's the only one who signed up. I don't care. I'm taking him," she retorted. "Which department he goes to is the Academy's decision. What right do you have to come demanding him from me?" The more she spoke, the more unreasonable she seemed, and Zhenhua couldn't take it anymore. "Luo Hong, don't go too far." Even after their separation, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Her teeth clenched as if ready to strike. Luo Hong, consumed by rage, lunged forward. Despite anticipating the attack, Zhenhua neither dodged nor retaliated, silently enduring the blow, which surprised her. The force of Luo Hong's strike sent him flying 80 meters, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. She cried out, a mix of worry and resentment. "What are you doing? Why didn't you dodge?" But Zhenhua remained silent, taking the blows. After calming down, he spoke softly. "I was the one who wronged you in the first place. I said it before. If you want to beat me to death, so be it. I'm leaving now. You keep the child." With that, Zhenhua turned to leave, saying, "Find another subtle command system director. I'm leaving." Suddenly, Luo Hong's voice echoed from afar. "Are you threatening me?" he coldly replied. "Think what you want." Unable to contain her anger, she yelled at him, but then fell silent, not wanting to argue with Zhenhua any further. Though concerned, Luo Hong's words betrayed his true feelings. "Scoundrel. Just this once. No exceptions. Get lost. And don't let me see you again." Hearing this, a warmth sparked within him. She still cared, at least a little. Elsewhere, sunlight peeks through the trees as the examinees gather for Xiao Kai's announcement. The final assessment is about to begin. And remember, this is not a virtual world. Everyone must face real combat. Death is permanent. We're departing for the Space Travel Center. Nearby, Liao Feng recalled the past after Hongbin healed him. He read him an ancient martial arts battle record. Memories flooded back, and he remembered Hongbin's stern warning. This ancient martial arts battle record is a self-sacrificing technique, only to be used as a last resort. The ship has set course for the next stage of the final assessment. The spacecraft begins to lift off, and announcements blare. "All passengers, please brace yourselves. We're launching now." The ship hurtles into space, and Qianlei announces they've broken through the atmosphere. Suddenly, Xuanyu's power seems to react to the area, leaving him puzzled. Before he could ponder further, An announcement rang out, "Attention! Examines." Xiao Kai appeared on the large screen. "Welcome to the comprehensive entrance exam for Shrek Academy. Everything I say from this point forward is strictly confidential. You'll sign a confidentiality agreement when you get back, that is. If you survive to sign it. Now, let me tell you a story. A secret of the Federation. For tens of thousands of years, the Federation's science has advanced by leaps and bounds. From the initial clash of the Sun, Moon, and Duluo continents, to the sole technology that began to focus on interstellar migration 10,000 years ago. To this day, we have many administrative planets. But as you know, finding these planets and completing actual migration is incredibly difficult. Xiao Kai continues to explain to the examinees that planets suitable for humans and soul beasts are highly likely to harbor native intelligent life. To colonize, we must face their fierce resistance. Clashes between species are brutal, and war is inevitable. In interstellar colonization wars, we will face formidable opponents. Now, they must rely on the elite, few nurtured by our Shrek Academy, and in the future, you will all surely enter a real battlefield. The ship you're on will take you to an intelligent planet currently under attack by the Alliance, where you'll face and fight the intelligent race." Hearing this, Xuanyu was a little surprised because this assessment was really not easy. He continued to instruct the examinees that all they needed to do was try their best to survive. "The teachers will try to rescue you, ensuring you aren't killed. But rescued examinees will be disqualified. In the end, only the survivors would receive a comprehensive evaluation point." As Xiao Kai's announcement concluded, Xuanyu and Qianlei exchanged a silent glance, and suddenly, glass tubes descended, encasing each examinee. An announcement suddenly rings out, steadying their minds and lulling them into a hypnotic state, preparing them to enter hyperspace. At that moment, a white mist fills the glass tube, catching him off guard. But after a while, the hypnotic gas took effect, and Xuanyu's eyes grew dim and slowly closed. The hazy smoke before him gradually disappeared, and after a long while, he felt faint golden rays, signaling it was time to wake up. He doesn't know how long he's been out, but upon waking, he hears a voice. "Attention. We're landing. Prepare for engagement." The spacecraft descends rapidly toward its destination. Xiao Kai opens the ship's doors and shouts, "All examinees, disembark." Xuanyu finally awakens, steeling his resolve. As the reality of war unfolds before him, warships streak across the sky. Beneath the smoke and fire, the land is a desolate wasteland. Dailuo can hardly believe his eyes. This is truly a battlefield. Now that the examinees have disembarked, Xiao Kai begins to brief them on the war situation. "We've arrived at our destination, an unrevealed planet that the Federation is attacking to occupy. Soon, we'll be mercenaries, thrown straight into the battlefield. Your achievements there can be exchanged for Shrek Academy medals." Hyunwoo now saw his chance to earn those coveted Shrek Academy badges, and he began to advise on essential equipment. Each person will receive a locator and a supply bag containing emergency rations for each day. Your mission is to survive for the next 3 days, or use the locator to return here. Next, everyone grab your personal supplies. We have 10 minutes. So move out. The aerial warships are ready and awaiting orders for what promises to be a fierce battle. After boarding the warship, Liao Feng met with Xuanyu to discuss their situation. He had 5 liters of water and compressed food. Xuanyu looked at the device on his hand. The locator displayed a simple map and direction, showing they were far from base. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers from the airfield, the transport plane faces its first attack, as direhawks surround the ship, making movement difficult, forcing them to find a way to eliminate the creatures. Looking out the window, Xuanyu saw someone collecting something from the monsters, and turned to Anvin to ask if there were any worthwhile spoils to be gained from them. He readily explains that not only do these large-bellied death vultures have them, but all creatures on this planet have star cores in their heads, a primal substance that helps them absorb heaven's electrical essence, somewhat like a soul master's spiritual sea, but fixed, and with a definite effect on our soul master's spiritual power cultivation. So if you kill a creature here, don't forget to collect the spirit crane. You can exchange it for points back at the base." He replied, "Thanks. Uncle, more points mean more rewards. He thought to himself, this spirit crane is a good thing indeed. The warship, now 500 kilometers from base, saw its chance, and Bin ordered the doors open, telling all examinees to disembark and begin their assessment, leaving everyone stunned. What? Jump when we're still 200 to 300 meters up. He erupted in fury at the cowardly bunch. Lian shouted, quickly, jump or be thrown, sending shivers of fear through the examinees. But Xuanyu remained calm, turning to urge his team. Are you ready? Liao Feng met his gaze with determination. Ready. Meanwhile, Tian Lai stammerte, still in shock. Just land safely. Tian Liang and Meng Qin joined Xuanyu's team, and with a fierce spirit, he urges them forward. Let's go. One by one, the examinees leap from the warship to begin the brutal Iron Crane exam. Before them lies the exam grounds, blessed with clear skies and a pleasant breeze, perhaps a good omen for what's to come. After a safe landing, Xuanyu and his teammates breathe a sigh of relief, glad to be on solid ground. Meanwhile, Liao Feng nods distantly, and Qianlei looks on with a calculating gaze. I thought I was a goner, unable to offer any encouragement. He simply says, well, the assessment has finally begun, but a sudden noise from behind startles him. As Mongcam's group approached, Lu Du announced that everyone had arrived. Tian Luong followed up with a question that hinted at great danger. From now on, we'll follow your lead. Suddenly serious, Hyunwoo deliberately flaunts his authority, stating that there are a few things he needs to make clear before they depart. First, everyone must follow his orders, and if anyone has a problem with his commands, they can voice their concerns once they're safe. Tianliang nodded in confirmation, while Meng Qin bluntly declared, if my life is truly in danger, I'm running. And don't blame me. Xuanyu continued his eloquent speech. Of course. Until then, it all depends on fate. Secondly, we need to decide how to divide the spoils. After some preamble, someone finally reacted, asking how the spoils would be split. The situation seemed to be getting tense as individual interests came into play. But he maintained a calm demeanor. Divide the spoils into 10 parts. I want 3. And everyone else gets 1 each. It's our first time working together, so it's better to split it evenly. Mengxin starts to fume, arguing for justice. Is that your idea of even I'm the strongest? Why shouldn't I get more? Xuanyu stands his ground, believing each member has a purpose. And with him, their strength will increase by at least 30%. Feeling he's made his point, he lowers his voice, saying if she disagrees, she can leave now. Meng Qin was so bitter, she wanted to lash out right there. But Tianchu, not wanting the group to fall apart, gently advised, all right. Xuanyu, relieved, continued his presentation. Everyone, observe first. If, under my command, the harvest is insufficient, you can choose to act alone. Let's continue. Realizing her position, Mengcam swallowed her anger and agreed to try it out. The game officially begins as Hyunwoo points forward, assigning tasks to each person. All right. Let's go. Fong 2. You scout. Fatty and I will follow. Tian Liang. You 3 up front. Tian Chu. Meng Qin in the rear. We're going that way. Everyone followed Xuanyu's orders and quickly dispersed. However, Meng Qin quickly realized something was wrong. Shouldn't they be returning to base? Why were they going in the opposite direction? Xuanyu patiently explained his intentions, saying this reverse route might improve their chances of survival, but the gains will surely be less. The enemies we face at the start of the exam might better hone our combat skills, so moving forward will yield greater rewards. He scanned her with eyes like bullets, thinking, Meng Qin, this is the last time I'll explain myself so clearly. It continued. I expect everyone to follow my orders. It's for the safety of the entire team. After hearing this, Mo Mengxi frowned and started calculating in her head. This guy, watching his figure disappear, she could only click her tongue and sigh. He's definitely a bit strange. Before the team was a tranquil forest scene, yet it gave people the feeling that something dangerous was lurking. Liao Feng, who had already set out to scout the road according to plan, immediately returned, chattering that there were quite a few monsters in the Chu-Ling area, and these alien monsters seem to like living in groups. They live in packs of 7 or 8, sometimes even 100. And there was a battle over there just now. About 10 monsters were killed, probably by Yuan and Hui. Hearing this, Xuanyu fell silent, pondering the information. He quickly issued his next orders: follow him and leave markers. And we'll follow your markers. To clarify, he uses a sonar map, the flashing red arrows indicating their targets, following behind to scavenge. Meng Qin, silent until now, chimes in that their gains will be less than his. Xuanyu cleared his throat and slowly explained, since he's alone and taking down so many monsters, he probably can't collect all the essence cores. To avoid waste, we'll pick up what he leaves behind. His words were immediately met with a flurry of reactions, with one person so moved that their face went blank, marveling at the idea of getting something for nothing, picking up the scraps. Wu Tian gave a thumbs up and praised him, while Meng Qian could only mutter, shameless. Having anticipated everyone's reaction, Xuanyu feigned complacency, asking if he deserved some credit before urging them to move on. The group continued to follow Yuan and Hui, and even when they encountered small packs of monsters, Xuanyu chose not to fight them. Soon, they came across the corpses of 20 or so monsters, with the cores of about half of them already taken. Though Xuanyu regretted being a step too late, he still collected the remaining cores, entrusting them to Meng Qin, the strongest among them, for safekeeping and distribution in case of trouble. Having completed his mission, he continues to lead everyone forward, while Meng Qin, entrusted with a task, still unresigned, confides in her sisters. This is too much. Why do we have to follow him? It's not like we can't handle those beasts ourselves. It's rare for Tianqiu not to stand with her sisters. He must have his reasons. So don't rush. Unable to sway her allies, Meng Qin reluctantly follows along, deciding to wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Feng intently observes the situation and reports that Yuan and Hui is in trouble, surrounded and attacked by hundreds of monsters. It seems Xuanyu is also getting anxious and makes a quick decision. Let's go see what's happening. And so, the two young men follow each other closer to the fierce battle, standing high above, with a clear view of everything. Xuanwu silently assesses the situation below. He has no intention of running. It seems he can't bear to part with those spoils of war. The greatest threat to him is likely those blue beasts. Tianliang watched the fight, growing anxious as Yinhui faltered, wanting to help. But Xuanyu, unconcerned, signaled for patience, wanting to observe Yinhui's abilities. Sure enough, his eyes turned bloodshot, as if preparing to unleash a final, desperate attack. Yinhui slowly drew his bow, his gaze firm as he fired arrow after arrow, each imbued with his unwavering resolve, towards the soul beasts. Witnessing his archery skills, Xuanyu noted, first soul skill poison. It's infectious. Between its power and speed, the surrounding beasts were decimated. Something is approaching Yinhui, perhaps targeting his arrows. The vanishing sound right before Yinhui's eyes proves it. Perhaps the soul beast has risen up to fight back against Y, a leader. Perhaps Indu remains silent, continuing to draw his bow and fire. But once again, the arrow was met with a counterattack. The clash of blue and red, creating a massive explosion in the sky. The boy, who had been observing, unleashed his third soul skill. Explosive arrows, incredibly high temperature, controlled by the lightning blue leopard leader. As the other beasts closed in, seeing the situation worsen, he unleashes his ultimate skill, Twilight Rain, instantly firing arrows skyward that explode and rain down. Silvery light rained down from the sky, striking each monster with deadly accuracy. As Hinvu, his face tense, unleashed his first soul skill, ensuring every arrow found its mark. Watching on, Yinhui couldn't help but marvel at the boy's strength. But the lightning still wouldn't relent. It roared, turning the moon into its ultimate weapon, and bolts of lightning struck Yinhui. Heavenly Beam witnesses it firsthand. Still in disbelief, what's happening? The harpies beside him are even more bewildered, able to borrow the power of the azure sun. He didn't understand what was happening, only staring in stunned disbelief as Yunhui's eyes lit up. As if awakening an unparalleled power, he quickly retreated, narrowly escaping. The lightning bolt struck the ground, leaving a trail of water. Swiftness saved Yunhui's life. He breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly departed. Yunhui transformed into a streak of green light and sped away, disappearing into the forest in an instant. She hid behind a nearby tree, quietly observing. He was very cautious. Very necessary, not to mention the large number of starstones he had obtained. Having understood Yunhui's energy and witnessed the unusual attack methods of the planet's beasts, Xuanyu sternly ordered Lu Fengfengzi, "Continue tracking him. This will greatly benefit our next move. Clean up the battlefield, and be careful not to touch the poisoned beasts to avoid contamination. The spoils of war are hundreds of star coins, which Xuanyu entrusts to Meng Qin." With that done, the boy sternly instructs the girl. Tian Chu slowly approaches his good friend, asking if she's finally convinced, but Meng Qin still refuses to admit it. Maintaining her composure, the girl simply smiles knowingly, understanding that his cautious actions stem from a sense of responsibility towards them. Seeing Tian Chu's reaction, she adds fuel to the fire, asking if she's been poisoned by him, and why she always speaks up for him. The girl immediately denies it, claiming she's just analyzing. The group continued to follow Lu Feng's markings, as he intently studied the stone, revealing that he was resting in a nearby rocky canyon. A fact that Xuanyu immediately pointed out. "Where's the pale electric blue leopard?" he asked urgently. "He killed it. The pale electric core is 3 times bigger than normal. And it's blue." Meng Qin was stunned by Lu Feng's certainty. "Killed it? How did he kill it?" He meticulously explained that he used his 5th fusion skill, striking the target with hundreds of lightning bolts from the sky. After much thought, Xuanyu devised a plan while he rests. They would split into 3 groups to kill the surrounding monsters, regrouping in an hour. The peaceful scenery here is strangely beautiful, and this kid only thinks of dirty tricks. Why not seize the opportunity to snatch the azure core? It must be worth quite a bit. Not yet. He hasn't reached his limit. We'll protect him while killing monsters, then finish them off when he rests. Dian Lei was speechless. "What do you mean? We can't steal now. You really want to steal from him? Xuanyu kills faster than us, and the monsters and bosses will converge on him after being slain." Dian Lei fully trusts Xuanyu, impressed, saying he's their leader, and their respect is like a surging river. The group quickly sets off, saying they're deceiving him, but maybe he'll thank them for it. An hour later, the Hianvu group returned as planned, and Enhui's kill count had indeed multiplied. Soon after, Thien Thu and Thien Luong returned, both leading large hordes of beasts. Due to a lapse in judgment, the beasts suffered heavy losses, lured in by Yinhui, and now, the pack leader has emerged, putting Meng Qin on edge. But Yinhui is calmer than before, using his mental strength to deal with the normal beasts first. Before focusing on the leader, the giant beast roared, flapping its wings violently, and Yi was caught off guard by its power. The leader could harness the sun's energy for a devastating attack. The beast created a black hole, absorbing all of Inhui's arrows. And sensing the growing danger, Yi unleashed a new dimension spell. Yinhui strikes the void, hoping to obliterate the beast leader. But Yi quickly retreats to safety. Xuanyu can't believe his eyes. Not only did he neutralize the energy ball's attack, but he also damaged the leader. Yinhui is truly powerful. It seems that was just a clone of the beast. And here comes another giant death vulture, even bigger than the last one. Yinhui is bewildered. What is going on? Taking advantage of his daze, the creature lands a crushing blow. Worried for Yinhui, he orders, "Attack Bing Tianliang. 4th, soul skill. Block their path, Lu Feng. Go, save Yuan Yinhui, let's go." The beast's cultivation is nearly 10,000 years. Everyone be careful. Lin Donghui. Attack the injured one. Donghui posed, wondering why his support was so strong despite his century-old soul rings. At his command, Tian Liang rushed forward, merging with the blue light to confront the beast, but it backfired immediately. Tian Liang was deeply worried. Nearly 10,000 years of cultivation. It's indeed a tough opponent. Immediately after, the purple fireball approached the great shield, exploding in the sky. The beast fell, but its clones continued to appear. In this desperate situation, she calmly says, "Leave it to me." Mongcam's words surprise the boy. "Wait." Her ice and fire will. Before he could finish, Hienvu's eyes widened in shock as a crystal harp materialized in the air, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her eyes shone with clarity, her refined aura captivating. Dream harp exuded elegance, as if becoming one with her instrument. That refined demeanor unleashes a terrifying power. 100-fold. Qianlei's face pales. 4 spirit rings. Even the boy is stunned by this woman. All 4 are 10,000-year soul rings. Each note resonates with terrifying power. Spreading through the air, Xuanyu's eyes betray his shock. "What, is this music?" The two find the melody strange. "This music is just too unpleasant." Menqin continues to play, the notes rising into a piercing cacophony. So, it was all within her control, using her first soul skill, power, to disrupt, which is especially effective against flying creatures, with a certain anti-air effect. "Hurry up. Everyone." Xuanyu wastes no time. Fatty stays behind. "The rest of you, come with me." Sweaty and pale, Yinhui instinctively turned back, but Liao Feng grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, saying, "We're here to help you. Follow me." The fireballs once again approached Daidu, but this time, it was more alert and quickly batted them all away. Seeing his teammates rush in, the boy cries out. Tianqiu Daidu unleashes another wave of energy orbs, and Tianqiu and Xuanyu quickly combine their powers. The pair's combined magic creates a terrifying gaze in the void. A powerful ice strike erupts, instantly freezing Daidu. Tianliang and Donghui seize the opportunity to strike, as he flies up and pierces through Daidu, leaving him covered in icy wounds. But the rainbow colors were unaffected, and the boy, seeing this, hurriedly warned them that the attack he launched in conjunction with Ziyang had not been completely interrupted. "Be careful," not allowing himself to be separated from the mortal realm. Bing Tianliang unleashes a thunderous barrier, while igniting Daedong with his fiery power. With unstoppable momentum, they were determined to eliminate the savage beast. With perfect teamwork, the two ended the great ogre in an instant. Its fall signifies a glorious and resounding victory, as Bing Tianyang delivers a fatal blow to the already wounded leader. The leader of the Purple Falcons was finally defeated, ending the battle, and Yinhui witnessed their struggle from beginning to end. He said nothing, only silently watched them from afar. Xuanyu ran over to check on Yinhui, asking if he was all right. Receiving the concern, he simply said, "Thank you. The boy is so friendly and approachable, since we'll be classmates later. You should rest. We'll protect you while you recover. Rest assured. We're here." That friendliness and enthusiasm made Yinhui trust the young man before him even more. Everyone began to repair and clean up the battlefield, while Xuanyu brought back the essence of the two leaders. The Dream Sisters gaze at the crystal, remarking on how beautiful the purple core is. Lan Xuanyu gives one to Lin Mengqin, keeping one for himself. Meanwhile, Yinhui sat in contemplation, his eyes filled with worry as his heart overflowed with unspoken thoughts. Yinhui approaches Xuanyu, thanking him. Seeing that he's still reserved, the boy smiles, saying there's no need for thanks, as they're all family. He adds that he's brought back the core for him, saying the one in the back was considered theirs, while the one in front belonged to him. Yinhui and Qianlei are both surprised. Return it. He doesn't feel he did anything special. Without them, he'd be dead. How could he take the spoils? This place is too scary. He'll go with them. Yinvu's question made Ennui pose, wondering why he would venture alone if he was afraid. A flash of tension crossed his eyes as he replied, "I have a secret I can't let anyone know, which is why I act alone." The boy was speechless with Yinhui. "Hey, weren't you trying to keep it a secret? Why did you just say it?" The peanut gallery, like Qianlei, all had the same thought. He just blurted it out. This kid doesn't seem too bright. After a moment to process this revelation, Xuanyu takes Yinhui's hand, places the shimmering stone in his palm, and says, "Take it. We can't take advantage of our friends. This star core is yours." Xuanyu maintains the ambiguous posture and continues the conversation. "You have a secret, so I won't ask too much. But what are your plans for the future? Will you continue alone?" Yin Hui's two-colored eyes widen unconsciously. Then he takes the other's hand. With an embarrassed expression, Yin Hui delivered an ambiguous line, making Meng Chen, who was eavesdropping, shudder. "Brother, you're so kind." He then hesitantly explained his difficult situation. "I don't know what to do next. The monsters here are too scary. I want to go with you all. But, understanding." Xuanyu leads him to a more private corner, while Qianlei sulks and questions his companions. How could someone like that cultivate to the fifth ring? Meng Qin, at her wit's end, chimes in. "Call it a rare gift." Not far away, Xuanyu was still trying to raise everyone's awareness. "We have so many people. You have to be careful not to reveal your secret. Let me guess. If you're with us, is there a chance this secret will be exposed?" Astonished, Yin Hui blurted out, "That's right." "How did you know?" he stammered, trying to explain. Anyone could guess that. Despite this, Xuanyu was already calculating. This place was indeed dangerous. But Yin Hui's secret prevented him from traveling with them, a true dilemma. "Let me ask you, this is your secret, something we'd only discover if we got too close." Hearing this, alarm bells rang in Xuanyu's mind. Another couple of questions and his secret would be out. He decided to stop there for now, saying, "All right, you act alone, and we'll follow you from a distance. How about we cooperate to take down the monsters?" This proposal makes Yin Hui ecstatic. Is it true? That's great. But as his senses returned, he hesitated. Everyone's participating in the assessment, so this would take up too much of their time. Xuanyu admitted that was a problem. Looking into the distance, he analyzes his situation, explaining that their side has 3 cooperative groups, and dividing spoils equally can be problematic if the gains aren't sufficient. So, Xuanyu boldly suggests, "How about you share all the spoils with us? But you get more. How about 3 shares for you?" Without hesitation, Hui replied, "No way. That can't be." And his heart sank. Is this kid pretending? But then, he made a sharp U-turn with unwavering conviction. "I'm joining you guys, so we should share everything equally." Xuanyu, not wanting to be capitalistic, immediately advised, "If we split it evenly, I'm afraid it will affect your performance." He leaned on his crutches, boasting about his powerful backing. "It's okay. I'll keep it myself. I've got an inside track." Aguarantí de spot. Countless questions swirled in Xuanyu's mind as he robotically replied, "Keep it yourself." "Fine. Everyone splits it evenly." And Hui leaped for joy, celebrating. "This is great. I finally have a team. Thank you. Kaka. Kaka. What's your name?" He mechanically states his name. "I am Lan Xuanyu." And the other happily introduces himself. "I am Yuan. On Yui Hui. Can I call you Xuanyu Kaka from now on?" The two continue to chat until they return to the assembly point. Xuanyu announces the arrival of a new member, On Hui, who has decided to join them, but warns them that he has a secret stay, at least 30 meters away from him at night, and his spoils will be divided equally among them. After a long silence, Mengqin pulls him aside, unable to accept their grim fate. Before she could finish, Lan Xuanyu shrugged her off, asking if she'd ever heard of self-retention. Some people have internal guarantees for enrollment. Did she have that? She watched Yuan and Hui's retreating figure, a mix of disdain and pity in her heart, and suddenly felt he wasn't so pathetic after all. With Yuan and Hui's addition, Lan Xuanyu created a new team strategy, the member responsible for luring monsters and protecting, while Yuan and Hui was responsible for eliminating enemies. Lan Xuanyu's Lan Mencao could also greatly enhance Yuan and Hui. The combined enhancement and tactical effects resulted in extremely high combat efficiency, and by the second night, the group had eliminated 3 waves of beasts, with Yuan and Hui alone on the mountaintop, while the others camped on the hillside. Qianlei, looking at the bulging bag, couldn't contain his excitement. Oh me God. This harvest is too generous. 6-star nuclei of the leader level. Plus more than 1,000 ordinary star nuclei. Xuanyu reminded them that Yuan and Huihui had already put in all of his previous gains, and he insisted on sharing them equally with everyone. Meng Qin wordlessly gave a thumbs up, acknowledging his coolness, while in high, beloved by all, was lost in his own joy, thinking how kind Xuanyu was to him, and how comfortable it was to be part of the team. On the second day of the Shrek Academy entrance exam, they ventured deeper into the Shuling area, their teamwork improving, and their gains surpassing the previous days in less than half the time. The only problem is the lack of food. Everyone's rations are running low. After thinking, Xuanyu boldly orders, "Eat all the remaining food." Meng Qin asks worriedly, "If we eat it now, what will we do later?" He analyzes the short-term plan in detail. "Our current goal is to expand our combat results, and tomorrow we will retreat until the end of the exam." She blurts out in confusion, "Only fighting for 2 days. Actually, we can fight even without eating for a day." Xuanyu strongly disagreed, saying they shouldn't take risks. Greed is a sin, and they shouldn't forget this is a real battlefield. A battlefield of life and death. Meng Qin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and praised him, saying that now she finally felt he was a qualified commander. The group ventured deeper, battling monsters as they went, and after 2 skirmishes, they arrived at a forest. Their spoils, including 16 elite-level star cores and 643 regular star cores. Xuanyu confidently summarizes that their current gains are enough for everyone to pass the Shrek Academy entrance exam. The first option is to retreat, securing their results until the exam ends. Without pausing, he lays out another option to venture into the jungle's borders and fight until midnight. Then retreat. The vote is unanimous. They all want to keep fighting. As expected, Xuanyu calmly took out the remaining rations. "Share these compressed foods. Everyone. We'll adjust for half an hour, then continue fighting." Tianqiu curiously asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Qianlei echoed. "Xuanyu, aren't you hungry? You usually eat the most." He gave a perfunctory reply, urging them on, saying he wasn't hungry and they should eat quickly before setting off again. To be safe, Lan Xuanyu chose Qianlei to summon a soul beast to scout ahead. Sure enough, he quickly found an anomaly. He discovered monsters, larger than before, and still living in group 6 in total. Xuanyu quickly calculates and immediately orders them to lead the creatures over here to prepare for battle. As the apes actively seek out their targets by sound, Tianliang didn't hesitate, rushing out to block its attack. But the dazzling energy from the ape's mouth startled him. It swelled into a massive sphere in the sky, blasting Tianliang away. Meng Qin shuddered, admitting that the 2-headed ape's attack power was comparable to that of the previous beast leader. Sweating, Xuanyu muttered, 6 at once, wasting no time. He unleashed a mass attack with his myriad manifestations skill. Yinhui, understanding the signal, supports with the earth elemental soul skill. 9 ancient spirit furnace, illuminating the sky with clouds of condensed lightning. Having gathered enough energy, they strike the rampaging apes below. A promising start, but Xuanyu remains vigilant, preparing for the next wave, deploying Dreamweavers to distract them. Everyone, prepare for an all-out attack. Unleash the blizzard as planned. The charred ape demons are now flash-frozen, a hellish cycle of heat and cold, with Xianlei adding insult to injury. The monkey is surrounded and weakening. With nothing left to lose, it plans a final, desperate attack. Xuanyu reads his opponent like a book, always speaking at the right moment. Tianqiu, it's time for us to go. She bit her lip and hummed in agreement as Tianqiu unleashed his soul skill, the soul fusion sign. She combines it with the deep blue gaze, creating a chain of explosive energy. Just as the ape escapes the dust cloud, it faces another threat. Xuanyu wouldn't let it recover, quickly ordering everyone to attack and eliminate them, with Yutian adding fire and Tianqiu launching a barrage of ice. Not to be outdone, Tianliang rushes forward to avenge his initial knockdown, and this all-out assault causes a corner of the forest to tremble violently. As the dust settled, Everyone was exhausted. Tianliang scanned the area, finally breathing a sigh of relief. All right. It's all taken care of. Xuanyu, catching his breath, agreed, telling them to clean up the battlefield, though victorious. He was still shaken, it had been too close. And if the beast had gained the upper hand, they might have been the ones destroyed. Soon, the surroundings returned to normal, and Xuanyu finally had time to examine their prize, a core with 2 mixed colors. He quickly shared his knowledge with his still-reeling companions, explaining that unlike previous beasts, this ape's core was in its chest. Then, Xuanyu urgently announced the next plan. Everyone would rest in place for a bit. Then they'd retreat, as their energy was greatly depleted, and they couldn't use deep blue gaze again today. He warns them with a serious tone about the imminent danger, the level of which exceeds their expectations. Meng Qin, still eager for a final score, points out that there's still plenty of daylight left. Understanding, Xuanvu immediately retorted. No further. I can't risk anyone's life. Mangcam, already hot-headed, was easily appeased. Stop calling him Kaka. It makes you sound like a child. He pooted unhappily, defending himself. Because I'm still just a weak little baby. While the others laughed, she grew even more furious. Baby this and that. What kind of training did your 5th master even do? After this interlude, Xuanyu instructed those beside him. All right, let's take advantage of this time to rest. Fengzi, find a higher place to keep watch. Just as he spoke, 2 shimmering lights appeared in the sky, filling him with unease. What was happening? Were monsters nearby drawing on their power. As Xuanyu watched, the Monkey King approached from behind. Just as the earth began to churn, he spoke deliberately. We need to. But before he could finish, a wave of heat sent him crashing to the ground. The mud crabs shared the same fate as Shukana, and as he bit down to keep from vomiting blood, a vague concept flashed through his mind: spiritual stimulation. With sheer willpower, Xuanyu struggled to his feet and roared. Get them out of here. He grabbed 2 unconscious comrades and commanded the others to flee. Xuanyu instinctively tumbled through the air, realizing this was an existence they couldn't fight. It wasn't until the Ape King revealed its true form in the sky that Xuanyu was shocked. It uses both of its gaping maws to express its rage, and Xuanyu finally understands a 2-headed ape is the leader. And they arrive when a beast dies. Xuanyu descend, ordering a tactical retreat, focus fire, hold it back, and have Meng Qin capture it. But before they can react, the Ape King strikes first with its wings. A beam of pure energy strikes the very spot where Mu Qing was standing. But Xuanyu has no time to worry about her. He must focus all his strength on the ape. Annoyed by the constant interruptions, the Ape King retaliates with its remaining wing, aiming at Xuanyu while deflecting the arrows coming its way. Meng Qin returns with a vengeance, and the Monkey King, besieged by the powerful Guinyu, falters and falls. Yunhui, observing the situation, quietly estimated that enough poison had accumulated. He swiftly unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Fire Spirit Bink, to seize the opportunity. They hit the ground and spun the Monkey King in the heat wave of the explosion. Xin Zixuan was momentarily stunned. The poison mist accumulated by those poison arrows could trigger another explosion. But this 2-headed ape is tougher than its underlings. Easily escaping the fiery encirclement, Tianliang proactively steps up to fight, wielding power in both hands, ready to bite back. He erupts with crackling electricity, preparing for the decisive clash, and roars to gather his courage. He then charged straight towards the Ape King. Sensing danger, it retaliated with a wing, but Tianliang nimbly dodged. Moving in a zigzag pattern, he moved so fast he was a blur. Slamming into the owl, Monkey King's back, he unleashes a soul skill. 4 soul skills, stacked on top of each other. He's created his own soul skill. After a long days, Tianlei is awakened by the noise, wiping the cold sweat from his face. He lamented his helplessness as everyone faced a life-or-death crisis, refusing to accept his fate. He steels his resolve. No, he won't be useless. For his team, he can be a summoner. Gritting his teeth, Tianlei takes a daring step. Come forth. Summoning Gate, Take all my spiritual power. I must summon a powerful soul beast. It seems that near-death experiences unlock hidden potential. As Tianlei's vision blurs with a scrambled image, the aura within the summoning gate, something he's never sensed before. The feast is laid out before him, but Tianlei feels powerless. How can he make the connection? When Xuanyu always did it. His mind spiraled into another endless loop of self-doubt. He was too weak. Truly too weak. Despite his desperate denials and urgings, he couldn't remain this weak. He had to become stronger. No sooner had he thought this than Tianlei spat blood towards the gate. His mind racing at the speed of light. He felt the connection. He chased the faint shadow in the sea of consciousness and cried out in his heart. "It's you." As the door burst open, the 10,000-year-old earth bear materialized just in time. He collapsed to the ground, panting, realizing that true progress demanded a desperate struggle, and the real rewards were kept within his spiritual power, had finally broken 500 points. With similar builds, Deity confidently takes on the Ape King, while Mengqin tirelessly uses her second soul skill to break through the opponent's mental defenses, preventing its mental attacks. In the heat of battle, two lights flickered in the sky, just as Xuanyu cried out. Tianlei and Dadi were thrown back. Even Tianliang and Mengqin are affected. And even Yin Hui, standing far away, struggles to maintain his balance. The Ape King fought with increasing ferocity, pouring all his resentment into the brawl. As the smoke cleared, he locked onto his targets, Tianliang, lying motionless. Fortunately, two thorny vines lashed out just in time. They pulled him away from the Vine Ape King's killing blow, losing its fragrant meal. It gritted its teeth in fury, as Xuanyu retrieved his blue silver grass, drawing its attention. Mengqin desperately called out his name. Lan Xuanyu. Her heart filled with panic. What was he doing? Was he trying to fight the Ape King watching? Xuanyu rushed forward. She felt even more despair. This creature was far beyond any ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. But clearly, he wasn't fighting alone this time, as Jin Mao steadily poked his head out, showing off his glittering eyes. The Ape King met them, and was instantly stunned for a moment. And that's the chance for Xuanyu to land a punch right where it counts. Unfazed by the splatter of blood, the Ape King takes the full brunt of the attack, losing a burning red limb, and roars in agony, shaking the very air. The sonic wave obliterates everything around them. But luckily, Xuanyu quickly releases his blue-silver grass to wrap around his feet. Using the momentum to spin around the Yuan Ape King, Mengqin closed her eyes, silently praying. Just 2 more seconds. Almost there, a wave of energy formed a blinding light, engulfing the vast area. Xuanyu's quick thinking allowed him to move behind the Ape King, avoiding the worst of it, while Mengqin breathed a sigh of relief, having finally completed her task. But she didn't dare linger, and continued to use her 4th soul skill Jade Emperor Descent. The phoenix immediately spread its wings and flew up from Mengqin's position. When the moment is right, she switches to spirit fusion, her hands moving swiftly as she unleashes the 3rd soul imprint Snow Maiden Descent. Her soul quickly separated and flew toward the phoenix, merging into one. The final step in this sequence is self-body spirit fusion. The giant phoenix, imbued with the Ice Empress's dance, unleashes an attack on everything around it, while the Ape King roars, asserting its dominance against this new foe. The 2 beams of light that had been present from the start now posed a threat once more. This time, the clever ape combined them into a sharp drill. This bizarre weapon hurtles fearlessly toward the phoenix, and the impact seems to freeze time itself. But even with her protective powers fully engaged, the vermilion bird couldn't withstand the Monkey King's attack. The drill tore through her defenses, heading straight for her. The phoenix breaks out in a cold sweat, her heart willing but her body unable. Is this really it? I can't move anymore. But just then, in the nick of time, 2 enormous, golden forces collide. While Yin Hui had to lower his bow due to the backlash, Dong Hui strained himself to the limit to parry the attack, and Xuanyu seized this precious moment to free Lin Yinthao and pull Mengqin to safety. Just as he pulled them away, the drill struck, its mere impact on the ground distorting the space behind Xuanyu. At the epicenter of the aftershock, light flickers, ready to burst forth as the earth cracks and shatters. Combined with speed, they became deadly weapons, shaking the group like rag dolls. This time, in the forest sea, beyond the dense dust, there's a lingering layer of black smoke, and the closer you get to the explosion, the more shocking the scene becomes. The three, including Hin Vu, were fortunate enough to land near each other, but he himself coughed up blood from the significant backlash. Not far away, Lu Feng's injuries are unclear, and even Yin Hui is barely clinging to life. Xuanyu struggled to crawl and check on each of his teammates, but before he could deal with the aftermath, he was drawn to the disturbance in the air. Within Xuanyu's sight, the Monkey King slumped beside the smoldering ashes, a sight that drained the color from his face. It slowly dragged its battered body toward the summoning gate, and Hyunwoo's mind raced as he saw the Primal King's twitching red eyes. It could still fight. He could only watch as it approached its target, ready to strike. Sensing danger, the Earth Elemental turns to flee. While the Earthworm disregards the impending doom and devours the remains. No, you can't run. The kid reaches out to stop the Great Earth, trying to reason with it. You were summoned by me, Hyunwoo. Desperate. Shouts. It's coming. It's about to hit. Ignoring the urgent cries, he resorts to desperate pleas. He needs that power to slay his enemies. I don't want to be useless. The Earth and the Money Bug unintentionally created a tug of war. Neither side notices the massive golden coin glowing above their heads, as they focus solely on their point of contact, causing the space to blaze with light. Xuanyu numbly watched the visually stunning scene of Qianlei and the summoned beast, until he could clearly make out the giant creature they had become, and he reluctantly pinned his hopes on the Earth Bear alone. But then, Hianvu had to correct himself. No. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Qianlei had transformed, and he and the Earth Bear had merged, snapping back to reality. He immediately calls out to the closest person. Xuanyu. Once his information is confirmed, he loudly praises him. So that works. Your martial soul really is the most unique. Qianlei excitedly proposed, his muscular face rippling. Xuanyu. Let's go together. Without a second thought, he charges in with his weapon. All right. Let's go. While busy launching hidden weapons at the Ape King, Xuanyu assigns tasks. Find a way to restrain its left hand. While it easily crushes the blue arrow with its right hand, Qianlei takes the initiative to restrain its left hand, handing it over to me, but he's sent flying by the Ape King after only a few seconds. Xuanyu, narrowly dodging an attack, gave his comrades instructions. Fatty. Grab its arm and use the earthly tyrant's gravity skill. The theory was great, but in reality, Qianlei was getting pummeled. After being kicked away again, he cried out in frustration. No, it's more agile than I thought. Hyunwoo's mind raced. The scent on this Ape King is gradually recovering. Once it's fully restored, we're all doomed. He shot a sharp look and made a silent decision. He had to risk it. Hyunwoo slid across the ground, gaining momentum, and launched himself like a small cannonball. The newly awakened Mengqin was shocked by the scene of life hanging by a thread, estimating the difference in physical strength between the two. She screamed a warning danger. As he closed the gap with the Ape King's claws, Xuanyu reached out, his green eyes gleaming with calculation, and the ring on his finger flared with light. The seemingly simple touch caused space and time to freeze. Even from afar, the edge of the forest flickered, as the Ape King was pierced through the chest by the bone-sealing spear. But even pinned to the ground, it still tries to raise its hand to retaliate. As he hesitates, Qianlei rushes in to restrain it, determined not to let it harm Xuanyu. The Rock, an unwilling spectator, couldn't help but comment impatiently. It's not dead yet, why not finish it off? Meanwhile, Qianqiu focused on the spear's master, muttering softly as she saw him move. Xuanyu, watching his deft hand movements, she widened her eyes in fear, wondering what he was planning. The longer she watched, the more frantic she became. Remembering that afternoon, with all her might, she screamed the word sugar, tearing through space itself, a sound that transcended time and reached Yue Na at home. Instinctively, she turns, wondering if Tianqi is in danger, and confirms her fears with a long silence. But then she sighed, reassuring herself that all was well. While back on the battlefield, everything was drowning in death. Tianliang and Qianlei were both stunned into silence. Even Qianchu couldn't help but wear the same expression. Her mind reeled with questions as she saw a whole Xuanyu, not one who had perished together, before everyone's eyes. He smiled and praised himself. Well used. Along with the immortalized bloodline he had learned. A new self-body martial Sul fusion technique. Xuanyu gazed contentedly at the headless corpse of the Ape King, slain by the ice-sealing dragon spear. Once the threat was neutralized, he staggered and commanded, Bansi, catch me quickly. Relaxing completely, Xuanvu collapses onto the ferry beside him, basking in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Xuanyu officially declared, Great. Everyone's alive. After Xuanyu's bloodline was immortalized, he and Honglin conducted many experiments. The two immersed themselves in the lab day and night, as Xianhua's bloodline brought new changes to Xuanyu's martial soul fusion skill. Different soul rings, combined with each hand, will unleash different fusion techniques. It was with this that Xuanyu delivered the fatal blow to the two-headed Ape King. As night fell, Yinhui and Donghui awoke, followed by the others. However, their soul power is depleted, rendering them unable to fight. So Xuanyu decides they'll rest here for the night. As this area is currently the safest, the greatest risk brought the greatest reward, the two-headed Ape King's chest core, a treasure that guarantees everyone's success in the entrance exam. As Xuanyu focused his mind, he was drawn by Yinhui's voice. Oui, you're awake. But her state made him wonder if it was his imagination. Why did Hui seem shorter? Xuanyu's eyes fell on the mountainous area, and he quickly denied the thought. No, not shorter. Just then, Yinhui, in her weakened female form, spoke. It hurts, Brother Xuanyu. But his silence reminded her to look up and check the moonlight above. From shock to embarrassment in a heartbeat, Yinhui instinctively screamed. Xuanyu quickly snapped back to reality, rushing to cover her mouth. Don't shout. Calm down. What if we attract monsters? He then realized he had frightened Yinhui, who was now flustered and uneasy. Don't cry. It's already happened. We're all comrades now. If this is your secret, we'll definitely help you keep it. Hearing this, Yinhui immediately burst into tears in Xuanyu's arms, a sight that made the onlooker's eyes roll back in disbelief. After calming down, Yinhui begins to tell everyone about his past. He comes from an ancient family in the Star Luo continent, the Titan giant ape family. Apparently, Yinhui once followed the Federation army to explore the outer planets, arriving at the 7th planet inhabited by humans, known as the Mew Mew Elf planet. There, he met a small, peaceful, and highly intelligent race known as the Elves, who possessed lifespans of up to 1,000 years, and there, he met his mother. They reasoned and married, and soon after, Yinhui was born. But different species combining led to an unexpected mutation. Under the sun, Yinhui is a boy, but when night falls, he becomes a girl, a peculiar constitution that troubles his parents, yet grants him extraordinary abilities. To protect this secret, Yinhui lived in the spirit forest until he was 8 years old before returning to Duluo continent. He poured out his heart, then hung his head and sighed, never expecting his secret to be exposed just by taking the exam. Tearfully, Yinhui pleads, I'm not a monster. I don't want this either. Xuanyu gently places a hand on Yinhui's shoulder, reassuring him. Hui, don't worry. We'll all help you keep your secret. Qianlai chimes in, and Mengqin adds that if everyone passes this exam, he can share a dorm with them, but she quickly smacks him on the head, reminding him that Yinhui is a girl. Tianchu, however, is more concerned with Yinhui's identity, asking which gender he prefers. This question makes Yinhui hesitate. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Mengqin drops her playful demeanor and analyzes seriously. This is something you should think about. After all, your personality is unique. You still need to decide on a primary gender. It will benefit you in the future. And Hui nodded, not fully understanding. Seeing the matter settled, Xuanyu steered the conversation to a more pressing issue. All right. Enough about that. Let's prepare to move. On the dawn of the fourth day, as sunlight pierced the leaves, the final transport arrived, officially ending the comprehensive assessment. The federal military headquarters stood tall in a vast area. Xiaokai carefully scanned the ranks, counting heads of the 145 who began the exam. Only 89 remained after 3 days. He announced to the dejected students that 58 had been eliminated. Of course, Xiaokai then gave them a pep talk, asking them to consider why they were eliminated, and to remember this life or death battle, no matter what path they take in the future, so they can improve. Next, he announced the results, calling out the names of those who passed. Starting with the expected name of Lan Xuanyu, Xiaokai showered the person before him with praise, saying he was brave and resourceful, and his best decision was to fight on the final day. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, making him suitable for leadership. He ranked first in this exam, and his additional reward is 3 Shrek Gold Emblem badges. Though Xuanyu politely thanked the teacher, he was ecstatic inside. The champion of the Shrek Academy entrance exam, truly amazing. Xiaokai didn't linger, continuing the ceremony by announcing the second-place winner, Yuan and Hui. Mengqin watched Liang Yibing with envious eyes, the whispers around her like salt in the wound. That name. It was him. So strong. So handsome. But she didn't have to wait long before her name was called with her teammates Mengqin. 3rd place. And Tian Liang. 6th place. Familiar faces dominate the top rankings, with Dong Tianchu in 8th place. Xuanyu Qian does some calculations, a hint of doubt creeping in. Everyone's in the top 15, except for Liao Feng. As expected, the announcement of his name caused quite a stir. Liao Feng, ranked 30th. Even the sighs of those beside him went unnoticed, lamenting their failure. Amidst the anticipation of the entire school, Xiaokai approached him to offer comfort, noting his ability to cooperate well with the team. Perseverance brings rewards. Liao Feng quickly adjusts, meets his teacher, and expresses his gratitude. He adds that talent isn't everything, but perseverance can be a powerful driving force. He was stunned for a moment, then perked right back up. Yes, I understand. After completing the procedures, Xiaokai officially announced, "This is the list of the top 30. The remaining examinees are basically eliminated, and the moment of life and death is when one's true nature is most easily seen. I hope everyone takes this lesson to heart." Finally, he reiterated one last time before dismissing the crowd, mentioning that some students from this class would be specially admitted, with details to follow. All right, let's start exchanging star badges. In this highly anticipated moment, the small mountain and dream harp thrown out were naturally the most attractive. Moreover, the 2-colored star essence at the top caused a complete explosion around them. Oh my god. There's so much. As expected of the champion team, that's a Lord-level star essence. These kids are amazing. In total, they secured 1 purple badge, 18 gold, and 23 white. The split 2 shares for Lan Xuanyu, and 1 share each for the other 8. With a mischievous grin, Lan Xuanyu claimed the purple medal, and after the exchange, all the examinees boarded the aircraft, preparing to return to Shrek Academy. From the moment he sat down, Xuanyu remained pensive, his chin resting in his hand, and Qianqiu was the first to notice this unusual behavior. But through rose-colored glasses, she only saw how handsome Lan Xuanyu looked in his focus. After a long gaze, Qianqiu finally spoke up, asking what evil scheme he was plotting. Xuanyu smirked, tilting his head. "Why would I have ulterior motives? Do you think I'm a bad person?" Before she could answer, Mengqin jumped in. "Whether you're bad or not is unclear." She leaned in close to Tianqiu, reminding her like a mother hen, protecting her chick. But she was sure of her judgment. "We have to be careful of this guy. Who knows? He might sell us out and make us pay him for it." Infuriated, Xuanyu issued an ultimatum. "Then don't team up with me next time. I only need Tianqiu." Mengqin immediately clung to her, seeking support. "Dream on. Who said Tianqiu wants to team up with you, Tianqiu? Whose side are you on?" Caught in the middle, Qianqiu decides to take charge, asking if they can stop acting like children. The silence only fuels her excitement. Haha. You can't do it. Can you, Xuanyu? Not to be outdone. Immediately switches to spoiled child mode. I'm still a little baby. I need Tianqiu's protection. The sight and sound of it all petrified the two girls. Meng Qin shuddered. Admitting defeat. I've got goosebumps, you win. Just then, a flight attendant's voice cut through the awkwardness. Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. The colossal object carrying the Shrek Academy students soared into the sky. The airship was ready for takeoff, and in the blink of an eye, they were in the vast galaxy. A timely announcement echoed over the speakers. Attention. Entering the transition phase. All personnel prepare for sleep. Xuanyu closed his eyes, carefully sensing the boundless space outside. Everything was on course, and he couldn't help but relax. As expected, back at Shrek Academy, everyone returns to the guest house to rest. As the official selection list will be announced tomorrow, a new day begins with warm sunlight stretching across the building as Xuanyu bursts through the door, exclaiming. Teacher Li Hongbin sits firmly in his chair and asks frankly, "How did you do?" He excitedly reported. "I'm at the top." Hongbin was shocked, exclaiming, "What? Tell me about the exam." After processing the information, Hongbin excitedly patted his student's shoulders, praising, "Amazing, to stand out among so many elites. I'm proud of you." Once the other man was happy enough, Xuanyu voiced his doubts. "Teacher Li, I made another discovery. I feel like this exam wasn't actual combat." He immediately regained his serious demeanor to understand the issue. "Oh, tell me about it." He was just waiting for this, and began to ramble on. "I discovered that even though we were on the spaceship, life energy was always present. And how was the life energy maintained so stably?" Hongbin lost his composure and lunged towards the wooden box. "Purple, how did you get it?" Xuanyu frankly confessed. "I exchanged it, using the largest Lord-level star core." His eyes burned with envy and resentment. It infuriated him that Nan had only obtained it once despite his best efforts. He wisely changed the subject. "Teacher, what can this purple emblem be exchanged for?" Without hesitation, Hongbin begins the lesson right then and there. The purple insignia can be exchanged for a wealth of items, including countless treasures. But most importantly, it can be exchanged for Tang Sect cultivation methods. It can also enhance your eyesight and offers a way to attack the mind, like the purple demon eyes, which effectively train mental strength. Hearing this, Xuanyu was overjoyed. Perfect. Because what he wants most right now is to increase his strength. This purple badge is truly amazing. But Hongbin immediately cautioned him. "Don't tell anyone about your suspicions." Without hesitation, he agreed. "I won't tell anyone. I feel like the school is being very genuine with us. Even the pain feels 100% real. They're really dedicated." But Hongbin then threw a bucket of cold water on him, saying it was all real, shocking him into silence. He furrowed his brow, explaining seriously that the Academy's efforts for human progress were beyond his imagination, and that the Federation would no longer be as peaceful as ordinary people after the start of interstellar migration. He hesitated, adding filler words and speculating. "You mean?" But Hongbin cut him off. "There's a lot you're not ready to know. Just remember, your peaceful life is thanks to those who bear the burden for you. Just keep striving. And when you're strong enough, you'll understand. I hope one day you'll reach heights I can't, and fulfill the dreams I couldn't." The next day, Teacher Li Hongbin left Duluo Star as the announcement for new student assembly began. "Xie Lai, hurry up," his companion urged. "Xuanyu, let's go to Poseidon Plaza." He responded with a soft hum, as if in agreement. At Sea God Square, during the new student induction ceremony, Teacher Xiaokai announced the final list with 6 specially admitted students. A total of 36 students passed. Xuanyu spotted Zhenhua in the crowd and was immediately suspicious. "Isn't that Lu Ji from before? He's on stage too? And he seems to be looking at me." But then, the introduction on stage cut through his thoughts. "My name is Ying Luohong, and I am the Dean of Shrek Academy's Outer Academy. First, on behalf of Shrek Academy, I welcome you all. Here. There will be no teachers supervising your studies. Everything is entirely self-directed. However, if you fail the annual centralized assessment, then, I'm sorry, you'll have to return from whence you came. As Lak Hong's voice trailed off, the crowd below buzzed with discontent. What? But she ignored the commotion and continued her speech. I can assure you, if you're willing to learn, there will be someone to teach you. Shrek Academy is a place of fairness, a place of infinite possibilities, and it's up to you to discover what those possibilities are. Finally, welcome again. And with that, he left the stage. Lam 2 quickly took over, guiding everyone, assigning dorms, and handing out enrollment materials, inviting the new students to follow him. But a protest arose as soon as they changed locations. What a white badge is needed for a month alone in the dorm. Lam 2 patiently explained that the academy wanted them to be self-reliant from a young age. But Xuanyu's attention was elsewhere. Teacher, can friends visit our dorms? He flatly refused. Of course not. He immediately turned to his companions. Then, let's get a gold badge. Soon, they were all heading to the luxurious housing area. Without a word, they all exclaimed in awe, this academy is too extravagant. Does everyone get their own villa? Lam 2 smiled and confirmed. That's right. One person. One villa. A white badge is used for living here and can be used for everything. Xuanyu couldn't help but ask if the senior's ride was an academy assignment. To which he shrugged. Half joking. Half serious. Not really. I've used up quite a bit of my badge. So I have to do missions. But talented students won't end up like me. Lam Vu leads them to the door, introducing their new dorms. They must adapt quickly and cultivate diligently, aiming for the inner ranks after graduation. Xuanyu barely registers the announcement, his attention completely consumed by the interior. He excitedly looks around, like a country bumpkin in the big city, even spotting a simulation pod. This is the barracks. It's huge, 100 square meters. And the meditation energy here is at least 3 times denser than outside. The life energy must be twice as strong too. This is amazing. So worth it. Xuanyu punched the air, emphasizing how worthwhile this was, wondering what other surprises awaited him, and expressing his anticipation. When a notification piqued his curiosity about an unknown number, as Xuanyu raised his hand, a voice echoed. Come to the Space Center and use your spirit communicator to translate. He was immediately suspicious. Was this the same sloppy teacher from before? Is he stuck with this guy as his guide? Xuanyu quickly arrives at the research hall of the Space Center, where Zhenhua is waiting on the stairs, gesturing for him to follow. As he approached, the man introduced himself. I'm Tang Chenhua, and I'll be your teacher from now on. Xuanyu followed obediently. He stepped through the door and immediately plopped down in a chair, launching into a tirade. I have good news for you. You're the only one who applied to the Space Command Department this year, and you're the only one we're accepting. He repeated, dryly. This is good news, Zhenhua retorted. Do you think the Space Command Department is full of nobodies? Xuanyu cautiously replied. Those who are selected are the elite. He waved his middle finger and shouted, Nonsense, there are few people, because my standards are high. In our branch, we are the largest department. Anyone who wants to come can come later. He blankly repeated. Branch Academy. Zhenhua leaned back, humming. You'll find out later. And you'll experience it. Passing this academy means you're 1 in 10,000. It continued. I heard you were at Haiquan, and you were the champion in the previous comprehensive assessments, with only a 2-ring cultivation. Despite the scrutinizing gaze, Xuanyu humbly insisted. It was just luck. Then he pressed further, asking if his teacher would teach him, and if he would receive all the resources of this department, to which Zhenhua emphatically agreed. It continued. I've also studied your file. Your bloodline is very special. Do you know why I told you that you're my only student? Isn't that a good thing? Without waiting for an answer, he cheerfully provided one himself, stating that the first point was correct. But then, he flipped like a pancake, roaring that the second point was wrong. Cultivation and resources depended on metals, and no one was exempt. Xuanyu sighed, not fully understanding. Zhenhua didn't end his speech just because Xuanyu lost interest. Disappointed. Then you're wrong. In the entire outer court, I'm the oldest. And I've walked far more paths than you. Following me means more opportunities. Knowledge of secrets. Fewer detours. And with my guidance, you can save a lot of cultivation resources. Finally, Zhenhua gets to the point. Move out of the dorms. I'll give you a design and a simulation room. I'll have them delivered. These are my personal gifts to you. Got it. Xuanyu is thrilled by this stroke of luck. But Zhenhua quickly pours cold water on his excitement, telling him not to get ahead of himself. As everything comes with a condition, his eyes widened as he blurted out. Conditions. Zhenhua, holding him close, laid out the harsh terms. He must remain the champion in every subsequent assessment. Just as he was upon entering the academy, he scanned Xuanyu with a deadly gaze, like customs inspecting contraband. If you can't do it, that's it. Go back and wait. Undeterred, Xuanyu pressed his luck. Teacher, I have some exchange-related matters. Give me the authority. I want to exchange resources. Tianhua, suppressing his annoyance, reminded him that he didn't have many metals and nothing to trade, so he should take his time to find something. But Xuanyu, stubbornly following the advice, insisted that purple metals could be exchanged for treasures. I want to quickly raise my soul power to level 30. Sure enough, this hot news immediately caught his attention. Xin, tell me, how did you get it? Now comfortable, Xuanyu didn't hide anything, saying it might be related to his bloodline. Sensing something strange, he pried. Tell me, Xuanyu eagerly explained. I only felt it after coming to Shrek Academy. The element energy feels very close to me. He felt energy flowing into his body the first time he cultivated, and his cultivation speed has increased significantly since coming here. So he wants to improve quickly. After a moment of surprise, Zhenhua made a suggestion. Here, give me your hand. Xuanyu obediently followed his instructions, and in mere seconds, he felt an electric current surge through him. Shinji Zhenhua's resonance allows him to easily see Xuanyu's sea of consciousness, leaving him so flustered he almost drops the boy's hand. A thin layer of sweat covered his face, but his heart was racing. No wonder. No wonder. This is unimaginable. What bloodline is this? So high level, I've never seen anything like it. After calculating everything, Zhenhua eagerly urged him on. Your bloodline is extraordinary. Show me your martial soul. Quickly, he completely lost his composure when he saw the two energy orbs in Xuanyu's hands. Dragon bloodline. This is the aura of a dragon bloodline. What kind of lineage is this? Both powers are incredibly high level. Since when could silver grass mutate like this? Two incompatible bloodlines, aren't they supposed to clash? Xuanyu reveals his secret, saying they would clash. But his former teacher helped harmonize them. Zhenhua's eyes gleam as he peppers him with questions. How is that possible? Which teacher Li Honghan and Yin Tianfan aren't capable of that? He quickly demonstrates, creating a vortex where they don't collide, which only confuses him more. How is this possible? Is your teacher a god? Now Zhenhua's mind is a mess. His bloodline is too special, any one part of which could make him a top-tier powerhouse. But those two together could kill him at any moment. The existence of this vortex harmonizing them is truly miraculous. He obsessively digs for information. Xuanyu, can you tell me who your teacher is? He casually gives the answer, Nana Laoshi. Zhenhua continues to press, where Xuanyu doesn't hold back any information. She teaches at Tiandu Star. After such a deep talk, he freely asks, Teacher, is my current cultivation method correct? Though reluctant, he admits, at least I can't think of a better way. This foundation is just too good. Your two bloodlines have begun to merge, perhaps even into one that is your teacher's true strength. Your bloodline can directly absorb life energy to strengthen itself. Yes. Yen vous confirme. Lan Xuanyu thoroughly demonstrates the process of absorbing life energy since arriving at Shrek Academy, leaving Tang Zhenhua utterly astonished. With Lan Xuanyu's physique, cultivation at the academy is sure to be a success. He expresses his curiosity again, asking what cultivation resources he can exchange for, proactively offering his badge this time, saying that these are for him, and to give him his purple badge. Xuanyu looks at the glittering object, his heart pounding. A gold badge. He remembers Teacher Li saying that purple badges can be exchanged for items, but not gold ones. It's okay. I choose to believe. He secretly made up his mind and pushed the purple badge onto the table, saying, "Here." Zhenhua smiled and generously announced, "Speak. What do you want to exchange for?" Zhenhua finally gets to the main point, asking what he wants in exchange. Xuanyu, who was waiting for this, immediately asks for all sorts of treasures to quickly raise his soul power to level 30, and the purple demon eyes to enhance his eyesight and spiritual power. Hearing this, he quickly interjected, advising him not to buy the purple demon eyes. Lan Xuanyu asked, mouth agape. Why Zhenhua pointed a thumb at himself, confidently stating, "I'm both a Shrek teacher and a Tang Sect disciple. If you want to learn, I'll take you to the Tang Sect. Have you become my apprentice? And teach you all of its secret arts directly." This revelation shocks Xuanyu. Is that really possible? Seeing that Fleck was satisfied, he advised Hui to accumulate merit, as his physic had better options, and to focus on regular studies. Later, he would give him a special exchange, personally taking him to a place, to which he naturally nodded in agreement, saying he would listen to his teacher. Zhenhua suddenly turns around, saying, "Wait a moment. I have something for you." "Where did I put it?" Meanwhile, Xuanyu is busy marveling at his decision, realizing it will save him a lot of trouble. Soon after, he produced a small palm-sized box, telling him to keep it in his meditation room and open it while cultivating. But to tell no one, confused, he blurted out, "Teacher, what is this?" Zhenhua explained, "This is a black badge from Shrek Academy, made from a branch of the eternal tree. When your bloodline resonates, wear it on your chest. It might help you recover." He frantically waves his hands, refusing the hot potato. "This is too precious. Teacher, I can't accept it." Zhenhua takes a deep breath, trying to suppress the rage rising in his throat, but he failed to hold back, his face darkening as he roared, "Idiot! I'm just lending it to you. I'll take it back when I need it. Just focus on your training." "Stop wasting time." Zhenhua's face grew more menacing as he spoke. "If you don't win the championship, give it back immediately." Xuanyu, terrified, obediently agreed. On the way back, he secretly made a resolution. This trip was worth it. Elder Tang may seem unreliable, but he's really helped me a lot, so I need to do my best from now on. In another room, Xiao Kai was also coaxing Liao Feng, reminding him that the last time he was so badly injured in the exam, the things he gave him to eat were worth a purple badge. He then launched into a smooth debt-collecting routine, asking when he planned to pay him back. Liao Feng scowls, entering full-on complaint mode. "A purple badge? Why don't you just rob me? It's not like I asked for it," Xiao Kai retorts, annoyed. "What? Am I wrong to help you pass the Shrek Academy exam?" He softened his tone slightly. But how could he earn a purple badge in an instant? He quickly made a suggestion, "Just borrow Xuanyu. It's not like you don't have one." Liao Feng jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "No way. I can't pass the exam without him." Xiao Kai patiently offered another option. "This won't work. That won't work. Then there's only one way." He didn't finish before Liao Feng shouted, "Absolutely not." He was speechless, but still smiling. He thought, it's acceptable for a teacher to give resources to their personal disciple. I can barely accept it. You can pay me back in a year. But the problem is, you're so weak. Can you pass the test in a year? Speaking of strength, Liao Feng switched to a serious mode very quickly. "I definitely can." Xiao Kai pats his new student's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "From today on, you are my personal disciple." But Liao Feng's deadpan expression makes his blood boil. "What's with that face? Don't you want to be?" Xiao Kai teases, saying if he doesn't want it, give back the badge. Liao Feng reluctantly says he does. Annoyed, Xiao Kai tells him to call him teacher. Liao Feng reluctantly obliges, but then asks what he was given that day. Xiao Kai reveals it was a petal from a 10,000-year-old heavenly velvet chrysanthemum. which can restore the body. A similar scene unfolds in the outer court director's office, as he questions the other person with a sharp gaze. Fatty, what are you looking at? Qianlei startles, waving his hands frantically. Director, I didn't. With a hint of disbelief, An Hong gets down to business, stating that Qianlei can now fuse with his summons, a phenomenon that just occurred. Qianlei admits that it happened after his soul power broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. Hong was taken aback and ordered Qianlei to kneel. All right. I'll take you as my personal disciple. I need to study your deficient meridians. They're quite interesting. The boy dazedly replied. Yes. No sooner said than done. Qianlei kowtowed, banging his head on the floor. Hong was stunned and reminded him. Who told you to kowtow? The boy naively retorted. You told me to kneel. Isn't that how you formally become a disciple? She exhaled a mouthful of stifled air before instructing. You're overthinking it. Look down. Qianlei stared wide-eyed at the glowing totem, his face unable to hide his bewilderment. Before he could recover, strands of spiritual energy quickly wrapped around him. Qianlei couldn't control himself, exclaiming, "Ah, what an amazing feeling." Hong is pleased with this reaction, concluding that it is indeed the Spirit Sea realm, which is acceptable, but his cultivation is too weak, so he should kneel there and feel the changes in his Spirit Sea, the uniqueness of his martial soul, and that his cultivation speed is simply too slow, only good for pure spiritual power. Qianlei boldly asks how long he must kneel, to which she coldly replies, at least 24 hours. If you can't endure, you don't need to be my personal disciple. I can't lose to that person. Despite his body's protests, he silently reassures himself. I have to endure. I must endure. The bragging rights will be amazing. In the next room, Xuanyu stares at a wooden box, calculating his next move. Time to open it and see what's inside. As soon as he does, a torrent of light erupts. Xuanyu was stunned. Such dense life energy. I feel reborn. Even the vortex in my chest is changing, but as the contents were revealed, his expression shifted. The vortex is slowing down. It's like my bloodline vortex is being suppressed. What is this? Xuanyu stared intently at the intertwining gold and silver lights before him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as the two energies separated and surged outwards, as if sentient. They coiled around the wooden box, and Xuanyu's eyes shifted to match their colors. The immense pressure forces a long cry from him as he clenches his jaw, his inner self protesting wildly. It's absorbing too fast. The bloodline aura is rising rapidly. The pores on his body swell continuously, confusing him at this rate. He'll explode. This isn't good. No. Suddenly, a change occurs within Hyunwoo's sea of consciousness, like the sun peeking out, awaiting the dawn. A powerful light spread throughout the space, allowing Hyunwoo to catch his breath as control over his mental strength returned. Even so, he still couldn't escape this predicament. He needed to quickly gather his bloodline energy and reform the vortex. But the problem remained. While meditating, Xuanyu felt his bloodline power surge, becoming stronger than before, an uncomfortable pressure building within him. What could he do? He took a deep breath, trying to inject a dose of calm, knowing he could only rely on himself to solve this. Merging his wisdom bloodline with his martial soul fusion skill was out of the question. It would blow up the meditation room. It suddenly dawns on him. The power of his bloodline can absorb both soul force and life energy. As inspiration struck, he envisioned a diagram connecting life energy, bloodline power, and soul power. What if he reversed it? Could he use bloodline wisdom to convert excess life energy into soul power? It might actually work. With a general direction in mind, Xuanyu begins, first using the 7-colored light to stabilize his bloodline power, then guiding the Xuantiangong. Instead of expelling energy, he reverses the flow to absorb it. After much effort, Hyunwoo silently cheers, finally separating the soul force. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. This method worked. He continued the process, converting excess life energy into soul power. When he finished, he marveled at how much his soul power had increased in such a short time. This was definitely the path for him. But before he could celebrate, Xuanyu's heart leaped. His black vortex badge had lost all its energy. Thankfully, it was only temporary. He quickly recovered his forced smile. Scared to death. As it replenished its life energy from the outside, he thought he'd broken it. Now, Lan Xuanyu slowly rises to summarize the process. Great. I've found a cultivation method that suits me. The bloodline energy will be dissolved and fused, and my soul power will increase accordingly, provided there's enough life energy. Soon, Xiaokai stood confidently on the podium, introducing the rules. I won't beat around the bush. I'm the teacher in charge of guiding your mecha class, and you have 2 years to create your own mecha. If you can't do it by then, you'll have to leave Shrek Academy. His steady voice echoed through the space, adding that the standard for the inner court assessment was to become a Mindsi Duluo and raise one's soul power to level 70. Xuanyu was stunned. Was this the standard for Shrek Academy? But his soft voice was quickly drowned out by Xiaokai, who said, Everyone, look. The eternal tree is the core of life for the entire mother star, and it devoured all the invading planes to evolve into its current form. That city atop the tree is Eternal Heaven City. The true Shrek Academy. The inner court of Shrek Academy. Only inner court disciples can go there. And a sense of longing stirs within Xuanyu. The inner court is on the eternal tree. Meanwhile, the other students buzzed with excitement. A city. The legendary Eternal Sky City. Xiaokai let them chatter for a moment before restoring order. That's all for the extras. Let's begin the lesson. He gestured towards the screen for a visual explanation. Let's start with the basics, the 3 processes of Dukai creation design. Forging, and engraving the core magic array. Xiaokai's lecture continued steadily. In the next 2 years, you must choose a supplementary major you wish to study. Furthermore, to reach a certain level, you must be able to create a 1-word battle armor by the end of the first year, at the very least. And before we dismiss, let's confirm our class officers Lan Xuanyu as class president, and Yuan and Huihui as vice president. The student body officers will rotate every month, and after a year, everyone will vote for the official officers. 2 hours after class, everyone filed out into the hallway. After holding back all day, Xuanyu finally found a chance to ask. Teacher, Qianlei asked for leave. Is that okay, without hesitation? Zhenhua replied. His instructor requested the leave so he could undergo some special training. Don't worry. Under Duong Trenhoa's guidance, Lam Hianvu arrives at Shrek Academy's Exchange Mission Center, and soon they're in VIP room number 3. Troong rushes out like a whirlwind. Teacher, you're here. Hianvu scans the room with laser-like curiosity. Red and blue, what kind of uniform design is this? He understood and immediately answered. Little brother, the most ordinary is the most noble. Wearing the Shrek Academy uniform is a great honor. Little brother, it's our glorious tradition. Just then, Zhenhua introduced him. This is your eldest senior brother, Yan Chang'an. You have 6 senior brothers and sisters still alive. Talk to him about the exchange. Coming to his senses, he happily stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, eldest senior brother. I'm Lan Xuanyu. I look forward to your guidance. Chang'an immediately put on a friendly face. Little junior brother. Just be natural in front of your senior brothers. No need to be polite. While Xuanyu was still stunned, Chenhua elaborated. My disciples are either oblivious or half crazy. You acting so normal is the most abnormal thing here. He stammers, wondering which category he falls into. Taking the opportunity, Chang'an steers the conversation elsewhere, mentioning an upcoming mission. Zhenhua indifferently replies that he's thought it through. Then go. But he puts on a sorrowful act, saying, I just don't want to leave you. Master, who will take care of you when I'm gone? Knowing his disciple like a book. Master says, spare me the theatrics. What good are you to me? Just spit it out. With tears welling in his eyes, Chang'an suggested, Master, look at that thing of yours. Zhenhua erupted like a bomb. This lion's roar skill was indeed Chang'an's kryptonite. He wisely shifts the focus to someone else, saying, let's talk about our junior disciple first. Come here. I'll introduce you. While Xuanyu smiles outwardly, Inwardly, he scoffs. Our senior disciple sure changes his tune quickly. Is this what they teach in performance arts? As Chang'an's words easily piqued his interest, he decided to first look at the white badge exchange slips. The slips were constantly being updated, and the advantage of the VIP room was the ability to hold an exchange request. Let's see if anything on the slips interests him. Xuanyu scanned the list on the screen, ready to browse. But upon closer inspection, the content shocked him. Outer court ranking beauty was up for trade. With a price of 1 white badge, Chang'an chimed in at the perfect moment, explaining that students could post their own exchanges, but reminding him not to go overboard. As all content had to be approved by the Academy, these ridiculous words were met with merciless laughter. Yes, certain content is prohibited. The result is a hefty fine, and an enraged Chang'an forgets his manners, saying that he'll lose a disciple like him. Ignoring their bickering, Xuanyu focused intently, wondering if cultivation insights could be exchanged for items. He confidently affirmed that it was possible. Waiting for this, he proposed. Then I want to post an article on how to resolve conflicts between twin martial souls and use life energy for cultivation. Seeing the person next to him so silent, Xuanyu tilted his head and repeated, "Is that okay, Grandmaster Huayuan?" But Chang'an was too busy turning to stone with the information he brought twin martial souls. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You really want to post this? Junior, this information is too valuable, and you have to guarantee its authenticity." At this point, Xuanyu hesitated slightly. Of course it's true, but it might be a little difficult for others to use. Zhenhua subtly reminds him that he's naturally attuned to life energy, a fact that only makes Chang'an's head spin even more. Truly, some people are just infuriatingly gifted. After digesting the shock, Chang'an immediately regained his dignified demeanor, saying it could be posted, but it had to be gold level. Xuanyu anxiously asked if anyone would exchange for it. He wagged his finger knowingly, saying some things are only believed if they're expensive. Zhenhua chimed in, adding a dose of reassurance. On this, you should listen to him. He's the best in the entire academy at judging people. Chang'an immediately protested, acting wronged. Teacher, why would you expose me like that? How am I supposed to interact with my junior from now on? Following Chang'an's guidance, Xuanyu posted his exchange item and continued browsing the list. Even though he wrote it himself, he still couldn't believe it. This Sea God Lake water is that expensive. Can't we just get some ourselves, Chang'an? Ever the encyclopedia of knowledge, chimed in. The Sea God Lake is protected by a soul-severing formation. Do you know how much that stuff costs outside? This is an internal benefit of our academy. The Sea God Lake water is known as the water of life. Absolutely, Xuanyu enthusiastically suggested. Then I'll try it too. But before he could finish, he was stopped by Zhenhua. You don't need this. Exchange it for 1 hour of cultivation in the Sea God Lake in the gold list. This blatant waste of money would make Chang'an trade it in. But, teacher, that's the golden ticket deemed the least worthy of exchange. It takes a gold badge to cultivate for just 1 hour. Zhenhua shot back a look like a lightning bolt. What do you know? His life energy has a high affinity. If he can absorb enough, before she could finish, Xuanyu and the other had already slipped away. It was worth it. Before leaving, he turned back to confirm. I'm trading this. Inwardly, he added, perfect. I've been searching for life energy this dense. But in the end, Zhenhua was the one who brought Xuanyu to the training grounds. And soon, the teacher and student arrived at the remote Toadai Troc, deep in the forest. Tang Yue greeted them with a barbed welcome. A friend from afar is a joy. Old Ghost lay. What brings you here? Zhenhua immediately switched to threatening mode. Tang Yu. Do you have a death wish? He wisely softened his tone. Still, as fierce as ever. What brings you to my humble abode? Zhenhua, he patted the person next to him on the shoulder and boasted, my new disciple. Xuanyu, greet teacher Tang Yue. The boy obediently greeted as instructed. Greetings, teacher, he says, sealing the deal immediately. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect you to have such a keen eye. Transfer him to me. Zhenhua retorts sarcastically. What? Are you planning to leave the mountain and take in disciples? Tang Yue replies cryptically. I'm just saying. You know I'm just being glib. His pathetic demeanor provokes him to add, still lacking any ambition. He then says, lead the way. My disciple has exchanged 3 gold medals for an hour of cultivation. Tang Yu expresses his doubt. 3 gold medals, you didn't just give them to him. Did you? Zhenhua seizes the opportunity to boast. This disciple of mine is the champion of this class. The medals were all earned by him. He then asked a more critical question. A champion student coming to your place, your family agreed to that, touched on a sore spot. He immediately began acting. Though we're no longer together in name, our hearts are still one. Tang Yue couldn't help but retort. Why don't you say that when she's here? Then he took the lead and started walking. A few seconds later, Tang Yue was astonished by Xuanyu's power, what he replayed it to confirm. Repeatedly. A life, energy, affinity, physique. This class has a new student with a life energy friendly constitution. And I didn't know Zhenhua sends perfunctory pictures. There's a lot you don't know. Let him go cultivate quickly. While they were bickering, Xuanyu had moved to a paradise. He couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of life, energy, and its sheer volume. Tang Yue urged him on. See the lotus, go up there, but as soon as he stepped onto it, he sank right in, becoming half wet, half dry. As the surrounding light seeped into his body, they bypassed the initial hesitation, and the membrane's speed increased rapidly. Tang Yue observed from afar and urgently warned, this isn't good, get him out of there now. This kid's affinity with life energy is too high. Absorbing so much at once will make his body explode. The familiar feeling of fusion quickly returns to Xuanyu, and he closes his eyes to control the situation. Chen Hua says in disbelief, he stabilized it. Tang Yue urgently grabs his collar, demanding to know the boy's life force affinity level. Tianhua, annoyed, retort, I don't know. Shouldn't you know more about this than I do? Unable to contain his anger, he raised his voice. You didn't know. And yet you brought him to me. You almost killed him. If that happened, my teacher would never forgive you. Though incredulous, Zhenhua estimates the affinity of this seed's life energy to be at least 90%, possibly reaching his teacher's level. Shocking Tang Yue, who warns him to keep the boy safe while he fetches his teacher. But as he turned away, he muttered, It's great. It's great. Our lineage finally has an heir. These words made Zhenhua break out in a cold sweat. Brother Yue. No. He's my disciple. Ignoring him, Tang Yue flew off, retorting that he didn't understand what a compatibility of over 90% meant. This was a matter worthy of the Sea God Pavilion Council, and the child could only belong to the life school, leaving Zhenhua reaching out in confusion, wondering if he'd been hit in the head, what to do, but he quickly snapped back to reality, frantically tapping on his communication bracelet, knowing he absolutely couldn't let them steal his disciple. But the more anxious Zhenhua became, the less things went his way. Wife. Sugar daddy. Dean. We're doomed. Through the soul communication device, Tang Zhenhua told Luo Yinghong everything that had just happened. Then, a roar like a lion's tore through his ears. Tang Zhenhua. Are you a pig? You really are a pig, Luo Yinghong, as red as her hair, screamed. Are you a pig? You're a pig. How could you be so stupid? If he gets taken, you're dead to me. Xianhua, on the verge of tears, repeatedly apologized. Don't be mad. I didn't expect this. Still fuming, she continued her tirade. I'm calling the teacher. You keep a close eye on him. Even Qian Lei, who was meditating, had to peek in to eavesdrop. Were they talking about Xuanyu? Lan Xuanyu was completely unaware of what was happening outside, totally immersed in the sea of life, his bloodline greedily absorbing the life energy. Meanwhile, An Hong went directly to the scene to question his pig teammate, walking right into the trap. Are you stupid? Zhenhua desperately tried to explain. How was I supposed to know? You didn't check the life energy's affinity when you examined his body. But the more he spoke, the angrier she became. That's checked after enrollment. Who knew you'd bring him here already? For a 2-ringed soulmaster to absorb this much life energy without exploding is a miracle. After careful consideration, An Hong made a quick decision. Wake him up and get him out of here immediately. Zhenhua sputtered. Send him away. It hasn't even been an hour. The woman poked his forehead. Exasperated. Are you an idiot? Just wait here for Elder Tree to snatch him away. He finally understood. Echoing. Right. We can discuss the lost badges later. Hearing this, An Hong was even more furious. Are you stupid? At this rate, the life energy he absorbs in 1 minute is worth more than 3 gold emblems. Get him out of here now, Zhenhua. Still confused. Obediently replied. Okay. But as soon as he reached out, vines shot out to stop him. Along with a resounding shout, don't touch him. Zhenhua stared in shock at the newcomer Elder Thu. Even the fiery An Hong is now as obedient as a puppy. The tree elder calmly inquired. It's been a while. Hong, I hear you're the dean of the Outer Academy now, she awkwardly confirmed. Yes. Before they could speak further, the elder tree revealed his purpose. Return, both of you, and leave this child to me. It has been far too long since anyone joined our life faction. I never imagined that in my twilight years, I would encounter someone with such a high affinity for life energy. While Hong was still calculating, Zhenhua recklessly spoke out, saying that living a few thousand more years wouldn't be a problem for him. He told the elder not to compete with the younger generation. But the elder quickly used his age to his advantage. Asking if he knew he was the younger one, he stammered, barely managing to utter grandpa. And An Hong anxiously leaned in to advise him to calm down. Immediately afterward, she stepped forward to negotiate. Elder Shu, how about this? Our academy has its rules, and I need to inform them. Please, give me some time. You don't even have to think. The solution is already here. No need. I know what to say to the inner sanctum. You two go. Zhuangwuyet, take your little junior brother with you. Let's return to the inner sanctum. Tran Hoa really wants to curse. How did he become a junior brother? He's shoulder to shoulder with me. Just as things were settling down, another contender stepped in. Elder Su. Wait, the familiar voice made An Hong exclaim. Teacher, as Tianyu nonchalantly confirmed it. Then, he turned to scold the brainless culprit. Useless thing, all you can do is call out his name. Wang Bianzeng. Tianyu then gave him the cold shoulder and shifted his attention to the person opposite him. Elder Shu, you're making a big deal out of this. Undaunted, he steps forward. Wang Tianyu, what brings you here? He stands tall, stating his position. As the vice dean of the Inner Academy, I must ask, do you see no issue with this? Elder Shu frowned, asking what he meant. And Tianyu calmly unleashed a torrent of logic, stating that the Academy's rules couldn't be broken. Even if that child entered the Life Studies faction, it would be after graduating from the Outer Academy. Without a foundation, how could they succeed? He fumes, implying that the old man can't teach a good student. But he refuses to take the blame, saying nothing of the sort. The teacher is considered one of the most outstanding talents. Luckily, I'm smart. But what can you do when our attributes clash? The impatient elder then pulled rank. Wang Dianyu, do you know how to respect your elders? Do you have any sense of rules? Hearing that, he fires back. After what you did to me last time, I no longer see you as an elder. He throws away all pretense and provokes. You little brat. I'll really hit you. You know, try hitting back. But Tianyu doesn't flinch, waiting for the attack. He didn't fight back, but said the old man was old. And what if he accidentally retaliated with pity, lest his hands be injured and his legs broken? These words indeed made the old tree explode with emotion to the extreme. Look, I've needed to be taken seriously for thousands of years, yet I've nurtured something so heartless. I want to open the Sea God Pavilion Conference. Wang Tianyu, just you wait. He left those threats hanging in the air and vanished, alone and helpless. He had no choice but to obey. Watching him leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that old fox was definitely plotting something. Later, he would discover it was all for his child. Tianyu suppressed his anger and let Zhenan leave, saying it wasn't a big deal and that no one would dare steal with him around, while his aunt gave a thumbs up in agreement. Tianhua, however, had other worries, wondering if the Sea God Assembly was about to begin. He didn't need to hear the rest. Turning back to glare, what did it have to do with him? Did he remember what he'd said last time? He was beside himself, wanting to disappear. But before he could move, Tianyu grabbed him. He takes Zhenhua and vanishes, leaving Hong in confusion, wondering if he's taken the wrong guy. Before long, the moon hangs high overhead. Tianyu finally opens his eyes and checks his body, feeling pain all over as if it's about to burst. The vortex in his chest feels frozen, as if it's being suppressed. Why is it so dark? What's going on? Is it night already? With that thought, he quickly jumped ashore, while Zhenhua sensed the disturbance and mumbled, "You're back." Tianyu saw the talking pighead and screamed. "Ah." He's so angry he flicks him on the forehead. "You brat. Isn't this your fault?" Tianyu wisely admits his mistake. "Master, I was wrong. I didn't recognize you." Ignoring his mangled face, Zhenhua focuses on the more important matter, telling him to stay still so he can sense the change within him. Zhenhua places his hand on him and gestures. "Let me see." Tianyu obediently stayed still, replying, "Yes, teacher." Inwardly, he was shaken, thinking, amazing. Soul power, self-generation. But outwardly, he had to confirm, "You said that in Chang'an. It can really be done." To add credibility, Tianyu stares intently as he confirms that he can convert excess life energy into soul force. But Zhenhua is distracted by something else. He's mortified that this kid saw him looking so pathetic. He abruptly left, but not without a word of caution. "The life energy you absorb today is enough to last a month. Once it's fully digested, you might not be far from a temporary completion. See ya." See ya. And so, Tianyu was left alone with a mind full of questions. What happened? Did someone beat him up? Or was it because of me, beaten so badly? It seems his combat power isn't that great after all. Meanwhile, Qianlei had persisted for a full 36 hours, nearly collapsing several times. But his remaining consciousness kept him going. And Lan Xuanyu hadn't slept either, sitting on the sofa nearby. Though outwardly indifferent, she marveled at the fat kid's weak will, hoping to awaken him. Yet he persevered for so long. Hong took a deep breath and finally said, "That's enough." Qianlei, completely paralyzed, collapses to the floor, and she's startled, internally screaming about his stupidity as she reaches out to help cracks are appearing in his spiritual sea. The red-haired woman forcefully held Qianlei's mouth open to administer the liquid medicine, and as the boy relaxed, she clutched her aching heart, screaming that she shouldn't have argued with the leech, or been so stubborn with the fatty. But moments later, a scream tore through the night. He'd lost everything, truly lost it all. On the second day of class, the teacher mechanically announced that Qianlei wouldn't be attending. Someone had requested leave for him. Lu Feng couldn't hide his suspicion. Fatty was absent again. Xiao Kai ignores him and continues with his work. This afternoon is the simulated combat exercise. Everyone uses their Shrek Academy accounts to log in, which will grant them all the rights of a member. Even as some students gasped, he calmly continued, "In the coming week, you can exchange Dula coins for Shrek badges." This revelation caused a huge stir. "Is that true?" Xiao Kai calmly explains the exchange rate: 1,000 Dula coins for a white badge, Shiwu 000 for a gold, and no purple badges available, leaving Xuanyu to ponder how to earn enough Dula coins in a week to get a Shrek badge. Just then, a voice pulled him back to reality, and as Xuanyu hummed in response, Mang Qin continued, "I know a place in the Duluo world where we can earn Dula coins. Do you want to come with me when we go back? What else can you do with your soul power besides command? Do you feel insulted and lash out? All right. I'll take 3 shares, and you guys can split the rest." But Mongxin immediately vetoed. "Don't even think about it. The Dula coins we earn will be split evenly." Xuanyu, displeased, sulked and turned away. "Then I'm not going. Find someone else." He had only taken a few steps when Enhui sweetly called out, "Xuanyu." Seeing the crowd and the offer, he agrees without hesitation. "Okay, let's go to the world of Duluo." This quick decision leaves Mengqin and the others speechless, and then Enhui added, "Let's find a way to make some money." Xuanyu understood and slyly suggested, That's simple. We can participate in the Soul Arena. Soul duels have cumulative prizes. And you can bet on yourself. So we'll earn Dula coins faster. No one noticed Qianqiu's increasingly dark expression. Unable to contain herself, Minqin bursts out, accusing, "Little Hui Hui, you're stealing my business. Aren't you?" She then declares, "Qianqiu, let's go. We'll participate as a team of 2. It doesn't matter." In Hai, however, turns around, enlightening them that the more people participating in the market competition, Xuanyu felt he hadn't stirred up enough trouble, and changed his mind, saying, "All right, Menqin, let's go together. We'll split the profits evenly. After settling the exchange of metals, I hope to borrow them for a bit. I'll return them to everyone within 3 months." The appointed day arrives, and Lan Xuanyu reaches his private training room. A notification sounds, and he relaxes his body for a full scan. Soon, Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui successfully met up in Shrek's simulated world. As they walked side by side, and Hui excitedly asked, "Xuanyu Heike, is this your first time in Shrek's Duluo world?" He eagerly admitted. "It feels strange, taking the opportunity to show off his knowledge." Yinhui explains that of course it feels strange. As Shrek Academy was once destroyed, the Academy's predecessors endured hardship to rebuild it on the dead land. Shrek City has a dedicated Great Soul Arena, a virtual world preserved to allow soul masters to